The blue-robed young man noticed the Wangu clan disciple in charge of keeping order approaching, and he struggled to his feet with a face twisted by anger. He was fixing a venomous stare on Huang Xiaolong and complained to the Wangu clan disciple, "Brother Jin Song, this person forcefully snatched my place. He even attacked and injured me. I implore Brother Jin Song to revoke this person's registration qualification." The disciples around who witnessed the scene earlier all shook their heads, secretly cursing this blue-robed young man's shamelessness. It was clearly him who wanted to snatch someone else's spot, yet he turned the tables and slandered the black-haired young man. But the Wangu clan disciple did not make any move. Instead, he looked at the young man with contempt. He had received 10 top divine grade spirit stone from him, but then again this short-knifed young man wanted to use him as a spear for a mere 10 top divine grade spirit stones? At the end of the day, the two of them had only seen each other twice. There was no relationship between them whatsoever. The Wangu clan disciple wore a stern expression, snapping at the blue-robed young man instead. "Who the fuck is your brother? A trash like you, a late first high god realm that can't even handle a god realm brat, you still dare to twist the truth here." That blue-robed young man and the surrounding disciples were flabbergasted. The young man turned red and purple, failing to think of a comeback. "Quickly scram. I'll revoke your registration qualification if you cause any more trouble here," the Wangu clan disciple barked. Only then did the blue-robed young man scamper away. Being barked at in public by a Wangu clan disciple made the blue-robed young man feel extremely insulted. Hatred was brimming in his heart. Of course, he dared not hate the Wangu clan disciple. Hence all of his hate and anger was focused on Huang Xiaolong. When the young man was leaving, he looked venomously at Huang Xiaolong. The Wangu clan disciple returned to his earlier position, seemingly ignoring Huang Xiaolong. The surrounding disciples had not expected this ending. Shortly, they began to whisper amongst themselves about Huang Xiaolong, this perfection stage late 10th order god realm who easily defeated a late 1st order high god realm master. Even in the powerful galaxy's prominent sects or families, this was rare. Defeating a high god realm master while still a god realm, this kind of people were the freaks among the monstrous geniuses. A few rows away from Huang Xiaolong, 2 female disciples were also lining up for registration. At this time, both of them were looking at Huang Xiaolong, discussing through voice transmission. "Sis, could that person have learned some concealing technique, deliberately disguising his cultivation?" The young woman in goose yellow attire asked with disbelief in her tone. The other young woman clad in an emerald green dress, appearing slightly mature, shook her head. "No, that black-haired young man is indeed a perfection stage late 10th order god realm." The goose yellow dress young woman's eyes widened in surprise. A perfection stage late 10th order god realm can defeat a late 1st order high god realm so easily? Doesn't that mean his talent is even higher than our senior brothers? Their senior brother was hailed as the most talented genius of their sect in the last 100,000 years, rivaling their founding ancestor. The emerald green dress young woman said, "In the vast space with countless galaxies, there will naturally be geniuses with greater talent than our senior brother. The Wangu clan's Wangu Yanhui, Zhou clan's Zhou Yao, Mu clan's Mu Qi, Fortune Gate's Feng Chu, the ancient sorcerer school's Luo Shaochen, Orthodox Yang sect's Lu Dongwei, Flying Rock Chambers Peng Shuijiao, etc. Each one of them possesses talent higher than our senior brothers." The goose yellow young woman pouted. "Sis, the Wangu clan's Wangu Yanhui's talent might be higher than our senior brother, but the others not necessarily." The emerald green dress young woman shook her head, not wanting to discuss the subject any further. She was still looking at Huang Xiaolong. Although this person's talent is very high, it's a pity that his cultivation is too low, just a perfection peak late 10th order god realm. As strong as he might be, he won't make it to the top 1,000. Across the street from the square, inside a pavilion building, 2 Wangu clan elders had witnessed Huang Xiaolong sending the blue-robed young man flying with one punch. "This black-haired young man is not bad. His talent is almost at the level of our Wangu clan's core disciples," Elder Wangu Shua said, one of his hands stroking his beard as he looked on at Huang Xiaolong with interest. The Wangu clan had close to 100 million disciples, and these disciples had to go through multiple assessments before they could obtain the status of a core disciple. Each and every one of them were geniuses. Hence, the assessment he gave Huang Xiaolong was a recognition. Next to Wangu Shua was the other Wangu clan elder, Wangu Chongqing. He smiled as he replied, "Really not bad, but not necessarily comparable to our clan's core disciples. Right? He most likely cultivated for no less than 1,000 years." Wangu Shua shook his head. "I'd say around 500 years. Wangu Chongqing made an O sound, adding, "Since it's like that, how about we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" Wangu Shua slightly tilted his head. "We'll bet 10 billion. If his bone age test doesn't exceed 500 years, it's my loss. And if it exceeds 500 years, then I win." Wangu Chongqing laughed. Wangu Shua hesitated. In all honesty, when he said that Huang Xiaolong had cultivated for less than 500 years, it was merely a guess, not something spoken with great confidence. After all, 10 billion was not a small sum. Wangu Chongqing taunted, brightly smiling. "What? You don't dare." Wangu Shua gritted his teeth and agreed. "Fine, we'll bet." With that, the two Wangu clan elders made a little bet based on Huang Xiaolong's results, of which the person himself was unaware. After Huang Xiaolong sent that young man flying with a single punch, it served as a great deterrence as no one dared to covet his spot anymore. Several hours passed by quickly, and all the people in front of Huang Xiaolong had registered and left. Finally, it was his turn. Huang Xiaolong walked up to the disciple responsible for the registration and testing the bone age. That disciple asked Huang Xiaolong for some basic information, which galaxy, what name, and so forth. Huang Xiaolong answered all he was asked. "Go stand in front of the mirror to assess your bone age." The Wangu clan disciple pointed at the mirror at the side about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. Just by standing in front of this mirror, it could accurately read a person's bone age. According to the rules of the tournament, as long as one did not exceed 2,000 years in age and had reached 9th order God realm cultivation, they could register their name. Huang Xiaolong went to stand in front of the mirror as instructed. Then, the mirror surface emitted a bright light that enveloped him within, causing a warm energy to slowly flow through Huang Xiaolong's bones. Inside the pavilion building in the distance, Wangu Shua and Wangu Chongqing stared at Huang Xiaolong, not blinking at all. They were waiting for the result with bated breaths, especially Wangu Shua. He was so nervous that his hands were clenched into fists. Noticing Wangu Shua's nervous expression, Wangu Chongqing chuckled. "Looks like you're paying me those 10 billion. I'm sure this black-haired young man is definitely older than 500 years. At this moment, Wangu Shua's intestines were twisting from regret. Right now, he was thinking that Huang Xiaolong's bone age couldn't possibly be lower than 500 years. For even among their Wangu clan's core disciples who cultivated for 500 years, only a handful had the strength to defeat a late First-Order High God realm. On the square, the light from the mirror flickered, dissipating to reveal a line of words. Bone age, 258. Bone age, 258. The Wangu clan disciple responsible for Huang Xiaolong's registration stared dumbly at the words on the mirror. It had almost been a year since the High God Advancement Tournament registration began. In this 1 year's time, the number of disciples he had registered reached at least 10,000, if not more. However, those disciples that came from various galaxies' forces averaged above 1,000 in their bone age. In fact, a large number of them were 1,500 years old and above. Even though there were still a few disciples whose age was below 1,000, the lowest was still 800 years old. That Wangu clan disciple had never seen a participant with bone age below 500 years. But this black-haired young man's bone age was actually below 500 years. At 258 to be exact. Some of the surrounding disciples were paying attention to Huang Xiaolong. When they saw the result, all of them were stunned agape, including the two sisters who secretly discussed about Huang Xiaolong earlier. In general, one started cultivating at the age of 6. Wouldn't this mean that, until today, Huang Xiaolong had only been cultivating for 252 years? 252 years. Some supersects also had geniuses who managed to reach perfection stage late 10th order God realm with over 200 years of cultivation, and although small in number, such great talents did exist. However, being able to easily defeat a late First-Order High God Realm Master with less than 300 years of cultivation was unprecedented. How monstrous was this person's talent to be able to achieve this? The surrounding disciples lining up to register were all top talents of their families or sects. But when they compared themselves with Huang Xiaolong, they were reduced to pig heads. In the pavilion building across the square, Wang Gushou, who was feeling pangs of regret earlier for agreeing to bet with Wang Guchangqing, was stupefied looking at the test result. Seconds passed before he recovered his senses, jumping to his feet. It wasn't due to the joy of winning the bet, but from overwhelming shock. Wang Guchangqing was just as shocked, muttering in a barely audible voice, "A peerless genius has appeared in this term's High God Advancement Tournament." He then turned toward Wang Gushua, a hint of wryness in his smile. "Your judgment is more accurate than mine, you win." Wang Gushua nodded absently-mindedly, his gaze fixed on Huang Xiaolong's figure. A light flickered in his eyes as he contemplated without saying a word. "What is it? Are you moved? You want to receive a disciple?" Wang Guchangqing jokingly teased. Wang Gushua heavily shook his head. "This kind of monstrous genius can't be taught by us." Wang Chongqing nodded in agreement. "Unfortunately, although this kid is a monstrous talent, his cultivation time is too short, so he won't be able to achieve any good results in this tournament. Not to mention his current strength, the probability of him losing his life in the overflowing lightning world is as high as 90%. Wang Gushua felt the same way. There are countless peerless geniuses in the vast space. It's a pity not many of them can grow to their peak. It doesn't matter how great of a talent they possess if they die early. On the square, the disciples who saw the result erupted into an uproar. Huang Xiaolong, who had been standing in front of the mirror for quite a long time, finally asked the dumbfounded Wangu clan disciple in charge of his registration, "Is it done?" Only then did the Wangu clan disciple regain his sense, though he sounded flustered as he hurriedly replied, "Done, done." He quickly took out a jade token, inscribing Huang Xiaolong's name and Black Tortoise Galaxy on its surface, then told Huang Xiaolong to drop a bit of his blood on top to refine the jade token. At the time of the tournament, he could use this jade token to enter. Huang Xiaolong poured a drop of his blood onto the jade slip and refined it on the spot. Within it was information related to the tournament's rules and prizes, all of it entering his mind. Huang Xiaolong left the square with many curious gazes following him. He then located his master Fengyang and the others at the edge of the square and left. There was more than a month left until the tournament day, hence they needed to find a place to stay. However, the process of finding a lodging made Huang Xiaolong speechless. The numerous disciples from other galaxies were simply too many to count, and even though there were quite a number of inns in Aeon City, all of them were packed full, with no possibility of squeezing out an empty room. "Master, should we go look in another city?" Lu Yun inquired. Fengyang shook his head. "It's probably the same situation in neighboring cities." Huang Xiaolong made an exaggerated action of slapping his own forehead, and said to Fengyang, "Master, we can go to the property market." "The property market?" Fengyang and his 3 disciples were baffled. A thought flashed in their minds. Could it be that Huang Xiaolong wanted to? That's right. Huang Xiaolong planned to buy a residence. Although a residence in Aeon City would cost an arm and a leg twice over, what Huang Xiaolong did not lack most of all was money. Moreover, the tournament period was over 2 years. Huang Xiaolong couldn't have his master and his senior apprentice brothers and sister wander in the streets as they waited for him. After asking for the direction of Aeon City's property market, Huang Xiaolong, Fengyang, and the others headed there. The Aeon City's property market was no doubt big, taking an entire spacious street, with close to 1,000 shops lined up on the left and right. Huang Xiaolong picked one that seemed to be the biggest shop and entered with the others. When their group stepped into the shop lobby, a staff member approached them with an amiable smile, politely inquiring, "May I ask what these several guests are looking to buy? Could it be furniture or decorative items?" Some of the bigger property traders not only sold residences, restaurants, and inns, they also offered various expensive high-quality furniture and decorative items. For a mammoth-sized city like Aeon City, the prices of residential properties were steep, hence, rarely anyone inquired about it. Which was why the employee naturally presumed that Huang Xiaolong's group was here to purchase furniture or decorative items. Huang Xiaolong went straight to the point. We want to buy a residence. It would be best if it was located at the center of Aeon City. The shop staff looked dazedly at Huang Xiaolong. Buying a residence, moreover, located in the Aeon City's center? Huang Xiaolong's words made the Eternal Galaxy's disciples in the lobby turn to look at him. A muscular green-robed disciple snickered in ridicule. Kiddo, you came here from some other galaxy for the tournament, right? Are you sure you can afford to buy a residence located at the center of our Aeon City? He then turned to his attendant at the back. Xiaotong, enlighten this person how much a residence costs in our Aeon City. That attendant respectfully complied, then lifted his chin in Huang Xiaolong's direction as he spoke. You listen carefully. In our Aeon City, even the worst residence in the most remote location costs more than 100 billion. As for residences located at the city center, the cheapest is around 800 billion, the good ones are above 1 trillion. Listening to the attendant saying that it required at least 800 billion to purchase a residence located at the center of Aeon City, and the best ones cost above 1 trillion. Even Feng Yang as the Black Warrior Institute principal was taken aback. So were Lu Yun, Chen Yang, and Qi Wen. Huang Xiaolong did not pay attention to the attendant. Speaking directly to the shop employee, which one is the best residence at the center of Aeon City? The surrounding Eternal Galaxy's disciples were stunned. The green-robed young man was snorted in annoyance. To him, Huang Xiaolong's tone sounded as if the young man not only wanted to buy a residence located at the center of the Aeon City, he even wanted to buy the best one. He had seen a lot of people pretending to be rich, but this was still his first seeing one who pretended to be rich so confidently. The employee had a blank expression on his face as he looked at Huang Xiaolong without moving, secretly thinking, did this person come here for amusement? A disciple who came here register for the tournament wants to purchase a residence at the center of our Aeon City, and moreover, the best one. Just like what that attendant said, their Aeon City's good residences had prices reaching 1 trillion and above. Forget outsiders from other galaxies. Even some grand elders of the Eternal Galaxy's local super forces couldn't afford to own a residence at the city center. Furthermore, looking at Huang Xiaolong's cultivation realm, he was a mere perfection stage late 10th order god realm cultivator. Kiddo, you deliberately came here to amuse yourself, right? Do you know the severe consequences of making fun of the grand peace commerce? This place is the Eternal Galaxy, not a rural place like the one you come from. The muscular green-robed young man snickered. Right at this time, the shop's doors opened as a group of people walked in. Hearing some noise behind him, Huang Xiaolong turned his head slightly to look. This group was none other than the Saint Lord Galaxy's Yelu family. Yelu Tianhao walked in and his eyes coincidentally met Huang Xiaolong's. After a brief surprise, hatred rose to his heart as he pointed at Huang Xiaolong and said to a young man with an imposing bearing beside him, Big brother, that punk is Huang Xiaolong. Yelu Tianfeng and all the Yelu family disciples' gazes fell on Huang Xiaolong. A Yelu family disciple walked out from the group. Huang Xiaolong, heh. What a coincidence. Who would have thought we would see you here? Killing intent flickered in Yelu Haoyan's eyes, wanting to make a sneak attack. Yelu Tianfeng raised a hand, stopping Yelu Tianhao, indifference in his tone. There's no hurry. Let this kid live a few more days. Making a move at the overflowing lightning world when the tournament begins still isn't too late. Although their Yelu family was also the hegemon of a galaxy, they were in the Aeon City in someone else's territory. Yelu Tianhao unwillingly stopped, glaring daggers at Huang Xiaolong. Yelu Tianfeng gave Huang Xiaolong a once-over gaze. Shaking his head, Huang Xiaolong, I know your talent isn't bad, but it's a pity. After you arrive in the overflowing lightning world, you won't be coming back. Huang Xiaolong was similarly indifferent. Is that so? This is also what I wanted to say to you. All the Yelu family disciples were angered by Huang Xiaolong's words. Feng Yang's aura immediately locked onto Yelu Tianfeng and all the Yelu family disciples, preventing them from suddenly attacking. Yelu Tianfeng casually waved his hand at the Yelu family disciples, indicating them to stand down, unruffled as he said to Huang Xiaolong, "If your cultivation reached third-order high god realm, you would barely have the qualification to be my opponent. However, the current you is so weak that I'm not interested at all." Then he turned to the shop employee, asking, "He's also here to buy a residence?" That staff member dared not disrespect Yelu Tianfeng as he was overwhelmed by his aura, quickly answering, "Yes." Yelu Tianfeng said, "Which residence does he want? I'll take it." He threw a spatial ring at the staff, proudly saying, "Here's 500 billion. The staff member and the Eternal Galaxy disciples in the hall looked at the spatial ring with astonishment. Because the spatial ring's restrictions were opened, everyone could see the mountains of Wangu coins inside. However, after a brief astonishment, the employee said to Yelu Tianfeng with a bitter face, What he wanted is the best residence in our Aeon City center. Our commerce's best residence costs 2.3 trillion, therefore 500 billion was far from enough." Although the employee did not finish his sentence, everyone present understood. "What? 2.3 trillion? Yelu Tianhao and the group of Yelu family disciples were shocked. Even Yelu Tianfeng's calm and indifferent expression cracked. Huang Xiaolong snorted with disdain, then waved his hand in the air. Numerous top-grade spirit stones rained to the floor, eating up space in the lobby. Looking at the numerous top divine-grade spirit stones piled up like a mountain, the Yelu family's group and Eternal Galaxy's disciples were stunned agape. Huang Xiaolong pointed a finger at the pile of top divine-grade spirit stones, his words directed at the staff member. "These here are 40,000 top divine-grade spirit stones. Give me the keys to the best residence in Aeon City. The rest, use it to add some furniture and decorations to the residence. Send it over later." 40,000 top divine-grade spirit stones were about 3.2 trillion. After deducting the residence's cost, there remained a balance of around 900 billion. The staff member looked like he lost his soul. A buzzing noise sounded increasingly louder in his ears. The muscular green-robed young man who mocked Huang Xiaolong earlier stood stupefied for a long time. Soon, the supervisor was alerted and came running out, courteously handing over the key to their best city center residence to Huang Xiaolong, respectfully sending him to the entrance while reassuring Huang Xiaolong that the furniture and decorations would be sent over at the fastest speed. Watching the supervisor courteously walk Huang Xiaolong out with a beaming smile on his face, all the Yili family disciples had an ugly expression on their faces. Yelu Tianfeng's gaze was cold and sullen. This face slap was loud and painful. After Huang Xiaolong's group left, the supervisor returned, warmly speaking to Yelu Tianfeng. "This brother? We also have other residences away from the city center which are also very good. If this brother is interested to buy, our shop can free 3 sets of furniture made from pear blossom sacred wood." The supervisor warmly introduced other residences to Yelu Tianfeng. Only then did Yelu Tianfeng's sullenness lessen. In the end, Yelu Tianfeng also bought a residence. However, the residence was located at the edge of a remote part of Aeon City. Most of all, that residence's land area and building were far worse than Huang Xiaolong's. The price was a little over 400 billion. The commerce supervisor also courteously walked Yelu Tianfeng's group to the entrance. One could hardly sell a residence in Aeon City in 100 years, but today their store sold 2 residences in a single day. The supervisor was naturally in an excellent mood, blossoming like a flower. As Yelu Tianfeng led Yelu Tianhao and the rest of the Yelu family disciples away from the shop, his low, icy voice sounded, "During the tournament, if any of you come across Huang Xiaolong in the overflowing lightning world, don't let him die so easily. First crush every bone in his body one by one." All the Yelu family disciples were flustered by the coldness in Yelu Tianfeng's voice, quickly complying with his order. In another location, led by a staff member from the shop, Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the residence they had just bought. It was a residence named the Surging Waves Mansion. On the way, the employee guiding them had introduced the Surging Waves Mansion's environment in detail. This mansion was built on a 2,000 square meter land. On this land that cost a bucket of gold for an inch of space, 2,000 square meters of land was a luxury. The mansion was divided into 6 courtyards, with more than 20 sleeping rooms. There was also an alchemy room, study, a front hall, an inner hall, a garden, a loft, as well as a small square for sparring. Huang Xiaolong took out the mansion's key, deactivating the mansion's defensive formations. After everyone entered, a rich spiritual energy blew past their faces, and the fragrant scent of medicinal herbs filled them with a refreshing feeling. According to the guide, the mansion had a small-scale energy-gathering array, whereas the garden at the back was planted with spiritual flowers and trees above 100,000 years old. Even the railings at certain parts of the corridors were made with rarely seen materials. Feng Yang, Lu Yun, Chun Yang, and Qi Wen were gasping with amazement looking at the layout and decoration of the mansion. Just the spiritual flowers, spiritual trees, and the spiritual wood used and planted around the mansion cost a sky-high price. The 2.3 trillion spent was really worth it. Before long, the store had sent a large batch of furniture over and placed it accordingly around the courtyards before respectfully taking their leave. Looking at the 9-yang jade bed placed in every room, Lu Yun let out a heartfelt sigh. Having money is really good. Everyone chuckled at his words. Following that, the few of them went to pick out a courtyard they liked. With the problem of accommodation settled, Huang Xiaolong could cultivate at ease, waiting for the day of the tournament. Huang Xiaolong summoned the heavenly mountain and flew into its space to cultivate inside the heavenly god's cultivation dwelling. He consumed an amethyst water droplet divine pill and absorbed star force from the 3 galaxies, continuously tempering his physical body. Over 30 days passed by in a blink. During this time, Huang Xiaolong stayed inside his own courtyard to cultivate and did not take even half a step out. He also lost count of how many amethyst water droplet divine pills he had swallowed. A little over a month in cultivation had improved his strength a little. On this day, Lu Yun and Qi Wen came to Huang Xiaolong's courtyard. Junior apprentice brother, the tournament will begin in 3 days. How about going out with us to relax a little? I've heard the Eternal Commerce has published a booklet that lists the names and information about disciples of Third Order High God Realm and above taking part in the tournament. Lu Yun shared. These are people with chances of entering the top 1,000. A list of names of Third Order High God Realm and above? Huang Xiaolong's interest was stoked, nodding his head in agreement. All right. Even though he was confident in his own strength, having some understanding of these potential opponents before the tournament was not necessarily a bad thing. After all, with only 3 days left until the tournament, a change of scenery was welcomed. And the Aeon City was Eternal Galaxy's biggest and most prosperous city. He should have a look around after coming here. Having decided, the 3 of them, Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, and Qi Wen stepped out of the Surging Waves mansion, heading to the Eternal Commerce. Since the Surging Waves mansion was located at the Aeon City Center, it was close to the Eternal Commerce building. The 3 of them soon reached their destination. When they reached the Eternal Commerce, there was already a large crowd consisting of disciples from various galaxies. Judging from their faces, it seems they too had come to purchase the booklet and perhaps some information. Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, and Qi Wen made their way inside, into the lobby. They walked toward an empty counter and Huang Xiaolong stated his intention. The outrageous thing was that this booklet that listed the name and other details about the participants of Third Order High God Realm and above cost 20 million Wangu coins. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but admire the audacity of this Wangu clan for asking such a price. A thin booklet of few pages actually cost 20 million Wangu coins. 10 people buying meant 200 million, 100 people buying would bring them 2 billion, 1,000 people was a whopping 20 billion. The number of disciples coming to participate in the tournament was at least 100 million, if not more. If all of them bought a copy of this booklet, then the Wangu clan's profit just from compiling a few thin sheets of paper would exceed the Black Warrior Institute's wealth accumulated through thousands of millennia. Huang Xiaolong paid 20 million Wangu coins for a booklet and put it away into his Azura ring. He would take a look at it later. Does this young master want to buy an armor or weapon? A Wangu clan female disciple walked up to Huang Xiaolong with a bright smile on her face, inquiring, "Our Eternal Commerce has all kinds of armor and weapons. having a powerful armor and weapon can assist young master in gaining a good result in the tournament. Huang Xiaolong pondered slightly. For armor and weapon, he had the glory of the water god armor and the glory of the water god halberd, the heavenly god mountain, and his mulberry sword that Fengyang gave him. Therefore he didn't need anything else, but he could stock up on some healing pills. Even though he did have a large amount of spring-autumn 100-life divine pellets inside the Azura ring, this kind of thing adhered to the saying, the more the better. Hence, Huang Xiaolong asked the Wangu clan female disciple, "Does your eternal commerce have healing pills? Such as the spring-autumn 100-life divine pellets?" The female disciple softly giggled. "Our eternal commerce does have spring-autumn 100-life divine pellets. We also have healing pills that are even better than that. 3 guests, please follow me." She led Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, and Qi Wen to a side hall, the medicinal pellet hall. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. There were healing pellets that were better than the spring-autumn 100-life divine pellet? Could it be the Undying God Pill? If it was the Undying God Pill, then its healing efficiency was definitely better than the spring-autumn 100-life divine pellet. But such a legendary pill, the ingredients for refining the Undying God Pill were extremely hard to find. Furthermore, the alchemy refining method had long been lost in the 4 galaxies. Could it be the Wangu clan had the refining method? Shortly, the 3 of them reached the medicinal pellet hall. Although this hall was smaller than the lobby out front, it wasn't exactly small. The rows and rows of bottles quietly sitting on arranged cupboards against the 4 walls bedazzled their eyes. There were at least several thousand kinds of medicinal pellets inside the hall, and most of them were sacred-grade divine pellets, while some were pellets that had been lost in the 4 galaxies. In the cupboard labeled Healing, Huang Xiaolong saw the tag for Spring-Autumn 100-life divine pellets. However, placed above were 3 other kinds of pills. One of the bottles was precisely labeled with 4 characters, Undying God Pill. Other than the Undying God Pill, the other 2 kinds were called Extraordinary Divine Pellet and Myriad Cure Holy Pill. Huang Xiaolong had heard about the Undying God Pill before, but not the Extraordinary Divine Pellet and Myriad Cure Holy Pill. However, since these 2 kinds of healing pellets could be placed at the top level with the Undying God Pill, he could be sure that they shouldn't be any worse than the former. All kinds of healing pellets are here. These 3 are the ones better than the Spring-Autumn 100-life divine pellet. The Undying God Pill, Extraordinary Divine Pellet, and Myriad Cure Holy Pill. The Wangu clan female disciple inquired, "May I know which kind and how many does young master want to buy?" Huang Xiaolong smacked his lips. "How many Undying God Pills, Extraordinary Divine Pellets, and Myriad Cure Holy Pills do you have here? I'll take them all." "Take them all?" The Wangu clan female disciple regained her composure a second later, giggling a little before saying, "Young master really knows how to tease people. Young master probably is not aware of the Undying God Pill, Extraordinary Divine Pellet, and Myriad Cure Holy Pill's price. Each of these 3 kinds of pellets is several hundred times the price of Spring-Autumn 100-life divine pellets. 1 bottle is almost 10 billion. 1 bottle, 10 billion. Lu Yun and Qi Wen were swallowing non-existent saliva hearing the price. If it was the average cultivator, just hearing this price would have frightened them half to death. 10 billion was enough for them to buy 10 good residences in the Black Warrior City, and some remote residences in this Aeon City cost only 1 or 2 billion. Huang Xiaolong was also taken aback. He didn't expect the Undying God Pill, Extraordinary Divine Pellet, and Myriad Cure Holy Pill would cost 10 billion for 1 bottle. But he soon brightened up. Didn't this mean the higher the price, the better it was? He wasn't afraid of a high price, he was afraid that the price wasn't high enough. Huang Xiaolong took out a spatial ring, giving it to the Wangu clan female disciple. Inside here are 20,000 top divine grade spirit stones. These 3 kinds of divine pellets, I'll take everything your store has. That Wangu clan female disciple was dumbfounded. Then she was horrified looking at the 20,000 top divine grade spirit stones inside the spatial ring. 20,000 top divine grade spirit stones. That was 1.6 trillion. Based on the price of 10 billion per bottle, it was enough to buy 160 bottles. That Wangu clan female disciple scurried off in a fluster to look for the medicinal pellet hall's high-level supervisor. When that high-level supervisor heard that Huang Xiaolong took out 20,000 top divine-grade spirit stones to purchase the Undying God Pill, Extraordinary Divine Pellet, and Myriad Cure Holy Pill, he too was shocked. He appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong moments later, personally handing over 100 bottles of the 3 kinds of pills. For healing pellets at the level of the Undying God Pill, the Eternal Commerce only had a little over 100 bottles. Hence, Huang Xiaolong used the remaining balance of 500 billion to buy Spring-Autumn 100 Life Divine Pellets. When all was done, Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, and Qi Wen exited the side hall and entered the lobby. But, just as they were about to walk out of the entrance, an unexpected old face was seen walking in their direction. Xiang Mingji. Obviously, Xiang Mingji was here to buy the name list booklet. He too noticed Huang Xiaolong, and his surprise turned to delight as he approached him. Xiang Mingji intentionally approached Huang Xiaolong, scrutinizing him from head to toe, shaking his head in disappointment. Perfection stage late 10th order God realm? Huang Xiaolong, you really disappoint me. After cultivating for so many years, you still haven't broken through to High God realm? Originally, I thought you could be a small threat to me in this tournament, but now... Xiang Mingji was overwhelmed by disappointment. In truth, he was a little disappointed with Huang Xiaolong. His enemy hadn't even broken through to High God realm. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was too weak in his eyes, so even if he killed him later, it wouldn't give him a memorable satisfaction. Huang Xiaolong retorted with an aloof expression. You really think you can kill me? His divine sense unnoticeably swept over Xiang Mingji, discovering that he had broken through to second-order High God realm. Moreover, it was peak mid-second-order High God realm. This cultivation speed was truly alarming. Thinking of Xiang Mingji's peak mid-second-order High God realm strength enhanced by the Azure Dragon Divine Fire, as well as his extreme lightning destruction physique, Xiang Mingji's strength was comparable to a peak mid-third order, maybe even a late third-order High God realm master. It was understandable that Xiang Mingji did not put a perfection stage late 10th order God realm in his eyes. However, Huang Xiaolong had been holding back his energy from condensing into a godhead. With his terrifying accumulation in the past years, once he broke through to High God realm, he would definitely reach a stage higher than second order High God realm, and definitely wouldn't be weaker than Xiang Mingji. At perfection stage late 10th order God realm, Huang Xiaolong had refined a 2-million-year-old Black Lotus, obtained the White Tiger Divine Fire, and later on refined 17 stalks of 2 million-years-old herbs. Moreover, in these 70 years' time, his body was tempered at all times by 3 galaxies' star force. Huang Xiaolong's accumulation was beyond an astounding degree. At Huang Xiaolong's retort, Xiang Mingji let out a soft laugh. Huang Xiaolong, are you saying I won't be able to kill you? You probably don't know that I'm a peak mid-second order High God realm. Just one more step and I'll advance to late second order High God realm. Killing an insignificant God realm cultivator like you. Just one finger is enough. He chuckled complacently. Then again, at your current level, you won't be able to see my cultivation. Hearing that Xiang Mingji had already broken through to peak mid-second order High God realm, Lu Yun and Qi Wen seemed to have lost a little color from their faces. Xiang Mingji still wore a complacent smile on his face. I hope you won't die too fast in the overflowing lightning world. Although your current strength is really too low, I still hope to end your life personally, for you to die in my hands. With that said, Xiang Mingji turned and strode away, out of the lobby, disappearing in the crowd. However, he did not realize that the moment he turned around, Huang Xiaolong flicked out a faint strand of internal force with his finger, leaving an undetectable mark on his body. Eldest senior apprentice brother. Let's go back, Huang Xiaolong said to Lu Yun and Qi Wen. The 3 of them exited the Eternal Commerce Hall building. 4th junior apprentice brother. That Xiang Mingji has broken through to peak mid-second order High God realm. When you enter the overflowing lightning world, you must be more careful, Lu Yun suddenly said. Seeing the worry on their faces, Huang Xiaolong gave them a reassuring smile. I will. Running into Xiang Mingji had dampened their mood to stroll around the city. Thus the 3 of them went back to the Surging Waves mansion. Back in his own courtyard, Huang Xiaolong took out the booklet he bought at the Eternal Commerce Hall and began reading through the pages. On the first page of the booklet, there were only 13 names. These 13 names were all disciples at 4th Order High God Realm and above participating in the tournament. The first name on the list was none other than Wangu Yanhui, the Wangu clan's disciple. He was already a peak early 4th Order High God Realm. The first name on the list also meant he was the strongest amongst so many disciples in the tournament on the surface. The second was Feng Chu, an early 4th Order High God Realm, originating from the Fortune Gate of Everlasting Galaxy. At 3rd place was the Zhou clan's Zhou Yao. 4th was the Mu clan's Mu Qi. 5th on the list was the ancient sorcerer school's Luo Shaochen. 6th, Orthodox Yang sect's Lu Dongwei. The 7th was Flying Rock Chamber's Peng Shuejiao. Further down on the 8th place was the Ouyang clan patriarch's son, Ouyang Wanxiong, and at the 9th place was the Swordless sect's Jian Shi. The 10th name was Tai Bang from the Giant Tribe. The 11th place was the Dark Elves tribe's Wuxia. The next one was Tempest Academy's Jiang Xiaosu, followed by Vanishing Life Island's Juesher Sanlang. In this list of 13 names, other than Wangu Yanhui, the other 12 people's cultivation was at early 4th Order High God Realm. On the surface, everyone seemed to be on the same level of strength. Of course, this was merely on the surface. Who was actually stronger or weaker was hard to say at this point. Not one of the techniques these people cultivated, their skills and weapons were stated in the booklet. Among the 13 people, Wangu Yanhui, Zhou Yao, and Mu Qi were from the Eternal Galaxy, while the rest came from different galaxies. Huang Xiaolong turned to the next page. There were actually 176 people from late to peak late 3rd Order High God Realm. In other words, not even a peak late 3rd Order High God Realm was guaranteed a place within the top 100. The ferocity of the tournament far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's imagination. In total, the number of participants at 3rd Order High God Realm and above was 932 people. After that was the list of names from late to peak late 2nd Order High God Realm, more than 3,000 people. As for the participants with cultivation below late 2nd Order High God Realm, their names were not listed in the booklet. This showed that, in the eyes of the Wangu clan, only those with the strength of a late 2nd Order High God Realm and above had a chance of getting a place in the top 1,000. The rest barely had any hope, hence there was no need to list them. Since Xiang Mingji was currently a peak mid-2nd Order High God Realm, his name wasn't in the booklet, even less so Huang Xiaolong himself. The registration had ended a week ago. At the end of the last day, the Wangu clan announced the total number of participating disciples from all over the galaxies. More than 17.62 million people. More than 17.62 million people. More than the average population of a big city. A sliver of true immortal essence fire appeared on Huang Xiaolong's finger, incinerating the booklet to ashes. At his level, the information in the booklet was easily committed to memory. Xiang Mingji. Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. A sharp light glinted in his eyes. Earlier, he left a mark on Xiang Mingji's body. On the overflowing lightning world, if they were within a certain range from each other, he would be able to sense Xiang Mingji's location. Once he entered the overflowing lightning world, the first thing he needed to do was to kill Xiang Mingji, obtain the last of the 4 divine fires, and then advance to High God Realm. As long as he stepped into the High God Realm and condensed a supreme rank godhead, Huang Xiaolong had full confidence to snatch the first place in the tournament. First place. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply. In the remaining 2 days, Huang Xiaolong spent the nights in cultivation and went out with his master and the others during the day, strolling around the Aeon City. 2 days came and went. Huang Xiaolong exited the heavenly mountain and stepped out from his room. As he gazed at the sky, soft rays of sunlight were peeking out from the horizon, promising a clear sunny day. When he reached the front hall, Feng Yang and the others were already there waiting for him. Shortly later, they departed for the Aeon Square. On the way, Feng Yang's mood was a little heavy. He already found out the strength of the participating disciples in the tournament, and it was higher than he had estimated. Xiaolong, once you arrive at the overflowing lightning world, you must be cautious. If you come across disciples that are late 2nd Order High God Realm, you need to avoid them, don't go head-to-head with them. As long as you come back alive, I'm happy. Feng Yang reminded Huang Xiaolong again. Huang Xiaolong felt a little helpless, but he answered, "I will, master." By the time Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Aeon Square, it was already crowded with people. At the center of square was a larger-than-life transmission array that could transfer 1 million people each time. Looking at this supersized transmission array, Huang Xiaolong suddenly felt that his martial spirit world's grand-scale transmission array was a bit small. "Looks like I need to rebuild the transmission array when I get back." Huang Xiaolong made a mental note. Martial spirit world's transmission array could transfer 10,000 people at once, but Huang Xiaolong planned to expand it based on the scale of the Aeon Square's transmission array. Perhaps he would make an even bigger transmission array. Although the place was crowded with people in every direction, based on the mark he left on Xiang Mingji's body, Huang Xiaolong soon spotted his target. Standing beside Xiang Mingji was the Azure Dragon Institute principal Qin Yi. Other than him, there were also several Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elders and disciples around. Not long after Huang Xiaolong arrived, 12 figures whistled past them high in the air, each of them exuding a whelming aura. These 12 people were Wangu clan elders. When Huang Xiaolong was going through the registration procedures, 2 Wangu clan elders discussed and made a little bet on Huang Xiaolong, Wangu Shou, and Wangu Chongqing. Both of them were Wangu clan elders involved in overseeing the High God Advancement Tournament. With the arrival of the 12 Wangu clan elders, the noisy square immediately quieted down. Adhering to the Divine World's edict, our Wangu clan will be hosting this High God Advancement Tournament. Wangu Shua scanned the large crowd on the square, continuing, "I believe all of the disciples here already know the rules and prizes of this term's High God Advancement Tournament. Hence, I shall not waste any more time with words. Our Wangu clan wishes the participating disciples good luck in obtaining a good result." Without further delay, all disciples who have registered and received a jade token please step into the transmission array at the square's center. The moment Wangu Shua's instructions sounded, participating disciples from various galaxies hurried into the transmission array. Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a hurry. A dozen transfers would take all the participating disciples to the destination. There wasn't much of a difference in being the first batch or the last batch of people to arrive. The duration for this term's High God Advancement Tournament was 2 years. 1 hour earlier or 1 hour later didn't really matter. 1 hour later, the 17.62 million disciples taking part in the tournament had all been transferred to the overflowing lightning world. Huang Xiaolong and Xiang Mingji were in the last batch transferred to the destination. Originally, as a lower realms transmission array, the Aeon Cities array could not be connected to the overflowing lightning world of a higher realm. However, that big shot who combined 100,000 galaxies for the High God Advancement Tournament used a secret method that surpassed all barriers and laws to connect the Aeon Cities transmission array to the divine world. Thus, the participants could remain in the overflowing lightning world for 2 whole years. After 2 years, Huang Xiaolong and the other participants would be rejected by the higher realm's laws, sending them back to the Aeon City. Deep worry wrinkled Feng Yang's forehead as he watched Huang Xiaolong step inside the transmission array. Master, junior apprentice brother, is someone with great fortune. Even if he doesn't enter the top 1,000, he won't face life-threatening dangers. Master need not be overly worried. Lu Yun comforted. Feng Yang nodded, inwardly wishing it was as Lu Yun said. At this time, the Aeon City's transmission array glimmered with dazzling light. The stone mirror placed in the center of the transmission array projected a ranking name list. On the very top of the ranking list was none other than Wangu Yanhui. Before his name was a string of numbers reading 3024. Under Wangu Yanhui's name was Luo Xiaochen from the Ancient Sorcerer Galaxy's Ancient Sorcerer School with 2093. Further down was the Everlasting Galaxy Fortune Gate Fang Chu with 2084. Names continued appearing on the ranking list one after another, exactly 3,000 names from top to bottom. The appearance of the ranking list and the details on it raised a buzz of excitement from the spectating crowd still on the square. Wangu Yanhui is truly the Wangu clan's most talented genius in the last 10,000 years. Barely 1 hour passed since the tournament started, and he has already accumulated 3,024 points, taking the lead in the first place. The current ranking cannot prove anything. Our Mu clan's disciple Mu Qi will definitely surpass Wangu Yanhui before you know it. Discussions and exclamations could be heard everywhere. The respective clans, families, and sect elders were all beaming when they saw the name that belonged to their own force, especially those ranked within the top 1,000. Names flickered endlessly amongst the top 1,000 rankings, indicating the rapid changes. Some rose in ranking, while others dropped. However, the names in the top 10 seemed to be stable, rarely changing. 3 hours later, the name on the very top remained as Wangu Yanhui. Below his name were the other Fourth Order High God Realm disciples. Master, look, it's junior brother. He's now in the 1,642nd place. Qin Yi's eldest disciple excitedly exclaimed. Qin Yi looked at the ranking list, his face splitting into a wide smile seeing Xiang Mingji's name on it. Your junior brother was in the last group of people who were transferred in, 1 hour late compared to the first group. Based on your junior brother's strength, he'll climb into the top 1,000th ranks very soon. While Qin Yi was speaking, Xiang Mingji's name continued to rise up the ranks as his points grew increasingly higher, bypassing more than a dozen names. Watching Xiang Mingji gain an upward momentum, Qin Yi nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. In the distance, Feng Yang's group was secretly hopeful as they checked the names on the ranking list. However, not even after they reached the last name at the very bottom did they see Huang Xiaolong's name. Instead, they saw Xiang Mingji's name rapidly rising, which was the reason for the ugly expression on Feng Yang, Lu Yun, Chen Yang, and Qi Wen's face. At this time in the overflowing lightning world, Huang Xiaolong surveyed the barren mountains surrounding him. A tiny frown could be seen between his eyebrows. This is the overflowing lightning world? He raised his head to the sky, looking at the ribbons of lightning streaking through the air and entangling with each other. Huang Xiaolong attempted to spread his divine sense and discovered that it could only cover 10,000 li in radius. Not only that, both his god battle chi and true immortal essence force were suppressed to a certain degree. The overflowing lightning world was a higher realm world surface. Its space and time laws differed from the lower realm, hence Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised that a portion of his strength was suppressed. He had expected this. He merely stopped for a brief moment before disappearing in a flicker, flying forward. He didn't fly for long when, all of a sudden, 100 zhong tall earth bear jumped out from the ground below. 2 powerful bear paws pounced at Huang Xiaolong, exuding a strong earth and lightning element forces. All demonic beasts in the overflowing lightning world possessed the force of lightning, which was why all of them were also called lightning beasts. Looking at the attacking earth bear, Huang Xiaolong didn't dodge. A sharp bright light flickered from his soul sea, releasing a soul force sword that instantly pierced through the earth bear's head. With Huang Xiaolong's current soul force, the regular Third Order High God Realm Masters wouldn't be able to defend against his soul force sword attack. Even less so a late 10th Order God Realm Earth Bear. The Earth Bear fell heavily to the ground. At the same time the Earth Bear died, a small bright light flew out from its body into Huang Xiaolong, entering the jade token inside his body. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense checked his jade token, noticing there were 10 points beside his name. According to the tournament rules, once the participants stepped onto the overflowing lightning world, they'd be given points for every lightning beast they killed. The stronger the lightning beast they killed, the higher the points they would receive. Their ranking in the tournament was directly related to the amount of points they collected. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong noticed that he currently ranked outside the 10 million position. Soon, he saw Xiang Mingji's rank through the jade slip. 967th. This was Xiang Mingji's current ranking. 967th. Huang Xiaolong read out the number and sneered. This guy surely slid up the ranks fast. But then again, it was better this way. According to the tournament rules, killing another competitor allowed them to obtain half of the points in that person's jade token. Thus, before he found him, the more points Xiang Mingji accumulated, the higher Huang Xiaolong's advantage became. Huang Xiaolong continued to fly forward. A short while later, a concealed lightning beast suddenly lunged at him from behind, an early First Order High God Realm lightning snake. Its jaws stretched wide, 2 sharp poisonous fangs piercing down on Huang Xiaolong. But before it reached 100 zhong from him, it was killed by a soul force sword. At Huang Xiaolong's current soul force, killing a lightning beast below 3rd Order High God realm with a soul force sword didn't use much of his soul force. Around 1 hour later, Huang Xiaolong was feeling a little depressed. Although the lightning beasts here possessed the strength of High God realm masters, their bodies do not house any godheads. Huang Xiaolong had killed 3 First Order High God realm lightning beasts, but did not find a single godhead inside their bodies. In the beginning, he had slightly fantasized that he could collect a large number of godheads during the tournament so that he could refine them after breaking through to High God realm, stabilizing his breakthrough and enhancing his strength further. But now, his great plan went down the drain. A sliver of Huang Xiaolong's divine sense sunk into the jade token again. After killing 16 lightning beasts, his position had shot up from the previous one outside 10 million up to the ranks around 6 million. Although the ranks around 6 million didn't seem much, one mustn't forget that there were 17.62 million disciples from 100,000 galaxies taking part. Huang Xiaolong's current ranking was above 11 million disciples in less than 2 hours after he entered the overflowing lightning world. Then again, he did not deliberately seek lightning beasts. So far, he had only killed the beasts that attacked him, otherwise, his current ranking would have surpassed Xiang Mingji by now. Another hour passed. The number of lightning beasts that died in Huang Xiaolong's hand went up to 30, pushing his position up another million. There was something troubling Huang Xiaolong at this moment, obvious from the creases between his brows. Describing the overflowing lightning world as vast was an understatement. Even if he flew at full speed for 100 years, he might not make a full circle back to the starting point. Although he had left a mark on Xiang Mingji's body, it was easier said than done to find him. After all, that mark was limited to a certain distance. Even though both he and Xiang Mingji were amongst the last group of participants to be transferred here, all of them were scattered in various locations after the transfer instead of arriving as a group in the same location. More than 2 hours had passed, but he had yet to come across other participating disciples. Then he inhaled deeply, shaking away the unnecessary thoughts in his mind. He had a feeling that whether it was Xiang Mingji or that Yelu Tianfeng, he would run into them sooner or later, as if it was fated. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to leave, the sound of piercing winds came from the far distance. Turning to look, he saw 5 disciples clad in scarlet robes flying in his direction. Clearly, these 5 disciples were from the same sect or family. Although these 5 had yet to break through to the High God realm, their cultivation reached perfection stage late 10th Order God realm. Each one of their strength rivaled the top 10 on the High God advancement list. When the 5 scarlet-robed disciples noticed Huang Xiaolong, they were momentarily surprised before splitting into a grin. "I didn't expect to run into a stray family disciple here." One of them laughed. "6th senior brother. Shall we kill him and rob his points?" Another disciple inquired with excitement in his voice. "No need. Based on this kid's cultivation, in just 2 or 3 hours he shouldn't have killed that many lightning beasts. Killing him won't give us many points. Control him and have him scout the path for us. He'll be better used as cannon fodder." These people did not bother to lower their voices, nor did they bother to conceal their plan. Every word reached Huang Xiaolong's ears clearly. The 5 disciples arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong, spreading out to encircle him, blocking all escape paths. "Kid, you've heard what we said just now. You have 2 choices. 1, being killed by us and having half of your point distributed between us, or 2, scout the way for us like an obedient errand boy." One of them stated with a lofty air, sneering at Huang Xiaolong. "You have 1 minute to think about it." The corner of Huang Xiaolong's lips curved into a slight smile. 1 minute? That's too long. 1 minute was too long? The 5 disciples were confused. Before they could react, a sharp light flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. For swords made of soul force whistled in the air, piercing through 4 of the 5 disciples' foreheads. For bodies plummeted to the ground. The remaining disciple looked dazedly at the 4 bodies, fear slowly creeping up his face. In the next moment, he fell to his knees in the air, pleading, "Senior, have mercy. We're disciples of the Flaming Fires sect. Please give face to our eldest senior brother and spare me." Our eldest senior brother is Zhang Kai, a late 3rd Order High God Realm Master. He also entered this overflowing lightning world. Xianxia. On the Wangu clan's booklet that listed the names of some participants, he had indeed seen this name. However, just as the Flaming Fire sect disciple finished saying all of this, he was pulled up toward Huang Xiaolong by an invisible force. A purple character flew out from Huang Xiaolong's eyes and drilled into the Flaming Fire sect disciple's soul. A moment later, the soul scouring was completed. Huang Xiaolong had very limited knowledge about the overflowing lightning world. He was hoping to obtain some information from this Flaming Fire sect disciple's memories. This was the reason why he left one disciple alive. However, he was disappointed in the end. This Flaming Fire sect disciple's knowledge of the overflowing lightning world was just as much as Huang Xiaolong's. He then lightly tapped a finger on the disciple's forehead, and a sliver of true immortal essence fire spread over the disciple's body, burning everything to ashes, even his soul. Huang Xiaolong collected the 5 spatial rings with a wave of his hand, then sped away. One day passed as darkness slowly raised a blanket over the sky. The night sky of the overflowing lightning world was devoid of the moon and stars. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong noticed that the lightning in the sky above actually increased in number and frequency at night, birthing a great pressure in one's heart. The undulating roars of lightning beasts seemed endless through the night. All kinds of lightning beasts that were hiding during the day came out in droves at this time. Though the night time in the overflowing lightning world was more dangerous than the day, Huang Xiaolong kept flying forward in one direction. With various lightning beasts coming out at night, it was the best time to gain some points. After a day of hunting, adding the points from the 5 Flaming Fire sect disciples, Huang Xiaolong's ranking had risen up to the 2 million range. At an unknown distance from Huang Xiaolong, a figure was hovering above a mountain peak. Fine streaks of lightning sizzled around his body, making him look like the epitome of an ancient lightning god. This person was none other than Xianxia. 2,321,643. Xianxia's divine sense checked the jade token in his body. When he discovered Huang Xiaolong's position, he sneered, mockingly shaking his head. Huang Xiaolong, is this all your strength? Whereas he, after a day of hunting, had risen up to the 563rd place. Furthermore, he had yet to get serious. Compared to Xianxia, Huang Xiaolong's ranking was worse than dog shit. One was in the top 600, the other was above 2 million, the gap was too wide, a distance wider than 180 million li. Xianxia retrieved his divine sense from the jade token, no longer concerned with Huang Xiaolong's ranking. To him, Huang Xiaolong was weak to the point where he had lost interest, he was no longer a threat to him. Now, in this overflowing lightning world, his opponents were those late third-order high god realm and above. Inside this overflowing lightning world, my extreme lightning destruction physique is akin to a fish returning to the water. Not only can I gain points as I hunt lightning beasts, I can also absorb this overflowing lightning world's lightning force to cultivate. Xianxia could hardly contain the excitement in his eyes. Within 1 year's time, I'll be able to advance to late third-order high god realm. At that time, I can absolutely enter the top 100. Xianxia laughed in a low voice at the end. From the sky above, countless streaks of lightning continued to strike down, entering Xianxia's body. Hovering above his soul sea was an enormous godhead that seemed to be condensed out of lightning, devouring the lightning force that entered his body at a terrifying speed and turning it into the purest lightning element god force and lightning god's law. The overflowing lightning world's lightning was of high grade and high purity. Cultivating here for 1 day was even better than cultivating in the Azure Dragon Institute's Forbidden Land for a whole month. Any other high god realm master who cultivated the element of lightning wouldn't be able to absorb the lightning force in this overflowing lightning world like Xianxia did. He was different because he had the extreme lightning destruction physique. Ranked 6th among the 3,000 unique physiques. Other than his extreme lightning destruction physique, Xianxia had condensed a top-rank 10 lightning element godhead. All of a sudden, a lightning beast jumped out and attacked Xianxia. However, just as it reached his side, it was repelled by the flickering lightning around his body, turning into gray ash scattered in the air. This was the power of lightning fire. Moreover, it wasn't the common lightning fire, It was the unique lightning fire of the extreme lightning destruction physique. Nighttime is the best time for hunting. A bloodlust light glimmered in Xiang Mingji's eyes. His mouth split into a grin. I like it. His figure turned into a streak of light, disappearing into the night. The night hunt begins. As lightning beasts continued to die under Xiang Mingji's hand, his position flew up the ranks. At this time, around the Aeon Square's perimeter, the Azure Dragon Institute's Tung Chu watched as Xiang Mingji's name glimmered brighter as he rose through the ranks. He let out a happy laughter. Master, look, Junior Brother's ranking has gone up again. He's really close to the 500th. In another 2 hours, he can definitely enter the top 500. Qin Yi beamed proudly. Everyone from Azure Dragon Institute was excited and full of smiles. Masters from the 4 galaxies' forces standing close by looked at them with envious gazes. Disciples from tens of thousands galaxies took part in this tournament. No matter whose disciple it was, being able to enter the top 1,000 brought supreme glory to the forces they hailed from. Feng Yang, who was looking on from the distance, also noticed Xiang Mingji's improving position through the ranking list. Seeing Qin Yi's proud, smiling face, his heart felt uncomfortable. Qin Yi turned slightly to look at Feng Yang, a wide grin on his face. Feng Yang, you didn't think this would happen, right? The wheel turns and every person has their day. My disciple Xiang Mingji can achieve such a good position. I just wonder what rank that disciple of yours, Huang Xiaolong, reached. Is it in the range of 10 million? Perhaps lower than 12 million. Sang Chu mocked with a smiling face. Master, I think you're overestimating Huang Xiaolong, saying he's around the 10 million range. I say he's definitely at the end of 17 million. Qin Yi and those from Azure Dragon Institute exploded in laughter. Due to the fact that the list projected above the Aeon Square Center only showed up to 3,000 names, leaving the remaining disciples' results unknown, Feng Yang's group didn't have the slightest clue of Huang Xiaolong's ranking. It was known there were over 17 million disciples taking part in this tournament, so when Sang Chu said that Huang Xiaolong was probably at the end of 17 million, Lu Yun and Qi Wen turned red with anger. Feng Yang didn't look that good either. However, Feng Yang couldn't retort without knowing Huang Xiaolong's ranking. I wonder who it was that claimed Huang Xiaolong to be our 4 galaxies' most talented genius in countless millennia. What fucking blind dog eyes. An Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elder snickered. That's right, compared to our junior brother. That Huang Xiaolong is nothing but trash. Sang Chu went on with inflated audacity. Our junior brother is the true genius of the 4 galaxies. That Huang Xiaolong is just a fart. Wait until our junior brother enters the top 100. Our junior brother will bring the greatest glory to the 4 galaxies. Lu Yun and Qi Wen were fuming. A sharp light glinted in Feng Yang's eyes as he harumphed coldly. You really think your Azure Dragon Institute's Xiang Mingji can enter the top 100? This is just the first day. It's too early to be ecstatic. Who knows, that Xiang Mingji might end up dead a few days later. Qin Yi's expression sank. This is what I should be saying to you. Don't worry. That Huang Xiaolong is destined to never return. In another location, the 12 Wangu clan elders were smiling brightly looking at the ranking list. On the first place was still Wangu Yanhui. One day had passed and Wangu Yanhui's points had reached 66,035. At second place was Fortune Gate's Fang Siyu with 61,041 points. In the third place was Mu Qi from the Mu clan with 50,649 points. The first place of this term's High God Advancement Tournament definitely belongs to our Wangu clan. Wangu Chongqing laughed softly as he said, This Wangu Yanhui kid really didn't disappoint us old men, ah. But what a pity. Our Wangu clan only has a single disciple who could enter the top 10. Wangu Shua sighed. I say, old man, that Wangu Yanhui kid could get the first place, you're still not satisfied? If all top 10 places were monopolized by our Wangu clan, it would be heaven-defying. Not possible. Another Wangu clan elder, Wangu Yuan, laughed. Still, even though Wangu Zhan, that brat, and Wangu Rui, that little girl, won't be able to get a spot within the top 10. Top 100 is not a problem for them. In this tournament, their Wangu clan had more than 400 disciples participating. Although Wanggu Zhen and Wanggu Rui's talents couldn't compare to Wanggu Yanhui's, they were still top geniuses, already peak late third order high god realm masters. Both of them currently ranked within the top 100. 5 days went by quickly. The 4 galaxies masters gathering at the square had dispersed by a large portion. In the first 2 days, these masters had secretly harbored hope that disciples from their families or sects would be able to rise up in ranking. However, 5 days later, their disappointment squashed whatever thoughts of luck or hope they had. Little by little, these people lost interest in staring at the ranking list and left the square. Master, let's go back to the surging mansion first. Lu Yun hesitated a little before saying. Feng Yang sighed heavily in his heart, nodding to Lu Yun. All right. 5 days had passed, yet Huang Xiaolong's name did not appear in the top 3,000. Although Feng Yang couldn't estimate Huang Xiaolong's current ranking, a portion of his confidence had dwindled away. Rather than waiting here and endure that Azure Dragon Institute's proud smiles and incessant ridicule, it was best they return to the Surging Waves mansion and wait for news. Therefore, Feng Yang's group also left the Aeon Square. Qin Yi sneered when he noticed Feng Yang's group leaving. Then he continued observing the ranking list. At this time, Xiang Mingji not only entered the top 500, he was sitting in the 363rd place. A place in the spotlight. Looking at Xiang Mingji's name shining on the ranking list, growing increasingly bright in the last 5 days, the beaming smile on Qin Yi's face grew increasingly blinding. At this time, in the overflowing lightning world, 2 streaks of light drilled into the jade token inside Huang Xiaolong's body, immediately increasing his number of points. 46,092 points. These were Huang Xiaolong's points, with current ranking standing at 59,368. Although the bottom of top 50,000 was a far cry from Xiang Mingji's position, it was still considered a significant improvement. There were first-order High God Realm disciples that were below Huang Xiaolong in the ranks. In this tournament, there were more than 20,000 disciples of late first-order High God Realm and above. Adding on the cultivators of early first-order High God Realm, their number exceeded 3 million. Therefore, disciples ranked in the top 10,000 were mostly late first-order High God Realm and above, with merely a handful of perfection stage late 10th-order God Realm cultivators like Huang Xiaolong who managed to climb up to the ranks of 50,000. Shortly after consuming a spring-autumn 100-life divine pellet, Huang Xiaolong flew out from a valley, continuing to fly in a certain direction. The lightning beasts he met on the way were all killed using just a soul force sword. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, the participants had spent a month in the overflowing lightning world. In this 1 month's time, Huang Xiaolong did not stop to rest, persistently flying in a single direction. Whenever he felt that his god battle chi and soul force were close to exhaustion, he would consume a spring-autumn 100-life divine pellet and employ instant recovery to return to his peak condition. Along the way, he came across a few groups of disciples. Some were alone like Huang Xiaolong, and there were also disciples from different backgrounds who came together to form a group, as well as groups purely consisting of disciples from the same force. Each of these people was strong and had great confidence in their own strength. Hence, there were a few who had the intention of killing Huang Xiaolong and rob his points when they saw a measly perfection stage late 10th order God Realm disciple on his own. Naturally, one could imagine the ending of these people who acted on their desire. After killing a few groups, there were 20 more spatial rings inside Huang Xiaolong's Azura ring. Disciples eligible to participate in the tournament were all top geniuses of their galaxies. Their spatial rings surely contained quite a lot of good stuff. They might not be useful to Huang Xiaolong, but he could use them to reward his martial spirit world subordinates when he returned. After the first month passed, Huang Xiaolong's ranking had risen again from his previous bottom of 50,000 to the upper half of 20,000, at 23,645. In the few groups of disciples he killed, the strongest one was a peak late first order High God Realm, but their accumulated points were only that many. Otherwise Huang Xiaolong would have already shot up into the top 20,000. Then again, Huang Xiaolong wasn't too concerned with his current performance. During this time, he was still focused on finding Xiang Mingji, or else, based on his strength, he could easily rush up into top 100 by now. 132nd place. Huang Xiaolong was checking the jade token for Xiang Mingji's progress with a self-deprecating smile. Judging from the results, Xiang Mingji went all out in this 1 month. Following this trend, in another month or two, he would enter top 100. Although he failed to find Xiang Mingji in this 1 month, Huang Xiaolong was in no rush. He looked forward to finding Xiang Mingji right after he entered the top 100. On the other side, in Aeon City Square, the members of the Azure Dragon Institute group were staring intently at the ranking board, observing Xiang Mingji's ranking that was slowly but steadily inching up toward the top 100. Their faces bloomed like a flower in spring. Recalling the fact that there were more than 17 million disciples from close to 100,000 galaxies participating in this high god advancement tournament, all of them geniuses among geniuses, it was a great glory for one of their disciples to obtain a spot in the top 100. Qin Yi could already imagine the scene where his disciple Xiang Mingji was one of the top 100 winners. Shocking the 4 galaxies, the uproar it would cause. Thanks to this, their Azure Dragon Institute's reputation would spread far and wide. I wonder what ranking that Huang Xiaolong has, an Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elder casually mentioned. Sang Chu issued a cold laugh. What kind of good ranking can a mere god realm achieve? If it were up to me, I say that Huang Xiaolong is still struggling below the 10 million. That's right. Who knows, maybe that Huang Xiaolong has already died in the overflowing lightning world. Another Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elder chimed, his tone filled with ridicule. Junior brother rose another 2 spots. Sang Chu suddenly shouted in excitement. All of the Azure Dragon Institute members turned to look at the ranking list, and indeed, in that brief moment they exchanged a few words. Xiang Mingji had risen 2 places up the list, taking the 130th position. All of them were laughing widely. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. The tournament was about to enter its 4th month. During the first month, the changes on the ranking list were frequent due to the rapid changes in the disciples' accumulated points, whereas now, at the end of the 3rd month, things seemed to have settled down. Xiang Mingji did not disappoint the Azure Dragon Institute members, finally breaking into top 100. Furthermore, he shot all the way up to the 89th place. Since the higher a participant's points were, the brighter their name shined on the ranking list. Xiang Mingji's name was undoubtedly eye-catching. Master, it's Feng Yang, that old man. Sang Chu suddenly whispered to Qin Yi. Qin Yi and the other Azure Dragon Institute members turned over to look, seeing Feng Yang, Lu Yun, and the rest walking over from the distance. In these 3 months, Feng Yang and his disciples would come over to check the ranking list every 10 days or so. Even though they knew the chances of Huang Xiaolong entering the top 3,000 were extremely slim, Feng Yang still harbored a sliver of hope, hoping for a miracle. Feng Yang, I didn't expect you to still not give up at this stage. Seeing Feng Yang coming to the square again, Qin Yi began ridiculing him in a cold voice. Don't tell me you really believe a miracle will happen. Every time Feng Yang came to look at the ranking list, Qin Yi would take the opportunity to mock him. This gave Qin Yi an instant feeling of satisfaction. Unfortunately, there are only so many miracles in the world. Qin Yi snickered. You guys are bound to be disappointed again. I'd advise you to stop coming. It's sad to say this, but that Huang Xiaolong is probably dead. Feng Yang's gaze was sharp as blades. Ignoring Qin Yi's taunts, he looked at the ranking list, but Huang Xiaolong's name still hadn't appeared. Noticing Xiang Mingji, who was already in the 89th place, Feng Yang's expression grew uglier. Let us return. A moment later, Feng Yang said to his 3 disciples. There was an air of dejection around Feng Yang as he left the square. At this time in the overflowing lightning world, Huang Xiaolong retrieved his divine sense from the jade token. 4,346th place. This was Huang Xiaolong's current position. In general, disciples who could rise to the top 5,000 possessed the strength of a late second-order high god realm and above. If it was known that a god realm cultivator like Huang Xiaolong actually broke into the top 4,000, it was enough to cause an uproar at the Aeon Square. However, the ranking list projected in the Aeon Square only showed the top 3,000 names and didn't show the disciples' cultivation realm and strength. Hence, Huang Xiaolong's existence went unnoticed. Even Xiang Mingji, who paid close attention to him in the first few days, stopped doing so after Huang Xiaolong's disappointing performance. The same went for the Yelu family disciples. On this day, Huang Xiaolong was flying forward as usual when, all of a sudden, he stopped in the air with an astonished expression. There was a megapolis in the distance. There was actually a city in the overflowing lightning world. This possibility never occurred to Huang Xiaolong. Looking at buildings inside the megapolis in front of him, Huang Xiaolong couldn't guess what they were made of. The city walls reflected a faint black light. Thick layers of dark clouds seemed to hover permanently above the city, with lightning weaving across them like dragons. From Huang Xiaolong's current location, the megapolis looked like a city that rose from hell, exuding a violent killing aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even though he was at a far distance from the city, the overwhelming destructive force coming from the giant dark clouds with streaks of lightning exuded a pressure he felt down to his soul. Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a second before he flew toward the intimidating city. As he was flying toward the city, 3 figures were hidden close to the city gates. These 3 figures had concealed their auras and presence. Their bodies emitted a strange radiance that allowed them to become one with their surroundings. Even when walking right beside them, one wouldn't be able to detect their presence. These 3 were all peak late second order high god realm disciples from the Prestige Galaxy's Water Clan. It was an ancient clan, one of the few most powerful clans of the Prestige Galaxy. These 3 figures were part of the Water Clan disciples that entered the tournament, the stronger ones of that group, and their current rankings were somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000. The 3 of them had been hiding close to the city gates for over a month, preying on disciples who passed by. However, the 3 of them weren't greedy, only killing disciples below third order high god realm. With the 3 of them cooperating, a peak late second order high god realm that strayed off from the main group wouldn't be able to escape from their hands, not to mention the fact that all 3 of them possessed an ancient divine artifact that could isolate the space and energy fluctuations around a person. Even if they fought and killed someone, no one on the outside could detect anything, and there was no way to investigate who killed them. Hence, even after leaving the overflowing lightning world, they weren't afraid of anyone coming to find trouble with them. In a little over a month, the number of disciples who died in their hands probably reached 100, maybe even more. His mother. It's already been 2 days since a disciple last came this way. One of the 3, Lu Pang, grumbled. Waiting like this is not a solution. I think we'd do better enter the city a few days later. Another companion suggested. Someone's coming. The person who glanced outside suddenly exclaimed in a hushed voice. When he took another closer look, disappointment filled his face. Just a perfection stage late 10th order god realm? His mother, we waited 2 full days for this shrimp? Even if we kill him, how many points can each of us get? Lu Pang was feeling disgruntled. Getting something is better than not getting anything at all. Another person stated, the kid's coming. Let's move. The 3 figures flew out from their hiding place to attack. Regardless of the other party's strength, the 3 of them always attacked together. Only then would the points be evenly distributed amongst them after the opponent was killed. While the 3 thought the other side would instantly die under their joint attack, the figure in front of them blurred away in a flicker, dodging their attacks, leaving 3 Water Clan disciples dumbfounded. The other party was none other than Huang Xiaolong. Kid, you unexpectedly have some skill. You most likely cultivated some secret technique to conceal your true cultivation and appear as a perfection stage late 10th order god realm, right? The disciple named Lu Pang narrowed his eyes dangerously, observing Huang Xiaolong. The 3 of them naturally didn't believe that a mere god realm ant could dodge their joint attack. Hence, they were convinced that Huang Xiaolong used some secret technique to conceal his cultivation. But I like this much better. You're probably a late second order high god realm disciple? Or a peak late second order high god realm? One of the 3 smirked. I bet you've accumulated quite a lot of points, yeah. The 3 moved tacitly. One of them secretly took out his ancient divine artifact to lock and veil this area from being detected. Huang Xiaolong did not miss this person's sneaky movements, yet did not move to stop that disciple. He laughed faintly in reply. Not much. Just a little over 300,000 points, currently ranked somewhere in the 4,300 range. Over 300,000. Hearing this, 3 pairs of eyes lit up. As long as they killed this kid, each of them could gain more than 50,000 points. Currently ranked 4,000-something? The 3 of them estimated Huang Xiaolong's strength to be around late Second Order High God realm. Be careful. Don't hold back. Finish this quickly. Lu Pang cautioned his companions using voice transmission. Huang Xiaolong's serene attitude gave him a strong sense of unease. Don't worry, Senior Brother Cheng. With the 3 of us going all out, we'll be able to finish him off in 10 minutes. One of them confidently said. Just as that disciple stopped talking, a glaring sword of light pierced through space. Before the disciple could react, Huang Xiaolong's soul force blade had slashed down on him, starting from the head. A vertical thin line of blood emerged from that disciple's head to his lower body. A beat later, blood spurted in the air. This Water Clan disciple's body was split in 2. A godhead flew out and was sucked into Huang Xiaolong's palm. Then a sliver of true immortal essence fire instantly burned away the soul residing inside the godhead. A large mass of light flew out from the Water Clan disciple's body into the jade token inside Huang Xiaolong. Immediately, Huang Xiaolong's token glimmered as his point soared. You! The other 2 disciples came to their senses, but they were filled with fear. The 3 of them were equally matched in terms of strength, so if this young man wanted to kill them both, it would only take one move. Run! Only one thought filled the remaining 2 disciples' minds. Yet just as this thought emerged, 2 soul force swords were already whistling toward them. Despite the 2 of them being on guard, they were still pierced by Huang Xiaolong's soul force swords. Those swords made of soul force were not only capable of causing physical damage, they also contained a soul attack. However, the ancient Water Clan descendants possessed a unique soul. Despite the damage from Huang Xiaolong's soul attack, their souls managed to survive. 2 godheads fell into Huang Xiaolong's hands and a sliver of true immortal fire emerged from his finger, cleanly burning away the 2 Water Clan disciples' souls. So many spatial rings. With a sweep of his divine sense over the 3 disciple spatial rings, Huang Xiaolong was astonished to discover that each one of the 3 spatial rings contained several dozens of other spatial rings. This was a delightful surprise. He put all of them into his Azura ring. Then, with a casual point of his finger, a cyan-colored bead fell into his palm. This was the ancient divine artifact that the 3 Water Clan disciples used to lock the surrounding space. Huang Xiaolong did not give it more than a single glance before throwing it into his Azura ring as well. After killing the 3 disciples, Huang Xiaolong bathed in glimmering light as his points shot up rapidly, causing his ranking to soar up on the list. At the end, his name stopped right at the 3,000 spot. 3,000. This result wasn't unexpected to Huang Xiaolong. Based on the 3 people's strength, half of their accumulated points pushed his rank to the top 3,000. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense left the jade token and he flew toward the city gates. At the same time, at the Aeon Square, at the bottom of the ranking list, on the last 3,000th position, Huang Xiaolong's name appeared after a soft glimmer of light. Although Huang Xiaolong's ranking reached the top 3,000 and his name appeared at the bottom of the ranking list, due to his name being on the very bottom, no one noticed the appearance of a new name. A second later, an Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elder coincidentally looked at the ranking list. But, before looking away, the corner of his eye caught sight of the bottom part of the list and his expression stiffened. Huang Xiaolong. He widened his eyes, then rubbed them with his fingers. He wasn't wrong. It was indeed Huang Xiaolong's name. His expression changed. His mouth opened and closed, stammering. An Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elder beside him noticed his strange behavior and asked curiously, "What is it?" The first Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elder pointed at the ranking list, squeezing out, "At the bottom, Huang Xiaolong? It's Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong." When Qin Yi, Zhang Chu, and the others heard this, they abruptly turned to look at the ranking list following that Grand Elder's finger. But, a moment before their gazes fell on the bottom of the ranking list, a light glimmered and Huang Xiaolong's name was replaced by another disciple named Yuan Ji, taking over the 3,000th spot. Which was why, when Qin Yi and the rest of the Azure Dragon Institute members looked at the bottom of the ranking list, It read Yuanji. What Huang Xiaolong? Sang Chu snapped. The name Yuanji is clearly written there, making a fuss out of nothing. I think you've been staring at the ranking list for too long. Your eyes got all blurry and saw wrongly. That Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elder once again rubbed his eyes. Seeing that it was indeed the name Yuanji, stated on the ranking list, he was speechless. More like he didn't know what to say to salvage himself. I agree, Grand Elder Chun, you've seen wrongly. Even if that Huang Xiaolong is still alive, how could he even climb up into the top 3,000 with his measly strength? Another Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elder chimed in. The first Grand Elder's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. He took another look at the bottom of the ranking list, but it was still the name Yuanji. Could it be he really saw wrongly? Was it a hallucination? The rest already turned away, ignoring him as their attention returned to Xiang Mingji's movement in the top 100. Although Xiang Mingji, who possessed the Azure Dragon Divine Fire and Extreme Lightning Destruction physique, was very strong, his rise had become much harder after he reached his current position despite the continuous increase in his points. The disciples in front of him were all third-order High God Realm and above. Their accumulation of points wasn't any slower than Xiang Mingji's. At this rate, Xiang Mingji could, at most, reach around the 80th place. 80th, with his disciple being able to reach this level, Qin Yi was already extremely satisfied. In the overflowing lightning world, Huang Xiaolong flew into the megapolis. At first glance, the inside the city was a stretch of desolation all around. Its wide, spacious streets held nothing but ruins. Even though it was daylight, the dark clouds and lightning hovering above it cast a shadow of darkness over the city, forever trapping this place in the last light of dusk. Huang Xiaolong walked on an empty street, noticing that everywhere he looked within the city, there were fine streaks of lightning running down. Although the destructive power of these fine lightning streaks was small, his god battle chi depleted 6 times faster inside the city. Though those fine strands of lightning could hardly harm Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique, he still took precautions by putting on his Glory of the Water God armor as well as taking out the Water God halberd, in case of unforeseen situations. It's a pity that I haven't condensed my godhead. Otherwise I could absorb the lightning force here to temper my physique. Huang Xiaolong sighed. The overflowing lightning world was a higher realm world and the lightning force here was extremely pure. If he could absorb it to temper his body even just for a year's time, it would be much better than his cultivation efforts in the lower realm. As he walked up the street, his instincts shouted danger and he swiftly dodged to the side. Just as Huang Xiaolong dodged, a large lightning bead landed where he stood earlier. A giant hole appeared in the middle of the street, its depth like a bottomless abyss. Even Huang Xiaolong was alarmed by this, quickly looking at a certain dark cloud above. There was actually a lightning beast hiding inside this dark cloud, an early third-order High God Realm lightning beast. These dark clouds could block the probing of divine sense. If this lightning beast did not attack Huang Xiaolong just now, he wouldn't know there was actually a lightning beast hiding inside. A sharp light gleamed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes and his momentum rose like a violent flood. With a low bellow, he shot up into the sky, the water god halberd in his hand thrusting into the center of that dark cloud. At the same time, for swords made of soul force stabbed into the lightning beast. A painful wail resounded in the air as several spurts of blood rushed in the air. A 30-zhang long lightning beast resembling a green wolf plummeted to the ground. It was a green wolf lightning beast with a pair of wings on its back that flickered with lightning. The green wolf lightning beast did not expect a god realm runt to actually avoid its attack, moreover suddenly retaliating and injuring it. The wolf let out a furious roar, one that could paralyze the enemy's soul. However, this soul attack had no effect on that human. Huang Xiaolong lunged down, Azura Chi imbued into the black halberd as he stabbed out. The Azura sword skill's first move, Tempest of Hell, a violent wind vortex spun, its howling akin to the wretched cries of evil spirits from the depths of hell. Huang Xiaolong had mastered all of the Azura sword skill's 18 moves and could display them with any kind of weapon. The green wolf lightning beast jumped back to dodge and its wings spread out, flapping vigorously. As if it was summoned, The lightning high up in the dark clouds struck down. Clearly, this green wolf lightning beast's wings could manipulate the lightning force in this world to attack. And even though these lightning strikes weren't lethal, the average third-order High God Realm Masters would be hard-pressed to withstand them. As the lightning landed on the tempest of Hell's wind vortex, sparks flew out and the vortex shook, causing the street to be further destroyed. Huang Xiaolong fully circulated his Azura Qi, forming a Hell Azura barrier around himself, and dispersed the shockwaves from the lightning strikes with a shake. The long halberd in his hand once again attacked the green wolf lightning beast. The Azura sword skill's second move, Tears of Azura. A large amount of Azura Qi turned into raindrops covering thousands of li, pelting down. The third move, Wrath of the Nether King. The fourth move, State of Abundant Lightning. Huang Xiaolong's attacks came consecutively. Even though the Green Wolf Lightning Beast was a third-order High God realm, it was still weaker compared to Dragon Emperor Aotai. On top of that, it was heavily injured by Huang Xiaolong due to its carelessness and suffered the consecutive attacks after that. Soon, Huang Xiaolong's halberd pierced through the Green Wolf Lightning Beast's head, erasing its soul once and for all. A bright stream of light flew out from the Green Wolf Lightning Beast's corpse into the jade token inside Huang Xiaolong's body. In an instant, more than 3,000 points were added to his jade token, but he then discovered that he fell 2 places to the 3,002nd position even though his points had increased. Huang Xiaolong shook his head with a wry smile. Looks like his speed in gaining points was indeed slow. He continued to walk forward. While Huang Xiaolong ventured further into the city, in another part of the city not far from him there were a dozen disciples besieging a lightning beast. These disciples were all from the same force, disciples of the Yelu family. The strength of this group of Yelu family disciples wasn't low. The weakest ones were at least early second-order High God realm, whereas the stronger one's Cultivation was at early third-order High God realm. Under the brutal attacks of the Yelu family disciples, the 6 lightning beasts were killed ashort while later and bright streams of light rushed out from their bodies into the disciples' tokens. Congratulations, Big Brother Yelu Xian. You have once again risen up the ranks, already reaching the 921th place. One of the Yelu family disciples congratulated a young man holding a great knife in his hand. The rest of Yelu family disciples quickly followed. Congratulations, Big Brother Yelu Xian. This young man holding a great knife, Yelu Xian, was the strongest person among this group of disciples, an early third-order High God Realm Master. Hearing the waves of congratulations, Yelu Xian was full of smiles as he nodded. He then turned toward 2 disciples holding swords. Yelu Bai, Yelu Xian, both of your rankings are quite good, at 1063rd and 1087th places. You have high hopes of breaking into the top 1000. Other than Yelu Xian, the strongest of the group would be Yelu Bai and Yelu Xian, the former being a peak late second-order High God realm and the latter was a late second-order High God realm. The remaining disciples were between early to mid-second-order High God realm. Hearing Yelu Xian's words, the remaining disciples also hurried to wish Yelu Bai and Yelu Xian well. I wonder where Big Brother Yelu Tianfeng is at the moment. Who would have thought there would be 13 fourth-order High God realm disciples in the tournament? It seems there will be some difficulties for Big Brother Yelu Tianfeng to enter the top 10. Yelu Bai said all of a sudden. This tournament's fourth-order High God realm disciples reached an astounding number of 13 people, exceeding everyone's estimations. Currently, those in the top 10 were all fourth-order High God realm masters. Initially, the Yelu family had assumed that their greatest talent of all times, Yelu Tianfeng, could sit comfortably in the top 3, even snatching the first place without much of a problem. But now, not only was Yelu Tianfeng struggling to climb up to the top 10, he was currently ranked 15th. Yelu Xian refuted. It has only been 3 months. The current ranking is not an indication of the final result. Other than that Wangu Yanhui, our big brother Yelu Tianfeng isn't any worse than Feng Chu, Mu Qi, Zhou Yao, or the rest. Big brother Yelu Tianfeng can definitely enter the top 10. That Huang Xiaolong, did he already die? This overflowing lightning world is bigger than we imagined. If he happens to hide in a remote corner, it would be really hard for us to find him. Yelu Xian frowned, his voice solemn. That punk would better pray to die earlier. Otherwise, if he falls into my hand, I have 1,000 ways to torture him, Yelu Xian snorted with disdain. Every time he recalled Huang Xiaolong using 40,000 top divine-grade spirit stones to purchase the Surging Waves mansion, his heart would burn with anger. When had their Yelu family ever been slapped in the face when it comes to money? A while later, Yelu Xian continued to lead the Yelu family disciples further into the city. The lightning beasts inside the abandoned city were quite powerful, at least a first-order high god realm and above, but with all of them working together, these lightning beasts were easily killed. The Yelu family had a heritage battle formation passed down from their ancestors, called Twin Frost Flame Formation. When the formation was in place, their strength increased by a large margin, so much that they could even fight against a late third-order high god realm lightning beast. As their group continued to venture deeper into the city, their points rapidly rose. Big Brother Yelu Xian. Good news! Just now, a Beitang family disciple sent me a message, saying he spotted Huang Xiaolong. A few hours later, a Yelu family disciple came running to report to Yelu Xian. The other Yelu family disciples that heard it all showed excited faces. Yelu Xian was laughing out loud. Really? That's truly good news. When we return, we must heavily reward the Beitang family disciple. Where did he see Huang Xiaolong? He said that Huang Xiaolong is also in the same city as us. Moreover, he's not far from our location. That Yelu family disciple quickly answered. Good. I didn't expect that punk to be in such close proximity to us. It saves us the trouble to go looking for him. Yelu Shi's eyes lit up. But, since that punk can reach this part of the city, it looks like his strength is as rumored, not weaker than a peak late first-order high god realm. Yelu Bai analyzed. I love killing this kind of freak geniuses that have yet to grow. Yelu Xian's eyes flashed with deep anticipation and excitement. Let us head there now, lest that punk escapes. Yelu Xian gave an evil chuckle. I'm really looking forward to seeing that punk's face when he sees us. The fear and panic in his eyes. With a unanimous decision, all of them rushed toward Huang Xiaolong's location. While the Yelu family disciples hurried to capture him, Huang Xiaolong was standing in front of an enormous palace. The dark clouds hovering above this enormous palace were several times denser than other places he had seen so far. Lightning as thick as an adult arm crackled and fizzed. However, what attracted Huang Xiaolong's attention wasn't the dark clouds and lightning above, but the glimmer of rainbow-colored light that the enormous palace emitted from time to time, accompanied by a tantalizing fruity fragrance. There was definitely some kind of rare and precious spiritual fruit inside, and its age was definitely above 2 million years old, maybe even 3 million years old. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to enter the enormous palace to find out, several sharp whistling wind sounds came from the distance. Huang Xiaolong unhappily stopped and turned around to look. Yelu family's disciples. Noticing these people's robes, after a brief second of surprise, Huang Xiaolong revealed a smile. These days, while he had been searching for Xiang Mingji, he was also hoping to come across the Yelu family's disciples. He didn't expect to run into them at this time. Moreover, 16 disciples all at once. 16. If these 16 disciples all died, the Yelu family's patriarch would probably go mad with fury, right? The 16 Yelu family disciples reached Huang Xiaolong in a short few breaths' time. Huang Xiaolong, you never expected this, right? That your luck is so rotten to be found by us. Yelu Xian complacently chuckled. Yelu Xian chortled. You've been hiding for 3 long months. Let's see, how are you going to hide anymore? Huang Xiaolong faced them with his hands softly clasped at his back, muttering to himself, after I kill all of you, my points will be enough to enter the top 1,000. Hearing Huang Xiaolong muttering, Yelu Xian and all present Yelu family disciples nearly keeled over with laughter. Did I hear right? This punk plans to kill all of us. A mid-second order high god realm Yelu family disciple was laughing madly. Does he thinks he's a peak late third order high god realm master? What fragrance is this? Yelu Xian suddenly glanced at the enormous palace, his face revealing joy. It's definitely the scent of an extremely rare spiritual fruit, more than 2 million years old. As the other 15 Yelu family disciples smelled the waves of refreshing fruity fragrance, each of them was elated. Huang Xiaolong, you're really our lucky star. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have found a spiritual fruit of this level. Yelu Bai was already celebrating. Not a single one of the Yelu family disciples noticed Huang Xiaolong's disappeared from where he previously stood. The water god's halberd in his hand emitted a ruthless gleam as it immediately cut through a mid-second order high god realm disciple's head. With a turn of his wrist, he directed the vertical cut sideways, slashing an early second order high god realm disciple. Several soul force swords quickly flew out from Huang Xiaolong's body after that. With current soul force, Huang Xiaolong could form more than 100 soul force swords at the same time. Over 100 swords decimated Yelu Xian and the remaining disciples. On the Aeon Square, the ranking list's 2,945th ranking glimmered brightly as Huang Xiaolong's name replaced the previous one. Just like before, even though Huang Xiaolong's name appeared on the ranking list, it did not gain any attention. Most of the people on the square were mainly focused on the top 100 of the ranking list, and there were some who also looked at the top 1,000 from time to time. Whereas the Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elder named Wang Hong glanced at the bottom of the ranking list more frequently than any other people on the square. Although Tsang Chu and the others claimed it was a hallucination when he saw Huang Xiaolong's name on the 3,000th place, Wang Hong wasn't convinced. However, for the next few days, Huang Xiaolong's name did not appear again at the bottom. This caused Wang Hong to doubt himself. Did he, perhaps, saw wrongly? Just as Wang Hong retrieved his gaze from the bottom of the ranking list, his gaze froze at a certain name on the 2,945th place. Shining softly at that spot was the name Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. A breath was stuck in his chest. Wang Hong rubbed his eyes with disbelief. Was this another hallucination? He widened his eyes to look at the same spot after rubbing his eyes. It was still Huang Xiaolong's name. This time, however, he did not shout or scream, but rubbed his eyes again in case he was seeing things. When he looked again at the 2,945th place, it was a disciple named Lin Xian. Looking at this name, Wang Hong breathed out in relief, surmising that what he saw earlier was a hallucination, a mistake. Fortunately, he did not yell and make a commotion or he would suffer another bout of scolding from Tsang Chu and the rest. Barely after a second of relief, Wang Hong's eyes seemed to freeze in a widened state as he caught sight of Huang Xiaolong's name at the 2,931st place. 2,931st. Leaping up 14 places. Could it be that just now wasn't a hallucination? In the next moment, Wang Hong saw Huang Xiaolong's name flicker and climbing up again, stopping at the 2,912th place. 2,912th. Before long, Huang Xiaolong's name once again shot up, this time rising all the way to the 2,873rd place. Wang Hong looked like he saw a ghost, his eyes protruding from their sockets, his breathing ragged. Even his limbs seemed to quiver as he shook his head in denial, shrieking, "No, impossible. This cannot be true. Definitely impossible." Wang Hong's sharp shriek made the rest of the Azure Dragon Institute members turn to look at him. There was a frown on Qin Yi's forehead as he demanded in a sullen voice, "What's impossible? I've already told you many times, with that Huang Xiaolong strength, it's impossible for him to show up in the top 3,000. Wang Hong ignored the dissatisfaction on Qin Yi's face, pointing at the ranking list, his voice shaking, "And no, it's Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong." Qin Yi, Tsang Chu, and the others looked at the ranking list's 2,873rd spot out of curiosity. However, Huang Xiaolong's name glimmered at this moment, jumping a great distance forward from 2,873 to the 2,412th place. Hence, when Qin Yi, Tsang Chu, and the rest looked at the 2,873rd position on the ranking list, they did not see Huang Xiaolong's name. Tsang Chu couldn't hold back from ridiculing Wang Hong. "I think you've been hoping for that Huang Xiaolong to appear on the list day and night that you've started hallucinating, seeing things that aren't there." Qin Yi's expression turned cold. Deciding to examine this Wang Hong in detail, Once they returned to the Azure Dragon Institute. Wang Hong continued to point at the ranking list, ignoring Tsang Hu's ridicule, stuttering in his words, Huang Xiaolong, so fast, so fast. Qin Yi, Tsang Chu, and the others once again looked at the ranking list. Finally, this time they saw Huang Xiaolong's name, and they stiffened in place. Was it really that Huang Xiaolong? Tsang Chu and several other Grand Elders rubbed their eyes, just like Wang Hong did before, and looked again at the ranking list. Huang Xiaolong's name was still on the 2,264th spot. In the next moment, his name glimmered brightly. When it reappeared, it was at the 2,125th place. Qin Yi, Tsang Chu, and the others finally understood what Wang Hong meant by so fast. Huang Xiaolong was rising through the list very quickly. He's already entered the 1,900. Wang Hong shrieked again, his jaw dropping. This time, neither Qin Yi nor Tsang Chu criticized or snapped at Wang Hong. Qin Yi stared at Huang Xiaolong's name rising like an arrow up the ranking list, his face darker than muddy water. It seems like he once again underestimated that Huang Xiaolong. Not only was this little annoying punk still alive, his strength wasn't as weak as he had thought it to be. Qin Yi remembered that a few days ago Wang Hong told them he saw Huang Xiaolong's name appearing on the ranking list at the 3,000th place. Now, though, it was clear that Wang Hong did not see wrong at that time, nor was it a hallucination. It was true. I really didn't think Huang Xiaolong has such ability. It seems he has concealed his cultivation realm. Perhaps he has also broken through to the high god realm like junior brother. Tsang Chu spoke in a solemn voice. At this point, Tsang Chu didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong was a mere perfection stage late 10th order god realm cultivator. All the disciples who managed to climb up to the top 3,000 were late 2nd order high god realm and above. Huang Xiaolong couldn't possibly achieve this result with just a god realm cultivation. There could only be one explanation. Huang Xiaolong had already broken through to the high god realm, but used a secret technique to conceal his real cultivation realm. Then again, even if he has advanced to the high god realm, he cannot compete with junior brother who has the Azure Dragon Divine Fire. The highest he could reach would be somewhere after the 1,000th place. He has no chance of climbing up the top 1,000. Tsang Chu snickered. All ranking numbers lower than 1,000 are irrelevant. In this tournament, only the top 1,000 disciples would receive rewards. It's exactly as Tsang Chu said. Huang Xiaolong has no chance of entering the top 1,000. An Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elder Fu Yan agreed and added, moreover, the current ranking is not set in stone. Who knows? Maybe a few days later he'll fall out of the top 2,000, even fall out from the top 3,000. While the Azure Dragon Institute group was cursing Huang Xiaolong, in another corner of the Aeon Square, the Yelu family patriarch Yelu Chufei and the family's grand elders were paying close attention to the ranking list. Yelu Chufei's eyes were glued to Yelu Tianfeng's name on the 15th spot. He was looking forward to the surprise that their Yelu family's brightest star, the most talented genius of their family, could give him by breaking into the top 10. Father, Big Brother will definitely enter the top 10, Yelu Tianhao said on the side. Yelu Chufei nodded. All of a sudden, a Yelu family grand elder's expression turned grim, pointing at the 1,087th place, shouting, Patriarch? Look quick! Yelu Xian! Yelu Chufei and the other Yelu family members felt that Grand Elder was acting strangely. When they looked over at the 1,087th spot, Yelu Xian's shining name suddenly dimmed and exploded like fireworks in the next second, disappearing permanently from the ranking list. They were no strangers to this scene. If a participating disciple's name exploded like that, it meant that disciple had fallen. In short, dead. An eerie silence enshrouded the Yelu family's group. Although Yelu Xian's talent wasn't as high as Yelu Tianfeng's, he was still one of Yelu family's few precious talents. With Yelu Xian's talent, if he suffered no mishap, he would definitely become one of their Yelu family's high-level high god realm masters. A family's power, whether it was strong or weak, highly depended on the number of high-level high god realm masters it had. No doubt, Yelu Xian's death was a painful loss for the Yelu family. If Yelu Xian was killed by lightning beasts, then we can only blame it on his bad fortune. Yelu Chufei grieved with pain. However, if I find out he was killed by another disciple, I swear by heaven's law, regardless of who that person is, I will absolutely cut them into 1,000 pieces. Yelu Chufei's chilling killing intent caused those standing nearby to retreat in apprehension. Then, the same Yelu family Grand Elder pointed at the ranking list again. His face paled considerably. Yelu Yu, he's... Everyone who heard him was stunned. Could it be? Yelu Chufei and the other members of Yelu family turned anxiously toward the ranking list, at the 1,623rd place. Right when their gazes fell on Yelu Yu's name, his name dimmed and exploded like fireworks, erased from the ranking list. Another one. Dead. Yelu Chufei clenched his fists so hard that his nails were digging into his palms. His killing intent soared. Yelu Xian. The same Yelu family Grand Elder shrieked again, louder this time. Hearing that Grand Elder shrieking Yelu Xian's name, Yelu Chufei and other Yelu family members felt their hearts tighten. Yelu Xian's talent was slightly higher than Yelu Xian's. He was one of the 3 Yelu family disciples within the top 1,000 on the ranking list. Please. However, they watched as Yelu Xian's name slowly dimmed and exploded with hearts filled with pain, apprehension, and disbelief, disappearing from the ranking list just like Yelu Xian and Yelu Yu's name. Yelu Xian's name was removed from the 921st place. Who is it? Yelu Chufei's eyes turned scarlet. His voice reverberated in the air akin to a mighty fierce beast about to go berserk. The rest of the Yelu family had a similar expression on their faces. Subsequently, they saw Yelu Bai's name, another disciple comparable to Yelu Xian, ranked 1063rd, explode and disappear like the previous ones. After Yelu Bai, the names of Yelu family disciples ranked between 1 and 2,000 exploded one by one. Every time a Yelu family disciple's name exploded like dazzling fireworks, the killing intent exuded by the Yelu family members on the square grew thicker, almost solidifying. Each one of them looked like they were on the verge of killing someone. Anyone. Black-colored hail began falling down around the Yelu family members. Watching this, the surrounding cultivators retreated further away. The Yelu family's thick killing intent attracted the attention of Wangu Shua and the other 11 Wangu clan elders above the square. That is the Saint Lord Galaxy's Yelu family patriarch, Yelu Chufei? The Yelu family's not doing too bad with a genius like Yelu Tianfeng. Wangu Shua said. If I remember correctly, the Yelu family had 11 disciples within the top 3,000, right? Why are there only Yelu Tianfeng and Yelu Wei now? Did the others? Wangu Chongqing spoke with surprise. I only noticed now when you brought it up. Have the other Yelu family disciples died under the hands of lightning beasts? Or maybe they were killed by other participants. Another Wangu clan elder, Wangu Yuan, sighed. If they were killed by other disciples, who could it be? Being able to kill the Yelu family's 9 disciples, they should at least have the strength of a mid-third order high god realm, said Wangu Shua. In the distance, the Azure Dragon Institute was still staring fixedly at Huang Xiaolong's name as it continued to move up the rankings. By this time, Huang Xiaolong had risen up all the way to the 1006th place. 1006th place? There are only 6 more ranks and he'll be in the top 1,000. Earlier, these Azure Dragon Institute people had convinced themselves that Hang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to enter top 1,000. Yet now, watching his ranking getting ever closer to the top 1,000, the Azure Dragon Institute members were shrouded in a heavy silence. Not one person made a sound. The skin of their faces was stretched taut due to nervousness. Sang Chu's insides were tightly twisted while his heart was chanting, "Don't break through. Don't break through. Don't break through." In response to the prayers in Sang Chu's heart, Huang Xiaolong's name flickered. When it appeared, it was at the 983rd position. As if every last strand of vitality was sucked out of him, Sang Chu's eyes dimmed. Huang Xiaolong broke into the top 1,000. Looking at Huang Xiaolong rank jumping up all the way to the 983rd place, Qini felt like someone struck his chest. The current ranking cannot prove anything. Sang Chu forced a smile, saying, "Soon. that Huang Xiaolong will definitely fall out of the top 1,000. However, his voice had lost much confidence. That's right, the moment he runs into Vice Principal Xiang Mingji is when he dies. He'll die in the hands of Vice Principal Xiang Mingji, forever disappearing from the ranking list, an elderly Grand Elder insisted. Qini did not say a word. At the same time, in the Surging Waves mansion, Lu Yun was inquiring from Feng Yang, "Master, it's been 10 days. Are we going to the square to check the ranking list?" Feng Yang sighed and shook his head. "We should wait for another month before we have a look. There would only be another disappointment if they went now. Not to mention the Azure Dragon Institute group's endless mockery." Hearing their master's answer, Lu Yun and Qin went silently sighed. In the overflowing lightning world, Huang Xiaolong pulled out his halberd from the last Yelu family disciple's skull. A strong stench of blood lingered in the air. Looking at the 16 corpses littered on the ground, Huang Xiaolong flicked out a sliver of his true immortal essence fire, burning everything to ashes. 16 godheads were added into his Azura ring, and then he checked his jade token. 971st. This was his current ranking. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong retrieved his divine sense, vanishing into the palace in a flicker. In a garden of the palace, Huang Xiaolong found a spiritual tree. Amongst its lush green leaves were 2 shiny, golden fruits, enshrouded in golden-colored lightning. Each of the fruits was as big as one of his fists. The tantalizing fragrance he smelled earlier came from these 2 golden fruits, which were undoubtedly 3 million years old and above. This is good stuff. Not wasting time, Huang Xiaolong uprooted the fruit tree and put it in a corner of his Azura ring. He then went to check other places of the palace before leaving, continuing further into the city. Soon a month went by. Although Huang Xiaolong's progress slowed a little compared to before, he still inched up to 922nd place. Despite his progress, Huang Xiaolong was feeling somewhat surly. He had yet to sense Xiang Mingji's location. "I heard an Azure Dragon Galaxy disciple found a medicinal herb that is at least 3 million years old in a valley." Out of nowhere, a voice reached Huang Xiaolong's ears. "A 3 million years old herb. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry over." Huang Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat hearing these 2 disciples' conversation. An Azure Dragon Galaxy disciple? Could it be Xiang Mingji? Only a handful of disciples from the Azure Dragon Galaxy qualified to participate in the tournament. The probability of that disciple being Xiang Mingji was very high. When the 2 disciples were about to leave in a hurry, a black-haired young man suddenly appeared, blocking their path. "The Azure Dragon Galaxy disciple these 2 brothers mentioned just now. I'd like to hear more about it," said Huang Xiaolong. Those 2 disciples' cultivation was at late First Order High God Realm. Suddenly having their path blocked by a God Realm cultivator naturally caused them to be extremely annoyed. Now, hearing that the black-haired young man's reason for blocking their path was because of that Azure Dragon Galaxy disciple, their anger erupted. A God Realm disciple dared to stop them and ask for news. "Brat, even if we know about that Azure Dragon Galaxy disciple, why should we tell you anything?" One of the 2 chuckled with ill will. "Do you know how precious our time is? A measly God Realm disciple like is only worth as much as a dog's life. That's even less than 1 second of our time." The other disciple sneered. "How do you want to die now?" His divine might crashed toward Huang Xiaolong like a giant wave. "Get on your knees!" Huang Xiaolong waved his hands without a word. An invisible force pulled the 2 disciples toward him. When the 2 disciples saw that a mere God Realm disciple dared to attack them, they were enraged. This brat is truly seeking death. However, in the next moment, the 2 were petrified to find that they were unable to move, as if their surrounding space froze, locking them. This is... As fear crept into the 2 disciples' eyes, Huang Xiaolong's hands were holding them up by the neck. "Mercy, Senior." The 2 disciples struggled to speak, begging for mercy. Ignoring the cries for mercy, a soul character condensed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes and entered the 2 disciples' forehead, directly searching their memories. Huang Xiaolong's current soul force made it easy to search 2 late First Order High God Realm Masters' memories. The soul scouring ended shortly, In these two disciples' memories, he finally found the information he wanted. From their rough knowledge of that Azure Dragon Galaxy disciple's face, there was a 90% chance it was Xiang Mingji. Xiang Mingji. A fierce light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. I finally found you. He then flicked out 2 wisps of black tortoise divine fire onto the 2 disciples, burning away all traces of them, and sped away on his mulberry sword at the fastest speed to the said valley. By now, for months of the competition had already passed, he had to locate Xiang Mingji as soon as possible. A while later, Huang Xiaolong had flown out of the city. That valley where Xiang Mingji was said to be wasn't too far from the city, at a distance of less than 20,000 li. Using his fastest speed, Huang Xiaolong could reach that location in half an hour's time. Along the way, the First Order and Second Order High God Realm lightning beasts he came across were all killed with a Soul Force sword, not stopping for a moment. As for other disciples that were also heading in the same direction, they were scared away by his horrifying speed. Huang Xiaolong's fastest speed on his sword was comparable to a late Third Order High God Realm Master. While Huang Xiaolong was rushing to the valley, at the Aeon City's Surging Waves mansion, Feng Yang ended his practice for the day and called for his 3 disciples. Today they were going to the square. Despite the fear of disappointment, Feng Yang still carried a thin thread of hope, hoping to see his disciple Huang Xiaolong's name on the ranking list. It mattered not even if it was on the 3000th rank, the last place. A short while later, Feng Yang and his disciples arrived at the Aeon Square. Master, Feng Yang, that old man is here. Sang Chu was the first to notice Feng Yang's group arriving. Qini didn't look so good. More accurately, for a month and a half, he had a sullen expression on his face. Although Huang Xiaolong's ranking was in the 900s, incomparable to Xiang Mingji's position, seeing his name in the top 1,000 left a bitter taste in Qin Yi's mouth. That feeling was worse than swallowing flies. When Feng Yang arrived, he immediately noticed there was something different in Qin Yi's group, which perplexed him. In the past 4 months, when Qin Yi's group noticed him from afar, they would already be mocking him, yet today there was nothing? Lu Yun and Qi Wen were also baffled by the change, but they did not give it much thought and looked toward the ranking list. Every time they come here, they would start searching from the bottom of the ranking list, going up name by name. Not at the 3000th place. At the 2999th place. Not there. All the way up until the 2000th place. There was still no sign of Huang Xiaolong's name. The disappointment on Feng Yang's face grew more obvious. The majority of those ranking from 2000th to the 3000th place were peak late Second Order High God Realm disciples, and higher up, the ranking list was dominated by Third Order High God Realm and above. In Feng Yang's opinion, it wasn't likely for Huang Xiaolong to be in the top 2000. Feng Yang inwardly let out a heavy sigh, but he kept on reading upward. After reading the 2000th name, Qi Wen had given up reading further up. Her eyes wandered around without purpose. At this time, her eyes swept over the rankings in the 900s and froze, then widened in disbelief. Even her heartbeat quickened. Her dainty mouth opened and closed soundlessly. All of a sudden, her eyes were teary and red-rimmed. Master, it's... Qi Wen was too excited to string a complete sentence, pointing at a certain spot of the ranking list. Hearing Qi Wen's intelligible words, Feng Yang, Lu Yun, and Qi Wen looked where she was pointing at, the ranking range of 900s. The 3 people's gazes finally stopped at the 921st place. Ranking 921st. Huang Xiaolong. Points 21. 642. Shock ran through them as they froze on the spot. This result was so shocking that the master disciples dared not believe it. Did they see wrong? If it was only one of them, that might be the case, but could all 4 of them have seen wrongly? It could only be true. It was true. Feng Yang's body was trembling visibly, feeling a hot wetness in his eyes. Top 1000. In the top 1000 names, his disciple was in the top 1000. Huang Xiaolong. This disciple that he placed hope on did not disappoint him. Lu Yun and Qi Wen were also ecstatic, their gazes fixed on Huang Xiaolong's name at the 921st place, afraid that it would fall out of the list if they so much as blinked. Not far from them, the Azure Dragon Institute principal Qin Yi, Sang Chu, and the rest were watching Feng Yang's group, looking at their happy and excited expressions. Qin Yi's group wore even more unpleasant expressions. Sometime later, Feng Yang turned his gaze in Qin Yi's direction and couldn't hold back his laugh. Qin Yi, you old dog, didn't you all say that my disciple is ranked after 10 million? Do you see that? My disciple is now in the top 1,000. Watching Feng Yang's proud face, Qin Yi snickered with disdain. It's just in the 900s. That's like the distance between heaven and earth compared to my disciple. It's too early for you to feel happy. Huang Xiaolong won't be able to protect his spot till the end. That's right, that Huang Xiaolong must have run into some dogshit luck and chanced up on a group of injured late second order High God Realm disciples and killed them. He only managed to get there by getting others' points. Sang Chu coldly snorted. Feng Yang laughed hearing this. If my disciple ran into dog shit luck, then that Xiang Mingji must have run into super-duper dog shit luck. Otherwise, how could he appear in the top 100? Both sides were going at it tit for tat on the square. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong reached his destination. Looking at the waves of lightning energy flowing out from the valley entrance, Huang Xiaolong did not hesitate, flying through it into the valley. Just as Huang Xiaolong entered the valley, an overwhelming pressure from the lightning energy pressed down on him. This lightning energy contained a destructive force so powerful that an early second-order High God Realm Master would suffer heavy injuries as soon as they stepped inside the valley. Huang Xiaolong circulated his Azura Qi to form a small Hell Azura barrier around himself, warding off the lightning energy flowing in the surroundings as he continued flying forward. After half an hour of flying, the lightning energy around him grew thicker. Strands of lightning energy moved in space like ropes, filling every corner of the valley. Intertwined with it was a kind of dark gray mist that, although not poisonous, could block divine sense. When Huang Xiaolong tried to spread out his divine sense, the furthest he could sense was 1,000 zhang around him. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong sensed a faint energy fluctuation in the air and instinctively dodged. Just as he disappeared and turned back to look, he saw a two-winged python bearing its sharp fangs, lunging at him again. Although this winged python had a large body, its speed was terrifyingly fast, comparable to a mid-third order High God Realm Master. Still, Huang Xiaolong was even faster. He disappeared in a flicker, appearing in the air above the winged python's crown. A long black halberd appeared in his hand, stabbing down at the winged python's head. Pale blue blood spurted into the air, and the giant winged python let out a blood-curdling scream. The winged python's physical defense surprised Huang Xiaolong. Just now, when his halberd stabbed down, the winged python's skin felt extremely elastic and slippery. Thus, the earlier attack that was sufficient to pierce through its head had merely penetrated a few inches deep into its skin. After it was wounded by Huang Xiaolong, the winged python's attacks became even more ferocious and frenzied due to pain. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong no longer dodged its attacks. 1,000 arms emerged from his back and 1,000 great void divine fists punched out. In an instant, fist imprints filled the sky. The winged python was sent flying at an even faster speed, crashing into a cliff wall several miles away. Its burnt body then fell from the cliff to the ground. Wanting to make quick work of dealing with the winged python, Huang Xiaolong's great void divine fists were imbued with a trace of black tortoise divine fire. The black tortoise divine fire drilled into the winged python's body, ending its vitality, leaving it deader than dead. Huang Xiaolong turned and flew away without a second delay. Going deeper into the valley, the strength of the lightning beasts he came across increased. The strongest of them actually reached mid-third order High God Realm. In general, Huang Xiaolong easily dealt with lightning beasts below early third order High God Realm with 2 or 3 moves, whereas those lightning beasts of mid-third order and above, he would speed away quickly on his sword to cut off their pursuit. Against a peak mid-third order High God Realm lightning beast, he could easily deal with them using the Heavenly Mountain, but the most urgent matter right now was finding Xiang Mingji. However, a frown gradually emerged on Huang Xiaolong's forehead and deepened when he still failed to sense Xiang Mingji's presence an hour later. Moreover, this valley was deeper than he had estimated, seemingly without end. Flying as fast as he did on his sword, he could make a full circle around the whole martial spirit world. Along the way, he did find some 1 million years old medicinal herbs, but nothing older. Forget something as old as 3 million years old. Of course, the better ones could have been taken away by people who were here before him, most likely Xiang Mingji. From what he could gather from the two disciples' memories, few disciples knew that this valley contained a 3 million years old medicinal herb, no more than 10 people. Therefore, even an hour after Huang Xiaolong entered the valley, he did not run into any other disciple. At one point, while he was still flying, Huang Xiaolong sensed something. This is. The light rose to his face, Xiang Mingji. It was the energy signature of the mark he left on Xiang Mingji's body. As expected, it was Xiang Mingji who entered in this valley, and he was not far from him. Huang Xiaolong accelerated. As he grew closer to Xiang Mingji, the faint vibration from the mark left on his body felt stronger to Huang Xiaolong. There were also a few other strange fluctuations coming from the direction in front. While Huang Xiaolong was rushing forward, beside a lake, Xiang Mingji glared coldly at the 4 disciples closing in on him. All 4 disciples' strength was at mid-third order high god realm. Furthermore, 2 of them were peak mid-third order. Not far from them, there were 3 disciples lying on the ground, and judging from the look of things, it hadn't been long since they took their last breath. It was hard to tell whether they had been killed by Xiang Mingji or the 4 disciples. Hovering slightly above the waters at the center of the lake was a 9-colored flower enshrouded in layers of 9-colored glow, emitting a fresh fragrance. This 9-colored flower was the mythical hallowed 9-colored flower that possessed unimaginable medicinal properties. As for what its medicinal properties were, no one knew. This hallowed 9-colored flower floating above the lake surface had reached an age of 3 million years. One of the 4 disciples encircling Xiang Mingji spoke, "Brat, if you give up competing for this hallowed 9-colored flower, we can let you leave here alive." In fact, the 4 of them did not expect the brat in front of them, who looked like a late second-order high god realm actually have battle strength rivaling a late third-order high god realm master. If it wasn't for this reason, the 4 of them wouldn't be wasting time in this manner. Xiang Mingji took a quick glance at the 4 disciples. Then he let out a laugh. "What a joke. Just the 4 of you want to compete with me? I changed my mind now. This hallowed 9-colored flower, I want it. Not one of you should dream of leaving here alive." A bright azure light burst out from Xiang Mingji's body. Gleaming azure dragon scales rapidly covered his skin like an armor, dragon spikes growing out from his arms and legs. This was the Azure Dragon Institute's highest technique, the body of the Azure Dragon. At the same time, glaring lightning crackled around Xiang Mingji as lightning clouds began to gather and roll. Xiang Mingji had released the power of his extreme lightning destruction physique. While the 4 disciples were still astonished, Xiang Mingji seized the chance to attack. Angry lightning struck at the 4 disciples from all directions. Furious, the 4 disciples no longer held back and began raining down attacks on Xiang Mingji. Loud booms and crackling thunder sounded all at once. The fierce energy shockwaves from the 5 people's battle blasted holes in the ground, shattered the rocks flying in the air, then exploded into dust. The strange thing was, the destructive power of their battle silently disappeared when it reached the hallowed 9-colored flower. The intense battle continued. Over an hour later, Xiang Mingji glanced coldly at the 4 new corpses sprawled on the ground, then swayed unsteadily as he got to his feet. Before he could steady himself, warm blood spurted out from his mouth as he coughed, dyeing the soil at his feet red. In the beginning, Xiang Mingji thought his recent breakthrough to late second-order high god realm, adding his body of the Azure Dragon technique, his extreme lightning destruction physique, as well as the Azure Dragon divine fire, would allow him to kill the 4 disciples with only some light injuries on his part. Who knew the 4 disciples also had their hidden trump cards, actually causing him grave injuries. However, this hallowed 9-colored flower is mine now. Xiang Mingji turned around, looking at the hallowed 9-colored flower with a feverish gaze. If it was any other 3 million years old herb, he wouldn't have fought so hard, but the hallowed 9-colored flower was different. By coincidence, he came across a record of this flower in an ancient book. Xiang Mingji was about to step toward the lake when he heard footsteps. Who? Xiang Mingji panicked. When he saw the owner of the footsteps, he was stunned. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong wore an amiable smile on his face. Yes, it's me. As if the two of them were best friends that hadn't met up for a long time. After a brief surprise, Xiang Mingji's mouth widened into a smile. Huang Xiaolong, you actually dared to come looking for me? He shook his head as he said this. Should I say you're tired of living or that you're a pig brain? Huang Xiaolong continued to approach Xiang Mingji with slow steps, a relaxed air about him. You broke through to late second-order high god realm in such a short time. Initially, if you weren't heavily injured to this point, it would have taken quite a lot of effort for me to kill you. But now there's no difficulty. Xiang Mingji laughed out loud hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. A measly god realm ant like you wants my life? No difficulty? Huang Xiaolong, you think can kill me? Xiang Mingji's expression was chilling as his killing intent surged madly. I'm going to let you know that, even if I'm heavily injured, killing you takes no more than the effort of lifting a finger. As Xiang Mingji said this, he lifted his hand and pointed a finger at Huang Xiaolong. Lightning dragon finger. A myriad of lightning streaks flew out from Xiang Mingji's finger, forming a lightning dragon that spiraled in the air, arriving before Huang Xiaolong in an instant. The surrounding temperature shot up and the air currents became turbulent. Lightning force struck like an angry hurricane. Watching the loud and violent lightning dragon from Xiang Mingji's finger, Huang Xiaolong also lifted his arm and countered with a finger attack. Shrill shrieks of strange creatures rang out. A thick fog rolled and expanded as an overwhelming force came from Huang Xiaolong's finger. The absolute soul finger. A thunderous collision shook the heavens. The lightning dragon formed from Xiang Mingji's finger force exploded in midair, but Huang Xiaolong's absolute soul finger force also turned invisible. Shaken by the absolute soul finger's force, Xiang Mingji swayed and staggered back 2 steps. This! Xiang Mingji was shocked, stared at Huang Xiaolong with disbelief. He was extremely confident that his lightning dragon finger could knock Huang Xiaolong into the air, gravely injuring him to the extent of hanging by a breath. Yet he himself was forced to retreat 2 steps. When Xiang Mingji's shock subsided, he tensed up. When he looked at Huang Xiaolong once more, there was a heaviness in his eyes. Even though he did not use his full force in that attack, the fact that Huang Xiaolong was able to force him to retreat showed that Huang Xiaolong's strength was not any weaker than his. But didn't that mean the current Huang Xiaolong's strength was comparable to a late second-order high god realm master? Astonishment and shock struck Xiang Mingji's heart. Huang Xiaolong, a god realm cultivator, actually had strength comparable to himself. Although his cultivation was at late second-order high god realm, his battle strength actually rivaled a late third-order high god realm master. Didn't this mean that Huang Xiaolong also had battle strength equivalent to a late third-order high god realm master? Huang Xiaolong, no wonder you dared to come looking for me. Xiang Mingji took a deep breath before saying, I didn't expect you to come so far. I admit that you're indeed a rare genius, and I did underestimate you before, but today you won't be able to leave here alive. I will kill you with all of my strength. I will kill you. Xiang Mingji roared. If he let Huang Xiaolong go again today, then he would never be able to kill him. Especially after Huang Xiaolong broke through to the high god realm, the one dying would be himself. Huang Xiaolong had become too terrifying. If he already had strength equivalent to a late third-order high god realm at perfection stage late 10th-order god realm, then what would happen when Huang Xiaolong stepped into the high god realm? How overwhelming would his strength be? Maybe, at that time, all the disciples in this overflowing lightning world would be no match for him. Huang Xiaolong detected the sharp killing intent from Xiang Mingji, but he remained calm. Is that so? Just as well. I also decided not to let you leave here alive. I will kill you and take away your Azure Dragon Divine Fire. Xiang Mingji snickered. Since it's like that, I'll let you die under my Azure Dragon Divine Fire. You should be honored. An Azure Fire Dragon flew out from Xiang Mingji's body, and the roar of a dragon resounded in the heavens. When the Azure Dragon Divine Fire appeared, The surrounding lightning was reduced into a fog, scattering in the wind. Even the lightning in this overflowing lightning world could not contend with the power of the Azure Dragon Divine Fire. The temperature within 10,000 li soared to a burning heat. Especially the temperature in the valley. It was as if it had fallen into a magma chamber in the middle of the earth. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong summoned his black tortoise divine fire. An icy blue pillar of light rose to the sky from his body as an icy blue fire rushed out from the black tortoise divine fire spirit. Hindered by this icy blue fire, the Azure Dragon Divine Fire wasn't able to reach within 100 zhong of Huang Xiaolong, not to mention injuring him. The Black Tortoise and Azure Dragon Divine Fires collided again and again, forming two opposing and attacking sides, one blue and one azure. Xiang Mingji watched in shock as the icy blue fire Huang Xiaolong summoned could actually fight toe-to-toe against his Azure Dragon Divine Fire. Staring at the Black Tortoise Divine Fire Spirit, a thought flashed in his mind, blurting out, "The Black Tortoise Divine Fire! I must be right. That's the Black Tortoise Divine Fire." Feverish greed shone from Xiang Mingji's eyes. "It's the Black Tortoise Divine Fire. Ha 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 ha. Huang Xiaolong, you really gave me a great surprise. As long as I kill you and integrate with the Black Tortoise Divine Fire, I can flatten all the disciples in this overflowing lightning world. Not even that Wangu Yanhui would be my opponent. This tournament's first place is mine." Xiang Mingji was ecstatic. Huang Xiaolong did not respond to Xiang Mingji's self-righteous babbling. A crisp cry of a phoenix originating from the ancient world rang in the air as a brilliant crimson-red light entered the fray, lighting up the sky. The vermilion bird divine fire spirit flew around Huang Xiaolong, flapping out waves of crimson fire. When the vermilion bird divine fire merged with the black tortoise divine fire, their forces multiplied. The black tortoise divine fire that was previously in equilibrium against the Azure Dragon Divine Fire gained the upper hand, pushing back the Azure Dragon Divine Fire. Although it wasn't very obvious, it was detectable with the naked eye. The ecstatic expression on Xiang Mingji's face cracked. This is the vermilion bird divine fire? You even obtained the vermilion bird divine fire. Huang Xiaolong actually had 2 of the 4 great divine fires. Moreover, both divine fires had merged, resulting in his Azure Dragon Divine Fire being suppressed. While Xiang Mingji was still in shock, a powerful tiger roar reverberated in the valley, and a white tiger formed from metallic white fire appeared at Huang Xiaolong's side. With 3 divine fires present, Xiang Mingji's Azure Dragon Divine Fire was ebbing like a low tide, shrinking smaller, totally and completely suppressed. The White Tiger Divine Fire. It really is the White Tiger Divine Fire. Xiang Mingji's voice was shaking, his face horribly pale. The elation he felt earlier had completely disappeared. Huang Xiaolong actually obtained 3 divine fires. As long as Huang Xiaolong got his Azure Dragon Divine Fire, he would have the complete 4 great divine fires. The 4 divine fires together possessed heaven-defying power. Then a possibility flashed in Xiang Mingji's mind. Until now, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had stagnated at perfection stage late 10th order God realm instead of advancing further. Could Huang Xiaolong have planned to obtain all 4 divine fires before making his attempt to break through to high God realm? He himself was able to condense a top-rank godhead just by having the Azure Dragon Divine Fire. If Huang Xiaolong obtained all 4 divine fires, the godhead he condensed would be... Thinking of this, Xiang Mingji's face was bloodlessly pale. At this moment, he felt death breathing down on him, closing in on him. After the 3 divine fires emerged, Huang Xiaolong summoned his black and blue twin dragon martial spirits and soul transformed. 1,000 arms fanned out from his back, ready to attack. The 15th move of the dragon god, unrivaled myriad dragons. Undulating roars of countless dragons resounded in the valley. In order to avoid an unnecessary nightmare, Huang Xiaolong decided to finish Xiang Mingji in the shortest time possible. Looking at the countless divine dragons blocking the sky, Xiang Mingji panicked for a moment, letting out a mad, angry roar. 1,000 lightning divine palm. Glaring lightning burst out from Xiang Mingji's body as he pushed the power of his extreme lightning destruction physique to the extreme. His palms struck out continuously at Huang Xiaolong. In a short moment, numerous palm imprints formed from divine lightning force collided with countless divine dragons attacking him. However, the seemingly powerful large number of lightning palms could only be described as feeble against the horde of divine dragons. Hundreds and thousands of divine dragons shattered Xiang Mingji's lightning palms in the blink of an eye. Although the dragon chi contained in those divine dragons weakened after passing through Xiang Mingji's attack, they continued onward, rushing towards Xiang Mingji. Xiang Mingji's face was deathly pale. His hands waved in the air, and the azure dragon divine fire flew out again, roaring in anger as it rushed into the horde of divine dragons. However, just as the azure dragon moved, it was blocked by the black tortoise, vermilion bird, and white tiger divine fires. The 100,000 divine dragons arrived before Xiang Mingji. By this point, it was already too late for him to dodge, and he was knocked into the air, crashing against the hard rock cliff in the distance, shaking the whole cliff wall. Rocks and pebbles rolled down, as did Xiang Mingji, vomiting several mouthfuls of blood. Earlier, he was already gravely injured after battling the 4 disciples. And now, after suffering a full-force attack from Huang Xiaolong, Xiang Mingji's injuries greatly worsened. If it weren't for his attack managing to weaken the power of the 100,000 divine dragons, adding on top of that his achievement in the body of the Azure Dragon technique, he would be left with half a life by now. Xiang Mingji struggled to his feet. Fear and fury could be seen in his eyes as he glared at Huang Xiaolong with ferocity. A second later, however, Xiang Mingji let out a frenzied laughter. Huang Xiaolong, you want to kill me? It won't be so easy. I have condensed a top-rank 10 godhead, invincible in this world. Even if you have the 3 divine fires, you still won't be able to erase the trace of my soul inside the godhead. No one can kill me. Xiang Mingji's god force suddenly became volatile, surging madly. Above his soul sea, a purple crystal-like godhead about 10 meters in diameter that was emitting a golden-purple light was rotating at high speed, water and fire god force flying out in all directions. In general, rank 5 godheads or even rank 7 godheads condensed by cultivators were only as big as an adult's fist. But Xiang Mingji's godhead actually reached 10 meters in diameter. Not only that, his godhead contained 2 different types of elemental force. Watching the water and fire element god force rushing out from Xiang Mingji's body, Huang Xiaolong's brows were scrunched into a frown. He didn't expect Xiang Mingji's godhead to contain 2 kinds of elements forces. Huang Xiaolong, you can go to hell. Xiang Mingji bellowed with fury as he lunged at Huang Xiaolong while both of his hands moved, directing his water and fire element forces to attack Huang Xiaolong. Azure Dragon Sword Chi. Hell's Nether Flaming Palm. The water element force on his right hand gathered a vast quantity of sword chi, vibrating akin to azure dragons swimming in water. Meanwhile, his left hand struck out a giant hand imprint condensed by the Hell's Nether Flaming Palm move. Left in its path was only darkness and soot. The Azure Dragon Sword Chi and Hell's Nether Flaming Palm were 2 ultimate skills that Xiang Mingji had been cultivating these past few years in the Azure Dragon Institute's Forbidden Land. Xiang Mingji had great confidence striking out these 2 ultimate techniques that simultaneously combined with his water and fire element god force. For even a late 3rd order high god realm would be greatly injured. He didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong could withstand this attack. Die, 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 die for me. Xiang Mingji's eyes were scarlet with bloodlust. He only had one thought on his mind. Kill Huang Xiaolong. Xiang Mingji watched as his Azure Dragon Sword Chi and Hell's Nether Flaming Palm were about to land on his opponent. Huang Xiaolong stood leisurely, lifting a finger in an unhurried pace, and tapped his finger forward. A mini-sized mountain flew out. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong actually retrieved his 3 divine fires, calling out a tiny mountain instead to block his attack, Xiang Mingji laughed shrilly after the briefest moment of shock. Huang Xiaolong, you're asking for death. Xiang Mingji barely finished his words when the mini-sized mountain expanded as if it was inflated by the wind, turning into a great mountain that blocked the entire sky above the valley. Thick fog roiled around the mountain, Xiang Mingji's azure dragon sword Qi and Hell's nether flaming palm landed on the great mountain like sand into the sea, not shaking it in the slightest. After the mountain blocked Xiang Mingji's attack, it flew forward, slamming into Xiang Mingji. Colliding with the great mountain, Xiang Mingji's body of the azure dragon became distorted, his chest sinking in. His lower body exploded from the impact, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Xiang Mingji was born with the unique extreme lightning destruction physique. Adding his major completion of the body of the azure dragon technique and his close to 100 years of being tempered by the azure dragon divine fire, as well as his water and fire element god force, Xiang Mingahai's physical defenses had reached a horrifying level, yet part of his body exploded in the collision. Xiang Mingji crashed into the cliff wall far away, buried beneath the rocks, unable to move for a long time. Huang Xiaolong smirked. A powerful suction force from his hand pulled him out from the cliff wall. Xiang Mingji tried raising his head with extreme difficulty, looking fearfully at the great mountain in front of him. What is this thing? His body of the azure dragon and extreme lightning destruction physique were so fragile before this mountain. At that moment, it did not occur to Xiang Mingji that this was the heavenly mountain that was taken away by someone, or more accurately, it never occurred to him that the person who took away the heavenly mountain was Huang Xiaolong. Time to end this, Huang Xiaolong said as he walked towards Xiang Mingji. At this time on the Aeon Square, the Azure Dragon Institute principal Qin Yi and the Azure Dragon Institute members were looking intently at Xiang Mingji's name sitting in the 67th place with beaming smiles. After killing the 4 disciples and obtaining their points, Xiang Mingji made a great jump from 80-something to the 67th place. 67th. This was a ranking position that Qin Yi had never dreamed of. The masters of other families and sects nearby were quick to congratulate Qin Yi with a hint of flattery when they noticed Xiang Mingji's ranking. Sung Chu said to Qin Yi in high spirits, "Master, looking at junior brother's rising ranking, I think that by the end of the competition junior brother can easily enter the top 10. Qin Yi chuckled, unable to hide the pride on his face. The top 10 might be difficult. There's a lot of 4th order High God Realm disciples taking part in the tournament, but your junior brother can probably enter the top 50. This master-disciple duo did not lower their voices at all. Clearly, their conversation was directed at Fengyang, Lu Yun, and the others. Fengyang was genuinely shocked looking at the ranking list at Xiang Mingji's position. There was no such thing as coincidence or luck on this ranking list. Every point accumulated was based on the disciple's strength. Xiang Mingji's strength had already reached such a degree. Fengyang's eyes then fell to his own disciple's name, which remained in the 900s. Although it was eye-catching, the difference was too big when compared to Xiang Mingji. Fengyang inwardly shook his head and sighed. It looks like his disciple's strength couldn't be compared to the current Xiang Mingji. Xiang Mingji had already condensed a top-rank 10 godhead and his strength improved by leaps and bounds, pulling a great distance away from his disciple. Suddenly, Qi Wen beside him shrieked, pointing at the ranking list, "Mas Master, Luluk, Xiang Mingji. Xiang Mingji? Did Xiang Mingji's ranking go up again?" Fengyang was baffled, moving his eyes away from Huang Xiaolong's name to look at Xiang Mingji's name. But what he saw was Xiang Mingji's name slowly dimming. This? Could it be? Fengyang was dumbfounded. Not far from them, Qin Yi, Zhang Chu, and the others also saw Xiang Mingji's initially shining name slowly dimming down. At this point, all the joy and pride were wiped off of Qin Yi's face, looking a little pale. Watching his disciple's name slowly grow dimmer on the ranking list, Qin Yi yelled in fury, denial and apprehension, "And no, impossible, don't." But, even as he screamed, Xiang Mingji's name continued to dim, and finally exploded like fireworks in the air, completely erased from the ranking list. The higher a disciple's ranking was, the louder and more dazzling the fireworks were when they died. Thus, when Xiang Mingji's name disappeared from the ranking list, bright fireworks exploded loudly in high air, sounding like a thunderclap. Bright lights spread out wave after wave like rippling water. Not only those on the Aeon Square, but even the people in the streets and shops saw the bright lights clearly. 67th place, Xiang Mingji. I wonder where this disciple comes from. To die in the tournament. What a pity. All these disciples ranked in the top 1,000 are great geniuses, and disciples within the top 100 are all geniuses amongst geniuses. This kind of disciple will definitely become a super hegemon in the galaxy once they grow up. Exclamations of pity and shock could be heard all over the place. The Wangu clan elders were also astonished watching Xiang Mingji's name disappear from the ranking list. Although there were quite a number of changes in the top 3,000 after 4 months into the tournament, most of them occurred outside the top 1,000. There had yet to be any disciple within the top 100 who lost their life until now. 67th place. A low sigh sounded from Wangu Shuo in pity. This kind of talent, even among our Wangu clan disciples, is more than enough to enter our clan's top 10 disciples. How did this Xiang Mingji die? Was it a lightning beast? Or was he killed by another participating disciple? Wangu Chongqing asked in a solemn voice. Only those in the top 20 should be capable of killing this Xiang Mingji, however. There are no changes in the points and ranking of those top 20 disciples. Therefore, it can only be a lightning beast. Another Wangu clan elder, Wangu Ji, concluded as he looked at the top 20 names on the ranking list. Other present Wangu clan elders nodded in agreement toward this conclusion. However, right at this moment, a brilliant light shone at the 93rd place where Huang Xiaolong's name appeared. More than 4 months into the tournament, the top 100 places were more or less stable, without many drastic shifts up or down. Hence, Huang Xiaolong's sudden emergence at the 93rd place immediately attracted many eyes. Huang Xiaolong? Which galaxy and family does he come from? His name wasn't in the top 200 before, right? What rank did he jump up from into the top 100? I don't think I've seen this Huang Xiaolong's name before this. More and more families and sex masters noticed Huang Xiaolong's name appearing in the top 100. All of a sudden, the square was abuzz with sounds of people talking. Many of these talks also entered the Wangu clan elders' ears, and they turned to look at the 93rd position on the ranking list. Go find out what this Huang Xiaolong's ranking was before this. Elder Wangu Yuan suddenly instructed the 2 high-ranked stewards beside him. The 2 attendants respectfully complied and went off to their task. The Wangu clan disciples would make a copy of the ranking list every 1 hour, and if Huang Xiaolong was amongst the top 3,000 before this, the Wangu clan attendants would be able to find out his prior ranking. It didn't take long for the 2 attendants to return, however. The report they brought back made the 12 Wangu clan elders' jaws drop. What? An hour before, this Huang Xiaolong was in the 921st place. All the elders almost blurted out the same sentence. The 2 high-level attendants nodded their heads and affirmed the result. The Wangu clan elders silently exchanged looks between themselves. A sudden great leap from 921st to 93rd place. There was only one possibility that could explain it. Huang Xiaolong killed a disciple with a very high ranking on the list and received half of that disciple's points. Only this could explain his abrupt entry into the top 100. Among the top 100 disciples, only Xiang Mingji, who was ranked 67th, had fallen. Xiang Mingji was killed by Huang Xiaolong. This Huang Xiaolong, why does his name sound so familiar? Wangu Chongqing wondered out loud. Huang Xiaolong? Could it be that little guy we made a bet on some time ago? That little guy's name is also Huang Xiaolong. Wangu Shua's eyes glimmered. Bet? Wangu Ji looked at Wangu Chongqing and Wangu Shua with curiosity. This matter wasn't a secret that needed to be concealed. Hence Wangu Shua briefly told everyone about the bet he made with Wangu Chongqing during the registration. When the other 10 elders heard that Huang Xiaolong's bone age was only 258, and he defeated a late First Order High God Realm with a Cultivation of Perfection stage late 10th Order God Realm, their astonished expressions mirrored each other. A bone age of 258, defeating a late First Order High God Realm Master while being a Perfection stage late 10th Order God Realm Cultivator. This talent is indeed monstrous even among top geniuses. Still, saying that a God Realm kid killed that Xiang Mingji who was ranked 67th, I cannot believe it. It's impossible, Wangu Ji stated, shaking his head. The fact that Xiang Mingji could reach the 67th place proves that he has the strength of a late Third Order High God Realm at the very least, Only disciples in the top 20 could have killed him. As for that Huang Xiaolong, a small god realm brat, how could he have strength equivalent to the disciples in the top 20? I agree. This is ridiculous. Wang Guyuan also shook his head, refuting the possibility of that happening. So, that brat you two made a bet on definitely cannot be the same as this Huang Xiaolong. I think so too. They most likely have the same name. Wanggu Chongqing nodded. Participating disciples having the same name was not uncommon. Feng Yang's group also saw Huang Xiaolong's great leap to the top 100. So did Qin Yi and others from the Azure Dragon Institute. Although it was extremely hard for Qin Yi to believe that his personal disciple was killed by Huang Xiaolong, there was a voice telling him that there was a 90% chance it was Huang Xiaolong who did it. Qin Yi was filled with grief. His scarlet eyes filled with fury and hatred were glaring at Feng Yang's group. Still, he controlled himself not to act recklessly here. If it weren't for the fact there was a rule stating that fighting in the Aeon Square wasn't allowed, he would have thrown caution to the wind and lunged at Feng Yang, tearing him apart. Feng Yang acted as if he did not notice Qin Yi's killing intent, looking at Huang Xiaolong's name on the ranking list with astonishment, joy, and excitement. Was this really his personal disciple, Huang Xiaolong? There was a surreal feeling in his heart, as if he was walking in a dream. Never ever did he dare to imagine, to hope, that Huang Xiaolong could enter the top 100. In the beginning, he already felt overwhelmed by good fortune when Huang Xiaolong made it into the top 1,000. At this time, in a certain valley in the overflowing lightning world, Huang Xiaolong looked at Xiang Mingji's corpse on the ground and extended a finger. A sliver of black tortoise divine fire flew out and fell on Xiang Mingji's corpse, burning it away from this world. Huang Xiaolong collected Xiang Mingji's spatial ring, Godhead, and that hallowed 9-colored flower into his Azura ring before turning his attention onto the Azure Dragon Divine Fire. After Xiang Mingji's death, the Azure Dragon Divine Fire became ownerless, making it easy for Huang Xiaolong to trap it in the air with the Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger Divine Fires. He lifted his hand and a powerful force pulled all 4 divine fires down to the heavenly god's mansion. I can finally condense my godhead and step into the high god realm. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in the main mansion, excitement bubbling in his heart looking at the 4 divine fires. Huang Xiaolong activated the central formation, causing every formation and array on the heavenly mountain to come to life. He then took a deep breath, sucking all 4 divine fires into his body. As Huang Xiaolong sucked all 4 divine fires into his body, the usually hidden treasure dragon diagram emerged, absorbing the essence force from the Azure Dragon Divine Fire at a frenzied speed. The Azure Dragon Divine Fire's vast essence force filled Huang Xiaolong's Dantian and Qi Si to the brim in the blink of an eye. Like all the times before, Huang Xiaolong began compressing the true immortal essence force in his Dantian and God Battle Qi in his Qi Si. But they quickly filled up again. Filling up, compressing, filling up again and being compressed. Huang Xiaolong had already lost count of the number of times he had been suppressing and compressing his true immortal essence and God Battle Qi. This continued until it reached a point where both his Dantian and Qi Si reached the limit. He could no longer compress the energies any further. His Qi Si began to crack, faint lines of blood seeped out and began stretching longer. Whereas in his Dantian, the true immortal essence force was rolling violently, expanding chaotically like thorns piercing out in all directions. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's soul sea lit up with inexhaustible light, radiant and brilliant. As the essence from the Azure Dragon Divine Fire continued to temper his body and soul, the clarity of Huang Xiaolong's soul reached a pinnacle point. Amidst everything, enormous hurricanes emerged in Huang Xiaolong's soul sea one after another. This was the first sign of a godhead's condensation. Sitting cross-legged inside the main mansion of the heavenly god mountain, Huang Xiaolong was bathed in a sea of white luminance that grew more intense as time passed. The dragon qi inside his body rushed out, turning into a myriad of dragons, their thunderous roars resounding to the heavens. Huang Xiaolong's body exuded boundless, majestic dragon might. Subsequently, golden Buddha luminance lit up a part of the sky, flowing out endlessly from Huang Xiaolong's soul sea. Above the mansion, a great golden Buddha in meditation appeared, chanting a profound mantra. Buddhist force crashed outwards like the rising tide. After the divine dragons and golden Buddhas, Azura Chi rushed out, forming powerful and domineering archdevils, looking like the rulers of hell. The myriad of dragons, countless golden Buddhas, and looming archdevils formed a strange diagram in the sky above the heavenly god mansion. The three different energy lights were interacting and merging together. More and more divine dragons, golden Buddhas, and archdevils appeared. The three different groups of light grew more intense, spreading out. In a short amount of time, they had cast a veil over the entire heavenly mountain. Before long, the three groups of light had exceeded the heavenly mountain's boundary, breaking past the layers of array formations, overtaking the valley and soaring into the sky outside. Countless divine dragons, golden Buddhas, and hell archdevils flickered in and out within the tricolored sea of light. Affected by the whelming presence of the three manifestations, the lightning force from the whole valley, within a radius of several thousand li, became volatile and intense. Furthermore, the overflowing lightning world's ninth heaven lightning gathered ferociously toward the valley. In the beginning, only the valleys surrounding several thousand li were affected, but the three groups of light soon passed 10,000 li, spreading towards 20,000 li, 30,000 li. When three kinds of light reached as far as 10,000 li from the valley, it finally attracted the attention of many participating disciples, as well as their shock. What is this? What caused this valley's lightning force to become so volatile? Also, lightning force is gathering above that valley. A Wangu clan disciple that wasn't far from the valley exclaimed. Three kinds of bright light, divine dragons, golden Buddhas, and archdevils appearing at the same time. At this time, another Wangu clan disciple arrived, standing high in the air, exuding a powerful divine might. Is this the emergence of an extraordinary treasure? The present Wangu clan disciples quickly saluted respectfully when they saw the owner of the voice, greeting, Big Brother Yan Hui. The newly arrived person was none other than the Wangu clan's greatest genius, Wangu Yan Hui. Extraordinary treasure? Not necessarily. A voice sounded in response to Wangu Yanhui's question. Big Brother Mu Chi. The surrounding Mu clan disciples greeted enthusiastically when they saw this person, the currently ranked fourth on the ranking list, Mu Chi. The phenomenon around the valley had already continued for a few days and news began to spread, attracting even more disciples. Thus, there was a large number of disciples near the valley, and even disciples within the top 10 like Wangu Yanhui and Mu Chi rushed over to that location. Whether it is related to an extraordinary treasure or not, we just need to enter the valley and have a look, Wangu Yanhui said in a matter-of-fact tone. He then disappeared in a flicker, whistling like an arrow as he flew toward the valley. In mere seconds, Wangu Yanhui broke past the layers of roiling lightning energy in the air, getting closer to the heavenly mountain. Watching this, Mu Chi also flew forward. The disciples around remained where they were. They had tried to enter the valley before this, however, shortly after they entered, most of them were injured by the lightning force in the atmosphere, forcing them to return in a sorry state. Will Wangu Yanhui and Mu Chi be able to enter the depths of the valley? Several Zhou clan disciples whispered amongst themselves. A Wangu clan disciple heard what they were saying and harumphed coldly. You don't even have the strength to enter the valley, so how could the lot of you be compared our big brother Yanhui? With our big brother Yanhui's abilities, he can definitely reach the depths of the valley. Our big brother Mu Chi will also be able to reach the depths, Mu clan disciples strongly emphasized. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 20 minutes ticked by. The crowd of disciples was waiting outside when Wangu Yanhui and Mu Chi's figures were seen speeding out in a hurry. Scratches and dents could be seen on their divine armors, dust and dirt on their faces. Wangu Yanhui and Mu Chi's miserable state was no better than the previous disciples. Sensing the various gazes on them, both Wangu Yanhui and Mu Chi felt awkward. Ignoring these gazes, Wangu Yanhui and Mu Chi each led the disciples of their own clan away. The remaining disciples exchanged silent looks. The strange behavior of Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi raised some speculations. In the heavenly god's mansion, 3 kinds of light continued to surge out from Huang Xiaolong's body. The energy contained in those 3 lights was too vast, causing his flesh to rupture and bleed inch by inch. However, aided by the 4 divine fire's essence, Huang Xiaolong's wounds mended themselves. This process repeated many a time. As Huang Xiaolong continuously bleed and healed, a whirlpool formed above his head, expanding to an enormous size. The overflowing lightning world's purest lightning force was devoured by this whirlpool, channeled into Huang Xiaolong's new body. Above the valley, the huge amount of lightning force that previously gathered transformed into a horde of lightning flood dragons, possessing terrifying destructive power. Even disciples as far as 10,000 li away felt palpitations. Then, an even more horrifying burst of energy rushed out from the depths of the valley like a tsunami, wave after wave. When this horrifying energy rushed out, angry lightning rained down on the valley's perimeter. Some disciples were too slow and were whipped into the air by lightning. Above Huang Xiaolong's soul sea, the 3 lights were condensing, yet growing bigger at the same time. The space and time laws threads belonging to each of the 3 lights began transforming. 1 day, 10 days, 1 month, 2 months. By now, the center of the 3 groups of light had reached 10 li in diameter, but it still didn't stop expanding. There seemed to be something gestating within these lights, pulsating like a heart. Every beat was akin to lightning strikes, shaking the whole valley. The weaker disciples among those watching outside the valley vomited blood, their state of mind greatly affected. Faces paled and everyone scrambled away in fear. At this point, they finally understood why Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi led their clan's disciples away from here. This was not some extraordinary treasure waiting to be born. This valley was shackling an extremely fierce beast. While all the disciples gathered outside the valley were running away in fear, the 3 groups of light in the space above Huang Xiaolong's soul sea continued to enlarge at a rapid speed, exceeding a diameter of 20 li in a short time. His flesh continued to rupture and bleed. Then it was mended by the 4 divine fire's essence, as he continued to absorb the overflowing lightning world's purest lightning force into his body. From the distance, Huang Xiaolong himself seemed to be born of lightning. First, his veins and meridians disappeared. Then it was his internal organs, bones and flesh, completely turning into one of the most powerful masses of energy under the heavens. 3 months passed. The 3 groups of light above Huang Xiaolong's soul sea now exceeded 30 li in diameter. As the 3 groups of light continued to pulsate, 10,000 li radius of land shook at its beats. At this point, no one dared to be within 100,000 li from the valley. While Huang Xiaolong was condensing his godhead to break through into the high god realm, out on the Aeon Square, Fengyang, Lu Yun, and the rest stared fixedly at the ranking list, nervous like ants on a hot pan. It had been 10 months without any changes to Huang Xiaolong's points. 10 months ago, Huang Xiaolong was ranked 93rd, while a month later his name fell outside of the top 100. In the second month, Huang Xiaolong's ranking had fallen outside of the top 200, and now he was already out of the top 300. Watching more and more disciple gain more points than Huang Xiaolong, kicking him further down on the ranking list, it raised speculations from the observing crowd. And because of the previous bet, despite not believing the Huang Xiaolong on the ranking list to be that black-haired young man they saw, Wangu Shua and Wangu Chongqing also checked Huang Xiaolong's progress from time to time. 10 months, there haven't been any changes to his points. Could this kid be injured? Hence he had been hiding to recuperate. Wangu Shua had been watching Huang Xiaolong's name sliding down the ranks with a frown. That's very likely. When he shot up to the 93rd spot, it must have been when he killed Xiang Mingji. Although he succeeded in killing Xiang Mingji, it is inevitable that he would be gravely injured. Wangu Chongqing nodded at his own words. That Xiang Mingji was a ranked 67th. There's no doubt he was quite strong. Even disciples in the top 20 would be injured in order to kill him. It's a pity, Wangu Shua shook his head. If it is as you've said, then forget the top 100, he won't even be able to stay within the top 1,000. At his current rate, he'll be kicked out from the top 1,000 by the time the competition ends. Wangu Chongqing also showed a reluctant expression. Initially, he had been looking forward to the unexpected surprise this Huang Xiaolong might give him by making it to the top 30, but that probability didn't look so promising right now. Therefore, Wangu Shua, Wangu Chongqing, and the other Wangu clan elders no longer paid any attention to Huang Xiaolong. Disciples worthy of their attention were naturally those in the top 100. This Huang Xiaolong had lost his only chance to reach the top 100 in the tournament. Watching Huang Xiaolong fall down the ranks, Qin Yi was inwardly sneering with glee. Even if his personal disciple died and no longer had any part in this tournament, Huang Xiaolong would be the same, destined to fall out of the top 1,000. Qin Yi's conclusion was similar to Wangu Shua's, assuming that Huang Xiaolong must have been gravely injured after killing Xiang Mingji. Thus he hid somewhere to heal. That's why his points did not change at all. In fact, Qin Yi had been desperately praying that other disciples or lightning beasts would discover the place where Huang Xiaolong was healing and kill him. Kill Huang Xiaolong! Screamed Qin Yi's heart. Another 2 months went by, and there were still no changes to Huang Xiaolong's points. Not only did he fall out of the top 300, he was also already out of the top 400. The lower he dropped, the smaller the gap between points became. Due to Huang Xiaolong's unchanging points, there were disciples who surpassed Huang Xiaolong's rank on a daily basis. In the overflowing lightning world, Huang Xiaolong, who'd been sitting in the heavenly god's mansion for a year's time, emitted an even brighter light. Drops of liquefied lightning force were floating around him. At the same time, high in the sky, the tricolored sea of light glimmered, rolled, and merged. Divine dragons, golden Buddhas, and archdevils each formed their individual holy land. One was a dragon holy land, filled with divine dragons of various shapes, sizes, and colors. The space where their dragon chi passed reverberated with mighty dragon roars. One was Buddhist holy land, where countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, numerous monks with golden bodies sat in a meditative pose in the air, chanting profound mantras that contained the Tao of Buddhism, the Tao of life, and the Tao of light. The last one was the Devil Holy Land. Every corner of it was filled with blood and gore, and evil spirits were roaming in all directions. There were Asuras everywhere one looked. The ox-head and horse-faced hell guardians were watching their every move. The stench of blood filled the air, as well as desolate darkness and frigid cold. At this point, the 3 groups of light in Huang Xiaolong's soul sea had expanded to more than 40 li in diameter. Every time they pulsated, it caused the land to shake vigorously. Scorching heat waves spurted out from the land, as if ready to destroy the world. Finally, the 3 groups of light above Huang Xiaolong's soul sea reached their limit and exploded. Rays of light transformed into hundreds of thousands of swords, thrusting up into the overflowing lightning world sky, leaving just as many holes in the firmament. Following that, the 3 groups of light scattered and dispersed. Huang Xiaolong looked into his soul sea, where 3 godheads that he failed to describe were calmly floating. 3 odd-shaped godheads that looked more like 3 balls whilst not. Huang Xiaolong succeeded in condensing his godhead. Furthermore, he condensed 3 godheads. One was a deep blue godhead that reflected red, green, purple, and yellow lights. One was black as ink, resembling the darkness of the netherworld without a ray of sunlight, exuding a frigid air. And the last one was a golden godhead, the most radiant of gold, incomparable in the world, the essence of purity and brightness. Each godhead reached 499,999 li in diameter. Just a mere 1 li, and they could have reached 500,000 li. All 3 godheads exuded an old aura filled with desolation, chaos, and an aura of origin grand mist, standing above all living beings. The godheads were their own heaven and earth, a world unto itself, the ruler of a universe. The 3 godheads formed an enormous triangle in Huang Xiaolong's soul sea, slowly rotating. As they rotates, one could faintly feel the universe's power. The instant the 3 godheads were completed, Huang Xiaolong's chi sea burst. Endless true immortal essence force was converted into divine might. Each of the 3 godheads was like their own world, merging speedily with the true immortal essence and god battle chi. Huang Xiaolong's aura and cultivation rose tremendously. Early First Order High God Realm, Mid First Order, Peak Late First Order, then Mid Second Order High God Realm. Hong. Without stopping, Huang Xiaolong had crushed the barrier to Peak Late First Order High God Realm. All these years, Huang Xiaolong had been suppressing his cultivation and compressing his Dantian and Qi Si's true immortal essence force and God battle Qi. Now, releasing both forces just a little bit was akin to a fierce tidal wave that pushed his cultivation forward. Finally, Huang Xiaolong had broken through to Second Order High God Realm. However, even upon reaching early Second Order High God Realm, his rising cultivation did not stop, continuing to rise. In a short period of time, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation surged until peak early Second Order High God Realm before his true immortal force and God battle Qi slightly slowed down. Not knowing how long had passed, Huang Xiaolong once again attempted to break another barrier, entering Mid-Second Order High God Realm. A few days after he succeeded, both his true immortal force and God battle Qi finally calmed down, transforming into God force. Sitting there, Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes. My cultivation has finally entered the High God Realm. Although Huang Xiaolong had estimated that he could definitely break through to High God Realm, now that he really succeeded, he still couldn't contain the elation in his heart. Now that he had stepped into the High God Realm, he had become a true god. No matter how strong he was in the past, he was still half-mortal. Only when one succeeded in condensing a godhead did they shed their mortal shell, becoming a god. Soon, Huang Xiaolong discovered that he had broken through to Second Order High God Realm. Moreover, it was Mid-Second Order High God Realm. Only Mid-Second Order High God Realm. Huang Xiaolong shook his head wryly. Based on his astounding energy accumulation throughout the years, he hoped to reach at least Third Order High God Realm. In fact, reaching Mid-Third Order High God Realm would have been ideal. But who could have known that he would only manage to reach Mid-Second Order High God Realm? Huang Xiaolong was a little bit dejected. If his thoughts were known by other families and sect's disciples, they would knock their heads against the wall and die in shame. In countless millennia, leaping straight to Mid-Second Order High God Realm in one go after breaking through to High God Realm was never heard of. There were, no doubt, numerous illustrious characters born from countless galaxies in the last hundreds of millennia, but even amongst those top monstrous geniuses, the most they could achieve directly after breaking through was late or peak late First Order High God Realm. When Huang Xiaolong's attention fell on the three godheads above his soul sea, he nearly froze in shock. 3 enormous godheads. Moreover, all 3 of them were of a different attribute. That dark blue godhead exuded the divine aura of the Dragon Clan and could most likely be considered a kind of Dragon Clan godhead. Moreover, it contained water, fire, metal, earth, wood, lightning, wind, and other elements of nature. As for that inky black godhead, it was likely a godhead that an archdevil could condense, considered a darkness attribute godhead. Moreover, it seemed to possess the power to corrode and devour. The third godhead exuded pure Buddhism energy, a kind of godhead that only cultivators of the Buddha world could condense, filled with the power of light and life. Take this. Huang Xiaolong was agape with shock. He actually had 3 great godheads, with the powers of dragons, archdevils, and golden Buddhas. He was obviously a human, so how could he condense the Dragon Clan, Archdevil, and Golden Buddha godheads? Also, those 3 godheads seemed a little too big, right? The higher the rank of a godhead, the bigger its size. Xianxia's top rank 10 godhead was just 10 meters in diameter, but his 3 godheads actually reached 499,999 li in diameter each. Xianxia's godhead was a mere dust particle when compared to Huang Xiaolong's godheads. Furthermore, each of them was a supreme rank godhead, the king of all godheads. Although he wasn't sure what rank his 3 godheads were, judging from the grand primordial aura exuded by them that stood above all living beings, Huang Xiaolong could determine that they were undeniably supreme rank, perhaps even higher. For now, he couldn't say for sure if his 3 godheads were low, mid, high, or top supreme rank godheads. 3 kings of godheads. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. His mother, he finally condensed the king of all godheads. Moreover, it was 3 of them, not 1. all the laborious effort he exerted in compressing his cultivation realm until he obtained all 4 divine fires before breaking through to the high god realm was indeed the right choice. 3 supreme godheads, although he didn't know if there were people like him in the divine world. Incredible geniuses who could condense 3 supreme godheads. He knew that in the lower realm there was only him. Forget 3 of them at the same time. There had never been a genius who managed to condense even a single supreme rank godhead. Before entering the overflowing lightning world, Huang Xiaolong managed to find out that the Wangu clan's greatest genius, Wangu Yanhui, only succeeded in condensing a king-rank godhead. A long time later, Huang Xiaolong suppressed his brimming excitement. Any person would feel beyond elated and joyful upon condensing a supreme godhead, and even more so, 3 of them at the same time. Huang Xiaolong was no exception. Not breaking into a dance from the 21st century Earth showed his control. After suppressing his excitement a little, he began checking other parts of himself. Huang Xiaolong's true dragon physique was no longer a mortal shell, but a divine body. As for how strong his body was, he still wasn't sure, but it certainly reached a heaven-defying level. The 4 divine fires had completely merged into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The azure dragon divine fire integrated into his liver, the black tortoise divine fire into his kidney, the vermilion bird divine fire fused with his heart, and the white tiger divine fire integrated with his lungs. All 4 divine fires were linked and resonated with each other harmoniously. The 4 divine fires' essence pooled where his dantian used to be, even releasing a clear gray energy that spread through his body. This clear gray energy's grade exceeded the 4 galaxies' star force many times over. After his godheads condensed, both his dantian and chi-si disappeared completely as his true immortal essence force and god battle chi were converted into god force. Huang Xiaolong then noticed that his black and blue twin dragon martial spirits also disappeared, becoming one with his soul. On his back, 2 patterns of a blue dragon head and a black dragon head could be seen, resembling tattoos. Although the blue and black twin dragon martial spirits could no longer be seen like before, their martial spirit abilities were still present. Moreover, these abilities had evolved, merging into Huang Xiaolong's divine body, which meant that, if he was injured in the future, he no longer needed to intentionally trigger his martial spirit ability of instant recovery. His true dragon divine physique would recover on its own. As for his soul transformation ability, Huang Xiaolong appeared high in the air above the heavenly mountain in a flicker. With a sway, a bright light flashed and he physically turned into a primordial divine dragon. In the past, when he soul transformed, he possessed only a part of a dragon's attributes and power, whereas now, he was a genuine primordial divine dragon down to the last dragon scale. Furthermore, he was a dragon that had never appeared in the history of the dragon clan. A blue dragon. This blue dragon was the result of the merging of the initial black and blue twin dragon martial spirits. After turning into a primordial divine dragon, with a sway of his body, Huang Xiaolong traversed 10,000 li. Just this flying speed was faster than a peak late Third Order High God Realm Master's greater teleportation. A while later, he reverted back to his human form. I wonder how my battle strength is right now. Huang Xiaolong wondered to himself. Before stepping into the High God Realm, he could defeat a late Third Order High God Realm Master, but now he was a mid-Second Order High God Realm Master himself, one that had 3 supreme godheads. My battle strength is likely to be very high. Huang Xiaolong smacked his lips. Looks like he needed to find an opponent to test things out. Who should he find? Naturally, the best candidates were the 4th Order High God Realm participating disciples. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense submerged into his jade token and discovered that his ranking had fallen all the way to 969th place. He shook his head, a wry smile on his face. Looks like his breakthrough to the High God Realm took more time than he had assumed. Otherwise, his ranking wouldn't have fallen from 93rd place to 969th place. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the heavenly mountain back into his body. Then he vanished from the spot in a flicker, speeding away. The urgent matter right now was to determine how much time had passed and how much time remained before the end of the tournament. In a dozen breaths' time, Huang Xiaolong was already out of the valley. When he was still a god realm, he needed to fly for over an hour in order to reach the deeper parts of the valley. But now, leaving the valley was a matter of a mere dozen breaths' time. One could only imagine Huang Xiaolong's current speed. Along the way, as he flew out from the valley, he noticed that the entire valley had fissures and holes everywhere. It was so damaged that he could hardly recognize it as the same valley he arrived in. Right at the center of the valley was a frightening deep fissure from which hot air spewing out. Looks like the commotion from my breakthrough wasn't small. Huang Xiaolong was glad he chose to break through here. Had he done it back in the martial spirit world, there was a chance the whole martial spirit world would have broken into pieces. As a higher realm world surface, the overflowing lightning world was 1,000 times, even 1,000,000 times sturdier than martial spirit world, but it was still damaged to this extent. It wasn't hard to imagine the disastrous consequences of his breakthrough in martial spirit world. Huang Xiaolong surveyed his surroundings, determined the direction, and flew toward the previous megapolis. As he was speeding past the lightning clouds forming below the overflowing lightning world's ninth heaven, an idea flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. His holy dragon supreme godhead began to rotate at high speed. In an instant, the surrounding clouds rolled and began to flock toward him, converging above his head. The storm clouds that stretched in the sky all rushed toward Huang Xiaolong, spreading further. 1 li, 10 li, 100 li, 1,000 li. The mass of clouds converging in the sky above Huang Xiaolong grew larger and larger, exceeding a 10,000 li mammoth-sized cloud. Lightning flood dragons weaved in and out of the giant cloud. The brewing destructive power could kill any fourth-order high god realm masters and below in a single strike. At the same time, tornadoes formed around Huang Xiaolong. His holy dragon supreme godhead contained the elemental forces of lightning, wind, water, earth, fire, metal, wood, and others. Hence Huang Xiaolong was able to manipulate the lightning and wind forces of the overflowing lightning world effortlessly. Then again, the fact that he could do this was also because the holy dragon godhead was a supreme rank godhead. This was impossible for other fourth-order high god realm masters. Not even Xiang Mingji, who possessed the extreme lightning destruction physique, could do this. Huang Xiaolong continued flying forward while gathering lightning clouds. The lightning beasts outside a radius of 10,000 li from Huang Xiaolong fled in fear, looking at the horrifying giant storm cloud. But the hurricanes around Huang Xiaolong chased them, instantly sucking those lightning beasts toward the giant cloud. Lightning flood dragons streaked out from the cloud, striking down at a lightning beast. Under the lightning's overwhelming destructive force, the lightning beast was dead before it could even wail, turning into a mass of essence energy. Then, Huang Xiaolong activated his Archdevil Supreme Godhead, sucking in the pure essence force with its terrifying devouring power. Simultaneously churning was the Golden Buddha Supreme Godhead, releasing a divine light capable of purifying all beings, increasing the purity of the lightning beast's essence force to another degree. A third-order high god realm lightning beast died just like that. This pure essence force was absorbed by Huang Xiaolong, converted into energy for the three supreme godheads, enhancing his god force by a tiny fraction. Huang Xiaolong's flying speed did not reduce at all while the lightning beast was dealt with. As he continued to make his way toward the city, all lightning beasts within 10,000 li from him were sucked in by the whirlwind and struck to death by lightning, turning into pure essence force to be absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. His strength slowly but surely rose. Half an hour later, there were already more than 100 lightning beasts that died in Huang Xiaolong's hands. This killing speed was truly too alarming. The number was several folds higher compared to what he killed in a whole day before breaking into the high god realm. In fact, Huang Xiaolong's high god realm foundation wasn't very stable when he left the valley. But as he absorbed these lightning beasts' essence force, his foundation finally consolidated after the new advancement. Huang Xiaolong's points also rose at a shocking speed. In the past months, his position had fallen down to the 969th place, but now he had risen up to 954th place in a short half an hour. 15 places in a short time. On the Aeon Square, Fengyang, Luyun, Qiwan, and Chunyang watched anxiously as Huang Xiaolong's ranking plummet from 93rd place all the way to the 969th, close to falling out of the top 1,000. But, all of a sudden, they saw Huang Xiaolong's points that hadn't changed in over a year's time suddenly shoot up at an alarming speed. This, Feng Yang, Lu Yun, and the rest were wide-eyed with astonishment. Joy quickly took over their shock. Feng Yang felt as if he was falling down a bottomless abyss 1 second, and thrown into heaven the next moment. Lu Yun and Qi Wen were so excited that they were hugging each other as they jumped up and down, whereas Chen Yang was slightly frowning. Not far from Feng Yang's group, the Azure Dragon Institute members who were still at the square were also watching Huang Xiaolong sudden leap up the ranking list, looking at his rising points. Their expressions were as ugly as they could be. No, no, impossible. Qin Yi stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong's rising name, bellowing in his heart. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wasn't Huang Xiaolong, that bastard, heavily injured? How could he heal so fast? Also, how could his points increase at such a speed? Although the change in Huang Xiaolong's ranking was noticed by Feng Yang's group and the Azure Dragon Institute side, no one else paid attention to it. The Wangu clan elders were only concerned with disciples within the top 100. At this time, the top of the ranking list was still Wangu Yanhui, with an accumulation of more than 63 million points. At second place was the Fortune Gates Fang Chu with over 61 million points. Ranked third was the Zhou clan's Zhou Yao. However, when compared to the two names above him, Zhou Yao's points were far behind, slightly over 53 million. In the fourth place was the Mu clan's Mu Qi. His accumulated points were a little over 52 million. At the fifth place was the giant tribe's Taibang. Sixth was Luo Shaochen of the ancient sorcerer school. At the seventh place was Teich's dark elf tribe's Wuxia. Further down at the eighth place was Jiang Xiaosu of the Tempest Academy. The ninth place was the swordless sect's Jian Shi. From the 10th place to the 13th respectively were Lu Dongwei from the Orthodox Yang sect, the Ouyang clan's Ouyang Wanxiong, Juesher Sanlang of Vanishing Life Island, and last but not least at the 13th place was Flying Rock Chamber's Peng Shuejiao. More than a year into the tournament, there were still the 13 people with a cultivation of 4th Order High God Realm who dominated the top 13 places on the ranking list. On the other hand, the Yelu family's Yelu Tianfeng inched 1 spot up to the 14th place. There are less than 2 months remaining. It looks like the first place is our Wangu clans. Wangu Shua commented happily. Wangu Yanhui, that kid. The first place is absolutely his. Wangu Chongqing nodded, echoing with a smile. Other than that Fortune Gates Fang Chu who poses a little threat to Wangu Yanhui, the rest are negligible at this point. When the tournament ends with Wangu Yanhui in the first place and he receives a heavenly god's godhead as a reward, the patriarch and the elders will be able to study it and comprehend its mysteries. At that time, everyone's strength will greatly improve. Wangu Ji laughed merrily. After the tournament ends, the clan should heavily reward that little guy Wangu Yanhui. The other Wangu clan elders nodded in agreement, smiling from ear to ear. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong reached the megapolis. Upon reaching the megapolis, Huang Xiaolong did not enter through the city gates. Instead, he flew over, stopping above the city. The clouds above the giant city were immediately sucked into the mammoth-sized lightning cloud above Huang Xiaolong's head, merging into it, enlarging the giant cloud even more. 14,000 li, 15,000 li, 20,000 li, 30,000 li. The giant lightning cloud expanded until it reached 30,000 li. Only after reaching such a monstrous size did it stop expanding. With Huang Xiaolong's current cultivation at mid-second order High God Realm, gathering the lightning force within 30,000 li was his limit. At the same time, the lightning beasts that were hiding in the lightning clouds above were all swept toward Huang Xiaolong, struck to death, then had their essence force absorbed by him. Hovering below the mammoth-sized lightning cloud, with a sea of lightning flood dragons close to 1,000 zhang in length sizzling around him, Huang Xiaolong looked like the epitome of a god of destruction from afar. The disciples inside the city and the surrounding 10,000 li shuddered as they looked at the catastrophic storm cloud. Apprehension and fear filled their faces watching the black-haired young man right in the midst of that chaos. Which family's freak talent is this? He's actually capable of controlling such a large volume of destructive lightning force. A peak late third order High God Realm disciple's voice quivered as he spoke. Before this horrifying lightning cloud, he didn't even have the will to muster up thoughts of resistance. Could he be from the Tempest Academy, the 10th-ranked Zhang Xiaosu? I heard that Zhang Xiaosu can also control lightning and wind at the same time. A peak late third-order high god realm disciple dumbly made a guess. These two disciples were within the current top 100. Zhang Xiaosu? Forget Zhang Xiaosu. Not even the first-ranked Wangu Yanhui is this terrifying. There's actually such a frightening character in this term's tournament? Who is this person? He most likely isn't in the current top 10, those great geniuses within the top 10. I recognize all of them. The participating disciples below curiously discussed about Huang Xiaolong. No one dared to run, afraid of provoking Huang Xiaolong's wrath with their actions and be destroyed by a lightning strike. Not even the several peak late third-order high god realm disciples dared to make any reckless moves. Huang Xiaolong looked below, randomly pointing at a disciple. "You! Come here!" To that late third-order high god realm disciple's horror, his body moved forward out of his control, flying toward Huang Xiaolong. Not a wisp of his god force could be manipulated. This did not escape the others' notice, and they were even more afraid to make any reckless moves. "Senior, have me mercy." That late third-order high god realm disciple started crying for mercy immediately upon reaching Huang Xiaolong, his words beginning to sound nonsensical. Watching the terror on the disciple's face and hearing his cries for mercy, Huang Xiaolong inwardly felt a little bit bitter. Am I that scary? I don't remember saying I wanted to kill him. Let me ask you, how long has the tournament went on? Huang Xiaolong asked. The disciple that was busy crying for mercy shut up in a daze and stopped flailing all over the place. This black-haired man pulled him over just to ask this question? Seeing that disciple simply look back at him dazedly, Huang Xiaolong frowned, and after noticing it, that disciple quickly answered. There are still 40-something days until the tournament ends. Huang Xiaolong breathed in relief at this answer. If there were only a few days remaining until the tournament ended, it would be very hard for him to chase up to the first place no matter how powerful he was. Forget the first place, even entering the top 10 would have been pressing his luck. Knowing that there were more than 40 days left, there was still hope for him to break into the top 10, top 3, or even the first place. Huang Xiaolong asked that disciple a few more questions, and he immediately told Huang Xiaolong everything he knew. Do you know where Yelu Tianfeng is right now? Huang Xiaolong tried. Still, 40 over days did not leave Huang Xiaolong with much time, especially when his ranking had fallen too far behind. There was quite an enormous gap to close, so the fastest solution was to kill other disciples of higher ranking to reap a large amount of points. Confident as he was of his own strength, Huang Xiaolong couldn't go on a killing rampage. Otherwise, once he left this place, he would become the kill target of many forces. The losses would exceed the gains. Whereas grudges already existed between the Yelu family and him, not to mention the fact that he had killed Yelu Xian, Yelu Bai, Yelu Xian, and 13 other Yelu family disciples. The feud between them was irreconcilable, therefore, killing a few more Yelu family disciples made no difference. And Huang Xiaolong's biggest target was Yelu Tianfeng. Senior is looking for Yelu Tianfeng? That disciple was stunned for a second. Something flashed in his mind and he hurriedly replied. The rumors floating around say that some disciples found an ancient lightning god's cultivation dwelling. Many disciples heard of this message and are rushing over. Wangu Yanhui, Fangchu, Zhouyao, Muqi, Yelu Tianfeng, and the others will probably go there as well. Originally, most of the disciples in the city were planning to hurry over as well, but who would have thought this black-haired young man would appear here? No one dared to leave. Oh! Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Ancient lightning god's cultivation dwelling. Since the overflowing lightning world was a higher realm world surface, then an ancient lightning god could very well be a heavenly god master and above. The cultivation dwelling left behind by a heavenly god master was probably richer than the tournament's rewards. Huang Xiaolong asked about the location of the ancient lightning god's cultivation dwelling. The disciple spilled out all he knew in detail to Huang Xiaolong. After he finished asking what he wanted to know, Huang Xiaolong quickly made an estimation. According to his current speed, he could reach that ancient lightning god's cultivation dwelling in half a day's time. Then, no longer caring about the disciples below, he disappeared in a flicker, hurrying straight to the said location. That late Third Order High God realm watched the giant lightning cloud above Huang Xiaolong's head float away, and a sudden fatigue took over him. His robe was wet from the cold sweat running down his back. The disciples below had a feeling as if they had just survived a catastrophe. As the disciple said, the cultivators in the city had planned to hurry over to the ancient lightning god's cultivation dwelling. But now, more than half of them had changed their minds. At an unknown distance from the megapolis was a towering mountain peak that pierced into the clouds, occasionally flashing with bright lightning. This mountain peak was actually built from a divine world's rare material called magnetic lightning stones that had been piled up high to form this mountain. Above the peak of this towering mountain was a black spatial hole several li in diameter dot-like, which was the entrance to the ancient lightning god's cultivation dwelling. In truth, the entrance was supposedly concealed, but a disciple went up to the magnetic lightning mountain and accidentally activated the cultivation dwelling's formations, revealing the entrance in the open. Although it hadn't been long, almost all participating disciples heard the news and hurried over. Naturally, this included disciples in the top 30, and Yelu Tianfeng was one of them. Yelu Tianfeng led a group of Yelu family disciples, passing through the entrance. The ancient lightning god's cultivation dwelling was an independent world, and quite a spacious one. There's a good chance this cultivation dwelling belongs to a super high realm heavenly god master. This kind of cultivation dwelling always has a central formation. We must find that formation first, Yelu Tianfeng commanded. All the present Yelu family disciples respectfully acknowledged his command. Big brother Tianfeng, would the appearance of this lightning god cultivation dwelling lure out that Huang Xiaolong? Yelu Wei asked. By now, Yelu Tianfeng already found out that the 16 Yelu family disciples were killed by Huang Xiaolong. So in the past year, Yelu Tianfeng had been searching for him. At the mention of Huang Xiaolong, Yelu Tianfeng's eyes were bloodshot with killing intent. I really hope that Huang Xiaolong will come, killing 16 of my Yili family's disciples. This Huang Xiaolong, I'll skin him alive and rip out his tendons, scrap his flesh off the bone. I want him to feel pain 1,000,000 times worse than death, only that can wash away the hate in my heart. I really didn't expect that Huang Xiaolong to actually be so strong, Yelu Wei said with a solemn voice. He could kill Yelu Xian, Yelu Bai, and the others. He has strength comparable to a peak mid-third order high god realm at the very least. But Yelu Tianfeng sneered in disdain. Merely peak mid-third order high god realm. If I want to kill him, it takes nothing more than the wave of a hand. That's right, in front of big brother Yelu Tianfeng. That Huang Xiaolong is akin to a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. A Yelu family disciple fawned. If that Huang Xiaolong dares to come, big brother Yelu Tianfeng doesn't even need to move a finger. Big brother Yelu Wei alone is more than enough to kill that dog. Yelu Wei was the only one among Yelu family's 100 participating disciples that managed to enter the top 100 other than Yelu Tianfeng, currently ranked 85th. His cultivation was at late third order high god realm, infinitely close to advancing to peak late third order. Break into groups of 10, separate and search for the central formation. If anything happens, use the communication talisman. Yelu Tianfeng began issuing orders to the present Yelu family disciples. Although the communication talisman's efficiency was limited in the overflowing lightning world, as long as they were not too far apart from each other, communication was still possible. This was also the reason why some disciples belonging to the same families or sects could still find each other and assemble. In a short time, all Yelu family disciples formed groups of 10 and headed out, disappearing in different directions. At this point in time, Huang Xiaolong was getting closer to the entrance of the lightning god's cultivation dwelling. Wherever he passed, all the lightning beasts were struck dead by lightning strikes coming from the cloud gathered above his head. His points continued to rise at an alarming rate. Almost every half an hour, Huang Xiaolong's ranking would jump more than a dozen places up the list. By the time 5 hours passed, he entered the top 800, at the 793rd place. After entering the top 800, Huang Xiaolong's rising speed seemed to have slowed, but even so, he still rose 10 places in half an hour's time. Half a day later, he reached the 758th spot. When Huang Xiaolong could see the magnetic lightning mountain's peak, his rank had risen again to the 752nd place. Even at this time, Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead was still devouring frantically, and the 30,000 li giant lightning cloud above his head shrunk rapidly, drilling into his body. All three Supreme Godheads spun madly as they greedily absorbed the pure lightning force coming from the giant lightning cloud, converting it into God force. In a dozen of breaths' time, the intimidating 30,000 li lightning cloud was completely refined by Huang Xiaolong, nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong dispersed the tornadoes around him. Only then did he fly toward the magnetic lightning mountain's peak, to the spatial hole. However, just as he was about to fly into the entrance, more than 20 figures flew out, blocking his path. These 24 people were between late and peak late second order high god realm, clad in robes of different colors and styles, clearly showing that all of them came from different forces and galaxies. Punk! You want to enter the lightning god's cultivation dwelling? A disciple clad in a scarlet robe with the family crest of fire cloud on his chest sneered at Huang Xiaolong. I advise you to leave immediately. That way you can still keep your life. This disciple, judging from his scarlet robe and the crest on his chest, should be one of the Wangu clan's core disciples. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the 20-some people around, noting that most of them were from the Wangu clan, Zhou clan, Mu clan, Fortune Gate, and the ancient sorcerer school, guarding here to prevent other disciples from entering the lightning god's cultivation dwelling. It seems like the Wangu clan, Fortune Gate, and the other forces had quite a big appetite. Or better said, Wangu Yanhui, Fang Chu, Zhou Yao, and Mu Qi had quite the big appetite. No doubt these disciples guarding here were following Wangu Yanhui and the others' command. In fact, Huang Xiaolong even spotted a Yelu family disciple. But Huang Xiaolong had already discovered these people's presence before he reached the spatial entrance. And if I don't leave? Huang Xiaolong asked with a hint of derisive humor in his voice. Not leaving. The Wangu clan disciple issued an evil chuckle. Then go die. His fist punched out, aiming at Huang Xiaolong's chest, filled with merciless killing intent. Blazing scarlet flames streaked in space, forming a giant fist imprint. Before the scarlet giant fist imprint, the surrounding lightning turned into bluish mist. This was the golden Qilin flame the Wangu clan's core disciples possessed in their bloodline. Watching this, the other disciples retreated far away. Only after the Qilin fire fist arrived in front of him did Huang Xiaolong raise his hand before the wide-shocked eyes of the disciples. This person planned to receive that Qilin flame fist with his bare hand. A mid-second order high god realm actually wants to take on Brother Dongqing's golden Qilin flame fist? Is this punk retarded? A Mu clan disciple couldn't help sneering as he watched. The other disciples were also shaking their heads. The golden Qilin flame fist was one of the Wangu clan's most powerful fist skills. The disciple displaying the attack was called Wangu Dongqing, with a cultivation at peak late second order high god realm. Even the majority of early third order high god realm masters wouldn't have the guts take on the attack barehanded like Huang Xiaolong. Right when everyone was shaking their heads, that golden Qilin flame fist halted right in front of Huang Xiaolong. He then made a grasping motion, holding the golden Qilin flame fist in this palm, swirling it around like a ball. Like sea foam, that golden Qilin flame fist turned into specks of fire, scattered and disappeared with the wind. Wangu Dongqing, that Mu clan disciple and all other disciples were stupefied. He actually succeeded? Looks like it worked. Wangu Dongqing's expression was more than ugly. Everyone, don't be afraid. There are so many of us, and he's only one mid-second order high god realm, nothing but a sitting duck. Let's work together and kill him. One of the disciples shouted, inducing the rest. This disciple was part of the Yelu family. Hence, the intimidated group calmed down and encircled Huang Xiaolong with a ruthless glint in their eyes. Huang Xiaolong looked in the direction of that Yelu family disciple. A suction force rushed out from his palm, pulling that disciple in front of him. To that Yelu family disciple's horror, he discovered that he couldn't move a finger, his entire body's god force controlled by an unknown power, causing him to fly toward Huang Xiaolong. After pulling over that Yelu family disciple, Huang Xiaolong's archdevil supreme godhead began to rotate and a whelming devouring power surged out. Instantly, that Yelu family's blood essence and god force left his body, absorbed by Huang Xiaolong. Before the petrified faces of the surrounding disciples, the body of that Yelu family disciple shrunk, becoming a dried corpse. All of this took no longer than 2 breaths' time. Too weak, Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath as he threw the dried corpse to the side, looking at the rest of the disciples. The surrounding disciples' faces turned ash-gray. All of them turned around to flee, including Wangu Dongqing. Huang Xiaolong's lips curved into a sneer, too lazy to be bothered with these people, disappearing into the entrance in a flicker. Until Huang Xiaolong disappeared into the entrance, the surviving disciples dared not approach. There was a disciple who already pissed his pants. A long time later, these disciples braved themselves to come closer, but looking at the dry corpse of that Yelu family disciple, their faces were deathly pale. After passing through the entrance, Huang Xiaolong chose a direction and sped ahead. Inside the lightning god's cultivation dwelling, there were thick lightning elementals resembling flood dragons everywhere he looked. These lightning flood dragons already possessed a certain level of awareness and intelligence. Hence, they took the initiative to attack any intruders. Facing these attacking lightning flood dragons, Huang Xiaolong did not repel or disperse them. Instead, he activated his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power, devouring all the lightning elementals coming at him. These lightning flood dragons had existed in this space for countless millennia and most likely absorbed some kind of precious spiritual energy, enabling them to give birth to awareness and intelligence. For cultivators, they were a great supplement. As he flew forward, along the way, Huang Xiaolong could feel his strength rising. He then sank his divine sense into his jade token and discovered that his ranking had gone up to the 676th place after he killed that Yelu family disciple and obtained half of his, entering the top 700. This advancement speed was quite scary. One mustn't forget that Huang Xiaolong had just advanced to the high god realm when he left the valley, and his ranking had fallen down to the 969th place. Whereas now, after barely a day, he had climbed up to the top 700. Almost 300 ranks in a day. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense retreated from the jade token, pondering, since there's a Yelu family disciple in the group guarding the entrance, then Yelu Tianfeng must have entered this lightning god space. However, the crucial matter at the moment was finding and taking control over this place's central formation. Finding Yelu Tianfeng was only secondary. Huang Xiaolong was still flying forward when, all of a sudden, he stopped. In a flicker, he appeared above a small valley that actually looked more like a spacious ravine. This ravine nestled between 2 mountain peaks, tucked away from view. Even more so because it was narrow and small, one could easily miss it when flying in the air. As for Huang Xiaolong, he felt a strange energy fluctuation from this direction, thus found this hidden ravine. Floating down, everything below entered his sight with a single glance, and his attention was attracted by a bamboo stalk over 3 meters tall growing out from the mountain wall. This bamboo stalk was as thick as an adult's arm, entirely purple in color. There were actually spheres of dark violet lightning energy hovering around it. These spheres of lightning energy were different than other lightning energy around, more animated and definitely purer. It was as if every lightning sphere had something residing within. A thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind and he exclaimed in surprise, "This is purple lightning divine bamboo?" When Huang Xiaolong was searching for the 4 divine fires, he had read a record in a book from the Vermilion Bird Institute's library regarding this purple lighting divine bamboo. This bamboo was born from a large accumulation of natural lightning, growing 1 meter every million years. This purple lightning divine bamboo in front of him was slightly over 3 meters tall, showing that it was at least 3 million years old. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaolong was delighted with his finding. The purple lightning divine bamboo was an extremely sturdy material, perfect for refining divine artifacts. Although the mulberry sword his master Fengyang had given him was passable, to the current Huang Xiaolong, it had grown inadequate. He had already planned to reinforce his mulberry sword and other weapons when he returned to martial spirit world. Now, with the addition of this purple lightning divine bamboo, the mulberry sword's power would be enhanced to an astounding degree. However, he was not in a hurry to collect the purple lightning divine bamboo. Instead, he observed the dark violet lightning spheres hovering around it. These dark violet spheres were formed from the natural lightning force emitted by the purple lightning divine bamboo, and each sphere of lightning was comparable to a 3 million years old herb. And here there were 15 of them. No longer hesitating, Huang Xiaolong's archdevil supreme godhead rotated, releasing a devouring power that caused the 15 dark violet lightning spheres to rush into Huang Xiaolong's body as if they were lining up, converted into god force. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't estimate how many times faster his current refining speed was after breaking through to the high god realm and condensing 3 supreme rank godheads. It could be said without exaggeration that not even those 10th order high god realm old ancestors who no longer appeared in public could compete with Huang Xiaolong's refining speed. This was one of the terrifying aspects of having a supreme godhead. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had 3 of them. After absorbing the energy from the 15 spheres of lightning, Huang Xiaolong could feel his god force increase by a significant amount, pushing him closer to peak mid-second order high god realm. Somehow, this result rendered him speechless. Even though only a day had passed, even he had lost count of how many lightning beasts' essence force he had refined along the way, not forgetting that Yelu family late second order high god realm disciples' blood essence and god force. And now, even after refining 15 lightning spheres comparable to 3 million years old medicinal herbs, he had yet to reach peak mid-second order high god realm. Give another person the same amount of energy he had refined in this one day's time, and they would have already broken through to third order high god realm. His 3 supreme godheads were akin to 3 bottomless pits. Huang Xiaolong faintly suspected that even if he refined 10,000 heavenly gods' godheads and 10,000 stalks of 3 million years old herbs right now, he might still not be able to advance to third order high god realm. 10,000 heavenly gods' godheads. 10,000 stalks of 3 million years old herbs. Just thinking of this gave Huang Xiaolong a headache. Where was he going to find so many godheads and 3 million years old herbs? He put away these messy thoughts and went to collect the purple lightning divine bamboo. He then left the ravine, flying in the same direction as he did before. Huang Xiaolong continued to absorb the lightning force inside the lightning god space as he flew onward. Half an hour later, a mountain range that stretched further than the eye could see came into view. This mountain range was like dragon lying in wait, astonishing spiritual energy flowing out from within. Although Huang Xiaolong was still some distance away, he already felt the rich and abundant spiritual energy, not to mention the high-grade divine world spiritual energy. For this grade of divine world spiritual energy to appear, according to Huang Xiaolong's conjecture, deep below this mountain range was sealed a spiritual vein. A spiritual vein formed from the divine world's spiritual energy. If he could refine this spiritual vein, Huang Xiaolong estimated that he could, perhaps, advance to peak late second order, perhaps even third order high god realm. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply, accelerating toward the mountain range. Soon, he was standing in the air above the mountains, carefully sensing the densest area of spiritual energy, then hurried over. A while later, Huang Xiaolong stopped in front of one of the many peaks around. Clouds lingered over the mountain peak like a crown, whereas halfway down were magnificent buildings resembling palaces. The area with the densest spiritual energy was right here where these palaces were. The lightning god's cultivation dwelling. The name flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Excitement shone in his eyes, flying toward the cluster of palaces. Huang Xiaolong quickly descended on the square at the head of those palaces. But, just as he was preparing to enter the main palace building, he heard the sound of whistling wind, followed by the appearance of a group of disciples. They also descended on the square. This group of disciples consisted of 10 people, and they were none other than Yelu family disciples. Once they descended, one of the Yelu family disciples was ecstatic as he stared at the cluster of palaces around, ordering, "Quick, send a message to Big Brother Tianfeng and the others. Tell them we've found the lightning god's cultivation dwelling." The other disciples also had excited expressions on their faces, each of them taking out their communication talisman to inform Yelu Tianfeng and rest of the family disciples. After those Yelu family disciples were done with relaying the message to Yelu Tianfeng and other family disciples, they noticed that someone was there with them. Huang Xiaolong, the Yelu family group leader, blurted out when he saw the person's face. He was surprised, excited, then his face went grim. "We searched high and low for you. Who would have thought we'd find you here? Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong. You ignore the path to heaven and come running toward the gates of hell. Let's see how you're going to escape this time." "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong retorted, direct and indifferent. Watching Huang Xiaolong's indifference, the Yelu family group leader sneered. "You're probably still ignorant. Our big brother Yelu Tianfeng and big brother Yelu Wei will arrive here very soon, together with the others." A snicker sounded from Huang Xiaolong's mouth at that Yelu family disciple's intimidation. This suited him just fine. He could deal with them all at once, saving him the trouble of searching for them everywhere. Thus, Huang Xiaolong could afford to wait. He stood there with his hands clasped behind him, waiting for Yelu Tianfeng and the other Yelu family disciples to arrive. The present Yelu family disciples secretly breathed in relief when they saw that Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to run. The 10 of them were aware of Huang Xiaolong's strength that was comparable to a peak mid-third order high god realm master. Had he chose to run, not a single one of them would have been able to delay him. However, the group leader's sneer became even deeper. Since this Huang Xiaolong was so blatantly waiting for death, they would fulfill his wish in a little bit. About 10 minutes later, sounds of piercing wind came from the distance as a group of Yelu family disciples flew toward the square at high speed. When the disciples on the square saw this group, obvious elation was displayed on their faces. The leader of this group was none other than the person close to stepping into peak late third order high god realm, Yelu Wei. Yelu Wei descended gracefully on the square. His sharp gaze made a quick sweep around the square and saw Huang Xiaolong standing there, calm and indifferent, with his hands behind his back. Yelu Wei was stunned. The first batch of Yili family disciples that arrived hurried forward to greet Yelu Wei, and their group leader immediately protested, "Big brother Yelu Wei, this Huang Xiaolong is really too arrogant, not putting our family in his eyes. Should we teach him a lesson right now?" A frown wrinkled Yelu Wei's forehead, answering in a solemn voice, "There's no hurry. We'll decide after big brother Yelu Tianfeng arrives." The leader of the first group was surprised by Yelu Wei's answer, but he did not object. Throwing a piercing look at Huang Xiaolong, he said, "Then we'll let this punk live for a few more minutes." Soon, another group arrived at the square, their leader none other than Yelu Tianfeng himself. However, he was joined by a number of Beitang family disciples. There was a stalwart Beitang family disciple who flew beside Yelu Tianfeng, the aura coming from his body not losing out in the least to Yelu Tianfeng's. This person was none other than the Beitang family's most distinguished and greatest genius of the last 10 million years, who had reached peak late third order high god realm in a little over 1,700 years. He was Beitang Wuji. Currently, Beitang Wuji's ranking was slightly below Yelu Tianfeng's, at the 16th place. Big brother Tianfeng, Yelu Wei and the rest of Yelu family disciples were excited when they saw him arrive. Yelu Tianfeng nodded slightly at them before turning to look at Huang Xiaolong. Mid-second order high god realm? Standing beside Yelu Tianfeng, Beitang Wuji saw through Huang Xiaolong's cultivation in a single glance, laughing in disdain. "Yelu Tianfeng, this kind of small shrimp needs you to take care of it personally?" He did not pay attention to Beitang Wuji's ridicule, walking up to Huang Xiaolong. Yelu Tianfeng's momentum was rising with every step and his long spear appeared in his hand, his gaze chilling cold. "Mid-second order high god realm. This is your true strength, right? No wonder Yelu Xian, Yili Bai, and Yelu Xian all died in your hand. But there's something else I'm curious about. You actually aren't trying to run. Since you didn't try to run, is it because you know you won't be able to escape, and hence, the better option is to wait for me here and hope you'll be lucky enough to win against me?" The tip of Yelu Tianfeng's long spear was pointed at Huang Xiaolong's face, but just as he was about to send Huang Xiaolong on his way, Yelu Wei interjected, "Big brother Yelu, maybe I should start first?" Yelu Tianfeng pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right, but don't kill him yet. I still want to break every bone in his body and skin him alive." Yelu Wei reassured him, "Don't worry, big brother Tianfeng." He then approached Huang Xiaolong with a longsword in his hand. Hearing this conversation between the two, Huang Xiaolong shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. "No need to make it so troublesome. Both of you can attack together, or all your Yelu family disciples can attack together. That would save me the trouble of going after you lot one by one." Huang Xiaolong's words enraged all present Yelu family disciples. "Punk! You're seeking death. I alone am enough to kill this punk." An early Third Order High God Realm disciple shouted in anger. Yelu Wei's long sword suddenly resonated, emitting a clear, vibrating hum. A whelming rush of God force swirled around him. 10,000 snakes sword formation. Yelu Wei thrust his sword at Huang Xiaolong. The surrounding disciples immediately saw sword lights flying out, vibrating as they whistled in the air, resembling pounding snakes. Those sword snakes actually formed a sword formation. Sword lights sliced all lightning force between the two, arriving in front of Huang Xiaolong in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong did not give more than a glance to Yelu Wei's attack. He merely gave a casual flick of his hand, akin to brushing off an annoying fly. Before the spectating Yelu and Beitang family's disciples, that snake sword formation that could seemingly slice everything in its path suddenly burst apart, as if a giant hand slammed down on it. Whereas Yelu Wei, the shockwave from the impact sent him reeling backwards all the way to the edge of the square before managing to forcefully steady himself. Rounded shocked eyes were many watching what just happened. Yelu Wei, who was infinitely close to advancing to peak late Third Order High God Realm, lost. One move. Even Beitang Wuji was shocked. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over Yelu Tianfeng and the Yelu family disciples, his voice indifferently cold. "I've already said, the lot of you should attack together. It'll save me the trouble of going through you one by one." Yelu Tianfeng's expression was extremely grim, but he took a deep breath and calmed himself. He then pointed at Huang Xiaolong once again with the long spear in his hand, cold and merciless. "I admit you have the strength to be my opponent, however. I alone am more than enough to kill you. Don't worry. I'll make sure you die under my spear skill. I will use my most powerful attack that even a common early Fourth Order High God Realm wouldn't be able to withstand. Hopefully you can." Yelu Tianfeng bellowed, his voice shaking the air like thunder as he lunged forward, akin to a submerged dragon flying out from the bottom of the sea. The long spear in his hand howled at Huang Xiaolong. "Killing God! Extermination of 10,000 gods!" In the blink of an eye, Yelu Tianfeng's spear had stabbed out 10,000 times. Not one more, not one less. Every stab of his spear condensed a terrifying spear chi that filled the surroundings, seemingly able to destroy all that stood in its way. This was the metal element god force that Yelu Tianfeng imbued into his spear. The metal element god force had the highest attack power compared to water, fire, earth, and wood amongst the 5 elements. Moreover, Yelu Tianfeng's spear technique was a powerful ancient technique. The instant Yelu Tianfeng attacked, the airspace above the square was riddled with small space black holes. Yelu Tianfeng's attack was 10 times more powerful than Yelu Wei's. The killing god extermination of 10,000 gods technique was too fast, so fast that Huang Xiaolong seemed unable to block it in time. 10,000 stabs all landed on his body. Seeing this, Yelu Tianfeng was inwardly relieved. The surrounding Yelu family disciples were all cheering out loud with beaming smiles. The thunderous cheers coming from the surrounding Yelu family disciples came to an abrupt stop as they were staring dumbly in Huang Xiaolong's direction, their faces filled with apprehension. Yelu Tianfeng and some of the Yelu family disciples were dumbfounded, looking at Huang Xiaolong, who still stood there after taking the full blow of Yelu Tianfeng's most powerful attack, barely moved an inch. Other than the many small holes on his robe, not a single hair was out of place, not even a needle-sized wound on his skin. The Beitang family disciples were flabbergasted seeing Huang Xiaolong unharmed. How is this possible? How could a human body be strong to this extent? Huang Xiaolong looked at his clothing and decisively turned the miserable robe into pieces with a slight quiver of his body. The robe burst into fragments, revealing his muscular torso and the black and blue dragon heads on his back, emitting a faint demonic aura. Huang Xiaolong gave Yelu Tianfeng an indifferent look. Killing God's spear? This is your most powerful attack. It's very much lacking in my opinion. He then added another sentence. Since you lot can't kill me, then I can only kill you all. Finished saying that, Huang Xiaolong's holy dragon supreme godhead came to life as his palm slammed toward Yelu Tianfeng. Earthen Buddha palm. Countless golden Buddhas flew out from Huang Xiaolong's palm, containing both lightning and fire element god force from the holy dragon supreme godhead. Lightning lit up the sea of fire that blocked the sky. As Yelu Tianfeng watched the sky being filled with golden Buddhas, lightning, and fire, fear slithered up his face. He could feel the sweat in his palms as he ferociously stabbed his long spear forward, reaching 10,000 stabs in an instant. Each stab pierced through space, emitting a metallic light. But his effort was in vain. Before millions of golden Buddhas, as well as lightning and fire element god force from a supreme godhead, Yelu Tianfeng's killing god, 10,000 gods extermination spear attack was like a moth flying toward the fire, burned to ashes in an instant. The millions of golden Buddhas, accompanied by the lightning and fire element god force, smashed on Yelu Tianfeng. His body made a sharp arch in the air and crashed down on the edge of the square, then rolled over, only stopping at the edge of a cliff. When everyone had a clear look of Yelu Tianfeng's condition, they saw that his divine armor no longer existed. That person hovering over the edge of the cliff looked like he was scooped out from hell's furnace, emitting a faint burnt smell. From his hair to his face, and down to his toes, he was black as charcoal. The Yelu and Beitang family's disciples could hardly recognize this burnt person, wheezing as if the next breath would be his last, as Yelu Tianfeng. Beitang Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air, his face uncontrollably twitching a few times. Was this really the Yelu family's most monstrous genius of all time? Currently ranked 14th on the list, the same Yelu Tianfeng? They were all shocked, horrified, overwhelmed. These expressions were ignored by Huang Xiaolong as he pulled Yelu Tianfeng toward him. Huang Xiaolong, Yelu Tianfeng tried to speak, but his words were intermittent, out of breath. No one knew whether he wanted to beg Huang Xiaolong or threaten him. Huang Xiaolong's expression was as indifferent as ever, directly activating his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power. Immediately, Yelu Tianfeng's entire body's blood essence, as well as his god force, rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body. Yelu Tianfeng's intelligible voice disappeared forever. Out on the Aeon Square, the Yelu family's patriarch, Yelu Chufei, and other members of the Yelu family were paying close attention to the name at the 14th place, Yelu Tianfeng, as well as Yelu Wei's name at the 85th place. Looks like the 14th place is the best Tianfeng can achieve. Yelu Chufei shook his head. The truth is, he was not satisfied with this. Yelu Tianhao comforted, "Father need not worry. There's still more than a month's time. Big brother still has a chance to break into the top 10. I hope so." Yelu Chufei sighed when, all of a sudden, his entire person froze with eyes wide, staring at the ranking list. Yelu Tianhao and the Yelu family grand elders almost simultaneously noticed the change in the ranking list. The name shining brilliantly at the 14th place, radiant as the sun, began to dim all of a sudden. Its brightness receded until the name was entirely dark. Then, Yelu Tianfeng's name exploded, disappearing from the ranking list akin to a dying sun. Its final brilliance lit up the entire Aeon Square's sky. Almost half of the Aeon City's population witnessed this scene. Before, when Xiang Mingji died, the bright fireworks it created was shocking, but the impact was greatly reduced compared to Yelu Tianfeng. Many gazes from various directions were looking at the exploding sun, dazed on the spot. The Azuz Dragon Institute principal Qin Yi, Feng Yang, and Wangu clan's elders were all stunned. This scene of an exploding sun was the only scene reflected in their pupils, and unanimously, a single thought thundered in these people's minds. The 14th place's Yelu Tianfeng had fallen, a genius that could rise to become a hegemon in a galaxy. Dead. After seconds that felt like decades, that shocking explosion above the Aeon Square subsided and completely dissipated. When all was gone, reality sank in. Yelu Chufei's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. "No!" The enormous square was oddly silent. Only Yelu Chufei's voice echoed in the crowd's ears. Some shook their heads in sympathy, some were gleeful at others' misfortune, and a small number felt pity. Right at this time, another explosion rang in the sky. Everyone immediately turned to look. At the 85th place, Yelu Wei's name exploded after Yelu Tianfeng's from the ranking list. Rings of light rippled out like waves on the sea surface. Watching this, Yelu Chufei and all Yelu family members' hearts seared with grief and pain, tears threatening to fall from their eyes. "No, impossible, impossible. Who? Who is it? I'll kill him. Annihilate his 9 generations? Destroy him!" Yelu Chufei roared. Fury and wrath made his voice tremble. Then, another drastic change took place on the ranking list. A bright light shone at the 23rd place as a name appeared. Everyone hurriedly shifted their attention to this spot. When the brightness reduced, 3 characters appeared before their eyes. Huang Xiaolong, Wangu Shua and Wangu Chongqing both were stunned. The Azure Dragon Institute principal Qin Yi and his eldest disciple Tsang Chu were both stunned, staring at this name. Not far from them, Feng Yang, Lu Yun, and Qi Wen stared stupidly at the name. Huang Xiaolong. Feng Yang and Qin Yi rubbed their eyes almost at the same time. A moment later, they rubbed their eyes again. Wangu Shua and Wangu Chongqing exchanged a look but did not say anything. Barely a quarter of an incense time passed, but Huang Xiaolong's name emitted another bright glimmer, rising to 22nd place, then glimmered up to 21st place again and again. 20th, 19th, 18th. Huang Xiaolong's name was the center of attention. All the masters on the Aeon Square were holding their breaths without them realizing it, staring dumbly at Huang Xiaolong's name rising step by step. Every step seemed so natural, yet so astounding. At last, Huang Xiaolong stopped at the 16th place. Inside the Lightning God Cultivation dwelling space, after killing Yelu Tianfeng, Yelu Wei, and all the Yelu family disciples, he quickly noticed that his ranking had risen to the 16th place, just below Beitang Wuji. With Yelu Tianfeng's death, Beitang Wuji was pushed up to the 15th place. After absorbing all the Yelu family disciples' blood essence and god force, Huang Xiaolong finally advanced to peak mid-second order high god realm, close to breaking into late second order high god realm. 16th. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense exited the jade token, then his gaze fell on Beitang Wuji. Having seen Huang Xiaolong turn all the Yelu family disciples into dried corpses, Beitang Wuji was close to shitting in his pants. When he saw Huang Xiaolong looking at him, Beitang Wuji's body trembled uncontrollably. "If I kill you, how high do you think my ranking will rise?" Huang Xiaolong suddenly asked, a sheepish smile on his face. Huang Xiaolong was currently 16th, while Beitang Wuji was in the 15th place. The points of the disciples above them in the 14th, 13th, and 12th places weren't much higher than theirs. If Huang Xiaolong killed Beitang Wuji and received half of his accumulated points, then his points would definitely exceed the disciples in the 14th, 13th, and 12th places. There was even a chance he could break into the top 10. Hearing this, Beitang Wuji felt his blood run cold. A fear like he never felt before clenched his heart. The other Beitang family disciples turned deathly pale, extremely terrified. A few of them were already on their knees begging Huang Xiaolong to spare them. Although there were only a few Beitang family disciples on the square, there were still 13 of them. These Beitang family disciples could be considered the better talents among all the Beitang family's disciples participating in the tournament. Most of them had broken through to late second order high god realm and above. "It's possible to spare your lives if all of you submit to me." As Huang Xiaolong glanced at the Beitang family disciples kneeling on the square, a thought crossed his mind, and he stated his condition. "Lower the barrier to your soul seas. I will brand you with my soul mark. However, even if there is even one of you that is unwilling, then I will kill all of you." Beitang Wuji and the other 12 disciples were all core disciples of the Beitang family, and they were sufficient to control a large portion of the Beitang family's overall power. If he succeeded in reigning in these 13 Beitang family disciples, Huang Xiaolong could use the Beitang family's power against the Yelu family. When Beitang Wuji and he other disciples heard what Huang Xiaolong wanted to do, their faces paled. Not possible! Beitang Wuji shrieked. Not possible. Huang Xiaolong's lips curved into an indifferent smile. His archdevil supreme godhead rotated at high speed and Beitang Wuji was pulled by an irresistible force to Huang Xiaolong's front. Devil blade piercing sky. Watching himself fly toward Huang Xiaolong out of his own control, Beitang Wuji decisively burnt his blood essence to struggle out from Huang Xiaolong's suction force. Fire element god force surged out as his hands clasped together, condensing a giant devilish-looking blade that seemed to pierce the sky above. The moment this devil blade appeared, the surrounding lightning force became extremely violent. On the body of the devil blade was a kind of ancient devil script that was squirming, as if the characters were alive. The instant the devil blade was completely condensed, Beitang Wuji cut down on Huang Xiaolong's head with a twisted expression. Pushed into a corner by the feeling of imminent death, he no longer hid his true strength. This devil blade piercing sky art was a skill he chanced upon in a devil cavern. After he succeeded in cultivating this blade art, he had used it to kill 2 early 4th Order High God Realm disciples in the past. Die! 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 Beitang Wuji's eyes were a bloodthirsty scarlet. Watching Beitang Wuji actually succeeded in escaping his suction force's binding by burning his blood essence, even displaying his devil blade piercing sky art, Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised. But in the next second he sneered. His golden Buddha Supreme Godhead's light element God force flowed out, enveloping Huang Xiaolong in a pure aureate light. In the eyes of the Beitang family disciples, at this moment, Huang Xiaolong resembled a venerated Buddha of light from the ancient past. Light element God force flooded out from every inch of Huang Xiaolong's body. Everything the light touched was purified. That ferocious devil blade and its overwhelming devil qi were instantly purified the second they came in contact with Huang Xiaolong's light element God force. Furthermore, the purified devil qi became a part of Huang Xiaolong's God force. The devil script squirming on the devil blade was actually screeching and roaring, filled with unresigned fear, and then finally collapsed, purified by Huang Xiaolong's light element God force. Beitang Wuji watched with disbelief as his most powerful attack displayed at the cost of burning his blood essence was so easily dispelled by Huang Xiaolong. The fear in Beitang Wuji's eyes increased by 100 times. His voice shaking, "Light element God force? Your God force? Other than lightning and fire elements, there's still the light element." Huang Xiaolong's godhead actually had 3 different elements. To Beitang Wuji, this was something never heard of. A high god realm master's godhead, more often than not, only possessed a single kind of god force. Only those monstrous geniuses could perhaps condense a godhead with 2 kinds of god force. As far as Beitang Wuji knew, in countless galaxies, in tens of millennia, cultivators that had 3 kinds of god force were rarer than rare. One could count them all by the fingers on both hands. Their Beitang family had existed for several tens of millennia, but there had never been a genius of this caliber born from their family. The other Beitang family disciples were just as dumbfounded looking at Huang Xiaolong. Lightning element god force? Fire element god force? And light element god force? Huang Xiaolong looked at the group of dumbstruck Beitang family disciples and casually tapped his finger in the air. Metal element god force flowed out, condensing into a golden metal sword 10,000 zhang long. Mimi metal element god force. Beitang Wuji could hear his own trembling voice, feeling a heavy weight on his chest. Why your godhead? H has 4 kinds of god force? There were still other cultivators with 3 kinds of god force, but possessing 4 kinds of god force was unprecedented. In the history of numerous galaxies, there had never appeared anyone with 4 kinds of god force, yet now Beitang Wuji saw such a person. The rest of the Beitang family disciples felt an even greater shock than Beitang Wuji. Huang Xiaolong shook his head watching Beitang Wuji's reaction, not bothered to show other kinds of god force. With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 zhang metal element god force sword pierced through space, penetrating Beitang Wuji's forehead. Then, controlling that metal sword, he skewered the Beitang family disciples' heads one by one. However, under Huang Xiaolong's precise control, those Beitang family disciples were still alive, including Beitang Wuji. His archdevil supreme godhead spun, forming a giant devouring whirlpool above the group of disciples. Beitang Wuji and the other disciples' blood essence and god force left their bodies at rapid speed, flowing into the giant devouring whirlpool and subsequently into Huang Xiaolong's body, turning into god force. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong scattered the devouring whirlpool. Just like Yelu Tianfeng and the Yelu family disciples before them, Beitang Wuji and the Beitang family disciples turned into dried corpses. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense entered the jade token. After killing Beitang Wuji and the Beitang family disciples, his accumulated points once again shot up, passing the 14th place, 13th, 12th, 11th. He finally stopped at the 8th place, knocking the Tempest Academy's Zhang Xiaosu down to the 9th spot. The 8th place. This result did not come as a surprise to Huang Xiaolong. With a simple flick of his finger, a sliver of fire element god force shot out, burning away all the corpses on the ground. Then he disappeared into the lightning god's cultivation dwelling in a flicker. When the previous 8th place Zhang Xiaosu was knocked down to the 9th place by Huang Xiaolong, the Aeon Square was in an uproar. Wangu Shuo and the other Wangu clan elders were dumbfounded. Qin Yi's eyes were wide as fists in shock. Feng Yang was repeatedly mumbling to himself, but no one could make out what he was saying. Every corner of the square was talking about Huang Xiaolong while trying to find out which galaxy this Huang Xiaolong originated from, which family, which force's disciple was he. This Huang Xiaolong. Could it be he wasn't heavily injured after killing Xiang Mingji? Wangu Shuo finally muttered after a long silence, looking at the 8th place on the ranking list, where the 3 characters Huang Xiaolong were radiating light like the midday sun. He then exhaled heavily. Not only was he not injured, he also broke through. This was the only reasonable explanation. Yelu Tianfeng, Beitang Wuji. These 2 disciples' cultivation was at peak late 3rd order high god realm, but they still died in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Wangu Ji's eyes glimmered. This Huang Xiaolong. Is he a 4th order high god realm now? Could it be that he was a peak late 3rd order high god realm when he killed Xiang Mingji, and then he broke through to 4th order later? Peak late 3rd order high god realm? Wangu Shuo shook his head. It can't be. If he really was a peak late 3rd order high god realm before, it's impossible for this matter to not found out when he was being tested during the registration process. Wangu Yuan subconsciously frowned. If he isn't a 4th order high god realm, how could he kill Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji? Wangu Shuo choked, not knowing the answer to that question. The other elders were also silent. This Huang Xiaolong really gave everyone an unexpected surprise. A while later, Wangu Chongqing spoke, breaking the silence. There's a little over a month left to the tournament. I wonder what his final result will be. Wangu Ji stated solemnly. In my opinion, the highest he can achieve is his current ranking, the 8th place. In fact, there's still a chance he might be kicked down again by the 9th place Zhang Xiaosu, or the 10th place's Jian Shi. Let's not forget that the 11th ranked Lu Dongwei could climb back up into the top 10. There is that possibility. Zhang Xiaosu, Jian Shi, and Lu Dongwei have reached 4th order high god realm for a long time, whereas this Huang Xiaolong has just broken through to 4th order, barely consolidating his new cultivation level. Maintaining a position within the top 10 would be difficult for him. Wangu Yuan agreed, nodding his head. The other Wangu clan elders also nodded in agreement with Wangu Yuan's analysis. Both Wangu Shuo and Wangu Chongqing kept silent. Personally, the 2 of them had a feeling that the 8th place was not Huang Xiaolong's best achievement. There was a chance this little guy would enter the top 5. Not knowing why, the scene of a black-haired young man sending a late 1st order high god realm flying with 1 move during the registration suddenly flashed in Wangu Shuo's mind. Is that black-haired kid the same Huang Xiaolong on the list? As the thought flashed in his mind, Wangu Shuo shook his head, disputing himself. The 2 couldn't be the same person. How could it be possible for a perfection peak late 10th order god realm to kill Xiang Mingji, Yelu Tianfeng, Beitang Wuji, and the high-level other disciples? While the large crowd on Aeon Square was filled with talks about Huang Xiaolong, the disciples in the overflowing lightning world finally noticed the great chances in the ranking and were undoubtedly startled. From the beginning of the tournament until now, with a little less than 2 months left, the top 10 rankings had always been monopolized by disciples of 4th Order High God Realm. But now, all of a sudden, this Huang Xiaolong jumped out of nowhere, making his way into the top 10. How did he do this, suddenly appearing at the 8th spot? The disciples who did not pay attention to the ranking list in the last 2 days even suspected that something went wrong with the ranking list. 2 days ago, Huang Xiaolong's ranking was in the 900s, but now he suddenly killed his way into the top 10, taking the number 8 spot. These disciples could hardly be blamed for suspecting that something was wrong with the ranking list. At this time, on a flat plain not far from the mountain range where the lightning god's cultivation dwelling was located, a young woman clad in a green dress, who appeared to be pretty despite the semi-transparent veil on her face, retrieved her divine sense from the jade token. Her willowy eyebrows creased in a furrow. Huang Xiaolong? He actually took this young mistress' place? How interesting. This pretty woman was none other than the Tempest Academy disciple that Huang Xiaolong squeezed out from the 8th place, Zhang Xiaosu. According to the message passed by other Tempest Academy disciples through the communication talisman, not far up ahead is the Lightning God Palace. Zhang Xiaosu said to herself as she blurred in a flicker, disappearing in the direction of the mountain range. Her speed was alarmingly fast. Watching her from the distance, her figure seemed like a whirl of unpredictable breeze. There was no place where the winds didn't blow, traversing thousands of li in an instant. While Zhang Xiaosu made her way to the Lightning God Palace, other disciples also received a similar message through the communication talisman from their sect brothers and hurried over to the Lightning God Palace. Among them was a giant fireball, flying across the sky at a horrifying speed toward the Lightning God Palace. This giant fireball was the transformation of a stalwart young man. On this young man's forehead was a flame mark resembling the ancient character for fire. As this young man flew, this flame mark glimmered like burning embers. This young man was originally ranked at the 10th place until Huang Xiaolong's appearance forced him out, pushing him to the 11th place. He was the orthodox Yang sect's Lu Dongwei. This also gave birth to Lu Dongwei's hate toward Huang Xiaolong. Humph, Huang Xiaolong? I really want to see how capable you are to take the 8th spot. Hopefully, when we meet, you can withstand my pure yang fire. Otherwise, Lu Dongwei sneered. In one of the lightning god's palace buildings, a young man clad in a white brocade robe exuded an everlasting aura of old. Looking at the name that appeared at the 8th place, a strong killing intent flickered in his eyes. The central formation should be somewhere nearby. The white brocade robe young man looked around intently, inhaling deeply. As long as I find the central formation, this lightning god's cultivation dwelling is mine. In a flicker, the young man was already gone. Huang Xiaolong wasn't aware that he had become the common target of the disciples in the top 10. After entering the palace grounds, he discovered that, in here, his divine sense was being suppressed. With his current strength, his divine sense could only extend for 100 zhang. Any other peak late 3rd Order High God Realm disciples, more likely than not, wouldn't be able to spread out their divine sense at all. This finding resulted in the frown between Huang Xiaolong's brows. There were hundreds of palace buildings in this Lightning God Palace, and if he had to search all of those buildings one by one until the tournament ended, he still wouldn't be able to find the central formation. But Huang Xiaolong did not have a better plan. He could only search the buildings one by one. About an hour later, Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of an inconspicuous palace building. Looking at this building, Huang Xiaolong's eyes gradually lit up. Although this particular palace building was inconspicuous and others might easily overlook it, Huang Xiaolong detected the difference between this place and the other ones he had searched through. He went in, arriving at the main palace hall, then looked at the pillar erected at the center. This pillar was decorated with the carving of a lightning dragon. Prompted by his suspicions, Huang Xiaolong created a few seal imprints with his hands and sent them into the eyes of the lightning dragon. Immediately, the lightning dragon came to life, causing streaks of lightning to appear around the pillar and thunder to rumble in the hall. Lightning force spread out like waves crashing the shore, bathing the palace hall in a glaring light and causing the surroundings to change. The inconspicuous hall reflected a crystalline light and an unknown fragrance filled every corner of the space. Looking up, Huang Xiaolong saw pieces of bone that resembled translucent crystal stone floating above the hall. The crystallite light and the fragrance came precisely from these bones. "These are the bones of a lightning dragon?" A voice sounded from afar, followed by the sound of rushing wind. Then a figure appeared right outside the palace building. It was the figure of a thin young man. His fingers were very long, exuding a whelming pressure. He was far stronger than Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji, a fourth-order high god realm disciple. When the young man arrived at the palace entrance, he stared with a heated gaze at the broken pieces of lightning dragon bones hovering high in the hall, mad with joy, emitting fragrance. "These bones definitely originate from a heavenly god realm lightning dragon. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. After refining these lightning dragon bones, I'll be able to cultivate my dark elf body to the perfection stage." At the end of his words, the young man could hardly contain the ecstasy surging from his heart, throwing back his head and laughing loudly toward the sky. It was as if those lightning dragon bone fragments were already his. The person standing next to them was completely ignored. Huang Xiaolong stood there looking indifferent. However, knowing that this palace hall actually had a heavenly god realm lightning dragon's bones was an unexpected surprise for him. A pleasant surprise. Like that young man said, those lightning dragon bone fragments were indeed good stuff. If Huang Xiaolong refined them, not only could it further enhance his physique to an astonishing level, he could also comprehend the lightning law contained within them, improving his strength to another degree. The young man only noticed Huang Xiaolong a moment later. "Peak mid-second order high god realm? Brat, seeing that you led me to find these lightning dragon bones, I'll spare your life. You can scram now." Had the other person been a peak late third order high god realm, he would perhaps be a little more polite. However, a mere peak late second order high god realm brat wasn't worth the effort. Then again, in the young man's opinion, not killing Huang Xiaolong was courteous enough. Hearing the young man telling him to scram, Huang Xiaolong wasn't angered. He was smiling faintly as he replied to the young man, "If you're capable of making me scram, I don't mind, but it doesn't seem like you have the capability." The young man was stunned for a second. Then he erupted up in laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in his life. "Brat, you say I don't have the capability?" The young man stopped laughing and looked Huang Xiaolong up and down with interest. "Do you know who I am?" The young man assumed that Huang Xiaolong was ignorant of his identity, which was why the young man dared to show such a brazen attitude. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "I know. The Dark Elf tribe's Wuxia, ranked 7th. Wuxia was a 4th-order High God Realm disciple. Moreover, just now, the young man mentioned the Dark Elf body, therefore it wasn't hard for Huang Xiaolong to guess his identity. The smile on Wuxia's face vanished, his eyes emitting a faint dark green glow. He obviously didn't expect the brat to know him, and even knowing who he was, he dared to be so brazen. Not to mention the fact that this brat was just a peak mid-second order High God Realm. Wuxia frowned, unable to determine what gave Huang Xiaolong such confidence. Or was this brat was just making things up, hoping to divide a small portion of the lightning dragon bone fragments? There was no one who wouldn't be tempted before a heavenly god realm lightning dragon's bones. "Brat, I don't care who you are. These lightning dragon bones, I must get all of them." Wuxia's gaze was chillingly cold. The thick killing intent froze the space around him. "You should obediently go die." Wuxia's figure disappeared before the last words sounded, turning into a dark green light that streaked into the palace hall. However, this dark green light was extremely faint, hard to detect by the average cultivators. Just as that dark green light was about to penetrate his forehead, Huang Xiaolong placed a hand between his forehead and the dark green light, causing Wuxia's figure to emerge again in the hall. In midair, Wuxia was gripping a longsword while its tip was blocked by Huang Xiaolong's right hand. Astounded, he yelled, "You can see me?" Lightning element god force surged out from Huang Xiaolong's right hand. The unexpected force sent Wuxia tumbling back in midair, and his long sword snapped into halves, falling to the floor. Wuxia finally managed to regain his balance at the edge of the hall. His eyes revealed more than mere shock. You're not a second-order high god realm, Wuxia blurted out. A peak mid-second order high god realm couldn't be this strong. Absolutely impossible. Hearing the certainty in Wuxia's voice saying that he wasn't a peak mid-second order high god realm, Huang Xiaolong wasn't interested in debating this matter, but looked at Wuxia with a hint of bloodthirst. I've said this earlier. If you're capable of making me scram, I don't mind doing so, but you do not have this capability. Wuxia's face sank. Who are you really? The dark green glow in his eyes became stronger. Who I am, you will know soon. Huang Xiaolong answered calmly. These lightning dragon bone fragments, I want all of them. Also, hand over your spatial ring and I can spare your life. Anger exploded in Wuxia's heart at Huang Xiaolong's words. He laughed in anger. Brat, I don't believe you're stronger than Wangu Yanhui. Not even he dares to act so arrogantly towards me. You really think merely forcing me back means you can win? Dark elf body. Wuxia bellowed, dark light bursting out from his body and expanding at a rapid rate. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia was completely enveloped inside the dark light, as if he had completely merged with the darkness. The dark elves were the natural kings of darkness from birth, possessing an innate darkness element. After condensing their darkness element godhead, combined with their god force, they could easily control the forces of darkness in their immediate surroundings. Merging with the darkness, their movements became hard to pinpoint, which, combined with their erratic attacks within the darkness, made it extremely hard to defend against. Devil King's holy light. When Wuxia completely merged with darkness, he coldly harumphed. All of a sudden, a ray of light as thick as an arm pierced out from the darkness. This light took the shape of a sword, cutting everything in its path. Moreover, this light sword was laced with wisps of dark devil chi, which curled into the vague silhouette of a domineering Hell King. No doubt, Wuxia was the Dark Elf tribe's greatest genius, a child of darkness that could actually cultivate a Devil King technique that merged darkness and light. Watching his Devil King's holy light sword slashing down on Huang Xiaolong, Wuxia was exceptionally cold, as he was confident. Amongst all the participating disciples, other than Wangu Yanhui, no other disciple could take this attack of this and remain unharmed. Huang Xiaolong watched as the light sword laced with darkness was coming at him, and he couldn't help but admire Wuxia. Truly a fourth-order high god realm master. This level of attack left Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji far behind in the dust. In the split second this thought passed through Huang Xiaolong's mind, he casually lifted his hand, slapping forward. Buddhism force poured out from his infinite Buddha supreme godhead into his palm, whistling out. Earthen Buddha palm. The supreme Buddhism force formed a sea of golden Buddhas, each and every one of them seemingly alive, releasing luminance in all four directions and painting the hall and space in a golden color. The supreme Buddhism force could penetrate everything. The Devil King's holy light was instantly cornered. The darkness that had concealed Wuxia was instantly dispersed, forcing him out into the light and causing him to fall heavily to the floor. Wuxia despaired. His eyes showed that he had lost the will to fight. He was facing Huang Xiaolong with terror on his face. This brat was actually so strong, moreover, his godhead actually contained Buddhism force. In general, a high god realm master's god force was divided into the 5 elements, and there would be some cultivators possessing lightning, ice, or darkness attributes from time to time. However, cultivators possessing Buddhism force hardly appeared in millions of years. As Wuxia watched Huang Xiaolong coming closer with every step, his face became a fraction paler. Then, as if remembering something, he exclaimed, You're that Huang Xiaolong? He had seen Wangu Yanhui, Fangchu, Zhouyao, Muqi, and the others. Moreover, he was quite familiar with their attacks and power. Wuxia really couldn't think of anyone amongst the participating disciples who could be this terrifying. In that case, this black-haired young man in front of him could only be the person who had entered the top 10 in the recent days, ranked 8th on the list, that unfathomable Huang Xiaolong. Correct. Seeing Wuxia already guessed his identity, Huang Xiaolong did not bother to conceal it. There was nothing worth concealing after all. Listening to Huang Xiaolong's nonchalant admittance, Wuxia's fear deepened. In the last 2 days, he had been paying attention to the changes on the ranking list. Thus he was aware that the death of Yelu Tianfeng, Beitang Wuji, and disciples of these two families was related to Huang Xiaolong. In other words, both Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji were killed by Huang Xiaolong. Yu Wuya hastily slid backward on his butt, trying to get far away from Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, why you want to kill me? Watching the fear on Yu Wuya's face, Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Although killing you will give me half of your points and my ranking could rise up to the top 3, maybe even the first place, I have confidence in reaching the top 3 or first place even without killing you. Huang Xiaolong was not speaking arrogant words. He was currently ranked in the 8th place, but the gap between his points and the first-ranked Wangu Yanhui wasn't that huge. Based on his speed of killing lightning beasts, catching up to the disciples above him and surpassing Wangu Yanhui was possible within 10 days' time. Within a month, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could exceed Wangu Yanhui by miles. Then what do you want? Yu Wuya detected a slim hope of surviving, and he calmed down a little. You can live as long as you sign a blood contract with me, serving me for 100 years. That's all. Huang Xiaolong replied. Soul branding was probably unacceptable for a disciple like Yu Wuya, and to Huang Xiaolong soul branding or blood contracts had no difference. Sign a blood contract? Hope thickened in Yu Wuya's eyes, nodding in agreement a while later. For a high god realm master, 100 years' time was tantamount to entering seclusion for a short period. Yu Wuya's agreement did not come as a surprise to him. Following that, the two signed a blood contract. When Yu Wuya made an imprint on the blood contract with a drop of his blood essence, he immediately felt a restriction of the heavenly laws appear in his soul. After the blood contract was signed, Huang Xiaolong took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Yu Wuya so that he could heal. Undying God pill. At first, he didn't really care until he opened the bottle and saw the pill inside. He was dumbstruck. This undying God pill was extremely precious. Even with his identity, Yu Wuya couldn't afford to consume this grade of healing pellets. For the tournament, he merely brought a few Spring-Autumn 100 Life Divine pellets. Looking at Yu Wuya's dumbstruck expression, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand in the air. Instantly, a pile of spirit stones fell from the void, filling the entire hall with rich spiritual energy. This sacred-grade immortal spirit stones? Yu Wuya stared at the pile of sacred-grade immortal spirit stones in front of him, stupefied. These here are 100 sacred-grade immortal spirit stones. The payment for your 100 years of working for me, Huang Xiaolong stated without any emotion. Now that he had stepped into the high god realm, he was able to condense sacred-grade immortal spirit stones. Sacred-grade immortal spirit stones were rare treasures to Yu Wuya, but to Huang Xiaolong, they were akin to pebbles on the roadside. Payment for 100 years' work, Yu Wuya repeated dumbly. He now felt a bit of regret. Was signing a blood contract for 100 years a little short? While Yu Wuya was still dumbstruck, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the lightning dragon floating high in the palace hall and the bone fragments that resembled translucent crystals. His archdevil supreme godhead started to quickly rotate, forming a devouring power. Instantly, the bone shards floated down toward Huang Xiaolong, a total of 108 pieces. 108 lightning dragon bone fragments floated around Huang Xiaolong in a circle. Astonishing lightning force flowed out from them, drilling into Huang Xiaolong's body from every angle. Streaks of lightning were converted into god force, causing the 3 supreme godheads to flicker brightly. Finally, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation, which was at peak mid-second order high god realm, advanced to late second order high god realm. Still, the lightning force from the bones did not stop entering Huang Xiaolong's body. His strength continued to rise. Roughly an hour later, the lightning force from dragon bones subsided. Following that, the 108 bone fragments integrated into Huang Xiaolong's body, fusing with his bones and flesh. When the lightning dragon bones completely become a part of him, Huang Xiaolong distinctively felt that his true dragon physique had become even more powerful. He breathed out a mouth of foul lightning qi, causing the entire hall's lightning force to become chaotic and the palace building to shake with a low rumble. Although his cultivation had yet to reach peak late second order high god realm, it wasn't that far away. The benefits of obtaining the lightning dragon bones were evident. Huang Xiaolong turned to check on Yu Wuya. After consuming the undying god pill, his injuries had completely healed and was looking at him with his jaw dropped to the floor. Huang Xiaolong understood that Yu Wuya must have seen him refine the lightning dragon bones. Indeed, it was as Huang Xiaolong thought. After Yu Wuya's injuries healed, he saw the scene of Huang Xiaolong refining the lightning dragon bone shards and great waves crashed against his heart. Yu Wuya didn't even know how to describe the overwhelming shock he felt. Your mother. Those were a heavenly god realm lightning dragon's bones. Even a fourth-order high god realm cultivator like himself needed a decade to refine a single piece, perhaps even a few decades. But this Huang Xiaolong, just now, he merely spent roughly an hour to refine 108. All of them. This was fiercer than the fiercest beast. Yu Wuya began to wonder if even a giant chaos beast's devouring speed was as frightening as Huang Xiaolong's. Let's go. We must seize the time to locate the central formation. Huang Xiaolong didn't mind Yu Wuya knowing about his refining speed. He turned and flew out of the hall to go looking for the formation. Yu Wuya snapped to his senses, chasing after Huang Xiaolong. A glimmer of fear appeared in his eyes as he looked at Huang Xiaolong's back. 2 days went by quickly. In these 2 days, within the Lightning God's palace grounds, Huang Xiaolong found a few stalks of 3 million years old medicinal herbs and some treasures that did not exist in the lower realm, but there was still no clue about the central formation. This made him a little depressed. On the 3rd day, Huang Xiaolong and Yu Wuya came to another palace building. Just as they reached the hall, a figure flew in from another entrance. Yu Wuya! Wangu Yanhui! Yu Wuya and that person exclaimed at the same time. Both of them were taken aback by the other's presence in the hall, not expecting to meet here. Wangu Yanhui? Huang Xiaolong gave the other party another look. He was a young man clad in a scarlet robe, on the chest of which was a blooming fire emblem, exuding overwhelming pressure and disdain toward lower beings. This is the current leader of the ranking list, Wangu Yanhui? Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with interest. At this time, Wangu Yanhui glanced at Huang Xiaolong. The two people's gazes collided in midair. Wangu Yanhui was a little surprised discovering that the black-haired young man beside Yu Wuya was just a late second-order high god realm. He had assumed that, as someone who was eligible to act together with Yu Wuya, he would be stronger than a mere late second-order high god realm. Wuya bro, how do I address your friend? Wangu Yanhui asked Yu Wuya, pointing a finger at Huang Xiaolong. Yu Wuya hesitated, his eyes secretly inquiring Huang Xiaolong's opinion. Noticing this, Wangu Yanhui was stunned, thus greatly strayed from his assumption. Between the two of them, Yu Wuya was not the decision-maker? Judging from Yu Wuya's actions, it seemed like the decision-maker was actually the black-haired young man. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to say something, a mocking voice rang in the hall. Wangu Yanhui, since when did you start paying attention to a measly second-order high god realm punk? This newly arrived young man exuded a faint but sharp sword chi from his body, combined with an invisible pressure thick with an aura of blood and slaughter. The moment this young man appeared, his presence filled the hall with a whelming slaughter chi. The average third-order high god realm disciples who didn't possess a strong will would have their consciousness destroyed by the intense slaughter chi even before the young man came close. Zhou Yao. When Yu Wuya saw this young man, his face tightened with trepidation. This newly arrived young man was none other than the disciples ranked third, the Zhou family's Zhou Yao. Although Zhou Yao was ranked third, below Wangu Yanhui, Yu Wuya was warier facing this ranked third young man. That was because Zhou Yao's reputation for indiscriminate slaughter had reached quite a number of galaxies. He was a horrifying god of slaughter. Zhao Yao had never been pedantic about the identity of the person he killed. As long as he disliked that person, they would become a sacrifice for his sword. It's so lively here. Wangu Yanhui, Zhou Yao Yu Wuya, it looks like I'm a little late. Barely a moment after Zhou Yao arrived at the hall, another young man flew in from a different entrance. This hall had entrances in all 8 directions. Mu Qi! Yu Wuya half exclaimed in shock. Mu Qi, ranked 4th, hailing from the Eternal Galaxy's Mu clan. Huang Xiaolong watched with interest. Running into Wangu Yanhui could be called a coincidence. But was Zhou Yao and Mu Qi's presence here also a coincidence? Naturally, there could only be so many coincidences in the world. If these people gathered here in this place, their purpose must be something inside the hall. Could the central formation be right here in this palace hall? However, how did these people determine that the central formation was in this place? While Huang Xiaolong was contemplating this matter, Zhou Yao glanced around, snorting coldly. Looks like the three of you also obtained the key to activate the central formation. Keys to activate the central formation. Huang Xiaolong immediately realized the reason. It was now clear that Zhou Yao and the others were here because they found some kind of key that led them to this hall, and this place was precisely the location of the central formation. From Zhou Yao's simple sentence, Huang Xiaolong immediately caught onto a fact. There was more than one key. There's a total of 5 keys. Punk, did you get one of them? Zhou Yao looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong entered the palace hall together with Wuxia. So Zhou Yao naturally assumed that he and Wuxia had found one of the 5 keys each and proceeded here together. But a mere late second-order high god realm such as yourself isn't qualified to participate in the activation of the lightning god cultivation dwelling's central formation, and even less qualified to possess anything left behind by the lightning god. I advise you to obediently hand over the key. Zhou Yao added, I'll give you Wuxia's face and spare your life as long as you hand over the key. Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong let out a laugh and was still laughing as he looked at Zhou Yao. To tell you the truth, we don't have any key. We entered this palace by coincidence. But, if you hand over your key to me, I'll give face to the Zhou clan and spare your life. The instant Huang Xiaolong said those words, everyone present was stunned. Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi shook their heads. The look in their eyes clearly pitted Huang Xiaolong. In their opinion, he was already a dead man. A mere late second-order high god realm punk actually dared to threaten Zhou Yao? Did he think having Wuxia on his side could protect him from everything? Zhou Yao was stunned, but the frigid glint in his eyes and the killing intent in his voice grew even thicker. Punk, you think I won't dare to kill you because Wuxia is here? Today, I don't give a damn who you are. No one can save you. At the end of his words, the invisible sword chi from his body soared, and his slaughter chi became several times stronger. Resounding blasts rang in the hall as streams of sword chi formed whirlwinds. If just the slaughter chi rushing out from Zhou Yao's body could affect the surrounding space to such a degree, one could imagine the extent of this Zhou Yao's strength. Who knew how many cultivators had died in his hands for him to have such overwhelming slaughter chi? Zhou Yao strode toward Huang Xiaolong in deliberately slow steps, directing a snort at Wuxia. Wuxia, I must kill this punk today. If you insist on interfering, don't blame me for dealing with you as well. Although both Zhou Yao and Wuxia's cultivation was at 4th order high god realm, Zhou Yao's true strength was marginally stronger than Wuxia. This was evident from the sequence on the ranking list. Wuxia's expression turned slightly ugly at Zhou Yao's words. Even though he was wary of Zhou Yao's strength, he wasn't really afraid of him. There wasn't a large gap in their strengths, and now Zhou Yao actually insulted him in front of these people. Wuxia felt his anger rising. Just as Wuxia was about to step forward to confront Zhou Yao, Huang Xiaolong suddenly lifted his arm, stopping Wuxia and saying, "Wait at the side." Despite Huang Xiaolong's monotone voice, it exuded unchallengeable authority. And to Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi's amazement, Wuxia actually acknowledged respectfully and retreated to the side. Zhou Yao's eyes narrowed watching this, his voice growing even colder. "Punk, I don't give a damn who you are. I must kill you today as an offering to my Tao of slaughter." A bright light enshrouded Zhou Yao and he completely disappeared in the next second. Suddenly, a sword light radiant to the extreme sliced through space and disappeared. It was as if Zhou Yao had completely merged into the sword light. This was the true meaning of becoming one with the sword. Zhou Yao's sword chi was different from Wuxia's. Wuxia's sword was strange, hence unpredictable and hard to defend against, whereas Zhou Yao's sword chi was overbearing, direct, only focusing on killing, destruction, and slaughter. Even Wangu Yanhui couldn't help but admire this sword attack. Without putting up any defense, Even an early Fourth Order High God Realm Master would suffer grave injuries trying to withstand this attack. When Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi had already accepted Huang Xiaolong's impending death as a fact, Zhou Yao's brilliant sword light halted in midair all of a sudden. Their faces showed disbelief when they saw the reason. The tip of Zhou Yao's long sword was pinned in place between Huang Xiaolong's two fingers. Zhou Yao felt the greatest shock amongst all present. The punk blocked it? No, he actually caught his attack. Huang Xiaolong ignored these shocked reactions. Exerting force in his two fingers, Zhou Yao's long sword, which was named Killing Sword and was crafted from unknown divine world iron and metal, was snapped into a dozen pieces. The sword tip of the broken sword between Huang Xiaolong's fingers penetrated Zhou Yao's chest with a turn of Huang Xiaolong's wrist, flying out from his back. That sword tip pierced through the wall, leaving a gaping hole. Zhou Yao's entire person was sent flying backward from the force that the broken sword tip brought, crashing into the palace wall behind him. Rubble slid to the ground as the hall shook. Blood flew like arrows in the air, splattered all over the floor. Following the faint splattering sounds was heavy silence all around. Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi watched Zhou Yao crashing into the wall, then sliding to the floor with blood spurting out from his chest like a crimson pillar, failing to react for a long time. Even so, they still found it hard to accept the fact that the person lying there was Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao had comprehended the Tao of slaughter and his killing sword drew praises from various seniors. Yet now, he actually lost to an unknown black-haired young man? Moreover, he was only a mere late Second Order High God realm. In truth, Wuxia were just as astounded as Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi. Although he guessed that Huang Xiaolong could most likely defeat Zhou Yao, Wuxia did not expect him to be defeated so quickly. "Hand over the key," Huang Xiaolong said as he stepped toward Zhou Yao. No changes to his expression. In Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, and Wuxia's eyes, Zhou Yao's killing sword was terrifying, but in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, it was too fragile to mention, just too weak. Regardless of cultivation techniques, battle skills, and even whatever Tao he had comprehended, strength was the foundation. No matter how high as one's comprehension was, it still couldn't completely compensate for the lack in strength. Before Huang Xiaolong had advanced to the High God realm and condensed his own godhead, his physical body's toughness was already frightening, comparable to a late Third Order High God realm master. Now, his body went through a complete change, as if it was rebuilt. Even Huang Xiaolong himself couldn't say for sure how powerful his current physical body was. The 108 Heavenly God Realm Lightning Dragon bone shards that he had refined not long ago had greatly strengthened Huang Xiaolong's flesh and bones even further. In fact, just now, he didn't even use a thread of his God force, purely his physical strength. Just his physical strength alone was comparable to the power of a Fourth Order High God Realm Master. Watching Huang Xiaolong stride toward Zhou Yao, Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi regained their senses from the overwhelming shock. They unconsciously took several steps back, clearly drawing a line between themselves and Zhou Yao, as if afraid that Huang Xiaolong would misunderstand and think they were in the same group. At this time, Zhou Yao slowly climbed to his feet, glaring at Huang Xiaolong with a ferocious expression. "Hey, you want me to hand over the key? Dream on. Punk. Kill me if you have the guts. If you don't kill me, once we leave this place, I will absolutely kill you and use your blood as an offering to my killing sword." Huang Xiaolong's gaze became chilling cold. "You really think I dare not kill you? Since I dared to kill Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji, I don't mind adding you to the list." "What?" Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, and Zhou Yao all tensed up hearing this. They naturally knew of Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji. By now, all participating disciples knew that those two had fallen. The two of them actually died in this black-haired young man's hands. Then this person was. Simultaneously, a name flashed in the three people's minds. Huang Xiaolong. "You're Huang Xiaolong?" Zhou Yao blurted out loud. Huang Xiaolong didn't answer. The coldness in his voice thickened. "I'm saying this for the last time. Hand over the key. I'll give some face to the Zhou clan and let you live. Otherwise I'll kill you, take the key myself." Zhou Yao hesitated again and again. Earlier, he was confident that this black-haired young man wouldn't dare to kill him because he had Zhou clan behind him. But now, when he knew that Huang Xiaolong was the same person who killed Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji, his confidence vanished. No one really wanted to die. In the end, under Huang Xiaolong's chilling gaze, Zhou Yao took out a small-sized sword from his spatial ring. The surface was this small sword was densely inscribed with ancient talisman symbols. These talisman symbols were all divine world script, and Huang Xiaolong couldn't understand what they meant. But he understood that this small sword was probably crucial in activating the formation. Zhou Yao literally threw the small sword at Huang Xiaolong. Indignation and unwillingness clung to his heart. Huang Xiaolong, I will remember this. Zhou Yao gave Huang Xiaolong a look filled with hatred before flying away, leaving the hall. Huang Xiaolong still allowed Zhou Yao to leave despite the obvious threat in his words. The Zhou clan behind Zhou Yao was still a giant to the current Huang Xiaolong. So unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't kill Zhou Yao and provoke the entire Zhou clan. As for Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji, a deep grudge between Huang Xiaolong and the Yelu family had already existed before the tournament. Hence, killing them was only a matter of fact. Of course, the biggest reason was the fact that he was confident in being able to deal with both Yelu and Beitang families. Although both families were the hegemons of their native galaxies, they were far from the giant Zhou clan. After Zhou Yao left, Huang Xiaolong looked at Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi. Since activating the central formation requires 5 keys, only when all 5 have been gathered will they be effective. Let's wait for the remaining 2 people. What do you two think? Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi nodded quickly, seemingly apprehensive. Sure. Having witnessed Huang Xiaolong's terrifying strength, neither of them felt like objecting. What if Huang Xiaolong suddenly changed his mind and became interested in the keys in their hands? They would only end up like Zhou Yao, handing over the key and leaving empty-handed in a sorry state. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong wasn't planning on making a move on their keys, Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi were secretly grateful. At the same time, a bitter feeling rose in Wangu Yanhui's heart, thinking of the ranking list. From the start of the tournament until this moment, he had been proud and confident of the fact that no one amongst the participating disciples was his match. The first place was his without a doubt. But now, after he had seen Huang Xiaolong's strength, he had no hope of taking the first place. Based on Huang Xiaolong's current strength, before the tournament ended, it would be easy for him to surpass Wangu Yanhui's points. If Wangu Yanhui could think of this, Mu Qi naturally could too. Mu Qi's head was filled with the scene of Huang Xiaolong defeating Zhou Yao in one move, repeatedly. If defeating Zhou Yao only required a single move, what about himself? The hall was so silent that a pin drop would sound like a thunderclap. Everyone in the hall waited patiently, sitting in meditation. Huang Xiaolong did not speak, and the other 3 dared not speak. Half an hour later, those in the hall could hear the sound of whistling wind. Both Wangu Yanhui and Mu Qi breathed heavily in relief. The 4 people in the hall turned to look, seeing 2 figures appearing in their line of sight. When they could clearly see their faces, Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, and Wuxia were surprised. Fang Chu, Lu Dongwei. The 2 figures were none other than Fang Chu of Fortune Gate, ranked 2nd on the list, and Lu Dongwei, who was forced out of the top 10 by Huang Xiaolong, currently at the 11th place. When Fang Chu and Lu Dongwei arrived at the hall, the 2 of them were also surprised seeing the 4 people present. Fang Chu and Lu Dongwei took a quick glance around the hall, finally stopping on Huang Xiaolong. Each of them showed a different reaction. Lu Dongwei was mainly surprised, whereas Huang Xiaolong detected a fleeting but strong killing intent from Fang Chu. Even though Fang Chu concealed it almost immediately, it did not escape Huang Xiaolong's senses. Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed slightly. He and this Fortune Gate's Fang Chu had never met before and had no opportunity to form any feuds, so to speak. Then why did the other party reveal such strong killing intent toward him? On the surface, Huang Xiaolong remained calm. Since we're all here, shall we take out our keys and activate the formation? Wangu Yanhui spoke, but his eyes seemed to seek consent from Huang Xiaolong. At Wangu Yanhui's question, Mu Qi and Wuxia also turned to look in Huang Xiaolong's direction, waiting for his decision. In the beginning, when Lu Dongwei saw Huang Xiaolong's late second-order high god realm cultivation, he had the same idea as Zhou Yao. He was about to command the black-haired young man to hand over his key, but he immediately noticed Wangu Yanhui and the other's attitude toward him and felt a cold air down his neck. He quickly scrapped his earlier intention of snatching the black-haired young man's key. Looking at Wangu Yanhui's questioning gaze, Huang Xiaolong nodded nonchalantly, agreeing without spoken words. Fang Chu also noticed this, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Since no one objected to Wangu Yanhui's proposal, each of them took out their key, pouring God Force into the small sword to activate the ancient symbols on its surface. The 5 small swords emitted a bright light and flew up to the center of the hall. The 5 keys rotated rapidly in the air and slowly merged into one, releasing an even more dazzling light. Then, a mysterious power emerged from them, bringing an even more dazzling light rippling out like waves to all 4 directions, lighting up the entire hall. Right at the center of the hall, below the 5 merging keys, a round-shaped pattern emerged from the floor surface. In the center of this round-shaped pattern was carved the image of a lightning god standing on the great earth, holding a lightning hammer in one hand as if aiming to shatter the earth in one strike. Although it was only an image, it contained a majestic divine might that caused the 6 people to subconsciously retreat to the edge of the hall. As the dazzling light expanded in size, a bright light also burst out from the pattern on the floor. About half an hour later, the scenery before them changed. Looking around, Huang Xiaolong and the rest discovered they were now in a different hall. This hall was about 3,000 square meters large, in the middle of which was a 5-footed divine cauldron made from materials unknown to them, shining with an amazing golden-purple color. Each of the 4 walls was lined with drawers standing side to side, above which were rows of jade bottles labeled with pill names that the 6 of them had never heard of before. Even without knowing what kind of pills those were, they were undoubtedly refined by that ancient lightning god. It goes without saying that everyone knew how precious pills refined by a heavenly godmaster were. However, no one made any moves to snatch the pills. Instead, their focus was on the giant of a man sitting in a meditative pose. Although this giant man was in a sitting position, his height was close to 2 meters tall. He had intertwining lightning streaks running over his muscles, while on his arms were mysterious divine world symbols. Corpse of the lightning god. Beside the lightning god's corpse was a giant lightning hammer, thin ribbons of lightning sizzling around it. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, its destructive power was still terrifying. Desire gleamed in the 6 people's eyes. Huang Xiaolong was no exception. If Huang Xiaolong could refine a heavenly god's corpse, he could most likely be able to break through to 3rd-order high god realm and above. Moreover, after opening his eye of hell, Huang Xiaolong could immediately see that above this corpse's soul sea was a godhead. Only, for some unknown reason, this heavenly god master's soul that used to reside within his godhead was already destroyed. All of a sudden, someone moved. In a flicker, that person appeared right beside the heavenly god's corpse. This person was none other than Lu Dongwei. Watching this, Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, and Wuxia were enraged. However, just as they were about to make their moves, there was someone even faster than the 3 of them. Lu Dongwei's hand barely reached out to grab the corpse when a white shadow struck a palm on his back. Lu Dongwei was sent flying to a corner of the hall from the force of that palm strike. The others halted in surprise watching this. Lu Dongwei vomited blood the moment he opened his mouth to speak. He could clearly feel that his backbone was shattered and his internal organs all jumbled up into a mess. Yu Fangchu. When Lu Dongwei saw the face of his attacker to be the person he cooperated with and accompanied him all the way here, he was shocked and furious. On the way here, they had discussed and agreed to cooperate. They could be considered allies. Who knew that the first one to attack him would be Fang Chu? Not to mention, Fang Chu's movement was too fast, so fast that he failed to react. Why? Lu Dongwei glared fiercely at Fang Chu. Fang Chu snickered, showing obvious disdain toward Lu Dongwei's question. He turned around, looking at Wangu Yanhui and other 3. Today, all 5 of you have to die here. That includes you, Wangu Yanhui. Fang Chu pointed at Wangu Yanhui, his gaze sharp and merciless. The several of them were taken aback. Wangu Yanhui's face sank, sneering in retort. Fang Chu, are you sure you're of sound mind right now? You, an early fourth-order high god realm, want to kill me? Mu Qi Yu Wuya. Even Lu Dongwei's gazes turned strange looking at Fang Chu. This Fang Chu's bluffing was a bit over the top, right? Based on the ranking list, Fang Chu was ranked second, right below Wangu Yanhui, which meant that Fang Chu was weaker than Wangu Yanhui by only a small margin, but still weaker. Hearing Wangu Yanhui's retort, Fang Chu wasn't angered. Instead, he was laughing out loud, laughing wantonly. You will know very soon if I'm of sound mind. In the next second, a vast, whelming pressure rushed out from Fang Chu's body. Feeling his rising momentum and aura, Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei paled. Before this pressure, the four of them were forced to retreat all the way to the edge of the hall. Affected by Fang Chu's momentum, the airflow in the large hall completely froze. Before Fang Chu, Wangu Yanhui and others felt like they were as weak and insignificant as an ant. You're a fifth-order high god realm. Wangu Yanhui was a shade paler, his eyes wide with disbelief staring at Fang Chu. Releasing his full aura, Fang Chu stood there resembling a mighty ancient god that descended to this hall, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei were now deathly pale, shaken to their soul. Fang Chu's strength had actually reached fifth-order high god realm. All this time, Fang Chu had been concealing his true strength. He had been concealing it this whole time, waiting for this moment to expose it. Enjoying the shock and fear on Wangu Yanhui and the others' faces, Fang Chu nodded with satisfaction, clasping his hands at his back and saying, "Correct. I've advanced to fifth-order high god realm for a long time and have been concealing my strength. Not even the Fortune Gate's chief and grand elders know of my true strength." Huang Xiaolong's brows creased slightly listening to Fang Chu. Not only was this Fang Chu was a fifth-order, but he was a peak early fifth-order high god realm master. To have hidden so deeply. But how did you escape the assessment mirror during the registration? Wangu Yanhui asked. Mu Qi and the others were also looking at Fang Chu. They too wanted to know the answer to this. Assessment mirror? Fang Chu laughed. It's just a mere assessment mirror. It will show whatever strength I want it to show. Our Fortune Gate's cultivation technique is not something you can fathom. All right, any more words are a waste of time. Fang Chu then teased. Now, which of you wants to die first? His gaze swept over Huang Xiaolong, Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, and Lu Dongwei. In the end, Fang Chu's gaze stopped on Huang Xiaolong. Fang Chu looked at Huang Xiaolong, saying, Huang Xiaolong, your talent and cultivation speed are really beyond my expectations. You are the most gifted genius I've ever seen from countless galaxies in so many years. During the registration, your bone age was only 258. TSK, 258 years old and now you've already reached late second-order high god realm. Even I can't help but be amazed. What? Bone age of 258. Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei. These four people turned their heads so fast that they nearly twisted their necks. Their eyes widened incredulously with a trace of denial. They did not know about Huang Xiaolong's bone age prior to this. Listening to Fang Chu, only now did the four of them come to know about Huang Xiaolong's age. And he was already a late second-order high god realm. Most of all, Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, and Yu Wuya had witnessed Huang Xiaolong's terrifying strength, which was much higher than merely late second-order high god realm. So high, in fact, that the ranked third Zhou and early fourth-order high god realm was easily defeated in one move. This. Lu Dongwei remembered that he wanted to snatch Huang Xiaolong's key in the beginning, and now felt cold sweat dampening his robe. This kind of a freak genius, if offended, one could imagine the consequences once he grew up. If possible, even a hegemon such as the Wangu clan would try not to get on the wrong foot with Huang Xiaolong. Based on his alarming cultivation speed, one couldn't imagine to what extent he would rise given another 2 years or so. All of a sudden, Lu Dongwei felt like his throat was exceptionally dry and itchy. Fang Chu looked past these people's astounded expressions, his eyes never leaving Huang Xiaolong, During the registration, you were still a perfection stage late 10th order God realm, right? This means that you only broke through to 2nd order high God realm after entering this overflowing lightning world. Hearing this, the 4 people at the side were stunned agape, their eyes protruding from their sockets staring at Huang Xiaolong. From perfection stage late 10th order God realm to late 2nd order high God realm. This was unprecedented in countless galaxies, in countless millennia. Furthermore, it had been less than 2 years since the tournament started, which meant that Huang Xiaolong was still a perfection stage late 10th order God realm a year and a half ago. But now, Huang Xiaolong was a late 2nd order high God realm. As this timeline flashed in the minds of Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei, the 4 felt their palms clammy with sweat. Huang Xiaolong watched Fang Chu with a calm expression, allowing him to continue. Supposedly, before the tournament began, he was merely a small character from the 4 galaxies. A perfection stage late 10th order high God realm thrown in a sea of genius high God realm disciples would barely raise a small splash in the water, most likely not even a small splash. But this Fang Chu actually knew so much about him? Adding the intense killing intent that Huang Xiaolong sensed from Fang Chu when they first met, he already thought of a possibility, only that he wasn't sure yet. You killed the Azure Dragon Institute's Xiang Mingji. Hence, the Azure Dragon Divine Fire must be in your possession. Fang Chu seemingly tried to confirm his deductions, in no hurry to kill Huang Xiaolong. Correct. I have the Azure Dragon Divine Fire, Huang Xiaolong indifferently affirmed. Fang Chu's face bloomed into a smile. That's good. This way there's some worth to killing you. Otherwise, killing you just for the sake of killing takes out the joy out of it. Huang Xiaolong's curiosity was stoked. Did this Fang Chu know about the Azure Dragon Divine Fire's background? Although Huang Xiaolong had obtained the complete 4 great divine fires, he only knew that they were born of the 4 galaxies, that was all. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Huang Xiaolong asked calmly. Fang Chu let out a burst of hearty laughter. I know you killed Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji. Moreover, the fact that you were able to make Wangu Yanhui act so respectful towards you means that your true strength is definitely not weaker than a mid-4th order high god realm, perhaps even comparable to a late 4th order high god realm. But so what? Even if you were a peak late 4th order high god realm, the result would be the same, you'd be dead. This here is an independent space. One can only leave after they get all the keys and reactivate the central formation. Therefore, don't harbor any hope of luck in escaping this place. Fang Chu snickered with ridicule. The 5 keys, after activating the formation, had flown back to their owners. Therefore, in order to collect the 5 keys again, Huang Xiaolong had to kill Fang Chu to get his key. Huang Xiaolong suddenly spoke, more like a statement than a question. You're that mysterious great lord behind old witch Wang Na, right? Fang Chu was dazed for a second. Then the smile on his face deepened. That's right. But even if you know now, what can you do? Regardless of how monstrous your talent is, or how heaven-defying your luck is, you are destined to die here today. If that is so, then I'm assured, Huang Xiaolong said as if a heavy burden was lifted off his chest. His main headache was that the mysterious great lord backing Wang Na had always been in the shadows. He had no clue about his identity before this. But now that he had confirmed that Fang Chu was the great lord, things were going to proceed smoothly. Even though Fang Chu was stronger than he had assumed, it was not the worst kind of situation. Huang Xiaolong was just in need of someone to test his full strength, and Fang Chu was undoubtedly the ideal candidate. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, Fang Chu's laughter turned sinister. Assured? Since it's like that, Huang Xiaolong, I won't kill you immediately. In a while, I will make sure you slowly feel the fear of death. Then I'll play with you until you die. A glaring light rose behind Fang Chu. The shadow of a great gate then emerged from that light before Huang Xiaolong and the others. This great gate seemingly incorporated every color existing in the world, manifesting a sea of brilliant lights. In the blink of an eye, it had gone through a myriad of changes. You actually condensed the gate of fortune, Wang Yanhui blurted out in terror. Wangu Yanhui had some knowledge about the fortune gate, as well as its ultimate cultivation technique, Gate of Fortune. Only those who achieved perfect completion could condense the gate of fortune using the fortune energy in their bodies. It was said that, in the whole fortune gate, only the chief and ancestor could condense the gate of fortune. Yet right now, in front of them, Fang Chu condensed that very same gate. Both Fortune Gate Chief and Ancestor were masters of 10th Order High God Realm. It was granted they could comprehend the gate of fortune cultivation technique to the perfection stage. On the other hand, Fang Chu's cultivation was only at 5th Order High God Realm, but he could already condense the gate of fortune. This was the most frightening point. The last ray of hope in Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei's hearts shattered. Yes, this is the gate of fortune. Just as Fang Chu's voice sounded, he moved, attacking in a flicker. His powerful palm struck down but not toward Huang Xiaolong. This attack was aimed at Wangu Yanhui. The gate of fortune's energy rolled out, multiplying the power of Fang Chu's palm as if it aimed to sunder the land. Wangu Yanhui was shocked and furious watching Fang Chu suddenly target him instead. However, just as he was about to use some god force, he discovered to his dismay that his god force was suppressed by a terrifying force. He couldn't use even a strand of it. Shit! Wangu Yanhui was afraid and panicked. Fang Chu's powerful palm closed in, striking Wangu Yanhui on the chest. The overwhelming force sent him flying back, slamming horizontally against the wall, and then crashing down to the floor. Blood was being coughed up by the mouthful, staining Wangu Yanhui's face, robe, and the floor. Defeated in one move. Watching this, Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei's faces had lost all colors. Fang Chu coldly watched Wangu Yanhui lying on the floor, his chuckle harsh to the ears. I forgot to tell you that my gate of fortune can suppress all kinds of god force. This sounded like the final nail in the coffin for Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei. Suppress all kinds of god force. Fang Chu was already a 5th Order High God Realm, and on top of that, their god force was being suppressed. How the hell were they going to fight? Fang Chu then directed his gaze at Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei. Seeing Fang Chu looking in their direction, the three of them were truly afraid. The three of them tried to dodge in panic, but were a step too late. Then, with a flash of light, 3 shadows of Fang Chu appeared, striking out their palms at the same time. Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei were like withered leaves blown by the tempest. The three of them flew across the hall in different directions, crashing into the wall. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Fang Chu watched the 4 figures grunting on the floor with thick contempt. What bullshit, greatest geniuses in 10 million years. Useless, no different than trash. The 4 men trembled in anger. Fang Chu, I don't believe you really dare to kill us. Mu Qi roared. You really think the Fortune Gate can protect you? This sentence bore some truth. Not to mention the Mu clan, the Dark Elf tribe, or the Orthodox Yang sect, just a single Wangu clan was a power that the Fortune Gate was incapable of clashing head-on with. Even if Fang Chu killed all of them and obtained all the treasures inside this lightning god cultivation dwelling, once he returned, only death would await him. Especially with Wangu Yanhui being the Wangu clan's most talented genius in the last 10 million years. If Wangu Yanhui was killed, the Wangu clan would make every effort and kill Fang Chu no matter the cost. Fang Chu burst out laughing, unperturbed in the slightest. As long as I get the treasures in this lighting god's heritage and take the first place in the tournament, I can just ascend to the divine world. What the fuck are the Wangu and Mu clans? What can they do to me? What can you do to me? Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei despaired. Just like Fang Chu said, he could ascend to the divine world once the tournament ended. The Wangu clan, Mu clan, and the 2 other forces could do naught about it. After knowing that Fang Chu already had an escape plan, their eyes dimmed, despair squeezing their hearts. Fang Chu's 3 shadows converged into one body, which clasped his hands at his back and approached Huang Xiaolong in leisurely steps. Huang Xiaolong, it is now your turn. His faint smile turned sinister. Don't you have anything you want to say? Or kneel and beg me not to kill you, swearing to serve me as master, and become my dog like Wang Na and the others. This way, I might consider sparing your life. With every step he took, the gate of fortune behind him would almost double in size. The fortune energy rushing out from the gate of fortune shook the surrounding space. As the fortune energy in the hall increased, Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei discovered that their god force was thoroughly suppressed. Looking at Fang Chu walking over, Huang Xiaolong calmly replied, "Today, even if you kneel and beg me to let you become my most loyal dog, I'll still kill you." Fang Chu's malicious laughter reverberated in the hall. "Is that so? It seems like you have great confidence in your strength, but what a pity. The one dying today will be you." His figure vanished in a sway, appearing almost instantaneously right before Huang Xiaolong. Both of his palms struck out, causing the fortune energy to howl. The lightning force in the air became violent and chaotic. Compared to the attacks on Wangu Yanhui and the other three, this attack on Huang Xiaolong was 10 times more powerful. Huang Xiaolong raised his arms, turned his palms outward, and struck forward in counter. Rumble! The entire hall shook from the collision, akin to hurricane passing by a wooden hut. The horrifying shockwave from the collision spread to every corner of the hall, sending Wangu Yanhui and the others flying again. Huang Xiaolong himself staggered several times, retreating more than 10 meters before regaining his balance, whereas Fang Chu stood firm as a mountain. Oh! Fang Chu had thought that attack just now would send Huang Xiaolong flying and end up like Wangu Yanhui's group of 4. Watching him merely retreat less than a dozen meters, Fang Chu exclaimed in surprise. "It's such a wonder your body can be as tough as a late 4th Order High God realm, almost reaching peak late 4th Order High God realm." Fang Chu sighed in admiration, but his gaze turned chilling in the next moment, his killing intent soared. "But your god force is completely suppressed by my gate of fortune, and can't use any of it. As strong as your physical body may be, you're no match for me. Kill! Sword of Fortune. I am the master of fortune and creation, holding all living beings' fortune in my hand. Who dies and who lives depends on me." Fang Chu's voice thundered, shaking heaven and earth. When Wangu Yanhui and the others thought about the fact that Huang Xiaolong's god force was also suppressed, their last thread of hope vanished. Although Huang Xiaolong's physical toughness was indeed incredible, he wasn't a match for Fang Chu, who was 5th Order High God realm. As Fang Chu's sword of fortune was about to pierce into him, all of a sudden, a vast force rushed out madly from Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong's Holy Dragon Supreme Godhead's lightning element god force spun fiercely, gathering in his fist, which Huang Xiaolong swiftly struck out. Great Void Divine Fist, ethereal and boundless. Instantly, that sword of fortune was shattered into pieces by Huang Xiaolong's punch, whereas Fang Chu staggered backward several times. The echoes of his voice dispersed. The hall was suddenly quiet. Fang Chu stared at his own hands in disbelief. At the same time, his disbelief was also directed at Huang Xiaolong. Lightning God Force. Impossible. You, how can you use God Force? You aren't suppressed by my gate of fortune. Who said my God Force is suppressed by your gate of fortune? Huang Xiaolong sneered. Earlier, I only used my physical strength, just to warm up. Earlier, when Fang Chu condensed the gate of fortune to suppress Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, Yu Wuya, and Lu Dongwei's God Force, Hang Xiaolong immediately discovered that his God Force, which came from 3 supreme godheads, could be used as usual without the slightest impediment. Huang Xiaolong was secretly relieved by this. As for why he wasn't affected, he deduced that his godheads being at the supreme rank had something to do with it. Supreme rank godheads were the kings of all godheads, transcending all other powers. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong's god force was not suppressed by Fang Chu's gate of fortune gave birth to hope in the hearts of the 4 people in despair. Some light returned to their eyes. At this point, Fang Chu had recovered from his shock. Confusion could be seen in his eyes. Why isn't your god force affected by my gate of fortune? Is it because of the Azure Dragon Divine Fire? The Azure Dragon Divine Fire? Huang Xiaolong was inwardly stunned. Fang Chu thought he had guessed the reason, hence broke into laughter. The Azure Dragon Divine Fire is indeed, as the legend said, possessing unfathomable power. However, Huang Xiaolong, you're too weak and cannot fully display the Azure Dragon Divine Fire's power. Even if you can use your God Force, you're still no match for me. I will let you see the Gate of Fortune's real power. The giant gates behind Fang Chu released brilliant light that spread to 1,000 zhang, spinning endlessly as if attracting every last ray of light in the world. The universe's energy flowed rapidly from the Gate of Fortune. At the same time, Fang Chu's aura rose higher and higher. Just the pressure from his aura caused Wangu Yanhui and the other three to turn green from suffocation. Huang Xiaolong became more vigilant as he sensed Fang Chu's rising momentum, secretly employing both his Holy Dragon and Archdevil Supreme Godheads. Supreme God Force flowed out like a river, forming a sea around Huang Xiaolong. Fang Chu suddenly let out a long howl, as if his voice pierced a hole in the void, releasing an explosion of bright lights. Gate of Fortune, spinning the fortune of heaven and earth. Divine Fortune Fist. Fang Chu's fists, filled with murderous aura, punched toward Huang Xiaolong. The sea of brilliant light assembled by the Gate of Fortune formed into a mass of energy, flooding out like an indomitable galactic river. It was vast and infinite, violent, powerful, destructive, drowning everything into its belly. Fist force rumbled, emitting a world-destroying might. Before this horrifying fist force, the sea of God Force surrounding Huang Xiaolong appeared small and vulnerable, as if he would be drowned in Fang Chu's fist force. At this point, the surrounding metal God Force around Huang Xiaolong burst out with a sharp metallic light, resembling millions of glorious suns that existed since time immemorial. That terrifying fist force resembling a violent river finally landed on Huang Xiaolong's barrier of metallic God Force. Rumble. Thunderous blasts resounded, causing the spacious hall to violently shake as black space cracks appeared. The sea of metallic God Force shattered into smithereens, turning into shining dust that scattered everywhere. At the same time, 1,000 arms fanned out from Huang Xiaolong's back. One could almost see the veins of each arm. All 1,000 of them were corporeal. Godly Shumi art. Then, Darkness Element God Force surged out from Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead. Azura Demon Claw, hiss of 1,000 demons. Empowered by the Darkness Element God Force, screaming wraiths and roaring devils flew out like a broken floodgate. Standing in the midst of those wraiths and devils, Huang Xiaolong looked like a ruler of the underworld. Countless wraiths and devils collided with the fortune energy from Fang Chu's fist. The hard floor made of unknown materials cracked, unable to bear the impact from colliding forces. Deep fissures spread out in various directions, elongating by the moment. Huang Xiaolong and Fang Chu's bodies quivered, repelling each other. Both of them stumbled again and again until they reached different ends of the hall before steadying themselves. The other 4 people in the hall were knocked into the air and fainted into oblivion due to the whelming shockwaves. A long time later, the turbulent air currents in the hall calmed down. The entire time, neither Huang Xiaolong nor Fang Chu moved, observing each other with vigilance. Fang Chu's Gate of Fortune possessed whelming power that exceeded Huang Xiaolong's estimation. That earlier punch, when the Gate of Fortune assembled millions of lights, could render a late 5th Order High God realm heavily injured. Huang Xiaolong was shocked, but Fang Chu was even more shocked. Fang Chu was extremely confident that his current strength was high enough to suppress even a late 5th Order High God realm master. However, in that exchange just now, Huang Xiaolong was evenly matched with him. How is this possible? Huang Xiaolong was just a measly late 2nd Order High God realm. At any other time, he could easily squash a late 2nd Order High God realm ant to death with one finger. Both sides' inaction and silence lasted a full 10 minutes before the 2 of them moved simultaneously in attack. This time, Huang Xiaolong chose to use Wind Element God Force from his Holy Dragon Supreme Godhead. The air around him swirled into a giant hurricane, and a majestic wind dragon flew out from the eye of the storm. Dragon twirling clouds. Whereas Fang Chu's Gate of Fortune formed a spiraling whirlpool of fortune energy. The dragon's stormwind and the fortune energy whirlpool clashed and collided intensely. In a few breaths' time, Huang Xiaolong and Fang Chu had exchanged more than a dozen moves, causing the hall to quake in protest. From the distance, Fang Chu looked like he was enshrouded in a myriad of lights that grew increasingly stronger and brighter. Whereas Huang Xiaolong was the sovereign of the underworld, darkness godforce swirled around him in the form of howling devils. Amongst them were lightning flood dragons formed from lightning godforce, while wind godforce formed the wind dragon that tore through space. Fang Chu was furious and shocked. Darkness godforce, lightning godforce, wind godforce, metal godforce. Never had he imagined Huang Xiaolong's talent to be this astounding. This had greatly deviated from Fang Chu's judgment. A godhead that possessed 4 elements was unprecedented since ancient times. Furthermore, Huang Xiaolong's darkness godforce actually had the ability to devour and corrode. It could even devour and corrode his fortune energy. This discovery was like a denial to everything he ever knew. His fortune energy was an origin force that was higher ranked than godforce. This was also the reason why his gate of fortune could suppress Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, and the others' godforce. But now, Huang Xiaolong's darkness godforce actually flipped the situation, devouring and corroding his fortune energy. As time passed, its corrosive and devouring power became increasingly pronounced. Fang Chu was incensed, fully pushing his gate of fortune to rob all the energy it could from heaven and earth, significantly increasing his attack power. But no matter how powerful his attacks were, they couldn't break past Huang Xiaolong's protective barriers. 1 hour passed. Huang Xiaolong gained even more momentum. In the beginning, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead had some difficulty in devouring Fang Chu's fortune energy. But as time passed, Huang Xiaolong noticed that his devouring speed became faster, and his own strength was actually improving. 2 hours quickly passed. In the midst of the intense battle, Fang Chu punched at Huang Xiaolong with full force, then jumped away. Huang Xiaolong, I admit you have got some strength. I can't kill you, but you can't harm me either. We'll be the ones who suffer if we continue this way. Let's stop here, what do you think? We can divide all the treasures inside here equally. Huang Xiaolong made an obvious action of looking at the dimming gate of fortune behind Fang Chu, sneering coldly. Divide equally? I've already said it. Even if you kneel and beg me to let you become my most loyal dog, I will still kill you. Fang Chu laughed in spite of his anger. Huang Xiaolong, don't think I'm scared of you. Since you're asking for it, even if I end up heavily injured, I'm going to reap your life. Just as Fang Chu was about to make another big move, Huang Xiaolong suddenly bathed in a radiant light. His body swayed, turning into a primordial divine dragon. He was a blue dragon that had never existed before, exuding a majestic dragon might. Dragon roars reverberated between heaven and earth the instant the blue divine dragon appeared. Fang Chu took a step back in apprehension. You're from the Dragon Clan? Huang Xiaolong did not answer. With a sway of his body, he arrived right above Fang Chu's head. Then a giant dragon claw with darkness and lightning godforce slammed down. Fang Chu quickly dodged in panic. He had barely dodged, but the entire hall violently shook. Looking back, Fang Chu saw that the spot he had just stood in already turned into a giant pit. A big pit in the shape of a dragon claw. Bursts of fear struck his heart. Even their fierce battle earlier did not manage to cause this extent of damage to the floor. After Huang Xiaolong transformed into a primordial divine dragon, the power of a single claw was this terrifying. While Fang Chu was still in shock, Huang Xiaolong didn't even look at him. With another sway of his dragon body, a huge dragon tail swept toward Fang Chu. The wind screamed as the huge dragon tail came at him. Fang Chu dared not resist it with his body, dodging away miserably. Huang Xiaolong's dragon tail struck a stone pillar, turning it into rubble. Watching Fang Chu dodge his attack again, Huang Xiaolong's speed increased. Before Fang Chu could react, Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw had struck him, knocking him into the air. When he crashed to the floor, his brocade white robe exploded into fragments and blood was flowing out from his wounds. The gate of fortune behind him flickered violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. Huang Xiaolong did not stop after knocking Fang Chu into the air with his claw. With another quick sway of his dragon body, he once again appeared above Fang Chu, sending a dragon claw slamming down. Fang Chu was embedded deep into the hard floor, and the gate of fortune behind him exploded into motes of lights under Huang Xiaolong's attack. Fang Chu was bathed in his own blood, so much that it hardly seemed like there was any intact part in his body. However, in the next second, a burst of light came from him. His eyes surged with killing intent and hatred glaring at Huang Xiaolong. His mouth then split into a sinister, hideous grin. Huang Xiaolong, so what if you're really part of the ancient dragon clan and have powerful attacks? I've long achieved the body of creation, capable of abstracting any existing energy under the heavens. No matter how heavy my injuries are, I can recover. Moreover, my fortune godhead is a high-level emperor rank godhead. You have no way of destroying my soul. I'm destined to become a peerless great emperor in the divine world. You aren't capable of killing me now, and therefore, the one who shall die in the future will be you. Fang Chu laughed loudly, borderline hysteric. High emperor rank godhead. Fortune godhead. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely shocked. This fortune godhead that Fang Chu condensed actually reached high emperor rank. Even Xiang Mingji, who obtained the Azure Dragon Divine Fire, only managed to condense a top rank 10 godhead. Above high emperor rank was top emperor rank, and above that was supreme rank godhead. Supreme rank godhead like Huang Xiaolong possessed. Huang Xiaolong, you're very shocked, right? That my godhead is high emperor rank. Noticing the shock on Huang Xiaolong's face, Fang Chu chuckled complacently. The fact that I can condense a high emperor rank godhead proves that I'm someone with a great destiny and fortune. I won't die so easily. Is that so? Looking at the obvious complacency on Fang Chu's face, Huang Xiaolong snickered. A shimmering gray flame appeared around his dragon claw, becoming denser. The moment the shimmering gray flame appeared, the surrounding space began to collapse. The complacency on Fang Chu's face froze. That shimmering gray light actually made him feel death's breath. Huang Xiaolong, wait! Fang Chu shouted. But Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw did not stop at all. The shimmering gray flame penetrated Fang Chu's forehead, straight into his soul sea. Above Fang Chu's soul sea was an enormous floating godhead close to 1,000 li in diameter. It was an enormous godhead emitting all types of light that could possibly exist in the world. This was Fang Chu's fortune godhead. Although its size couldn't compete with Huang Xiaolong's supreme godheads, it was astonishing compared to the regular godheads. Huang Xiaolong's shimmering gray flame aimed straight at Fang Chu's fortune godhead the moment it entered his soul sea, spreading over that enormous godhead. Fang Chu's fortune godhead suddenly emitted a glaring light, violently shaking as it tried to throw off Huang Xiaolong's gray flame, but that flame almost instantly incinerated the glaring light from the fortune godhead. Barely a moment later, the gray flame had already wrapped around the godhead, penetrating the last of Fang Chu's protective barriers and drilling into his fortune godhead. Fang Chu's face turned deathly pale watching his. He was anxious and furious, vehemently denying it. No, no! How is this possible? What flame is this? Not the Azure Dragon Divine Fire. Because his godhead was high emperor rank, Fang Chu believed that not even the Azure Dragon Divine Fire could burn through his godhead's protective barriers. Huang Xiaolong snorted. Of course it isn't the Azure Dragon Divine Fire. This was the result of 4 divine fires merging into one, giving birth to a new kind of fire. As for what kind of fire this was, Huang Xiaolong himself didn't know at this time. Huang Xiaolong, don't kill me, there's no benefit in killing me. Once you leave this place, the fortune gate will not spare you. Fang Chu screamed in fear. I've obtained the treasures inside Fortune Gate Old Ancestors' Cultivation dwelling. There's divine fortune pellet. I can give it to you. Fang Chu's fortune godhead flickered unstably as he made a last effort to fight Huang Xiaolong's gray flame. Huang Xiaolong was aloof, indifferent to Fang Chu's temptation, increasing the flow of the gray fire. Fang Chu let out a painful wail, eyes bloodshot. Huang Xiaolong, this body is only an avatar. Kill my avatar and my original body won't spare you when you ascend to the divine world. When his soul was on the verge of being burned away, Fang Chu bellowed. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Avatar. This Fang Chu was actually an avatar, and there was an original body. At this time, outside the Aeon Square, everyone was nervously watching the ranking list. It had been several days since Huang Xiaolong broke into the top 10 and stopped at the 8th place. For the past several days, Huang Xiaolong's points had slowed to a stop, whereas Tempest Academy's Zhang Xiaosu was rapidly catching up to him. If this continues, in 2 days' time, Zhang Xiaosu will surpass Huang Xiaolong, Wang Gushua said while looking at the ranking list. Wang Guji nodded in agreement. Didn't I say it earlier? The highest this Huang Xiaolong can achieve is the 8th place. He will slowly be pushed down by the people behind him. Evidently, that is what is happening. Wang Guyuan chimed in. The way I see it, Huang Xiaolong will be kicked out from the top 10 in about 10 days. Zhang Xiaosu, Jian Shi, and Lu Dongwei will surpass Huang Xiaolong in points. By the time the tournament ends, Huang Xiaolong's final ranking should be around the 15th place. Other Wangu clan elders nodded in agreement. Right at this time, one of the Wangu clan elders was stunned looking at the second name on the ranking list. Wang Gushua and other elders noticed this and looked in the same direction. The initially brilliant name that was second on the ranking list suddenly began to lose its brilliance. The changes happening to Fang Chu's name immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the square, and their faces filled with disbelief and shock. This is? The second-ranked Fang Chu has fallen. Before the shocked and disbelieving faces around the square, Fang Chu's name suddenly exploded from the ranking list, resembling the detonation of several hundred great suns at the same time. Bursts of glaring light spread out in the air above, illuminating the whole square, visible from every direction. Eyes dazedly watched the glaring light above the square. It was a long time later when light above dissipated, returning the city's sky to its previous calm. A second later, all eyes were attracted to the abrupt, brilliant light coming from the ranking list. At the top of the ranking list, resplendent lights flickered, shaking as one name appeared, Huang Xiaolong. From the beginning of the tournament, Wang Guyenhui had monopolized the first place until now, when he had been relegated to second place, below Huang Xiaolong. Everyone was stupefied. Wang Gushua, Wang Guji, and other Wangu clan elders were agape. Huang Xiaolong, the Azure Dragon Institute principal, looked at the topmost name on the ranking list, feeling like he had lost his soul. The commotion around him sounded as if it came from far away. Feng Yang, Lu Yun, Qi Wen, and Chun Yang's expressions were just as dramatic. The noisy square suddenly fell into a prolonged silence. A long time later, Wang Guji's voice cut through the silence. A little hoarse. That Fang Chu was killed by Huang Xiaolong? He immediately stopped after saying this. Although no more words came from Wang Guji, how could the group of Wangu clan elders fail to detect the underlying meaning? Fang Chu was killed by Huang Xiaolong. Otherwise, it couldn't explain Huang Xiaolong's sudden jump from the 8th place all the way to the 1st. Wang Guyuan, who had just said that Huang Xiaolong would definitely be kicked out from the top 10 and probably rank around 15th place when the tournament ends, inevitably revealed a wry smile. Looks like I've underestimated this Huang Xiaolong. Wang Gu Chongqing also sighed. All of us had underestimated this Huang Xiaolong. Who would have thought he has the ability to kill Fang Chu? Although Fang Chu's strength was far from Wang Guyenhui's, he's still an early 4th order high god realm. Wang Gushua stated solemnly. Judging from the fact that this Huang Xiaolong could kill him, I'm afraid he has the strength of a peak mid-4th order high god realm master at the very least, perhaps even a late 4th order. These Wangu clan elders didn't know that Fang Chu had hidden his true cultivation realm and assumed that he was just an early 4th order high god realm disciple. Wang Guji nodded in agreement. This Huang Xiaolong, I wonder how many years he had been cultivating for. Is it 1,800 years, or closer to 2,000 years? To possess such strength, truly astonishing. While the crowd on the Aeon Square was fervently talking about Huang Xiaolong taking the first place with shock vibrating in their hearts, far away across an unknown number of galaxies, back in the Black Tortoise Galaxy, Wang Na was leaning leisurely in her seat inside the Wuhuang Peak's luxurious hall within the Black Warrior Institute grounds, enjoying some fragrant tea brewed from high-quality heavenly mountain tea leaves. These days, Wang Na had been in an excellent mood. As the day of the new Black Warrior Institute principal installment ceremony drew closer, more and more of the Institute's grand elders and elders had professed loyalty towards her. There's only a little over a month left until the High God Advancement Tournament ends, right? Wang Na lazily glanced at the person standing several steps lower. Grand Elder He Jiwu. That is so, Institute Principal. He Jiwu took a small step forward, respectfully answering Wang Na. Although the installment ceremony had yet to take place, He Jiwu and the others already greeted Wang Na as the Institute Principal. In these people's opinion, Wang Na succeeding the position of Black Warrior Institute Principal was a certainty. Wang Na wondered out loud, I wonder how the tournament ranking is like. Due to the great distance between the Eternal Galaxy and Black Tortoise Galaxy, news of the latest changes on the ranking list couldn't be transferred to them in a short time. Hence, Wang Na and the others were still ignorant of the tournament's final ranking result. Institute Principal can rest assured 1,000 times. Since the Great Lord is going to deal with him personally, that Huang Xiaolong is dead for sure. He Jiwu wore a flattering smile, continuing, Moreover, I found out that Huang Xiaolong had previously offended some Yelu family's disciples, who definitely won't let him off. He's most likely already dead. There were undisguised hatred and resentment in Wang Na's eyes. It's a pity that I cannot kill Huang Xiaolong, that dog, with my own hands. He Jiwu laughed. Although Huang Xiaolong's dead, there's still the Huang family. When the time comes, I will capture and bring these people alive in front of Institute Principal, so that you can vent and deal with them accordingly. Wang Na nodded with satisfaction. Institute Principal, in truth, we need not wait for Feng Yang's return to proceed with the installment ceremony. Grand Elder He Fei suddenly said. Wang Na was tempted. Your meaning is? According to the established rules, the time for the installment ceremony has already passed. Therefore, even if Institute Principal decides to have the ceremony tomorrow, Feng Yang has no valid reason to condemn you when he returns. He Fei added. And Feng Yang, in order to watch his personal disciple's performance in the tournament, left the Institute and even the Black Tortoise Galaxy for a prolonged period and did not rush back to conduct the installment ceremony as expected of an Institute Principal. When he returns, Institute Principal can use this as a reason to punish him. Wang Na's eyes lit up, nearly clapping her hands, shouting, Excellent! Immediately pass my orders. Invite all the prominent forces of the Black Tortoise Galaxy to attend the installment ceremony 1 month later. All ancestors and patriarchs must be invited. Yes, Institute Principal, the present Grand Elders respectfully acknowledged. At the same time, in the overflowing lightning world, Huang Xiaolong watched Fang Chu tumble lifelessly to the floor. His Archdevil Supreme Godhead immediately began devouring Fang Chu's blood essence and fortune energy, roiling like waves into his body. Huang Xiaolong was enshrouded in a cocoon of glimmering bright light as Fang Chu's corpse was shrinking at a visible rate. In less than a dozen breaths, Fang Chu's body had completely turned into a dried corpse. A few minutes later, Fang Chu's close to 1,000 li in diameter fortune Godhead exploded into sparkling dust, disappeared in the air. Every last strand of fortune energy within Fang Chu's Godhead was absorbed by Huang Xiaolong, helping him step into peak late second-order High God realm, infinitely close to breaking through to third-order High God realm. Looking at the dried corpse, Huang Xiaolong flicked a sliver of fire element God force onto it, completely burning away the last of Fang Chu's body. Only then did he spare a glance at the 4 people Wangu Yanhui, Muqi, Wuxia, and Lu Dongwei, lying in different corners. Although they all suffered from Fang Chu's attack and were subjected to intense battle shockwaves created by Huang Xiaolong and Fang Chu's battle, these 4 people were still alive. They were merely unconscious, which was easily remedied after Huang Xiaolong fed each of them an undying god pill. Waking up, the 4 of them looked around the miserable ruined hall, but saw was no sign of Fang Chu. Huang, big bro Huang Xiaolong, where's that Fang Chu? Is he, you? Muqi couldn't help asking, a little hesitant. Huang Xiaolong almost laughed hearing Muqi calling him, big bro. He answered Muqi's question, that's right, Fang Chu has been killed by me. Obtaining Huang Xiaolong's confirmation that he had indeed killed Fang Chu, Wangu Yanhui, Muqi, Wuxia, and Lu Dongwei's hearts shuddered, their eyes big as fists staring at Huang Xiaolong. They did not forget that Fang Chu was actually a fifth-order High God Realm Master, yet he was still killed by Huang Xiaolong. Then, what was Huang Xiaolong's real strength? The four of them felt short of breath. It didn't take long for them to notice the changes on the ranking list. Fang Chu's name had disappeared, and Huang Xiaolong had climbed to the top spot. Ignoring the four, Huang Xiaolong turned his attention toward the giant lightning god corpse still unaffected high in the air. Despite the earth-shattering battle from earlier, the lightning god's corpse didn't suffer the slightest damage. With a wave of his hand, that lightning god corpse and the giant divine lightning hammer beside it flew into his azure ring. Wangu Yanhui and the other three could only watch Huang Xiaolong take away the lightning god's corpse and the divine lightning hammer. Not one of them dared to speak a word. The five-footed divine cauldron at the center of the hall also entered Huang Xiaolong's azure ring. However, he only took a third of the pills placed on the drawers in the four corners of the hall, leaving the rest to be equally divided amongst the four people. Naturally, the four of them had no complaints, and in fact were grateful to Huang Xiaolong. These were pills refined by a heavenly god master. Every single pill was extremely valuable. After collecting and dividing the pills inside the hall, they used the 5 keys to activate the central formation again, leaving the hall. After leaving the hall, Wangu Yanhui, Muqi, and Lu Dongwei bid farewell to Huang Xiaolong and left, leaving their part of the key to Huang Xiaolong. When the three of them disappeared from view, Huang Xiaolong turned and ordered Wuxia to be on guard. Wuxia acknowledged respectfully, while Huang Xiaolong himself entered the deepest underground space of the lightning god's cultivation dwelling using the 5 keys. Here, at the deepest underground section of the lightning god's cultivation dwelling, laid a spiritual vein that resembled a giant lightning dragon with a length of several hundred li. Looking at the spiritual vein resembling a lightning dragon in front of him, Huang Xiaolong's delight was evident in his shining eyes. This spiritual vein had been formed from countless years of accumulated divine world spiritual energy. The lightning spiritual energy contained within the spiritual vein was no doubt a treasure among treasures, whose quality was many times higher compared to the sacred-grade immortal spirit stones that Huang Xiaolong could currently condense. In terms of preciousness, this lightning dragon spiritual vein was worth many times more than the lightning god's corpse. Both of Huang Xiaolong's hands extended forward, forming a powerful suction force that rushed toward the lightning dragon's spiritual vein. All of a sudden, that giant spiritual vein shook, causing lightning energy to swirl angrily and pillars of lightning to strike down, dispersing Huang Xiaolong's suction force. Eh? Huang Xiaolong was startled. His suction force could even uproot a divine mountain with ease, yet it was actually scattered by this lightning dragon spiritual vein. This spiritual vein's intelligence was quite developed, and it possessed strength rivaling an average 5th-order High God Realm Master. Immediately, Huang Xiaolong's lighting god force churned, and he issued a loud bellow, once again attempting to absorb the lightning dragon's spiritual vein. A second later, that massive underground spiritual vein was slowly lifted up. The lightning dragon's spiritual vein was shaking more violently, showing signs of escaping Huang Xiaolong's control at any moment. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong hurriedly activated his Archdevil Supreme Godhead and Holy Dragon Supreme Godhead, causing his god force to surge and the suction force to increase. No matter how violently that lightning dragon spiritual vein struggled to escape, it couldn't free itself from Huang Xiaolong's hands. In the end, Huang Xiaolong managed to extract the lightning dragon spiritual vein and put it into the heavenly mountain. Then he suppressed it underground using the heavenly mountain's central formation, right below the heavenly god's mansion. When all of this was completed, Huang Xiaolong finally exhaled in relief. There was slightly over a month left until the end of the tournament, which didn't leave him much time. Hence he decided to refine the lightning dragon spiritual vein later. After Huang Xiaolong left the underground lightning god palace, he called for Wuxia, and both of them exited the lightning god's cultivation dwelling space. As for what other herbs or spiritual fruits remained inside this place, Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to go around searching for them, thinking, I'll just leave them for other disciples. Since he took a big portion of the meat pie, It was only polite to leave some crumbs to the others. Coming out from the spatial entrance, he noticed that the disciples who had been guarding it were long gone. From there on, Huang Xiaolong did not restrict Yu Wuya's freedom, allowing him to go hunt lightning beasts alone. He was very much aware that Yu Wuya wouldn't be able to kill even a single lightning beast if he followed Huang Xiaolong. With his scary hunting speed, Yu Wuya wouldn't even have a chance to attack. After Yu Wuya left, Huang Xiaolong activated the lightning element god force from his holy dragon supreme godhead, once again gathering a giant lightning cloud. At the same time, violent tornadoes emerged around him. All the lightning beasts in his path were sucked into the lightning cloud, destroyed, and had their life essence absorbed, converted into Huang Xiaolong's god force. Huang Xiaolong's points began to rise at an alarming speed, leaving the second-ranked Wangu Yanhui further in the dust. 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. Following Huang Xiaolong's rising points, his strength also continued to improve. Although he was moving aimlessly, one of the good things about the overflowing lightning world was that there were quite a lot of treasures. Along the way, he found several stalks of 3-million-year-old medicinal herbs. Huang Xiaolong swallowed all of them, turning them into a part of his god force. Half a month later, his cultivation that had been stuck at peak late second order high god realm finally advanced to early third order. On this particular day, Huang Xiaolong was standing in the air above a primitive stone forest, watching a group of disciples flying toward his direction from afar. It was a large group of 67 disciples. Looking at these disciples' robes, Huang Xiaolong snickered, for this large group was made up of disciples from the Yelu and Beitang families. The Yelu family had several hundred disciples participating in the tournament. Even though Huang Xiaolong had killed Yelu Tianfeng, Yelu Xian, and other Yelu family disciples some time ago, there were still a lot of Yelu family disciples scattered around in the overflowing lightning world, as were the Beitang family disciples. "It's Huang Xiaolong!" A Yelu family disciples suddenly shrieked. When the other Yelu and Beitang family disciples finally saw Huang Xiaolong, their faces became grim with fear. By now, it was no secret in the overflowing lightning world that Huang Xiaolong had killed Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji. To these disciples from the Yelu and Beitang families, Huang Xiaolong was a walking nightmare. Even without thinking, all of them turned tail and ran for their lives. Huang Xiaolong snorted coldly watching this. God force flowed out and the hurricanes around him enlarged, spinning at a horrifying rate, which swallowed all of the disciples who were attempting to run. "Huang Xiaolong, don't kill me. No, don't kill me." Both families' disciples screamed in despair, but it was all in vain. Streaks of lightning struck down from the giant lightning cloud akin to divine punishment. Just like the lighting beasts Huang Xiaolong hunted, these disciples died under the lighting strikes, and his archdevil supreme godhead would devour the life essence left behind, which was in turn purified by his infinite Buddha supreme godhead. Not a single person managed to escape. All of them were turned into Huang Xiaolong's god force. Once again, Huang Xiaolong's points drastically increased. After a month had passed, there were only 2 days until the end of the tournament. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's points were twice as many as Wangu Yanhui's. Out on the Aeon Square, everyone had grown numb from the initial shock staring at Huang Xiaolong's name that was as brilliant as a million tiny shining suns. The Azure Dragon Institute principal Qin Yi stood there. Ever since Huang Xiaolong rose to the first place 1 month ago, he did not move an inch. He just stared fixedly at the name on the top of the list. "Master, should we return to the Institute?" Sang Chu inquired cautiously, his heart filled with apprehension. Sang Chu was aware that his master has been grasping at the last straw of hope in this 1 month's time, desperately wishing that Huang Xiaolong would fall like Fang Chu, Yelu Tianfeng, and others, forever disappearing from the ranking list. At this point, with only 2 days remaining, this wish had virtually no hope of being granted. No response came from Qin Yi. Sang Chu grew more anxious watching his master. Huang Xiaolong would be coming out in another 2 days from the overflowing lightning world. Delaying here was equivalent to waiting for death. Just as Sang Chu wanted to persuade his master again, Qin Yi, who had not moved for a whole month, abruptly turned around and strode out from the square without another word. Sang Chu was stunned at first, Then he and the rest of the Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elders quickly chased after him. In another location on the Aeon Square, both Yelu and Beitang family members were seething with killing intent. Only 2 more days. Yelu family patriarch Yelu Chufei mumbled under his breath. He already decided, the instant Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of his eyes, he would kill him at all cost, including the consequences of breaking the Eternal City's rules and offending the Wangu clan. Huang Xiaolong must die. The remaining 2 days passed by in a blink, and the curtain finally fell on this high god advancement tournament, in which numerous galaxies' top talents participated. From the overflowing lightning world, all the surviving disciples were being sent out in batches. The first batch comprised of disciples ranked below 10 million. This term's high god advancement tournament had over 17 million disciples from various galaxies. However, when the disciples ranked below the 10 million appeared on the square, there were merely 800,000 or so. Meaning to say, below the ranks of 10 million, more than 6 million disciples had lost their lives. This amount was staggering. The second batch being transferred back were disciples ranked between 1 to 10 million. Subsequent were the ones ranked between 10,000 to 1 million. The next batch was from 3,000 to 10,000. The fifth batch transferred out was made up of disciples ranked between 1,000 to 3,000, whereas in the final sixth batch were disciples in the top 1,000. Thus, Huang Xiaolong, Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, Zhou Yao, and other top disciples were sent out in this sixth batch. When the fifth batch of disciples appeared on the square, all eyes were fixed on the transmission array at the square center. The square was unusually silent, as if everyone was holding their breaths. Finally, the transmission array shone brightly, and not far away, the Yelu family patriarch's fists subconsciously tightened. His momentum rose to the peak, killing intent swirling in his eyes. A moment later, the transmission array's bright light flashed and disappeared, revealing a large group of disciples. These were none other than Wangu Yanhui, Mu Qi, Zhou Yao, Yu Wuya, Lu Dongwei, and others. "Father, that's him!" Yelu Tianhao suddenly shouted as he pointed at a figure in the center of the transmission array. Yelu Chufei's eyes needled onto that figure, letting out a rumbling roar. His body spun into a giant hurricane, flying straight at his target, exuding a suffocating murderous aura. "Huang Xiaolong, go die!" Yelu Chufei's eyes were scarlet with blood veins. Overpowering fist force howled in the air, creating a dent in space, startling other masters present on the square. Numerous pairs of eyes watched that giant fist force almost tear through space and arrive at the transmission array area. Wangu Shuo and the other Wangu clan elders were stunned. But, just as they wanted to block the attacker, there was someone faster than them, blocking Yelu Chufei's fist with a palm. In an instant, that overpowering punch disappeared into nothing before everyone's eyes, and Yelu Chufei was knocked back as if he was struck by a heavy object, forcing him to crash down right in front of the other Yelu family members. The sudden turn of event made the crowd's hearts miss a beat. Gazes slowly turned toward the person who stopped Yelu Chufei's whelming attack and sent him flying. It was a thin old man with wispy silvery hair and narrow eyes. One could even see lightning in the depths of his pupils when he blinked. When the Wangu clan elders saw this person, all of them hurried before the old man and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, ancestral uncle!" Ancestral uncle. Hearing the 12 Wang clan elders greeting toward the thin silver-haired old man, the crowd stiffened, their hearts palpitating. It was known that the Wangu clan had 2 great masters. One of them was their Wangu clan ancestor Wangu Chan, and the other was an old man named Wangu Mieching. All Wangu clan elders and disciples would greet this person as ancestral uncle. This old man in front of them was undoubtedly Wangu Mieching. Wangu Mieching nodded slightly at the group of Wangu clan elders, signaling them to stand up before his piercing gaze fell onto Yelu Chufei. "Kid, seeing that you're Yelu Xiong's descendant, I will spare your life today. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for disregarding old sentiments." Yelu Xiong was the Yelu family's patriarch 2 generations ago. Yelu Chufei suppressed the terror in his heart, nodding in a hurry. "Many thanks for Senior's grace in sparing Junior's life." Wangu Mieching looked away from the Yelu family group, his piercing gaze sweeping over the cultivators around the square, his voice solemn. Regardless of who you are, if you dare to break our Wangu clan's rules, you will die. The word die echoed like rolling waves in the square, striking the soul seas of all cultivators. The Wangu clan disciples had a solemn expression on their faces. Certain galaxy's masters that had the same intention as Yelu Chufei nipped the thought in the bud. With that said, Wangu Mieching's figure turned into a streak of lightning, disappearing from these people's view. Right at this time, a large tear appeared in the sky above. Rays of light seeped through as it grew larger, sprinkling motes of light onto the square, accompanied by an emerging, overwhelming aura. The cultivators in all directions watched the space tear with awe and trepidation, from which a tall figure enshrouded in an aureate light appeared in front of everyone. When this tall figure stepped out from the space tear, the countless bright lights around his body morphed into ancient divine beasts one after another. I'm a messenger from the divine world overseeing this term's High God Advancement Tournament. First place winner of the tournament, please step onto the High God Advancement podium. The tall figure obscured from view by the light shrouding him spoke. Although his voice was low, it sounded like roaring thunder to the surrounding people, projecting a superior aura. With a casual point of his finger, a radiant golden High God Advancement podium appeared above the Aeon Square. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong had to put aside the matter of Yelu Chufei's assassination attempt, flying out from the transmission array and landing on the golden light podium. What? He's Huang Xiaolong. Wangu Shua and Wangu Changqing's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Huang Xiaolong's face. Before, both of them assumed that the two people had the same name of Huang Xiaolong. Never had they imagined that the Huang Xiaolong who snatched the first place on the ranking list would be the same black-haired young man they made a bet on. In the next second, they discovered another thing. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had advanced to peak early Third Order High God realm. What's the matter? Wangu Ji couldn't help asking, noticing Wangu Shua and Wangu Changqing's dramatic expressions. Wangu Shua's Adam's apple stirred, squeezing a smile. This Huang Xiaolong is the kid we made our bet on. Wangu Ji was too shocked to react for a second, then blurted out in disbelief. Don't joke. Didn't you guys said that black-haired kid was just a perfection stage late 10th Order God realm? This? We also don't know what's going on. Wangu Shua mumbled. If someone told them that Huang Xiaolong broke through to peak early Third Order High God realm from perfection stage late 10th Order God realm in a short 2 years, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten into pig heads. At the same time, that tall figure high in the sky observed Huang Xiaolong, his divine sense probing him up and down, giving praise. Not bad, you're really not bad. You were able to win the tournament's first place relying on your peak early Third Order High God realm strength. Your talent is also very good. Even placed among the younger generation of the divine world's prominent sex, you can be considered as one of the highly talented juniors. I can only be considered highly talented? Huang Xiaolong inwardly muttered. At this point in time, he had completely concealed the 3 supreme godheads above his soul sea, and in their place was a top-rank 10 godhead. This was a special ability that Huang Xiaolong recently discovered about his archdevil supreme godhead. After devouring some else's godhead, it could disguise itself as that godhead. And the appearance of the godhead floating above his soul sea at this moment belonged to Xiang Mingji. Therefore, when that divine world messenger's divine sense probed Huang Xiaolong, what it saw was that top-rank 10 godhead. Having a top-rank 10 godhead could only be considered as highly talented amongst the younger generation of the divine world's prominent sex. This is your reward, the divine world messenger then said. With a wave of his hand, a godhead several meters in diameter, emitting a soft blue glow, floated down to Huang Xiaolong. Heavenly God's godhead. Fervent eyes stared fixedly at the godhead in Huang Xiaolong's hands. Beside the heavenly God's godhead, there was also an enormous egg with tiny flickering lightning patterns on its surface. One could feel the beating pulse from the egg, which caused even the surrounding space to ripple. This was a lightning beast egg, possessing a top-ranked bloodline even in the divine world. The spectating cultivators gasped for breath with gleaming desire in their eyes. After the lightning beast egg, A token inscribed with divine world symbols appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. Next to the token was a divine world cultivation technique manual, glowing with an alluring light. Next, 100 sacred grade immortal spirit stones. 100 heavenly god pills refined by heavenly gods. 100 all-spirit divine fruits. Before many feverish and greedy gazes coming from the cultivators in the square, Huang Xiaolong collected all of this into his azure ring with a wave of his hand. That divine world messenger spoke some perfunctory words before sending Huang Xiaolong away. He acknowledged respectfully and flew off the high god advancement podium back to the Aeon Square below. Following that, the divine world messenger had Wangu Yanhui, Zhou Yao, Mu Qi, and the others come up to the podium to receive their rewards. After saying a few words, the divine world messenger gave the participants ranking from 2nd to 10 their rewards. However, the ones ranked after that did not have such a privilege. After the 9 disciples' rewards were distributed, the divine world messenger indicated they could return to the square. Soon, all the rewards for the top 1,000 were given out. The space tear in the sky mended itself, and that tall figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. From the beginning until the end, no one ever saw the messenger's face. When things calmed down, the Wangu clan group of elders came in front of Huang Xiaolong and other disciples, informing them that the Wangu clan patriarch had prepared a celebration banquet, inviting Huang Xiaolong and several others to attend it at the residence of their main branch. Naturally, most of these disciples readily agreed to attend. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong naturally couldn't decline. Hence he was also among the disciples heading to the Wangu clan's banquet. Before that, though, he went to his master Fengyang's side and told them to return to the Surging Waves mansion and wait for him there. Fengyang nodded incessantly, advising Huang Xiaolong to build a good rapport with some Wangu clan core disciples as well as other galaxies' disciples, and also reminding him to avoid conflict with others if possible. Huang Xiaolong nodded, obediently complying while smiling wryly in his heart. Fengyang watched Huang Xiaolong leaving with other disciples and Wangu clan elders, beaming. His heart was filled with contentment, comfort, astonishment, and a surreal feeling. Before the tournament, it had never ever crossed his mind that his disciple could win the first place. He could already imagine the great waves of shock spreading over the Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird galaxies when they would receive this news. Father, what do we do now? Yelu Tianhao glared venomously at Huang Xiaolong's figure leaving with the Wangu clan elders. Yelu Chufei's eyes gleamed coldly. Let's first return to the Saint Lord Galaxy. I don't believe that Huang Xiaolong can hide here in the Aeon City his entire life. The time they leave the city to return to the Black Tortoise Galaxy is the time they die. Yelu Chufei did not linger around the square. With a flick of his sleeve, he led his group away, out of the Aeon City, rushing back to the Saint Lord Galaxy. While the Yelu family members were rushing back to the Saint Lord Galaxy, Huang Xiaolong and the other disciples reached the Wangu clan's main residence. At the banquet, Huang Xiaolong's sitting was arranged at the head of all other disciples, having the same degree of importance as the Wangu clan patriarch. No doubt, Huang Xiaolong had become the center of attention during the banquet. Even the brightness of the acclaimed peerless genius of the Wangu clan in the last 10 million years, Wangu Yanhui, dimmed before him. During the banquet, the Wangu clan elders were almost taking turns toasting to Huang Xiaolong. Even the smile on Wangu Yutei's face, who was the patriarch, seemed friendly and warm. This brought many envious gazes from other galaxies' disciples, without exception. Some had hatred and jealousy laced within. One amongst them was Zhou Yao. Watching Huang Xiaolong being at the center of attention, Zhou Yao was sneering in his heart. Punk! Let's see how long you can enjoy this, humph! Huang Xiaolong had killed Fang Chu, and he believed the Fortune Gate would soon make their move. He was waiting with anticipation to see how Huang Xiaolong was going to fend off this ancient behemoth. Against the Fortune Gate, being the peerless genius that you are is of no use. Between heaven and earth, one's strength spoke the loudest. The banquet soon came to an end and everyone left. Huang Xiaolong and the few other disciples not from the Wangu clan bid their farewells and left. However, just as they were stepping out from the Wangu clan's main residence, the Tempest Academy's Zhang Xiaosu suddenly obstructed Huang Xiaolong's path, demanding to exchange pointers with him. After a brief surprise, Huang Xiaolong shook his head, ignoring the crazy woman. Zhang Xiaosu shouted loudly behind Huang Xiaolong, "Are you afraid of losing to me?" Huang Xiaolong's steps halted hearing that. He then glanced at Zhang Xiaosu, who shuddered and subconsciously retreated several steps. By the time she stopped, she realized that Huang Xiaolong had already left. Zhang Xiaosu looked stricken with horror, her cherry-red lips opening and closing. "Not possible. How can the gap between us be so big?" She had the confidence to fight even Wangu Yanhui. But just now, a single glance from Huang Xiaolong was enough to make her retreat. After Huang Xiaolong and the other disciples left the banquet, the Wangu clan's patriarch and elders moved to the main hall, including Wangu Yanhui. "Huir, in the overflowing lightning world, did you have a chance to fight this Huang Xiaolong? How is this child's strength?" Wangu Yute asked Wangu Yanhui, who was sitting several seats down in the main hall. Wangu Yanhui had a somber expression, answering respectfully. Although this disciple did not fight with Huang Xiaolong, this disciple estimates that Huang Xiaolong probably possesses strength comparable to a 6th-order High God Realm Master. What? A 6th-order High God Realm Master's strength? The instant Wangu Yanhui finished, all the present Wangu clan elders were astounded. Some even blurted out in horror, and even Wangu Yute showed doubt. Thus, Wangu Yanhui recounted what happened after they activated the central formation of the Lightning God's cultivation dwelling. About Feng Chu's plan of killing all 4 of them. When Wangu Yute and the rest heard that Feng Chu's cultivation was actually at 5th-order High God Realm, everyone present was once again shocked. Up until this point, all of them thought that Feng Chu was an early 4th-order High God Realm disciple. "You're saying that Huang Xiaolong killed a 5th-order High God Realm Feng Chu with only his 3rd-order High God Realm strength?" said Wangu Yute. But Wangu Yanhui shook his head. No, at the time Huang Xiaolong killed Feng Chu, he had yet to break through to 3rd order. He was still a late 2nd-order High God Realm. Late 2nd-order High God Realm. Quite a few Wangu clan elders present exclaimed the same words. Their eyes rounded in astonishment and they jumped to their feet. "That is so. Although I did not see with my own eyes how Huang Xiaolong killed Feng Chu, at that point in time, Huang Xiaolong was truly a late 2nd-order High God Realm." Wangu Yanhui stated. He himself was dumbstruck during that time. Wangu Yute muttered under his breath like he was speaking to himself. A late 2nd-order killing a 5th-order High God Realm. Moreover, it wasn't the average 5th-order High God Realm Master either. Monster. A peerless genius. One that doesn't appear in tens of millions of years. Wangu Shua and Wangu Chongqing exchanged a look, their wry smile reflected in each other's eyes. Despite having praised Huang Xiaolong's talent before, only now did they realize the fact that they still underestimated Huang Xiaolong. Humph. This Feng Chu dared to harm Yanhui while knowing his identity full well. This matter cannot be forgiven just like this. A long time later, Wangu Ji recovered from his shock, harumphing in anger. The elders echoed his sentiments. A light flickered past Wangu Yute's eyes. Naturally, this matter won't be forgotten so easily, however. That Huang Xiaolong. Hearing the sudden change in the patriarch's tone when mentioning Huang Xiaolong, the Wangu clan elders had nothing to say. Huang Xiaolong's talent had gone way beyond the scope of their imagination, giving birth to a silent fear that slithered up their hearts and only grew stronger. Wangu Yanhui spoke again, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. "Patriarch, this disciple thinks that Huang Xiaolong can only be befriended, and even if we cannot do that, we must absolutely not make an enemy out of him. A monster like Huang Xiaolong will definitely become a 10th-order High God Realm Master in a few thousand years. Based on his battle strength, upon reaching 10th-order High God Realm, no one from countless galaxies will be his opponent." Yanhui is right. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong did save his life once before, and could be considered our Wangu clan's benefactor in this matter. Wangu Shua supported Wangu Yanhui's opinion. Wangu Yute nodded his head. Although this Huang Xiaolong's cultivation realm is a little low, his talent is still worthwhile for us to show some goodwill. I plan to give him a drop of sacred Qilin whelp blood. The Wangu clan elders were stunned hearing this. Some of them even looked tempted. Patriarch, this sacred Qilin blood is our clan's sacred relic, harvesting a small drop every 1,000 years. Isn't that? Wangu Yuan hesitated. Yes, Patriarch. Not to mention that Huang Xiaolong isn't a disciple of our Wangu clan. Even if we give him a drop of Qilin blood, it doesn't mean he can absorb it. Wangu Ji added. We can give him some other things, such as sacred-grade immortal spirit stones, or maybe undying god pills. Wangu Yute shook his head. From the result of my checking, before the tournament started, this Huang Xiaolong had spent more than 3 trillion to purchase the Surging Waves mansion located at the center of Eternal City. Later, he bought more than 100 bottles of undying god pills, extraordinary divine pellets, and myriad cure holy pills. This shows that he's not lacking in money or sacred-grade spirit stones. Wangu clan elders felt as if a large boulder struck the back of their heads. Who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong was also a super-wealthy tycoon? Several Wangu clan elders still wanted to dissuade him further, but Wangu Ute merely waved his hand, cutting them off. This matter is decided. Wangu Shuo, you will personally send the sacred Qilin blood over to the Surging Waves mansion. Yes, Patriarch. Wangu Shuo stood up, bowing respectfully in compliance. The other Wangu elders exchanged glances amongst themselves in silence. Thus, not long after Huang Xiaolong returned to the Surging Waves mansion from the Wangu clan's main residence, Wangu Shuo had arrived to personally gift Huang Xiaolong the drop of Qilin blood. When Wangu Shuo opened the jade box containing a single drop of sacred Qilin blood, it immediately enveloped the whole Surging Waves mansion in a blood-red glow, followed by the heaven-resounding roar of an ancient Qilin. Feng Yang, Lu Yun, and the others felt their hearts racing. That single drop of sacred Qilin blood was the size of 2 thumbs, resembling the rarest blood-colored ruby. Even though it looked calm on the surface, one could feel a vibrant vitality exuding from it. Despite it being suppressed by restrictions, Huang Xiaolong was able to feel the vast roiling energy contained within. Elder Wangu Shuo, this item is too precious. Huang Xiaolong was more than surprised but did not reach out to accept the gift. Although he didn't know the exact usage of this drop of blood, he understood that it was something precious to the Wangu clan, not something that could be bought with spirit stones. Wangu Shuo revealed an amiable smile. Young warrior need not refuse. This is a small token from our patriarch. You saved Yan Hui. A little Qilin blood is nothing in comparison. Our patriarch also said that you are always welcome to our Wangu clan's main residence to have a cup of tea. Our patriarch would be delighted to have you there. Since it is so, then I accept this sacred Qilin blood with thanks. I shall trouble Elder Wangu Shuo to convey my thanks to Patriarch Wangu. Huang Xiaolong slightly hesitated before accepting the jade box. After Wangu Shuo already said so courteously, it was hard for Huang Xiaolong to further refuse. Even though he knew this was a sign of goodwill from the Wangu clan, it was a good thing to Huang Xiaolong as well. A while later, Wangu Shuo left, returning to report to his patriarch. Before he left, Huang Xiaolong gave him 10 sacred-grade immortal spirit stones. Hence, when Wangu Shuo stepped out from the Surging Waves mansion, his face was ruddy and his eyes bent into a wide smile. Xiaolong, when are we heading back to the Black Tortoise Galaxy? After Wang Yishuo left, Feng Yang inquired Huang Xiaolong's intention. Let's depart tomorrow, Huang Xiaolong answered. During the tournament, he had killed a large number of disciples from both Yelu and Beitang families. He was a little worried about the Huang clan manor, hence, he'd like to rush back to the Black Tortoise Galaxy as soon as possible. On that very night, Huang Xiaolong went inside the heavenly god's dwelling, sitting cross-legged, and opened the jade box in his hand. The suction force from his hand immediately brought the drop of ruby-red blood in front of him. Although his current strength was comparable to the average 6th-order High God Realm Master, judging from the power that Yelu Chufei showed when he attempted to take his life on the square, Huang Xiaolong concluded that Yelu Chufei was a 7th-order High God Realm Master, perhaps even mid-7th order. Therefore, before he went back to Martial Spirit World, Huang Xiaolong strived to enhance his strength even a little bit, which was why he decided to refine the drop of sacred Qilin blood. Looking at the drop blood floating in front of him, Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth and inhaled, bringing it into his body. The instant the sacred Qilin blood entered his body, Huang Xiaolong felt as if his whole body's blood was boiling hot. It was as if what he swallowed wasn't a 2-thumb-sized large drop of sacred Qilin blood, but a giant volcano, one capable of burning a world surface like Martial Spirit World into ashes in a matter of minutes. Huang Xiaolong's skin was like burning ember, emitting wisps of smoke from his amber-red skin surface. But that initial heat wave rushing out from his body was only the beginning. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded, quickly activating his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power, frantically swallowing this overwhelming fire element force. While he was refining the sacred Qilin blood, the divine world messenger that presented the High God Advancement Tournament's rewards had returned to a magnificent godly temple, respectfully falling to his knees. In front of the messenger stood a slightly short and round middle-aged man. In between this middle-aged man's brows was a divine symbol representing lightning. The divine world messenger was reporting to this middle-aged man the details of the rewards presentation. Only a top-rank 10 godhead? The short, middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly. Disappointment flickered in his eyes. That is so, Great Emperor. The first-place winner Huang Xiaolong's godhead is only a top-rank 10 godhead. The divine world messenger affirmed. All right, you can retreat. The short, middle-aged man instructed with a wave of his hand. The divine world messenger respectfully complied and left. The short and plump middle-aged man shook his head, muttering under his breath. Looks like the chances of finding a genius disciple with an emperor-rank godhead is impossible. Before his last word sounded, his figure already disappeared from the spot. 1 month went by. The burning heat that previously enveloped Huang Xiaolong already subsided by now. When he opened his eyes, a fleeting fire flickered in his pupils. After 1 month of cultivation, he had completely absorbed the energy within that drop of sacred Qilin blood. Huang Xiaolong could feel an obvious increase in his strength, already reaching the border of peak early Third Order High God realm. Furthermore, the Holy Dragon Supreme Godhead's fire element god force had become even purer and more powerful than before. When he exited the Heavenly Mountain and reached the Surging Waves Mansion's front hall, he noticed Feng Yang and the others waiting for him there. Seeing Huang Xiaolong appear, Feng Yang and the others stood up and approached him. Xiaolong, there's someone outside named Wang Zhong, saying he's an elder from the Fortune Gate. He insisted on seeing you. Feng Yang was filled with worry as he spoke. Fortune Gate elder? Huang Xiaolong frowned. This Fortune Gate came unexpectedly fast. This Wang Zhong's arrival was undoubtedly related to Fang Chu's death. Let him in, Huang Xiaolong answered. He was waiting to see what this Fortune Gate elder named Wang Zhong was going to say. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong, Feng Yang, and the others saw a burly middle-aged man striding into the front hall in a brutish manner. He was square-faced, had thick messy brows, and exuded a sharp prickling aura. The instant Wang Zhong stepped into the hall, his cold, hostile gaze locked onto Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I bet you didn't expect me to show up so fast, right? However, even if you managed to escape from this Aeon City, you wouldn't be able to leave the Eternal Galaxy. Therefore, I advise you to nip any hope you have in the bud. Huang Xiaolong looked at Wang Zhong with cold indifference. The Fortune Gate sent a dog that only knows how to bark madly? Wang Zhong was taken aback for a second. Then anger swirled in his heart. Huang Xiaolong actually dared to scold him, calling him a dog? Punk! You're seeking death. Wang Zhong let out a furious bellow and his aura spiked up in an instant. Before anyone else could react, Wang Zhong's palm struck out toward Huang Xiaolong. The palm force exuded powerful metal element god force, quickly arriving in front of its target. Huang Xiaolong didn't even look at Wang Zhong. He merely struck out a palm to meet the incoming attack. Similarly, he only used metal element god force. 2 palms collided in midair, resulting in a booming blast that shook the entire hall. The resulting shockwave pulverized the furniture inside the hall and caused the tiles to fly into the air before being reduced to dust as well. Feng Yang, Lu Yun, Chen Yang, and Qi Wen were forced away from Huang Xiaolong and Wang Zhong, their faces ashen. Wang Zhong's figure wobbled unsteadily, staggering several meters back. When he steadied himself, shock and disbelief were written all over his face as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. "This you? How can this be?" He was an early 6th Order High God Realm, whereas that punk in front of him was just a peak early 3rd Order High God Realm ant. The corner of Huang Xiaolong's lips curved into a cold sneer. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can get the hell out. Get the hell out." Wang Zhong's face was red, then became purple like an eggplant. His eyes were bulging from the unspeakable fury that had reached a breaking point. His hands clenched into fists as suffocating killing intent filled the hall. Huang Xiaolong merely watched him with the same indifference. All of a sudden, Wang Zhong's murderous aura disappeared, converged internally as he spoke. "Huang Xiaolong, you killed my junior brother. Originally, according to our Fortune Gate Grand Elder's decision, your punishment was to have all your bones broken, your tendons extracted, and be flayed alive before refining your soul and ending your life, using your head as an offering to my junior brother. However, as long as you hand over all the rewards you received and sign an eternal blood contract to serve our Fortune Gate, we can spare your life." "What? Hand over the rewards?" Feng Yang and the others exclaimed in anger hearing that. This Fortune Gate had gone beyond bullying. Among Huang Xiaolong's rewards for winning the first place in the tournament was the godhead of a heavenly god, something that couldn't be bought regardless of how many sacred-grade immortal spirit stones or heavenly god divine pellets one had, even less so that lightning beast egg with as top-ranked bloodline, as well as the token that guaranteed enrollment into any prominent sect of the divine world. And this Fortune Gate also wanted Huang Xiaolong to sign an eternal blood contract. In other words, Huang Xiaolong was to become the Fortune Gate slave until his last breath. Huang Xiaolong smirked. "And if I refuse?" Wang Zhong flashed Huang Xiaolong a sinister grin. "Refuse? You'd do better to think it real good through that head of yours before answering. If you don't agree, not only you yourself will disappear from this world, everything and everyone related to you will also die because of you. There's nothing to reconsider." Wang Zhong's eyes narrowed, veiling the coldness in his eyes. "Since it's like that, I hope you won't regret it when the time comes." Throwing this sentence, he turned around to leave. The Fortune Gate's upper echelon's original purpose in sending over Wang Zhong was to capture Huang Xiaolong and bring him back to the headquarters all the way in the everlasting galaxy had he refused their terms. However, Huang Xiaolong's strength was out of Wang Zhong's expectations. He had no confidence in being able to capture Huang Xiaolong. Hence he decided to leave first and report this matter to his superiors. "Not so fast." Wang Zhong barely turned around when Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded. "Did I allow you to leave?" Wang Zhong halted, then burst into laughter. "Huang Xiaolong, I admit you're strong, but do you really think a 3rd Order High God Realm like you can kill a 6th Order High God Realm Master like me? I can come and go as I please." Exactly at this moment, Huang Xiaolong's body transformed with a sway, turning into a 1,000-zhang-long blue primordial divine dragon, exuding majestic dragon might that locked onto the mansion. At the same time, a dragon claw slammed down. Everything happened in a split second. While Wang Zhong was still caught in the shock of Huang Xiaolong's sudden transformation into a primordial divine dragon, an enormous dragon claw resembling a small mountain was already falling on him from above. Wang Zhong became deathly pale, his heart falling into despair. "No!" He screamed in fear. Every last strand of god force inside his body roiled as his palms struck messily at the dragon claw. However, Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw easily dispersed all the attacks, which didn't even slow his speed. Rumble! The hall quaked violently in protest. The floor beneath Wang Zhong's feet cracked, his body buried vertically into the ground below, with his flesh ruptured and blood spurting out. His breath was wheezing out without going in. Feng Yang, Lu Yun, Qi Wen, and Chen Yang were stupefied looking at the overwhelming primordial divine blue dragon in the air. Their expressions were a sight to behold. In a flash, Huang Xiaolong reverted back to normal, standing right above Wang Zhong in the air. A suction force came from Huang Xiaolong's hand, pulling Wang Zhong out from the ground. At the same time, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power came to life. All of Wang Zhong's blood essence and God force flooded into Huang Xiaolong's body, causing Wang Zhong's body to shrink rapidly as his life force ebbed away, turning into a dried corpse. In no more than a dozen breaths' time, Huang Xiaolong was finished with Wang Zhong, letting the dried corpse fall as he shot a sliver of fire element God force onto it, burning it to ashes. "Master, let's leave." Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder, saying to the stupefied Feng Yang. Only then did Feng Yang and his 3 disciples come to their senses, hurrying after Huang Xiaolong. Even after stepping out of the Surging Waves mansion, the 4 of them still felt as if they were in a dream. A short while later, the 5 of them had exited the Eternal City, rushing back to Black Tortoise Galaxy, the Everlasting Galaxy, Fortune Gate's headquarters. As the Fortune Gate chief Wang Yu and a group of Grand Elders and Elders were discussing the aftermath of Fang Chu's death, a flustered overseer ran into the hall, half panting as he reported that Wang Zhong's life strip had shattered. "What? Wang Zhong is dead." Grand Elder Sun Yi jumped to his feet in anger. This Sun Yi was both Wang Zhong's and Fang Chu's master. Wang Yu and the others present were flabbergasted hearing the report. Wang Zhong was the very person they had sent to capture Huang Xiaolong. But now he was dead. Then? Could that Huang Xiaolong have other masters at his side? A Grand Elder voiced the question everyone was thinking about. Not necessarily. Maybe Wang Zhong was killed by some other force's master. Another Grand Elder suggested a different possibility. The look in Wang Yu's eyes grew chilling. "We'll know everything once we captured Huang Xiaolong. Pass my order down. Have people guard the galaxies surrounding the Eternal Galaxy. They must absolutely capture Huang Xiaolong and bring him back here for me." All present Grand Elders respectfully acknowledged. Slightly over a month later, Huang Xiaolong's group of 5 arrived back in the Black Tortoise Galaxy without any mishap. Even while rushing back, Huang Xiaolong did not relax, seizing every minute he could to cultivate. The 100 Heavenly God Pills refined by Heavenly God Masters, as well won those 100 All-Spirit Divine Fruits that Huang Xiaolong received were all refined by him. Not only that, more than half of the pills he had collected from the Lightning God's cultivation dwelling also went into his stomach. With these supplements, Huang Xiaolong finally advanced to Mid-Third Order High God Realm. Back in the Black Tortoise Galaxy, the 5 of them stepped out from the Cloud Sea Mainland's transmission array and headed straight to the Black Warrior Institute. Even before Huang Xiaolong's group stepped a foot inside the Black Warrior City, Wang Na had received a report from a disciple of their arrival. Together with a group of Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders and Elders, she was waiting to discuss an alliance with the Jiang, Wang, Gudu, and Zhu families. "Oh, Feng Yang's back?" Listening to the report, Wang Na was slightly startled. She did not expect him to return so early. Calculating the time, merely a bit more than a month had passed since the High God Advancement Tournament ended. At the very least, rushing back to the Institute would take a 3-month journey. Or was Feng Yang already on the back even before the tournament ended? Wang Na's glimmered with hope and excitement. Other than Feng Yang, who else came back with him? Other than Feng Yang, there are Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, Chun Yang, and Qi Wen. That disciples respectfully replied. Slightly over a month ago, Wang Na had proceeded with the Black Warrior Institute Principal Installment Ceremony, officially taking over the position, and was now currently the Institute Principal. Whereas Feng Yang, according to the rules after relinquishing the position, he was considered an eminent elder of the Black Warrior Institute. What? Huang Xiaolong? Wang Na was astounded. Grand Elder He Jiwu and Grand Elder He Fei were just as astounded. How could Huang Xiaolong still be alive? He Jiwu exclaimed in shock. Did Huang Xiaolong escape from the Great Lord by luck? Could that be why he wasn't killed? It must be like this. Wang Na sneered. This Huang Xiaolong's life is really tenacious. He still managed to stay alive even after all this. But it's understandable. It is said that the overflowing lightning world, where the tournament was held, can be described as boundless. As ingenious as the Great Lord is, it is not an easy task finding a single person. Huang Xiaolong's death is a certainty. His numbered days are quickly slipping away. I agree. At most, this Huang Xiaolong can only jump around for a few more days. Fei echoed. Wang Na instructed the reporting disciple. Pass down my order. Tell Feng Yang come to see me with the Institute Principal token. Since Feng Yang was back, it was about time she received the Institute Principal token. That disciple quickly complied. Feng Yang and his 4 disciples had just passed through the Black Warrior City when they saw a group of Black Warrior Institute inner disciples flying toward them. The group of inner disciples greeted Feng Yang with the salutation, Eminent Elder. What did you lot call me just now? Eminent Elder? Feng Yang was bewildered. Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, Chun Yang, and Qi Wen were also baffled hearing these inner disciples greeting Feng Yang that way. Yes, Institute Principal Wang Na has conducted the installment ceremony more than a month ago. Her esteemed self is now the current Black Warrior Institute Principal. One of the inner disciples explained. Rage rose to Feng Yang's face hearing that. His deep voice rumbled. Wang Na dared to proceed with the installment ceremony without my permission. Who gave her this right? That inner disciple stammered fearfully, finally squeezing out some words. Institute Principal Wang Na knows that Eminent Elder has returned. Thus she has requested Eminent Elder's presence in the Great Hall. She also said that Eminent Elder is to hand over the Institute Principal token. We're just following orders. Please do not make things difficult for us. Lu Yun and Qi Wen were immediately angered. From that inner disciple's words, whether Feng Yang was willing or not, he was to hand over the token? Master, since that old witch Wang Na is so anxious to see us, we should go. It's been some time since I've last seen that old witch. Coincidentally, I've been wanting to see that old witch as well, Huang Xiaolong said to Feng Yang. Impudent. Huang Xiaolong, you're just a measly elder. How dare you disrespect the Institute Principal? An inner disciple that had a grand elder as his master couldn't resist barking at Huang Xiaolong, trying to stand out. Huang Xiaolong glanced over through the corner of his eye. Then a cold snorted sounded from him and that particular disciple exploded on the spot. Blood splattered on the other disciples near him and the ground. All remaining disciples leaped back, alarmed and, frankly, terrified as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. Master, let's go to the Black Warrior Great Hall. Huang Xiaolong didn't pay those inner disciples any further attention, looking at Feng Yang. All right. Feng Yang nodded in agreement. With that decided, the 5 of them flew toward the Black Warrior City's transmission array. After being transported to the Institute grounds, they flew straight to the Black Warrior Great Hall. As soon as they walked into the hall, Huang Xiaolong immediately saw Wang Na, who was sitting in the main seat, which was reserved only for the Black Warrior Institute principal. At this moment, Wang Na was sitting there wearing the Black Warrior divine armor, radiant and spirited. At the same moment Feng Yang and Huang Xiaolong stepped into the hall, Wang Na, He Jiwu, He Fei, and the others fixed their gazes on them. The other 3 people were disregarded. Feng Yang, I'm sure you know by now that I am the current Black Warrior Institute principal. Wang Na went on, barely able to hide the smirk on her face. According to the Black Warrior Institute's rules, you're now an eminent elder, but you're still required to salute me. Then her gaze swept over Huang Xiaolong, Lu Yun, and the others, adding, as for these disciples of yours, as elders and grand elders of the Black Warrior Institute, they should get on their knees seeing the Institute principal. Feng Yang snickered in spite of his boiling anger. Wang Na, I don't remember agreeing to your installment ceremony. Based on this alone, I can convict you of the crime of rebellion. Wang Na giggled coquettishly hearing Feng Yang's accusation. Feng Yang, if I remember correctly, it is stated in the Institute's rules that, if the said Institute principal is absent, the installment ceremony can proceed as long as other eminent elders agree. I have received permission from the eminent elders, therefore my installment ceremony is right and proper, whereas you, Feng Yang, because of your personal disciple, arbitrarily left the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Most of all, you did not return to conduct the installment ceremony in a timely manner, Do you know your crime? Feng Yang's face turned grim. All of a sudden, several strong auras enveloped the great hall, which belonged to the few eminent elders present. Feng Yang Wang Na is the current official institute principal. Hand over the token. One of the eminent elders spoke. Otherwise, we won't be able to plead on your behalf to Principal Wang Na to forgive your crime of arbitrarily leaving the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Feng Yang and his disciples were green and red with anger. It was clear as day that these eminent elders had received some benefits from Wang Na and shifted to her camp. Huang Xiaolong stepped out, walking all the way to the center of the great hall while shaking his head in annoyance. Old witch, I had wanted to let you live a few more days. But now, my heart doesn't feel comfortable if I don't kill you, Huang Xiaolong said to Wang Na, looking directly at her. What insolence! How dare you disrespect Institute Principal Wang Na? As an elder of the Institute, why are you not kneeling in salute to the Institute Principal? A grand elder pointed a finger at Huang Xiaolong's face, snapping harshly. Huang Xiaolong's gaze darkened hearing this. A streak of lightning shot out from the void and that grand elder's movements stopped, turning into a burnt corpse, standing there stiffly with tiny ribbons of lightning crackling around his body. The other grand elders felt their hearts nearly jump out from their chests, retreating backward in panic. Wang Na was shocked, but even more confounded. Huang Xiaolong, you actually dared to kill a grand elder in public, usurping authority. You. She turned toward the several eminent elders. Several eminent elders, please take action and capture this traitor for judgment. One of the eminent elders slashed his long sword out. The sword tip pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you actually dared to kill a grand elder right in front of us. Even if your master gets on his knees and begs for mercy, you won't be able to escape death. After he finished declaring his righteous reason, that eminent elder's momentum soared sky high. In the next second, his long sword was hacking down on Huang Xiaolong. An engulfing sword chi drowned Huang Xiaolong within, blocking all and any routes of escape. Water element god force filled the great hall. Seeing this, the rest of the eminent elders stood aside, having no intention to interfere. Watching the sword chi targeting him, a mocking sneer curved up from the corners of Huang Xiaolong's lips. A mid-second order high god realm? That attacking eminent elder caught sight of Huang Xiaolong's mocking sneer, angering him further. The amount of water element god force increased, enhancing the sword chi's lethality. Originally, with Huang Xiaolong's currently strength, merely a blow of breath could instantly kill a third-order high god realm cultivator. But after a quick thought, he decided to at least make a move. Huang Xiaolong raised his right arm up, then a finger and flicked out. That seemingly powerful sword chi attack suddenly popped like a bubble, and just as the eminent elder's face paled, he felt as if a giant mountain slammed against his chest and was knocked flying back at an alarming speed. Rumble! The whole great hall swayed and shook as the eminent elder crashed through one of the walls, flying several hundred meters out until he slammed into a mountain cliff. A section of that cliff broke and crumbled from the impact, whereas that eminent elder laid at the edge, no longer moving. Apart from Feng Yang, Lu Yun, Qi Wan, and Chen Yang, the others were flabbergasted staring at that human-shaped hole on the wall. Wang Na, as well as the several eminent elders, were shocked and bewildered, losing their bearing. Old witch, what other crimes do you want to accuse me of? While these people were still in shock, Huang Xiaolong's aloof voice jolted them back to reality. Wang Na's head jerked up, glaring at Huang Xiaolong despite the apprehension and fear in her eyes. She knew very well that eminent elder's strength. Although he was weaker than Feng Yang, it was not that big of a gap, a mid-second order high god realm. Yet a mid-second order high god realm couldn't withstand a flick of Huang Xiaolong's finger? Then, Huang Xiaolong's strength was third order high god realm. Huang Xiaolong, this dog, was already a third order high god realm master. But she obviously did not sense any god force from him. So what exactly was happening? In fact, it was nothing out of the ordinary for Wang Na unable to sense Huang Xiaolong's god force earlier, for he did not use any god force at all, only pure physical strength. Then again, it was merely 1/millionth of his physical strength. Wang Na could hear her own voice shaking. Huang Xiaolong, as an elder of Black Warrior Institute, you killed first an Institute Grand Elder, then heavily injured an eminent elder. You. I what? Huang Xiaolong smirked. He raised a palm toward her and pulled Wang Na before him. Wang Na sensed the murderous aura from Huang Xiaolong's body, causing her small face to be drained of blood. Fear and fury mixed together. You? I am the Institute principal. Huang Xiaolong, you dare to kill me. You want to turn the entire Black Warrior Institute into your enemy. Become enemies with the whole Black Warrior Institute? Old witch, you overvalue yourself. Huang Xiaolong laughed loudly at Wang Na's words. Then again, so what if I become enemies with the entire Black Warrior Institute? After saying that, Huang Xiaolong tapped a finger on Wang Na's arm and a vigor force entered her body, breaking all of her bones. Huang Xiaolong controlled the vigor force's speed and strength, making sure it broke Wang Na's bones piece by piece. The sounds of breaking bones resounded in the hall again and again, as if there was no end to it, together with Wang Na's intermittent screams. Even so, her eyes were glaring venomously at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, even if you kill me, the Great Lord will spare neither you nor your family. You and your family will come to accompany me in hell very soon. Great Lord! Huang Xiaolong issued a harsh snicker. I forgot to inform you, that Great Lord of yours is already dead. I killed him. He's already waiting impatiently for you in hell. Wang Na, He Jiwu, and He Fei were dazed. Then Wang Na shrieked, Huang Xiaolong, you really think simply mouthing some nonsense will make me believe you? Just you, a mere third-order high god realm, is our Great Lord's match? How powerful my Great Lord is not something you can imagine. The Great Lord is destined to become an existence that will conquer countless galaxies. She would never believe that Huang Xiaolong was capable of killing the Great Lord backing them. Her Great Lord had subordinates such as the Mirage King, masters of peak late third-order high god realm, and could only be stronger than that. How can Huang Xiaolong kill her Great Lord? He Jiwu and He Fei also refused to believe his words. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, too lazy to say anything further. His palm landed a swift strike on Wang Na's chest, shattering her internal organs. Although Wang Na's physical body was not weak, being a mid-first order high god realm master, in front of Huang Xiaolong, it was as fragile as a paper tiger. Huang Xiaolong, release Institute Principal Wang Na this instant, an eminent elder shouted when he saw Huang Xiaolong striking Wang Na's chest. If you dare to kill Institute Principal Wang Na, all of us will make a joint order for all the forces in Black Tortoise Galaxy to hunt you down. No matter how strong you are, there will be no place for you in the Black Tortoise Galaxy. So noisy! Huang Xiaolong made a curt wave with his hand. That peak mid-second order high god realm eminent elder was sent flying, adding another human-shaped hole through the wall. The remaining eminent elders finally felt genuine fear down to their souls. Not one of them dared to make another sound. You dog Huang Xiaolong. Kill me if you've got the guts. Kill me. Wang Na shrieked cut through the hall. Don't worry. I definitely will kill you. A chilling light then flitted past Huang Xiaolong's eyes and a purple soul character flew out from his pupils, entering Wang Na's mind, scouring her soul for useful information. When that ended, the Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power began absorbing Wang Na's blood essence and god force. Right in front of the horrified He Jiwu, He Fei, and the others present, Wang Na's body began to shrink, finally leaving nothing but a dried corpse. With a casual flick of his finger, a strand of fire fell onto what remained of Wang Na, incinerating it to ashes. Wang Na's death was absolute, nothing like an avatar as what happened with Fang Chu. She was also the shortest-lasting institute principal in the history of the Black Warrior Institute. After he was done with Wang Na, Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto He Jiwu, He Fei, as well as the remaining Grand Elders and Elders. Just this one look caused those elders' hearts to palpitate. Some fell to their knees, kowtowing to Huang Xiaolong for mercy. Watching them act this way, Huang Xiaolong's gaze shifted onto the group of eminent elders. One could easily see the fear in these eminent elders' eyes even as they subconsciously retreated. Huang Xiaolong, why you? What do you want to do? One of them stammered. Huang Xiaolong spoke without any emotion in his voice. Wang Na's already dead. I'm sure you all have no objections with my master continuing as the Black Warrior Institute principal. Yes? Everyone was too confounded to answer. No, no objection. No objection. These people forced a smile that looked uglier than crying. However, Huang Xiaolong made them sign a blood contract. Having no other way, they signed it. Coincidentally, a disciple ran into the hall at this moment, saying that the Zhang, Wang, Gudu, and Zhu families' patriarchs were waiting outside the Black Warrior Institute, coming to discuss an alliance with Wang Na. Great! Lead them all in here, Huang Xiaolong calmly ordered. The disciple respectfully complied and left the great hall. On the periphery of the Black Warrior Institute's grounds, Zhang Wuhuang, Wang Dinji, Gudu Yi, and Zhu Chu saw that the disciple who went to report had returned, but there was no Wang Na, nor a grand elder who came out to welcome them. Seeing this, these distinguished patriarchs were slightly frowning. The disciple stood a few meters before the four patriarchs, saying that the Black Warrior Institute principal invites them to the Great Hall. Of course, that disciple only mentioned the institute principal and not institute principal Wang Na. However, neither Zhang Wuhuang nor Wang Dingyi, Gudu Yi, or Zhu Chu noticed this small detail. Hee, that biddy is putting on airs now. She knows we're here, but not only did she not come out to welcome us, she didn't even send a grand elder, or an elder at the very least. Instead, she just sent a common disciple to inform us. Wang Dingyi was upset. Gudu Yi curled his lips in disdain, bearing a hint of envy. She's now the Black Warrior Institute principal, greatly favored by the Great Lord. Putting some airs in front of us is no surprise. However, Zhang Wuhuang, even though that biddy is your lover, she obviously doesn't put you in her eyes. Hehe. Looks like you're losing your charm, ah. Wang Dingyi and the others didn't bother to conceal their laughter, causing Zhang Wuhuang's face to stretch taut in annoyance. Several patriarchs need not be concerned about my charm. Zhang Wuhuang flicked his sleeves and flew forward, leaving the rest behind. Watching him act this way, Gudu Yi and the rest decided against saying anything more. Without another word, the disciple led Zhang Wuhuang's group to the Black Warrior Great Hall. On the way, with his back toward the others, Zhang Wuhuang's expression was sullen. Even after knowing he was here, that Wang Na actually hadn't come out to welcome him, looks like he needed to torture her good tonight. They soon arrived at the Black Warrior Great Hall, entering behind the disciple. Just as they stepped inside, all four of them spotted Huang Xiaolong almost immediately, as well as Feng Yang, Lu Yun, Qi Wen, and Chen Yang. For a second, Zhang Wuhuang's group was nonplussed. Huang Xiaolong, you're not dead? Zhang Wuhuang's face sank. What, are you disappointed that I didn't die? Wang Dingyi snorted coldly. I didn't expect you to still be alive, and I cannot comprehend why the Great Lord would spare you. Spare Huang Xiaolong? Feng Yang, Lu Yun, and everyone else revealed an odd expression. Where's Wang Na? Zhang Wuhuang already took a glance around the Great Hall but did not see her. He did not miss the two human-shaped holes on the walls, perplexing him. Not to mention the seemingly weakened eminent elders and grand elders in the hall, who were behaving fidgety. Wang Dingyi and Gudu Yi suddenly tensed noticing Wang Na's absence. Where is your institute principal Wang Na? Wang Dingyi directed this question at Grand Elder He Jiwu. He Jiwu flinched, looking terrified. His mouth opened and closed, but no actual word was spoken. At this point, without Huang Xiaolong's permission, even if he were given 10,000 times more courage, he still wouldn't dare to utter a word. Watching this, an ominous feeling suddenly crept up Zhang Wuhuang's heart. Huang Xiaolong, is it you? Did you detain Wang Na? Speak. Is it you? Zhang Wuhuang snarled at Huang Xiaolong. Could it be that Wang Na didn't come out to welcome us because you detained her? Wang Dingyi was glaring daggers at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you'd do better to release Wang Na immediately. Even if you locked her up, you cannot stop us from forming an alliance with the Black Warrior Institute. Other possibilities did not cross Wang Dingyi or the other three people's minds. More accurately, it never occurred to them that Huang Xiaolong had the guts to kill Wang Na. Imprisoning her was the best choice in their opinion. After all, Wang Na was the current official Black Warrior Institute principal. Everyone in the Black Tortoise Galaxy knew about this. In the Black Warrior Institute's tens of thousands of years of history, never had there been anyone who dared to do so. A harsh snicker of contempt sounded from Huang Xiaolong. You guys want to see Wang Na, that old witch, so much? Don't rush, you lot will get to see her very soon. Hearing this, Jiang Wuhuang's group thought that Huang Xiaolong meant he would release her, and they inwardly breathed in relief. Looks like you aren't so stupid after all. You understand that it's useless to lock her up, Jiang Wuhuang went on. In fact, with your talent and strength, as long as you're willing to submit, our great lord will definitely place importance on you. Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist shaking his head in laughter. Looks like you lot misunderstood my words earlier. Let me reword it. Since you lot are so anxious to meet Wang Na, that old witch, I'll send you all down to hell to see her. The four patriarchs stiffened. Jiang Wuhuang and the others were just about to roar in fury, but Huang Xiaolong's right palm raised up and an overwhelming suction force erupted from it. To Jiang Wuhuang and the other three patriarchs' horror, they felt as if their limbs were pinned to the air, unable to move even as they flew toward Huang Xiaolong. What are you doing, Huang Xiaolong? Jiang Wuhuang's pupils shrank in fear. Yet, he refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong would dare to kill him. What am I doing? You'll know in a bit, Huang Xiaolong reassured. As the four came to a stop in front of Huang Xiaolong, his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power surged, swallowing their blood essence and god force. Despair filled their eyes, sensing the condition of their bodies, their faces ashen. I forgot to tell you guys, your so-called great lord is already waiting for you all in hell, Huang Xiaolong kindly informed. The four patriarchs stiffened again hearing that, disbelief written all over their faces. Huang Xiaolong increased the devouring power of his archdevil supreme godhead, accelerating the speed with which Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, Gudu Yi, and Zhu Chu's blood essence and god force were flowing into his body. It didn't take long for the four patriarchs to turn in dried corpses, just like Wang Na. Still, with their eyes protruding out of their sockets in fear, they tumbled to the floor. The group of Black Warrior Institute Grand Elders was quietly trembling, their faces drained of blood. Even the eminent elders were not an exception. The scene in front of them was too appalling. Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, Gudu Yi, and Zhu Chu died just like that in front of them. Any one of these four people was in existence that could have a third of the Black Tortoise Galaxy's forces shaking with a stamp of their foot. Their families had been sitting at the top of the Black Tortoise Galaxy's power hierarchy for the last 10 millennia. Now all four died right in front of their eyes, sucked dry. At the same time, the several eminent elders were secretly rejoicing. Had they refused to sign the blood contract with Huang Xiaolong earlier, they would have most likely ended up like these four dried corpses on the floor. With a casual wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong sent out a sliver of fire element god force, cleanly burning away the remains of Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, Gudu Yi, and Zhu Chu. In a secret space within a large world surface not far away from the Black Warrior Institute, the Gudu family ancestor Gudu Badian was in close seclusion when a message from the family's Grand Elder came through the communication talisman and disturbed him. Feeling that it was strange, Gudu Badian took it out and read the message. Instantly, his face was filled with grief, fury, and sorrow. His emotions became chaotic. Impossible. How can this be? Who killed my year? When a Gudu family Grand Elder noticed that Gudu Ye's life slip had shattered, he immediately reported the matter to their family ancestor. Gudu Badian disappeared in a flicker. With a greater space teleportation, he had arrived at the Great Hall of the Gudu family's main residence. By this time, all Grand Elders of the family had assembled in the hall, waiting for him. Have you found out who the murderer is? Gudu Badian roared at the group of Grand Elders. Ancestor, we haven't found out yet, but we know the Patriarch was heading to the Black Warrior Institute together with the Jiang, Wang, and Zhu families' patriarchs to discuss an alliance with Institute Principal Wang Na. One of the Grand Elders answered weakly. He was heading to the Black Warrior Institute? Cultivation's gaze turned sharp and chilling. Then I shall make a trip there and ask that Biddy Wang Na. While Gudubadian was prepared to consume a large portion of his god force to perform greater space teleportation all the way there, an indifferent voice rang in the hall. I don't think that's necessary. The unfamiliar voice was too abrupt, startling Gudubadian and the group of Grand Elders. Before the wary eyes of Gudubadian, a figure slowly walked into the hall through the entrance. When he got a look at that person's face, Gudubadian was dazed for a second, then a bit doubtful. Huang Xiaolong. This figure was naturally Huang Xiaolong. After killing Gudu Yi, Jiang Wuhuang, Wang Dingyi, and Zhu Chu, he knew it would alert the Jiang, Gudu, Wang, and Zhu families. Thus he decided to deal with these 4 families' ancestors before they could react. As Huang Xiaolong walked into the hall, his gaze swept over the faces of the Grand Elders present and Gudubadian, commenting, "Everyone's here, all the better." Gudubation's face tightened. "Huang Xiaolong, what are you doing here in my Gudu family's main residence? Don't get arrogant just because you have Feng Yang and the Ascending Moon Old Man as masters, thinking I won't dare to kill you. Roll out of here now. Remember, not walk, not run, but roll." After Gudubadian found out that his son Gudu Yi had been murdered, his reason was close to breaking point. He was blinded by fury and killing intent, and this Huang Xiaolong suddenly appearing in his territory and saying something inconceivable like "everyone's here, all the better," incensed him further. If it was any other person, Gudubadian would have slapped the intruder to death without a word instead of wasting effort in telling that person to roll out. Huang Xiaolong flashed Gudubadian a faint smile. "And if I don't?" Gudubation's pupils needled. "Then you can go and die." His palm had already struck toward Huang Xiaolong even before his last words sounded, followed by earth element god force flooding out from Gudubation's body. Affected by Gudubation's earth element god force, the entire hall's floor cracked and sank into the ground. The present Grand Elders swayed unsteadily, sinking together with the floor. Few unlucky ones were even buried into the soil up to their waist. Watching Gudubation's palm closing in, Huang Xiaolong responded with a casual wave of his palm. That seemingly horrifying palm strike imbued with roiling earth element god force trembled and burst softly in midair, whereas Gudubadian himself was blasted in the opposite direction as if he were hit by a sledgehammer. His body slammed heavily into the wall behind him. The whole section of the wall crumbled, burying him in a heap of rubble. Looking at Gudubation's sorry state, the Grand Elders looked at Huang Xiaolong wide-eyed, confounded. In that moment, their minds were blanked even as they saw Huang Xiaolong approaching Gudubadian. "You? Who are you?" Gudubation's voice came from underneath the rubble as he pushed his way out, struggling to his feet. Disregarding the thick dust all over himself, Gudubadian warily watched Huang Xiaolong. Around 200 years ago, Feng Yang held a grand apprenticeship ceremony, receiving Huang Xiaolong as his personal disciple, and Gudubadian attended that ceremony. At that time, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation hadn't even reached the god realm. In Gudubation's eyes, an ant had more worth than that Huang Xiaolong. At most, he was just ordure left behind by an ant. He refused to believe that, in a short 200 years, that same Huang Xiaolong could grow to the point of sending him flying with a single palm. Huang Xiaolong remained silent. He pulled Gudubadian before him, and his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power roared to life. Similarly to Gudu Yi, Jiang Wuhuang, and the others, Gudubadian immediately sensed his body's blood essence and god force slipping away at a rapid rate, out of his control. Panic, fear, and despair clutched his heart. "In fact, the other reason I came here today is to tell you that I'm the one who killed your son." Huang Xiaolong spoke in a flat tone. "You?" Gudubation's eyes rounded in fury. "Your Gudu family will be erased from the Black Tortoise Galaxy very soon." Huang Xiaolong coldly added, "Naturally, other than your Gudu family, there are also the Jiang family, Wang family, as well as the Zhu family." Not wanting to delay any further, Huang Xiaolong increased the speed of his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power. Almost in the blink of an eye, all of Gudubation's blood essence and god force had dried up. Then a small fireball shot out from Huang Xiaolong's finger. landing on Cultivation's dried corpse and burning it to ashes. The hall's silence was broken by a sharp shriek. The group of Grand Elders could be seen fleeing from the hall in terror. Huang Xiaolong watched this without much interest. He didn't even bother to move his hands. In a split second, more than a dozen soul force swords pierced through those Grand Elders, causing their bodies to halt in midair as if frozen, then plummet to the ground. There were no wounds on them, but they were no longer breathing. Should I go to the Jiang family next, or Wang family? Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. The space around him rippled and his figure vanished from the hall. One day later, a piece of news that shook the whole Black Tortoise galaxy began to spread. The Jiang, Wang, Gudu, and Zhu families that had existed and grew into super forces of the Black Tortoise galaxy in the last millions of years had their Grand Elders, patriarchs, and ancestors killed. The news first spread from the Cloud Sea mainland, shocking the most prosperous location in the Black Tortoise galaxy, which raised doubt, confusion, and rebuttals as more and more people continued to talk about the rumor, spreading it even further. Some claimed that the four families had offended a supermaster, whereas there were whispers claiming it was Huang Xiaolong who did it. Of course, there were even more people who refuted the possibility of it having been done by Huang Xiaolong. Amongst the Jiang, Wang, Gudu, and Zhu families' ancestors, there must have been one or two peak mid-second order or late second order high god realm masters. Hence, no one really believed that Huang Xiaolong possessed the required strength to kill them. Very soon, another piece of news followed. The ranking list for this term's High God Advancement Tournament involving elite geniuses from close to 100,000 galaxies had been announced, and at the top of the list, the first-place winner was Huang Xiaolong. What? The first-place winner is Huang Xiaolong? It must be someone with the same name, right? It cannot be our Black Warrior Institute's Huang Xiaolong. When the news spread, after the initial astonishment, 10 out of 10 people would then shake their heads, denying the possibility. When everyone concluded that it must be someone with the same name, even more rumors sparked discussions everywhere. It was said that, during the tournament, the Azure Dragon Institute's Xiang Mingji died in Huang Xiaolong's hands. Xiang Mingji wasn't the only one. There were also the Saint Lord Galaxy Yelu family's most brilliant genius in the last 10 million years, Yelu Tianfeng, as well as the Beitang family patriarch's son, Beitang Wuji, both of whom died in Huang Xiaolong's hands. Yelu Tianfeng was a peak late third order high god realm master, and so was Beitang Wuji. And the one who killed them was none other than their Black Tortoise galaxy's Huang Xiaolong. Not someone with the same name. The whole Cloud Sea mainland was in an uproar. Shocking, shocking, shocking. While every corner of the Cloud Sea mainland was boiling from this consecutive set of news, Huang Xiaolong was rushing back to the martial spirit world. Inside the Huang clan manor's main hall, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the main members of the family were looking troubled and anxious. They received news that Wang Na had taken over the Black Warrior Institute principal position. Moreover, she would soon form an alliance with the Jiang, Wang, Gudu, and Zhu families. No doubt, the Huang clan manor would be their first annihilation target. I wonder how Xiaolong is now, Huang Peng sighed. Su Yan's soft-arched eyebrows were scrunched together. I heard before the tournament started that there were some conflicts between Xiaolong and disciples from some Yelu family, who even let out word that they will not let Xiaolong have an easy time inside, and that Yelu Tianfeng is even a peak late third order high god realm master. Could Xiaolong be? Su Yan's unease deepened, because they had just heard the news from the Cloud Sea mainland today. Everyone in the Huang clan manor was still unaware that Huang Xiaolong was already back in the Black Tortoise galaxy. Looking at his wife's woeful expression, Huang Peng comforted, "Don't worry too much. Nothing will happen to Xiaolong. The venue for the tournament is in the Divine World's overflowing lightning world, which is too big to measure. Those people won't necessarily be able to locate Xiaolong. Moreover, even if he cannot enter the top 1,000, ensuring his own safety shouldn't be a problem for him." Huang Peng's voice trailed off, not knowing what else to say. He knew that, even if the overflowing lightning world may be boundless, there were countless lightning beasts. Could his son really protect himself? As the hall's depressing silence made breathing feel like arduous labor, a Huang clan manor disciple ran into the hall, reporting with enthusiasm, Clan head, Madam, eldest young master is back. Eldest young master. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, Huang Xiaohai, Shi Xiaofei, and the others in the hall quivered as happiness rushed through them. Xiaolong's back. Su Yan flew to her feet in excitement. That disciple respectfully replied, "Yes. It is said that eldest young master has just stepped out from the transmission array and is flying back here." Hearing this confirmation, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the rest, especially Shi Xiaofei, smiled at each other brightly, sweeping away the heavy gloom from moments ago. Everyone hastened their steps, leaving the hall. Just as they were close to the Huang clan manor's main entrance, they could see a lone silhouette flying in their direction. Naturally, it was Huang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, big brother. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Shi Xiaofei, and everyone else quickened their steps. Watching his parents, Shi Xiaofei, and the rest of his family coming out to meet him, a warm feeling flowed into Huang Xiaolong's heart. A genuine smile spread over his face. "Father! Mother!" Huang Xiaolong called out. Su Yan hurried up to Huang Xiaolong, holding her son's hands. She was checking him up and down with her eyes, her hands shaking slightly from excitement. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Huang Peng laughed heartily. "Didn't I already say it? With our son's strength, even if he didn't enter the top 1,000, protecting himself is definitely not a problem. Look, isn't our son back home safe and sound now?" Su Yan rolled her eyes at Huang Peng, retorting playfully, "How do you know our son cannot enter the top 1,000? With our son's capabilities, not to mention the top 1,000, he could get a place within the top 300. Although Su Yan said this, everyone was aware that she said it because she was happy that Huang Xiaolong returned alive and well, not because she really believed he could enter the top 300. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong did not miss the meaning of Su Yan's words. He laughed secretly to himself. "Looks like my family and the rest don't harbor much hope or believe I could enter the top 1,000 in the tournament. Big brother, come on, tell us, what's your ranking in the tournament?" Huang Min urged. "Top 10 million? It seems in Huang Min's eyes, that was already a great achievement. One must know that there were more than 17 million disciples from various galaxies." Everyone turned their heads, anticipating Huang Xiaolong's answer. Huang Xiaolong leaned back slightly from the intense gazes directed at him, shaking his head. Watching Huang Xiaolong shaking his head, Huang Min palmed her own forehead, hesitating a little. "It won't be below that, right? Below 10 million? Huang Xiaolong was depressed hearing his sister's words. When Huang Min noticed Huang Xiaolong's wry smile, she thought she hit the nail on the head. "It's all right. The ranking doesn't matter that much. Big brother, you need not feel depressed. With your talent in the next High God Advancement Tournament, you can definitely enter the top 1,000 if you work hard." Although Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others had expected this result, it was inevitable they would feel some disappointment knowing that Huang Xiaolong was at the bottom of the pile. In truth, they did have a tiny of hope, hoping Huang Xiaolong would be lucky and somehow enter the top 1,000. If not, at least within the top 10,000. Listening to his sister worsening his situation with every word that came out from her mouth, Huang Xiaolong flicked her forehead, admonishing her while smiling. "You really think your big brother is so weak? Can I only scrap a place at the bottom?" Huang Min blanked. "Then, not below the 10 millionth place?" Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Of course not. In this term's High God Advancement Tournament, your big brother, me, won the first place." In the next second, Huang Min giggled, which deepened into a peal of laughter. "I say, big brother, nowadays you don't even turn red telling lies like this? But, looking at your expression, it really seems like that." Huang Xiaohai, Shi Xiaofei, and the rest also laughed. Su Yan smiled. "Mother knows you're trying to comfort your father and me, but there's still no need to claim number one." Huang Xiaohai grinned. "That's right, big brother. If you said you managed to enter the top 1,000, you could have tricked us." Huang Xiaolong was speechless. Looks like it was true that sometimes no one would believe when you tell the truth. But Huang Xiaolong did not explain further. After all, in a few days, the news would spread through the 4 galaxies. At that time, his parents, his siblings, and everyone else would come to know. The group walked back inside, each taking a seat in the main hall. On the way inside, Huang Xiaolong casually asked about things that happened while he was away. As usual, everyone was trying to one-up each other, fighting among themselves to tell Huang Xiaolong. In truth, in the past 2 years, the Huang clan manor had been quite peaceful. His family was more interested to know about Huang Xiaolong's experience in the tournament. In the hall, Huang Xiaolong simply recounted his experience. But when he reached the part of killing Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji, Huang Min and the others struggled to hold in their laughter. Huang Min finally erupted in laughter. Aish! Enough of that already. Big brother, you think we don't know that Yelu Tianfeng's strength? We already know he's a peak late third order high god realm master. This group of people persisted in thinking that Huang Xiaolong was trying to trick them. Watching these people's reactions, Huang Xiaolong felt a breath stuck in his chest. Forget that. Big brother, I remember you promised before that you and Sister Xiaofei will marry after the tournament ended, holding a grand wedding for her. Now, you? Huang Min changed the subject. Huang Xiaolong looked at Shi Xiaofei, who lowered her head shyly. Cheeks blushed red. She was embarrassed to meet Huang Xiaolong's gaze. Huang Xiaolong smiled. I did. I was about to discuss this with father and mother. I planned to have the wedding 3 months later here in the Huang clan manor. Hearing this, cheers erupted in the hall. Huang Peng and Su Yan were beaming from ear to ear. The two of them had been looking forward to another grandchild for a very long time. They had been waiting for so many years, and finally, the time had come. Hearing Huang Xiaolong state that their wedding would be held 3 months later, Shi Xiaofei's petite body trembled. Joy and happiness shone from her face. Although he knew that Shi Xiaofei would agree, Huang Xiaolong still asked her opinion. As expected, she has no objections. With that set, the preparations began. 3 months later, the grand wedding would be held. Zhao Shu, Zhang Fu, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, the Phoenix clan patriarch and ancestor, and other high god realm masters stepped forward to congratulate Huang Xiaolong. All of a sudden, the infectious festive cheer spread throughout the Huang clan manor. Su Yan immediately ordered the servants and maids to begin all the necessary preparations. Even the guards had to contribute to the labor. As night fell, the whole Huang clan manor was still in a bustle of activities. Huang Xiaolong was standing in his yard, contemplating things. In all truthfulness, setting the wedding date to 3 months later was to due to his other concerns. The news of his wedding would soon spread through the 4 galaxies and further, reaching certain people's ears. Those such as the Yelu family in the Saint Lord Galaxy would hear about his wedding as well. On the day of his wedding, Huang Xiaolong was certain the Yelu and Beitang families would come seeking revenge. Before that day arrived, he had 3 months to prepare. 3 months, that should be enough. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. In these 3 months, he planned to refine that lightning god's corpse, as well as the heavenly god's godhead that he received as a reward, not forgetting that lightning dragon spiritual vein. With these things, it was enough to enhance his cultivation to another level in 3 months. As long as he could break through to 4th order high god realm, he would have nothing to be afraid of even against the 7th order high god realm Yelu family patriarch, Yelu Chufei. Sissy fudges, little brat Huang. I've heard that you're back. I already knew for sure you brat wouldn't die so easily. While Huang Xiaolong was pondering about his plans, a carefree voice sounded in his yard. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he turned around and saw no one other than the ascending moon old man. The old man walking in suddenly froze in his steps, staring at Huang Xiaolong as if he had just seen something inconceivable, yelling in a dramatic manner. Mid-third order high god realm, your grandma's bear. Old man, is there a need to be so dramatic? Watching the ascending moon old man's exaggerated reaction, Huang Xiaolong couldn't hold back a smile. He already knew the old man would be able to see through his current cultivation realm at a glance. Even though Dragon Emperor Ao Tai and the rest could not, this old man could. Then again, Huang Xiaolong had no intention to hide it from him. The ascending moon old man crossed the distance in large strides to reach Huang Xiaolong's side. His eyes seemed to glow green, scanning him up and down. He had an unnerving feverish gaze that made Huang Xiaolong feel like tiny needles stabbing all over his body. The next sentence that came out from the old man's mouth was, "Brat, shall we exchange some pointers?" Huang Xiaolong was dazed, then grinned. "I think we'd better not." He wasn't able to see through his master's strength in the past. But now, with his current divine sense, Huang Xiaolong could see that the old man was a peak mid-fourth order high god realm. Peak mid-fourth order high god realm. Although his battle strength was probably comparable to a peak late fourth order high god realm master, this level of strength in the current Huang Xiaolong's eyes wasn't enough. No matter what, the ascending moon old man was his master. It wouldn't be good if he accidentally hurt the old man, right? Hearing his refusal, the ascending moon old man thought Huang Xiaolong was afraid. His old face beamed as he tried to appear amiable and kind. "What are you afraid of? Don't worry, your master, me, knows not to hurt you. How about this? I will only use 1/10 of my strength. What do you say?" Only use 1/10 of his strength? Huang Xiaolong's expression turned slightly strange looking at the old man as he suppressed the laughter bubbling up. "Old man, are you sure?" The ascending moon old man stuck out his chest with absolute confidence. "Who do you think your master is?" "I'm the legendary ascending moon old man. With my reputation, do you think I would trick my disciple?" Then, the old man's face filled with excitement. It's been a long time since this old man loosened his muscles. I was going to be stifled to death. This time around, I'm going to enjoy myself. Brat, don't hold back. You must use your full strength. If not, I will pummel you. Although Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, Green Dragon Beast King, and Ancestor Bifong were not weak, being third-order High God Realm Masters, they were still too weak in the ascending moon old man's eyes. All these years, he had been comprehending the heavenly mountain godhead that Huang Xiaolong gave him, causing his strength to rise significantly over the years. Unfortunately, finding a good opponent was a headache. And now, seeing that Huang Xiaolong had actually broken through to mid-third order High God Realm, his hands were naturally feeling itchy. Listening to the old man advising him not to hold back, moreover, to use full strength, Huang Xiaolong could barely stop his mouth from rising upwards. His odd expression deepened. "Old man, you really want me to go all out?" The ascending moon old man snapped. "Nonsense. If I don't enjoy the fight, I'll come looking for you once a day." Huang Xiaolong agreed reluctantly. "All right then. Old man, you asked for it yourself. I'll make sure you have a good time later." The ascending moon old man quickly arranged a restrictive barrier around Huang Xiaolong's yard to ensure that the energy fluctuations from their fight wouldn't spread out. When all was done, the old man stood there with his arms behind his back, saying to Huang Xiaolong, "Brat, make your move." Clearly, he was allowing Huang Xiaolong to make the first move. Watching the thin old man in front of him sticking out his chest, Huang Xiaolong's cheek finally twitched and made the first move. Huang Xiaolong raised a fist, his punch flying at the old man. His punch was silent, windless, and calm. Although the ascending moon old man demanded he used his full strength, Huang Xiaolong did not use any god force. Hence, this punch was purely his physical strength. However, when his fist was about to land on the old man's body, Huang Xiaolong reduced half of its power. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's less than spirited attack, the ascending moon old man snapped, "Your grandma's bear? You call that a punch?" He had just spoken, and in the next second, he was knocked into the air by Huang Xiaolong's quiet and calm punch, slamming against the barrier. Invisible energy rippled in the air. The old man laid there for a while, not moving a finger. Huang Xiaolong watched the old man just lying there, not moving at all. He spoke first. "Say, old man, are you dead? If not, let's continue." As if Huang Xiaolong's words played a role, the old man's small finger moved, then his body and finally legs. It took the old man some time to get to his feet. Looking at Huang Xiaolong this time, there was no longer an excited light in his eyes, no longer that feverish look resembling a predator that found a prey. Instead, the ascending moon old man looked like he was staring at the most fearsome living being under the heavens, his eyes wide with incredulity. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "Old man, one more time." The old ma resolutely shook his head. I'll limit my strength down to 1/10. Huang Xiaolong compromised. The old man hesitated. Really? Really? Huang Xiaolong solemnly nodded. Without warning, powerful god force rushed out from the ascending moon old man's body, containing both fire and water element god force at the same time. A swift palm strike roared toward Huang Xiaolong. Sissy fudges, you brat. Do you think 1/10 of your strength can win against your master? Ascending moon godly palm. A giant palm imprint cut through space. At the same time, bursts of silver light rippled out from the old man's body, gathering, expanding, and finally forming a surreal silver moon behind him. As if he was resonating with the silver moon, the force of the old man's palm suddenly increased. Huang Xiaolong raised his right palm and struck forward in counter, causing the two palms to collide in midair. The ascending moon godly palm crumbled like sand on the beach, whereas the ascending moon old man himself was heavily knocked into the barrier, just like the last time. He slid down to the ground, raising a curtain of dust. A long time passed before the old man managed to get on his feet again. Old man, let's go again. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he added, this time, I won't move. But the ascending moon old man suddenly erased the barrier and disappeared in a trail of dust, nowhere to be seen. This time, no matter what that brat said, he wouldn't come again. He could see clearly now. If he continued to spar with Huang Xiaolong the next time around, there was a chance he wouldn't be able to get up. Xiaofei just walked into the yard to call for Huang Xiaolong when she saw the old man running out from the yard in a hurry. Baffled, she asked the only other person in the yard, Big Brother Huang, what happened to Senior Ascending Moon? Nothing. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, reaching for Xiaofei's hands as both sat down. Soon, 5 days passed. On this day, Su Yan and Huang Peng were sitting in the hall discussing about Huang Xiaolong and Xiaofei's wedding plans when Huang Xiaohai ran into the hall like a madman, shouting intelligibly, Father, Mother, Big Brother, he really got the first place. By now, news of Huang Xiaolong obtaining the first place in the High God Advancement Tournament had reached the 4 galaxies. But Huang Peng and Su Yan failed to understand what Huang Xiaohai was referring to. What big brother really got the first place? Su Yan asked. The High God Advancement Tournament. Big brother won the first place. It's the first place. Truly the first place. Huang Xiaohai was gesticulating in the air. Huang Peng and Su Yan were shocked, their faces turning red as if they were injected with chicken blood. First place in the High God Advancement Tournament. Our son won the High God Advancement Tournament's first place. Huang Peng and Su Yan felt like a gong reverberating in their minds, forgetting to react. Quite some time later, Huang Peng finally managed to ask, albeit a little stiff, Xiaohai, this news? Who did you hear it from? It's not a false rumor. After all, this was really too surreal for them to believe. One could see from the expression on Su Yan's face that she was still doubtful if the news was actually true. Huang Xiaohai jumped in excitement, as if that action could convince his parents. Father, Mother, the news is absolutely true. The news has reached all corners of the Black Tortoise Galaxy. Not only that, even people in the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger galaxies are talking about it. For a second, Huang Peng and Su Yan were dazed. It had reached all 4 galaxies? Then what your big brother said before, that he killed Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji, is it true? Su Yan asked. Huang Xiaohai nodded like a chick pecking grains. Not only Yelu Tianfeng and Beitang Wuji, Big Brother also killed a peerless genius from the everlasting galaxy's fortune gate named Feng Chu. It is said that Feng Chu was a 5th-order High God Realm Master who had a high chance of winning the first place. Huang Peng and Su Yan were stiff as wooden statues. Even a 5th-order High God Realm Master was killed by their son. As news of Huang Xiaolong winning the first place in the High God Advancement Tournament spread throughout the 4 galaxies, the rumors about what happened to the Wang, Jiang, Gudu, and Zhu families' grand elders, patriarch, and ancestor were verified. Apart from this, the message of Huang Xiaolong's grand wedding being held in 3 months' time also spread like wildfire. In a short time, the 4 galaxies were in an uproar. The gazes of almost all forces in the 4 galaxies were cast in the Huang clan manor's direction. Even though there were more than 2 months until the day of Huang Xiaolong's grand wedding, many forces went all out preparing the most luxurious wedding gifts and departed from martial spirit world. St. Lord Galaxy, the Yelu family's main residence. Not long after Yelu Chufei returned, he heard the news of Huang Xiaolong's forthcoming grand wedding. Grand wedding! Yelu Chufei sneered. Huang Xiaolong, since you're planning a grand wedding in 3 months, I shall let you live a few more days. On your wedding day, I'll paint the whole martial spirit world in blood, turning your wedding into a funeral. Let the entire martial spirit world's blood flow into a river. I'll use your blood and the blood of the entire martial spirit world as offering to my son, Yelu Tianfeng, and all the Yelu family disciples you killed. Patriarch, this Huang Xiaolong did not run or hide. He must have something up his sleeve. Grand Elder Yelu Zhen solemnly spoke. Huang Xiaolong has killed the Fortune Gate's Feng Chu. Thus his strength is likely around late 5th Order High God realm. The highest it could reach should be early 6th Order or mid-6th Order High God realm. Another Grand Elder added, from the message I received, before he left the Eternal City, the Wangu clan patriarch sent him a drop of sacred Qilin blood as a token of goodwill. Maybe he thinks he has the Wangu clan behind him, hence we won't dare to do anything to him. Yelu Chufei responded in a chilling voice. So that's why. The Wangu clan? Hehe. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that's enough to stop me from killing you? After killing you, I don't give a damn about offending the Wang clan. Father, I want to come along with you to Huang Xiaolong's wedding. Yelu Tianhao requested, his voice laced with hatred. I want to watch Huang Xiaolong die with my own eyes. His fiancée is called Shi Xiaofei, the number beauty of martial spirit world. I hope father can give her to me at that time. I will strip off her wedding dress in public and let Huang Xiaolong watch how I play his woman to death. Yelu Chufei's face warped with intense malice. That's too good for him. At that time, let our Yelu family's thousands of elders and grand elders have a go to their heart's content in front of Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Make him feel hell on earth. Father is indeed more thorough. Yelu Tianhao laughed. Yili Chufei's laughter sounded, followed by the grand elders and elders present. Patriarch, should we inform the ancestor about this? Yelu Zhen inquired. All of a sudden, the look in Yelu Chufei's eyes turned frigid cold. You're implying that, based on my mid-7th Order High God Realm cultivation, I won't manage to kill Huang Xiaolong? Yelu Zhen hurried to appease. This subordinate dares not. Yelu Chufei went on. The ancestor has gone to the city of devils. It's just a mere Huang Xiaolong. There's no need to have the ancestor rush back for this. Yes, Patriarch. Concurrently, the Azure Dragon Institute principal Qin Yi, who had just returned to the institute, also received the same information regarding Huang Xiaolong's grand wedding. Master, on the day of Huang Xiaolong's wedding, both Yelu and Beitang families would certainly take action against Huang Xiaolong. When Sang Chu heard the news, he could hardly conceal the smile on his face. We shouldn't miss this kind of a good show. A faint smile lifted up the corners of Qin Yi's mouth. That's right. It will be a wonderful show. It wouldn't do for us to miss it. Still, it's Huang Xiaolong's grand wedding day. Gifts are obligatory when attending. Gift? Sang Chu was baffled. Go prepare 100 coffins. Qin Yi stressed. Remember to have them made from the best quality giant redwood. Sang Chu grinned. Yes, master. Coffins made from the best quality giant redwood. Huang Xiaolong, it should be sufficient to show my consideration. Qin Yi's voice was barely audible. I wonder how you are going to thank me at that time. Sang Chu erupted into laughter. Huang Xiaolong will be so touched that he's going to cry a face full of tears and snot. Qin Yi's smile widened. That's good. That way, my concern won't be wasted. Another burst of laughter rang in the air. 2 days quickly passed. Huang Xiaolong exited the heavenly mountain. 7 days had passed since his return. During this time, he had refined and absorbed all the divine pills he had taken from the lightning god's cultivation dwelling, increasing his strength to peak mid-3rd Order High God realm. Next is refining that heavenly god's godhead. Huang Xiaolong pondered his next action. Walking out from his yard, he could see the decorated corridors, walls and yards, bright and festive. He then shook his head, a smile on his face, thinking that his parents were really anxious. There were more than 2 months left until the wedding day, yet these two elders were already thinking of holding their grandchild. There was still a long way to go. At this point, Huang Xiaolong's bloodline was no longer the same. Due to all the precious treasures he had refined, coupled with his cultivation, it created a very strong bloodline. Impregnating Shi Xiaofei was not a matter that could be done in a year or two. The stronger one's bloodline was, the harder it would be to have children. Otherwise, those cultivators who had lived for several millennia, especially those ancestor characters, wouldn't have so few children. Huang Xiaolong was passing by the Ascending Moon Old Man's yard when he saw the old man walking out. Spotting Huang Xiaolong, the old man literally jumped in fright. Huang Xiaolong gave him a cheerful smile, inviting, "Old man, we haven't sparred for a few days. How about we have a go at it today?" "Sissy fudges, you brats still have the guts to talk about that. A few days ago you nearly dismantled all the bones in this old man's body." The Ascending Moon Old Man widened his eyes and glared sternly at Huang Xiaolong. "If I knew you were such a freak, would I have gone looking to spar with you?" Huang Xiaolong grinned, not feeling any guilt. "I heard you got the first place in the High God Advancement Tournament." The old man watched Huang Xiaolong with an odd expression, yet content. Truly, none other than the Ascending Moon Old Man's disciple. Huang Xiaolong rolled his eyes, clearly saying, "Obtaining the first place in the tournament is not related to being your disciple." The Ascending Moon Old Man suddenly changed the subject. "I've said in the past that I will tell you one thing after you advance to the High God realm, and that time has come." Noticing the serious expression on the old man's face, Huang Xiaolong also put away his smile. He always had this matter at the back of his mind. Huang Xiaolong was curious what the Ascending Moon Old Man was going to talk about, that he would insist on waiting until he advanced to the High God realm before telling him anything. "This matter is related to the Alchemist Grandmaster Association and our Thousand Worlds sect." The old man's voice and expression were filled with grief and indignation. A sharp gleam flickered in his eyes and his knuckles became white as fingers dug into his palm. A surging killing intent suddenly enveloped him. The grief, sorrow, anger, and killing intent from the Ascending Moon Old Man were too strong to miss, startling Huang Xiaolong. "Related to the Alchemist Grandmaster Association and our Thousand Worlds sect?" The Ascending Moon Old Man looked at Huang Xiaolong, nodding his head, "Yes." Just this word, and the old man's eyes became red-rimmed. His killing intent intensified. "The truth is, your ancestral master was murdered by someone." Ancestral master? Huang Xiaolong blanked for a moment. His ancestral master, that meant the Ascending Moon Old Man's master, the Thousand World Sect chief from a generation before the Ascending Moon Old Man? He was killed by others? Who was it? Huang Xiaolong's voice was low. The old man did not give Huang Xiaolong an answer immediately, asking instead, "I heard you killed a Fortune Gate disciple called Feng Chu?" Huang Xiaolong was surprised at the question but nodded. Was the matter related to the Fortune Gate or related to that Feng Chu? The Ascending Moon Old Man inhaled deeply. "Our Four Galaxies Alchemist Grandmaster Association is merely a single branch of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union that is spread amongst thousands of other galaxies." The Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with surprise. The Four Galaxies Alchemist Grandmaster Association was merely one branch of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union out of thousands. Then this Alchemist Grandmaster Union's power was a bit too frightening. "The bastard who killed your ancestral master is an eminent elder of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union named Sun Yi." The Ascending Moon Old Man spoke that name through gritted teeth. Sun Yi. Huang Xiaolong noted this name in his mind, but he did not interrupt, giving the Ascending Moon Old Man as much time as he needed. Calming himself, the old man continued, "This Sun Yi has another identity. He is a Grand Elder of the Everlasting Galaxy's Fortune Gate, and more so of a coincidence, that Feng Chu you killed during the tournament is his disciple." Huang Xiaolong was flabbergasted. Such a coincidence? Sun Yi was actually Feng Chu's master? The Alchemist Grandmaster Union holds a grand competition every 5,000 years, however, it is different from our 4 galaxies. In order to take part, it is compulsory for participants to be High God Realm cultivators. The Ascending Moon Old Man explained. Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong finally began to understand why the old man waited until he had broken through to the High God Realm before telling him. The Ascending Moon Old Man went on. That year, both your ancestral master and Sun Yi were elders of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, and amongst so many elders, your ancestral master and Sun Yi were the most talented ones. In the beginning, their relationship was quite good, but later, because of a woman, their relationship deteriorated over time to the point of wanting each other dead. The Ascending Moon Old Man's thoughts drifted to the past. At one point, Sun Yi challenged your ancestral master to compete in that year's Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition, and their collateral was each other's life. The old man's face winced as if he was in pain. Looking at the Ascending Moon Old Man's grievous face, Huang Xiaolong knew without asking how the competition ended. However, there must be more to this, otherwise it couldn't explain the deep hatred coming from the old man right now. The Ascending Moon Old Man took another deep breath to calm himself, before continuing. Yes, that year, your ancestral master lost. Tears were threatening to fall from his red-rimmed eyes. Had your ancestral master lost to Sun Yi because his alchemy skills were lacking, there would have been no complaints. However, at the last stage of pill condensation, your ancestral master's god force suddenly became deficient. Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed. Sudden deficiency of god force? Sudden deficiency in god force would cut off the support to a high god realm master's own internal divine fire, ending in failure as the pill wouldn't be able to form. More importantly, this problem rarely happened to a high god realm alchemist grandmaster. The Ascending Moon Old Man's hoarse voice continued. At that time, Master's cultivation had reached 7th order high god realm, so how could such elementary problem arise? That year, when your ancestral master lost, I can recall clearly how that Sun Yi flayed your ancestral master's flesh in public, torturing him with methods one more sinister than the other before killing him. The Ascending Moon Old Man was hissing his words. Later, I looked for Sun Yi and only asked him one question. Did he do it? Although he did not say what method he used to cause your ancestral master to suffer god force deficiency at the most crucial moment, he admitted to it. Sun Yi attacked and injured me, but he did not kill me. He said he would spare my dog life, waiting for me to avenge my master. The old man's fingers dug deeper into his palm. All these years, I thought I won't ever have a chance for revenge in this lifetime, but you let me see hope. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath, his gaze determined yet cold. Master, rest assured, I will definitely kill Sun Yi to avenge the ancestral master. The Ascending Moon Old Man slowly nodded. Your ancestral master lost to him in the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition. Thus I hope you can defeat Sun Yi in the same way. Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition? Huang Xiaolong repeated. The Ascending Moon Old Man answered. Yes, although that Sun Yi is already the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's eminent elder, your current alchemy refining skills aren't any worse than his. But there's a severe gap between your strength. That Sun Yi is already a 10th order high god realm master. Even though I know you're strong, the gap is just too big. A heavy sigh escaped his mouth. Although the level of one's alchemy refining was related to individual technique, one's cultivation strength was also a factor. When's the next Alchemist Grandmaster Union Grand Competition? Huang Xiaolong asked. The next competition? The Ascending Moon Old Man was confused, then shook his head. There are less than 10 years till the coming competition. The time is too short. No, Master is thinking that maybe you can participate in the next term. Next competition? Huang Xiaolong disagreed. It wasn't possible for him to stay in the lower realm for so long. Less than 10 years? Huang Xiaolong's mind raced, although he was pressed for time. If he could break through to 7th order high god realm before that, there was a chance he could defeat Sun Yi. Then Huang Xiaolong asked the Ascending Moon Old Man about the requirements and other details concerning the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition. The old man told him all he knew about it. To enter the Union's Grand Competition, Not only was it compulsory to possess a high god realm cultivation, the participants must also be registered alchemists of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Thus, before the competition began, Huang Xiaolong had to take the Union's alchemist assessment. Naturally, as an eminent elder of the Union, Sun Yi no longer took part in the competition. However, the first-place winner could issue a challenge to any eminent elder. Not to mention the fact that the rewards of every term's competition were quite lucrative, especially the first-place reward. What's the first-place reward for that Alchemist Grandmaster Grand competition? How does it compare to the High God Advancement Tournament's first-place rewards? Hearing the Ascending Moon old man say the rewards were lucrative, Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist asking. Only then did the old man reveal a smile. Of course, the rewards cannot compare to the High God Advancement Tournament's rewards. In general, the grand competition's first-place winner gets 100 rank 9 Tribulation Divine Pellets, 100 kinds of 2-million-year-old herbs, 100 sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stones, and 100 flame crystal stones. But the most important of all is the fact that the winner can enter the Dan River and cultivate there. 100 rank 9 Tribulation Divine Pellets? Huang Xiaolong's focus was somewhere else. 2-million-year-old medicinal herbs, sacred grade Immortal Spirit Stones, and those flame crystal stones were things that Huang Xiaolong did not lack. But this was the first time he had heard of rank 9 Tribulation Divine Pellets. The old man explained, "In the past, when you were refining the Exalted Divinity Pellet during the Alchemist Grandmaster competition, you attracted the legendary pill Tribulation Lightning. Hence, it was determined that the pill you refined was a rank 1 Tribulation Exalted Divinity Pellet. From this you can understand that there's also a difference between Tribulation-grade Divine Pellets. 1 bolt of Tribulation Lightning is rank 1 Tribulation, 2 bolts make rank 2 Tribulation pills, so on and so forth. Therefore, 9 bolts of Tribulation Lightning create rank 9 Tribulation Divine Pellets. Which means that my Exalted Divinity Pellet was really a rank 1 Tribulation Divine Pellet? Although he attracted a bolt of pill Tribulation Lightning at that time, it was merely the lowest level lightning." "That's right," the old man nodded. "But a rank 1 Tribulation grade Divine Pellet is difficult to refine even for most of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's eminent elders, and this rank 9 Tribulation Divine Pellet is a legend among legends. Every single pellet is a priceless item. 100 of them are enough to make the participants go crazy. It is said a rank 9 Tribulation Divine Pellet can help temper a high god realm cultivator's god body and further purify their god force." A gleam of surprise flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He did not expect something like a rank 9 Tribulation Divine Pellet to exist, especially in the lower realm. Another thing was, it had been a long time since he refined any pills. This also made Huang Xiaolong wonder what rank of Tribulation Divine Pellets he could create with his current strength. "Is rank 9 Tribulation the highest grade?" Huang Xiaolong asked. The Ascending Moon old man shook his head. "No, I heard there should also be a rank 10. But, in billion of years, despite the huge number of galaxies, no one has ever succeeded. Maybe there are people who succeeded in the ancient primordial times, but in the last millions of years, there is no such person. No one knows the reason why." Huang Xiaolong was inwardly shocked by the fact that a rank 10 Tribulation grade actually existed. "And what's with that Dan River?" A brief moment later, Huang Xiaolong changed the subject. The Ascending Moon old man continued to explain. "The Dan River is the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's utmost sacred land. Even I can't begin to fathom how it came about. Some say that all the failure and wasted pills that the Union's eminent elders refined through the years were thrown into a big river. As time passed, through millions of years of accumulation, it turned into a Dan River." There was a tinge of envy in the old man's voice as he went on. "This Dan River contains the energy of countless medicinal pellets, the purest medicinal energy. Who knows how many of these pellets sunk into the river? You cannot imagine the benefits of cultivating in the Dan River. But not even the Union's eminent elders are allowed to enter and cultivate within unless they made a great meritorious contribution and have the approval of 10 other eminent elders." It was unexpected to Huang Xiaolong that the Dan River was formed in this way. "Then how many eminent elders does the Alchemist Grandmaster Union currently have? Who's the Union head?" Huang Xiaolong pondered slightly, then asked. A total of 12 eminent elders, but the union head position has been vacant for over 1,000,000 years. The current alchemist Grandmaster Union actually had no one presiding over it? Was this even possible? Huang Xiaolong asked the old man. According to the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's founding rules, only a person who successfully passed through the sacred Dan Temple could take up the Union head position. However, in the recent 1,000,000 years, no one succeeded. This was the reason. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Anyone can attempt to pass through the Dan Temple? Just one looked at Huang Xiaolong's expression. The ascending moon old man already knew what Huang Xiaolong was thinking. Shaking his head, there was a faint smile on his face. Yes, as long as that person is a member of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. But it is easier said than done. Even people like Sun Yi failed to pass through it in so many years, so I advise you to nip whatever thoughts you have about it. I too have tried passing through the sacred Dan Temple in the past, nearly dying inside. Nearly dying inside? This sacred Dan Temple had hidden dangers? His curiosity stoked, Huang Xiaolong inquired more about the sacred Dan Temple from the old man, and the ascending moon old man told Huang Xiaolong all he knew. There was a total of 5 sections to the sacred Dan Temple. Unfortunately, he didn't even pass the first section. The first section of this sacred Dan Temple was a pill formation filled with murderous aura. In order to pass through it, not only was one's skill required to reach a certain high degree, it also required the person to have a high level of strength. According to the ascending moon old man's estimations, one needed to have a 7th-order high god realm strength to successfully pass through this first section. The strength of a 7th-order high god realm cultivator. Huang Xiaolong was astounded. If just the first section's requirement was a 7th-order high god realm strength, one could imagine the difficulty of the latter 4 sections. Hence, it was not unreasonable that a 7th-order high god realm master like Sun Yi failed to pass through the sacred Dan Temple. Still, Huang Xiaolong secretly decided to attempt passing through it when he broke through to 7th-order high god realm. If he succeeded and inherited the position of Alchemist Grandmaster Union head, would he need to be wary of a mere fortune gate? Of course, the prerequisite to this was him breaking through to 7th-order high god realm first. More urgently before that was dealing with the Yelu and Beitang family's vengeance on his upcoming wedding day in about 2.5 months. A while after Huang Xiaolong and the ascending moon old man finished talking and separated, Huang Xiaolong took a stroll around the Huang clan manor before returning to his own yard. He then entered the heavenly god's manor and took out the godhead that was part of his first-place rewards. The grade of this heavenly god's godhead was slightly lower than Xiang Mingji's godhead, only a high rank 10. However, the heavenly god force and god's law power contained within it was 1,000,000 times higher. Perhaps even more than that. The 3 supreme godheads in Huang Xiaolong's soul sea began to rotate at the same time. Devouring power, purifying power, and water element god force surged out from his body. In an instant, the heavenly god force and god's law contained inside the godhead flooded out, rushing into Huang Xiaolong. The sudden amount of vast energy made him shudder, and 3 pools of bright light shone increasingly brighter in his soul sea. The energies contained inside that heavenly godhead flooded into Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads, merging with his god force and god's law. 1 hour, 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 8 days passed. All of a sudden, the 3 supreme godheads released bright lights, emitting a long hum. Huang Xiaolong broke through to late 3rd-order high god realm. Still, the heavenly god force and god's law continued to rush into his 3 supreme godheads until 15 days had gone by. The godhead that was several meters in diameter cracked loudly and shattered, finally scattering into nothing. Huang Xiaolong's eyelids quivered lightly, then his eyes opened. At the same time, he sunk a strand of divine sense into his body and immediately discovered that his physical body was tempered once again by the heavenly god force, enhancing his toughness and explosive power. The shimmering gray fire that resulted from the merging of the 4 divine fires also doubled in size, and the purity of his different kinds of god force had significantly increased. However, the only thing that depressed Huang Xiaolong was his breakthrough. After refining the heavenly god's godhead, he only advanced to late 3rd-order high god realm. There was still a long distance to peak late 3rd order. If it was any other 3rd-order high god realm, After refining the same godhead, not to mention breaking through to Fourth Order High God realm, there was a chance they could advance all the way to late Fourth Order High God realm. Just breaking into the Fourth Order was already this difficult. One could imagine how arduous the breakthrough to Seventh Order High God realm would be. The amount of energy that his three supreme godheads needed was really too terrifying. Huang Xiaolong did not continue with the refinement of the Lightning God corpse and Lightning God's godhead, and instead exited the heavenly mountain. A moment later, he stepped into Shi Xiaofei's yard to give her some cultivation advice. In the last few years, Shi Xiaofei's cultivation had advanced to peak late Sixth Order God realm, just a step away from breaking through to Seventh Order God realm. After he finished guiding Shi Xiaofei in her cultivation, they sat for a while talking about miscellaneous things. After a period of sweet idleness, Huang Xiaolong left for the main hall where his parents, younger sister, and brother were at. He sat with them for a while, taking out various precious divine pellets, herbs, and sacred-grade immortal spirit stones. Inevitably, there was a dramatic expression on Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, and Huang Xiaohai's faces staring at that pile of sacred-grade immortal spirit stones. After a while, the conversation shifted to the wedding arrangements, after which Huang Xiaolong returned to his yard to continue his cultivation. Back inside the heavenly mountain space, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in the hall and took out the Lightning God's corpse, which remained in the previous meditative posture, floating in the air before Huang Xiaolong. The mysterious divine symbols on the Lightning God's arms flickered with tiny electric sparks. Although Huang Xiaolong didn't know how long ago this Lightning God had died, the corpse still brimmed with vitality as if he revive in the next second. Revive! The thought suddenly stuck in Huang Xiaolong's mind. His Linglong treasure pagoda contained the ancient puppetry art. Wasn't this Lightning God's corpse the best material to refine a Lightning God puppet? A puppet refined from a heavenly God master's body. One couldn't begin to imagine how powerful it could be. If he really succeeded in refining it, at the very least, it probably wouldn't lose to the Fortune Gate's ancestor or those masters from their ancestral uncle's generation. At that time, would he need to be wary of measly forces like the Yelu and Beitang families? Just as Huang Xiaolong's heart began to race with excitement imagining this, a waterfall of icy water doused the fire in his heart when he thought about the cultivation realm of this Lightning God before his death. Before this Lightning God died, his cultivation realm and strength were certainly many times stronger than what Huang Xiaolong currently possessed. Even if he could wooden the corpse into a puppet, it doesn't mean he would be able to fully control it. At that time, he himself would suffer a rebound. If that rebound resulted in a heavy soul injury, he could instead be killed by the Lightning God puppet. Huang Xiaolong couldn't decide for a moment. Should he or should he not refine this Lightning God corpse into a puppet? A while later, he took a deep, slow breath, giving up on his idea of turning it into a puppet. After all, the strength difference between them was too big, which increased the risk of a rebound to a full 200%. There would be no chance of Lady Luck smiling to him then. Huang Xiaolong quickly calmed himself down, throwing away all messy thoughts. His three supreme godheads began rotating, dutifully refining the Lightning God corpse and the godhead inside of it. Immediately, a large amount of blood essence and lightning element, heavenly God force rushed out from the Lightning God corpse, flooding into Huang Xiaolong's body. He felt his skin being stretched taut as his body expanded, feeling as if his flesh was going to burst into pieces. This side effect shocked Huang Xiaolong. The blood essence and heavenly God force inside this Lightning God corpse were greater than the heavenly Godhead he received as a reward, and it wasn't a mere 1 or 2 levels of difference. Perhaps 3 Godheads on the same level as the one he received still wouldn't be able to compare to the amount of energy coming from the Lightning God's corpse. Huang Xiaolong quickly pulled himself together, focusing on exerting his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power, swallowing and refining the vast amount of energy entering his body. An overwhelming lightning element God force and blood essence were converted into his own God force. In the blink of an eye, half a month went by. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation advanced to peak late Third Order High God realm, close to breaking through to Fourth Order High God realm at any moment. As his strength rose, Huang Xiaolong's body was continuously tempered by the heavenly God force, becoming firmer than ever before. For a second, tiny dragons of lightning flickered on the surface of Huang Xiaolong's skin. From afar, he looked like the primal ancestor of all lightning. Another 10 days passed. Sitting at the center of the hall, Huang Xiaolong's body quivered all of a sudden, his 3 supreme godheads emitting a low but clear hum. 3 different lights spread out from the 3 supreme godheads, lighting up his entire soul sea. The tiny dragons of lightning around his body roared, moving faster. Delight rose to Huang Xiaolong's face as he finally stepped into 4th Order High God realm. However, he did not stop, persistently refining blood essence and heavenly god force. Several days later, his newly advanced early 4th Order High God realm foundation consolidated. 10 more days passed before the lightning god corpse's blood essence and heavenly god force were fully refined and absorbed by Huang Xiaolong, which caused the corpse to turn into ash, scattering in the wind. The instant he opened his eyes, lightning flashed in their depths. Breathing out through his mouth, sounds akin to rumbling thunder echoed as his breath traveled outside, shattering 100,000 li of space. Even though his cultivation had just entered the early 4th Order High God realm, multiplying the power of his 3 supreme godheads with the godly Shumi art and physically transforming into a primordial blue divine dragon, Huang Xiaolong believed he could defeat Yelu Chufei. In a flash, he exited the heavenly mountain. At this time, the Huang clan manor was bustling like a beehive from top to bottom. Every corner of the manor was decorated festively with bright red colors. Considering the number of guests that would arrive, Huang Peng and Su Yan even had the main hall expanded by several times. Although there was still more than a month to the wedding day, his parents had everything ready, more or less. Huang Xiaolong called for Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, Green Dragon Beast King, Ancestor Bifong, and the others, asking them about the current situation in the 4 galaxies. Green Dragon Beast King and the others quickly brought Huang Xiaolong up to date with the current situation. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai hesitated for a moment. I heard the Azure Dragon Institute Principal Qin Yi had his disciple Tsang Chu order 100 coffins made from giant redwood as a congratulatory gift for your wedding. A sharp light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes hearing this, coldly sneering. Is that so? That's good. But 100 coffins are not enough. I hope you can arrange for a few hundred more. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai was stunned, adding, also, that St. Lord Galaxy's Yelu family, as well as the North Hall Galaxy's Beitang family have gathered both families' masters and will come on the day of your wedding. Little Huang brat, shouldn't we try to avoid them or something? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. No need. The old dragon was silent for a moment, then tried to dissuade. That Yelu Chufei is a 7th Order High God Realm Master. I know. Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly waved his hand. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai sighed in his heart. Knowing that it would be useless to exhort further, he changed the subject. There's one more matter. The several ancestors who signed a blood contract with you in the past want to see you. They want to terminate the blood contract. They even said they're willing to return those divine grade spirit stones. What do you want to do? Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned cold. Are they so certain I'm bound to lose in the hands of Yelu Chufei and the Beitang family's patriarch? They don't want to be dragged in and die with me. Hence, they'd rather suffer the recoil from terminating the blood contract. Is that right? Dragon Emperor Ao Tai acquiesced to Huang Xiaolong's words in silence. No doubt, this was their intention. In fact, not only those several ancestors, even some of the 4 galaxies' patriarchs and ancestors who initially planned to attend Huang Xiaolong's wedding decided not to come when they found out that the Yelu and Beitang families would come to Martial Spirit World on that day. Although they acknowledged Huang Xiaolong's strength after he won the first place in the High God Advancement Tournament, becoming the center of attention, most people thought it was impossible for him to escape from the Yelu and Beitang families' patriarchs. Even the cultivators who came to reside in Martial Spirit World, attracted by its astonishingly rich spiritual energy, were now selling off their residences at rock-bottom prices just so they could leave 1 second faster. All of this was happening because the Yelu and Beitang families had released word that they were coming for blood, to dye the soil of Martial Spirit World red. Since those ancestors want to terminate their blood contract, tell them to come see me now. Huang Xiaolong turned to Green Beast Dragon King and ordered. Green Dragon Beast King respectfully complied and left the hall. Shortly, he returned with more than a dozen people behind him. There was hesitation on those ancestors' faces as they walked into the hall. Even though they still greeted Huang Xiaolong as they previously did, the respect was no longer there. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze, no one present could guess what he was thinking. You all want to terminate your blood contract? The dozen of ancestors confirmed in unison. That is correct. One of them, a second-order High God Realm ancestor, gritted his teeth and took a step forward. We can return the remaining divine grade spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong, you cannot blame us. Who told you to offend both the Yelu and Beitang families at once? Another second-order High God Realm master defended their actions. Dragon Emperor Aotai's anger was clearly seen on his face. But just as he was about to reprimand the person who had just spoken, Huang Xiaolong spoke. Sure. I can terminate your blood contract right now. Everyone was stunned by Huang Xiaolong's words, especially the dozen ancestors. They had signed a blood contract with Huang Xiaolong, and now they were demanding to terminate it. Such an action was no different than betrayal, hence, they never thought that Huang Xiaolong would agree. Yet he just did. So simple and direct. You really agree to terminate our blood contracts? One of the High God Realm ancestors asked in shock. He even suspected that Huang Xiaolong had other hidden motives. After all, they had used quite a lot of his divine grade spirit stones during their stay in the Huang clan manor. In fact, they could be said to be nothing more than freeloaders so far. Now, Huang Xiaolong and the Huang clan manor had a sword hanging above their necks, and at this crucial time they came demanding to terminate their blood contracts. It would be granted that anyone would be furious. But Huang Xiaolong's calm demeanor and reaction were too strange. At this time, several small bursts of light flashed in the air as more than a dozen blood contracts appeared before Huang Xiaolong. He then flicked out a small fireball from his finger, which separated into a dozen smaller fireballs, burning away the blood contracts. All right, your blood contracts are now terminated. Leave behind the divine grade spirit stones and you can all leave. Huang Xiaolong stated in a flat tone. Watching this, those ancestors' delight was clearly exhibited on their faces. Their actions were quick and swift, taking out a few divine grade spirit stones and throwing them to the floor. Without another word to Huang Xiaolong, all of them turned around and left the Huang clan manor. Little Huang brat, these treacherous people, you'll really let them go like this? Dragon Emperor Aotai asked. That's right, master. I can go and kill all of them right now. Ancestor Bifang fumed with anger. Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly waved his hand, his voice flat. No need. They will return very soon begging on their knees for us to accept them again. I will make everyone understand the consequences of betraying me. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong continued to discuss Martial Spirit World's current situation with Dragon Emperor Aotai and the rest. Listening to the old dragon talk about the cultivators who came to Martial Spirit World and were now fleeing like there was a fierce beast behind them, Huang Xiaolong commanded. Have all the cities list out the names of those fleeing cultivators. In the future, they are not allowed to take half a step into Martial Spirit World. Otherwise they shall be killed without mercy. A whelming killing intent exploded from Huang Xiaolong like a hurricane and disappeared just as suddenly as it appeared. Yes, the Green Dragon Beast King and several others loudly acknowledged. Huang Xiaolong gave a few more orders before telling the Green Dragon Beast King and the rest to retreat, after which he returned to his own yard, entering the Heavenly Mountain and continuing to cultivate. Although his current strength was enough to defeat Yelu Chufei, he still needed to improve his cultivation to mid-4th order High God Realm. When that happened, he was fully confident that he could kill Yelu Chufei. Without delay, Huang Xiaolong reached the depths of the Heavenly Mountain's underground space, sitting cross-legged above the suppressed lightning dragon's spiritual vein. He breathed out and his 3 supreme godheads started rotating. Instantly, a terrifying amount of lightning force from the spiritual vein surged into Huang Xiaolong's body. During the first contact, Huang Xiaolong's body quivered from the overwhelming rush of lightning force. In a short time, he was submerged under currents of lightning force, rippling around him, gathering, expanding, forming a heavenly ocean of lightning. Staying for a short time within this lightning force ocean could temper a fourth-order high god realm cultivator's physical body to another degree. A single strand, this lightning spiritual energy, was comparable to one stalk of 3 million-year-old medicinal herb. Now, multiple strands of that force were being devoured by Huang Xiaolong's three supreme godheads, refined, absorbed, and converted into his own god force. Huang Xiaolong's strength rose with every breath. The day passed by. Huang Xiaolong had completely disappeared into the ocean of lightning force. From afar, one could only see a divine ocean of lightning force floating in an underground space, large waves rolling on its surface. Its center seemed to be nurturing a chaotic lightning god. In the blink of an eye, half a month flew by. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation reached the peak of early fourth-order high god realm. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the lightning force ocean, Huang Xiaolong's mind had entered an ethereal state. Every part of him seemed to fuse with the whole martial spirit world. Huang Xiaolong could detect in detail every ripple in the outer space surrounding martial spirit world. His senses continued to expand further and further. In the end, his divine sense even reached neighboring world surfaces such as the Peace Emperor world. Every secret underground chamber was clear to Huang Xiaolong, even a certain family's ancestor exercising with his little concubine, as if everything was right in front of his eyes. Above Huang Xiaolong's soul sea, his three supreme godheads emitted brilliant radiance. While Huang Xiaolong was absorbing the lightning dragon spiritual veins lightning force, far away in the Saint Lord Galaxy at the Yelu family's main residence, Yelu Chufei was leading the Yelu family's elders and grand elders, heading toward the Black Tortoise Galaxy. This time, Yelu Chufei had brought 8/10 of the Yelu family's grand elders and elders, totaling over 600 masters. Over 600 high god realm masters, most of which were 5th and 6th order. With Yelu Chufei and those Yelu family masters' speed, they could reach martial spirit world one day before or on Huang Xiaolong's wedding. On the way, Yelu Tianhao said to his father, "Father, I heard Huang Xiaolong has been in seclusion these days." Yelu Chufei snickered. "He really thinks that 2 or 3 months of cultivation could give him the strength to fight me? How naive." Yelu Tianhao went on, "Last time I saw that Xiaofei, she was still a virgin. I wonder if she still is." His eyes glimmered with a lecherous light. Every time he thought that he would soon be able to enjoy Xiaofei, moreover, doing it in front of Huang Xiaolong, Yelu Tianhao could feel his blood grow hot with anticipation. He could barely contain himself. More than a dozen days passed by. The Yelu family's group stood there in space, looking at the martial spirit world in front of them. In a flicker, the massive number of people passed through the outer space barrier, descending on the martial spirit world. The moment Yelu Chufei and the Yelu family masters entered the martial spirit world, all of them immediately sensed the astonishing spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here is so abundant. Yelu Chufei smacked his lips, burning greed shining in his eyes. Although he had previously received a report from the bottom Yelu family disciples about the alarming amount of spiritual energy in the martial spirit world, he didn't pay the matter much attention. But now, he finally realized the alarming level of spiritual energy in this place. This was literally a cultivation holy land. "Father, after we kill Huang Xiaolong and destroy the Huang clan manor, let's take over this martial spirit world." Yelu Tianhao was brimming with excitement. After taking over this martial spirit world, the strength of our disciples will definitely soar in the shortest amount of time. Yelu Chufei nodded with a smile. "Right? After we take Huang Xiaolong's life and get our hands on his first-place rewards, especially that heavenly god's godhead, my strength will soon break through to 8th order high god realm." "But, is the Beitang family here?" a Yelu grand elder asked out loud. Even though both families had agreed to deal with Huang Xiaolong, they did not set out toward the martial spirit world together. "Maybe the Beitang family patriarch and his group are already here. Let's head to the Huang clan manor right now. We can't let them steal the first dip," Yelu Chufei said. "Yes, patriarch." Yelu Chufei and the other Yelu family masters turned into streaks of light across the sky, closing in on the Huang clan manor. At this time in the Huang clan manor, Huang Xiaolong, who was absorbing the lightning dragon spiritual vein in the heavenly mountain's underground space, finally stopped. Inhaling through his mouth, the ocean of lightning force surrounding him roiled and crashed as it rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body. Breathing out the foul qi sounded like low rumbling thunder. The lightning dragon spiritual vein underneath him had now shrunk to half its size compared to 1 month ago. After this 1 month of absorption and cultivation, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had risen to mid-4th order high god realm. Still, the amount of energy contained inside the lightning dragon spiritual vein was simply too alarming, so much that even Huang Xiaolong's frightening devouring power only managed to absorb half of it in 1 month's time. They are finally here. A sharp gleam flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The moment Yelu Chufei's group entered the martial spirit world's atmosphere, Huang Xiaolong sensed their presence. In a flicker, he exited the heavenly mountain space, appearing on the corridor leading to the main hall. The hall was brimming with cheerful voices and occasional bursts of laughter. All of his family was present, and among them was Shi Xiaofei, clad in a finely embroidered flowing red dress. The ascending moon old man, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, Blessed Buddha Emperor Shi Fantian, Shi Xiaofei's father, and many others were also present. Even his master Feng Yang, eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun, and third apprentice sister Qi Wen were there. The only exception was Qin Yang. Other than Feng Yang and his 2 disciples, there were more than a dozen patriarchs and ancestors present, who were Feng Yang's most loyal subordinates. Other than them, no other patriarchs or ancestors came to attend Huang Xiaolong's wedding. When they saw Huang Xiaolong walking into the hall, all of them stood up from their seats. Xiaolong, your second apprentice brother. Feng Yang had a bitter expression on his face, wanting to explain. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand, unconcerned with Chun Yang's absence. Master, I know. It's all right. It was right at this time that a loud boom resounded, causing the land that the Huang clan manor was built on to quake and the buildings to sway. Overwhelming auras descended from the sky, followed by bright bursts of light that lit up the Huang clan manor's perimeter. In an instant, Yelu Chufei and the Yelu family's masters appeared at the entrance of the main hall. Seeing the appearance of these people, Feng Yang, Lu Yun, and Qi Wen's faces went white. Yelu Chufei swaggered into the main hall, laughing wantonly, followed by a large group of Yelu family masters. Upon entering the hall, Yelu Chufei immediately confirmed that the Beitang family had yet to arrive, putting him in an even better mood. His gaze swept over the people present in the hall, then laughed even louder. Huang Xiaolong, this is your wedding day. How come there are only this many people here to congratulate you? It looks like humans are truly afraid of death. They knew that I, Yelu Chufei, was coming. Thus they dared not come. But I'm not late, right? I also prepared a congratulatory gift for you. I will give it to you now. Finished saying that, with a wave of his hand, more than 40 female corpses appeared on the floor. Each one of them had a pretty face, but these female corpses did not have a thread on them, displaying their jade-like skin and voluptuous curves, but their bodies were filled with glaring red, purple, and green bruises, especially on their breasts and lower bodies, which were stained with blood, mutilated. Uncontrollable anger rose to Huang Xiaolong's face when he saw these female corpses. Mad fury and killing intent erupted in his heart. These female corpses were all maids of the Yaoqi mountain. Before Saint Mother Yaoqi ascended to the divine world, she had left these maids, who were orphans that she raised, to cultivate at the Yaoqi mountain. Who would have thought all of them would now be? Yelu Chufei laughed. How do you like my gift? It isn't bad, right? Every single one of these maids was a virgin, therefore I made sure they had a taste of becoming a woman. But it seems like my Yelu family's disciples were a little too heavy-handed. The Yelu family grand elders and elders erupted in a burst of vile, heinous laughter. Naturally, all the women present today will face the same fate, including your woman. Yelu Chufei's gaze fell on Shi Xiaofei in her red wedding dress. Today was her wedding day. It was no wonder Shi Xiaofei had paid special attention to her appearance, enhancing her allure even more. Even Yelu Chufei couldn't help praising, really a peerless beauty. But what a pity, you chose the wrong person. Xiaofei's fury was clearly reflected in her eyes. Huang Xiaolong's gaze was frigid cold, fixed on Yelu Chufei and the Yelu family masters, biting every word. All of you will die miserable deaths. Extremely miserable. Sensing the intense killing intent from Huang Xiaolong's body, Yelu Tianhao laughed happily. Relying on you alone, Huang Xiaolong? Don't think we won't dare to kill you just because the Wangu clan showed you some goodwill. Huang Xiaolong, the one who's going to die miserably is you. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong's figure disappeared, appearing beside Yelu Tianhao in an instant, his palm striking at his chest. Sensing the alarming force from Huang Xiaolong's palm, Yelu Tianhao felt fear. Huang Xiaolong, you dare? Yelu Chufei bellowed furiously, his fist flying toward Huang Xiaolong. Watching that fist attack coming toward him, Huang Xiaolong vanished in a flicker as his palm force struck Yelu Tianhao's chest. Yelu Tianhao shot across the air like a screaming meteor. His torso had exploded from Huang Xiaolong's palm force. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xiaolong reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Huang Xiaolong, you're courting death. Yelu Chufei's furious bellow shook the hall. Then he commanded all Yelu family masters. All of you attack. Kill the males and leave the women. We'll slowly play them to death. The Yelu family's grand elders and elders rushed out, pouncing on the Huang family members and everyone on the opposite side. Dragon Emperor Ao Tai, Ancestor Bifong, and the others quickly spread out in a circle, protecting Shi Xiaofei and the Huang family members, anxiously backing away. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded, followed by majestic dragon might that swept out in all directions. The Yelu family elders and grand elders froze in place with their mouths agape. The Huang Xiaolong they saw earlier now became a blue primordial divine dragon. Huang Xiaolong's eyes were cold and speckled with bloodlust. His dragon claw slammed down, and his holy dragon supreme godhead's metal element god force was flowing out at full force. Rumble! The impact created a thunderous sound that reached the ninth heaven, shaking the whole wind-snow continent. After they retreated some distance away, Dragon Emperor Ao Tai and the rest saw that more than half of the front part of the hall collapsed, sunk deep into the ground in the shape of a dragon claw. In the depth of that pit were 29 incomplete and deformed bodies. Those were the bodies of the Yelu Grand Elders and Elders who were too slow to dodge. Still, this resulted after Huang Xiaolong controlled his strength, instead of directly killing those Yelu family Grand Elders and Elders. He had previously said that he was going to make all of them die miserably, extremely miserable deaths. Naturally, he wouldn't kill them in one strike. The remaining Yelu family Grand Elders and Elders watched with ashen faces, feeling something gripping at their hearts. 5 elements tribulation palm. Yelu Chufei roared, his voice like thunder. 5 colored lights green, black, scarlet, yellow, and white exploded from Yelu Chufei's palms. The energies of the 5 elements were attracted from the surrounding space and gathered into 2 5-colored palm imprints, slamming at Huang Xiaolong. At the center of the 2 5-colored palm imprints was a whirlpool of flashing tribulation lightning. Die! Yelu Chufei's eyes were crimson. Looking at the incoming attack, Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead's Dark Element God Force churned, after which one of his enormous dragon claws turned and slammed down again. Azura Demon Claw. Darkness enveloped the land, causing devils and ghosts to howl all around, as if the entire Huang clan manor fell into the hell's lair of evil ghosts. A frigid temperature began to spread, like a nefarious hand robbing away one's breath. That darkness element god force surged and expanded, mad and violent. Rumble! Huang Xiaolong's Azura Demon Claw and Yelu Chufei's 5-element tribulation palm collided, resulting in a booming blast. The violently quaking earth felt as if the whole martial spirit world had shifted in space. The Yelu family Grand Elders and Elders felt their minds go blank from the shockwaves as their bodies flew out in different directions. Among them, only the Grand Elders who reached 5th Order and 6th Order High God Realm were still able to maintain a shred of consciousness, while the weaker ones at 2nd Order and 3rd Order were coughing up blood. Yelu Chufei himself was tumbling in the air after the collision, pushed all the way until he was out of the Huang clan manor's boundary, whereas Huang Xiaolong recoiled several hundred meters back. Blood came up Yelu Chufei's throat. Some leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Brusquely wiping it off with his sleeve, Yelu Chufei's eyes looked at Huang Xiaolong with bewilderment, then at the blood stain on his sleeve. He was actually injured. He was injured by Huang Xiaolong. You! Great waves of shock crashed inside Yelu Chufei's heart as he looked at Huang Xiaolong again in disbelief. Similar expressions could also be seen on the remaining Yelu family grand elders and elders' face, and even more so, there was fear in their eyes. At this time, Dragon Emperor Aotai, the Ascending Moon Old Man, and a few others were standing in the air above the Huang clan manor, shielding Shi Xiaofei, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the rest behind them. On top of that, due to the defensive barrier's protection, no one was injured by the shockwaves. There was only coldness in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he looked at Yelu Chufei. His dragon body swayed, reaching a group of Yelu family masters, and his enormous dragon claw struck out again. Another thunderous blast reverberated as yet another pit in the shape of a dragon claw was added to the ground. Before anyone could react, a dragon tail swept out, sending out a whirlwind of lightning element god force, sending more Yelu family masters flying into the air. Although the Yelu family grand elders and elders that could stand until now weren't weak, they were just too vulnerable in front of Huang Xiaolong. Even if Huang Xiaolong did not transform into a primordial divine dragon, using merely his physical strength in that palm strike, those 6th Order High God Realm Yelu family masters still wouldn't be able to withstand it without incurring heavy injuries. Not to mention that Huang Xiaolong was currently in his primordial divine dragon form. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you! Shocked and furious, Yelu Chufei was on the verge of going berserk. The grand elders and elders who came with him to the martial spirit world were the pillars of their Yelu family, the foundation of their strength. Every single person was nurtured through heavy investment by their Yelu family. A long knife appeared in Yelu Chufei's hand. This weapon was a muted black through and through, except for the web-like lines of blood on its surface, emitting a frigid coldness and bloodthirst. In his fury, Yelu Chufei madly imbued his entire body's god force into the long knife until it was emitting a clear humming noise. A black light then exploded from the long knife, followed by a blood-red light which turned Yelu Chufei's surroundings into a sea of blood red. Black Devil's demonic knife. Watching from afar, the Ascending Moon Old Man blurted out when he saw the long knife that Yelu Chufei took out. Black Devil's demonic knife? Dragon Emperor Aotai repeated in confusion, while the others looked at the old man. The Ascending Moon Old Man swallowed audibly before finding his voice. Several millennia ago, there was a devil clan master called Black Devil, and his weapon was a knife thirsting for blood, dedicated to drinking the blood of human masters. The cultivators who died under this blood knife numbered several 100,000, if not millions. Everywhere this blood knife appears, blood will flows into a river. Bodies pile high as a mountain. Everyone's face became ashen hearing the Ascending Moon Old Man's explanation. This bloodthirsty knife had tasted more than 100,000 people's blood. Later, it even alerted the ancestors from various galaxies' generations, who rarely appeared in public. They joined hands and killed that black devil. The old man added. And after that? Ancestor Bifang urged. After that, the black devil disappeared. Some said he died under those ancestors' besiegement. Others think the black devil was gravely injured and went into hiding. The Ascending Moon Old Man went on. After the black devil disappeared, his blood knife also disappeared. I didn't expect it to actually reappear in the world in Yelu Chufei's hands. Right at this time, Yelu Chufei roared, pushing the black devil's demonic knife down on Huang Xiaolong. The Ascending Moon Old Man, Dragon Emperor Aotai, and the rest watched fearfully as the frightening waves of energy cut through space, emitting a devilish black chi that roiled like poisonous fog while blood-red light soared to the sky from its depths. Even several hundred li away from Yelu Chufei, the Ascending Moon Old Man could smell a pungent blood scent. The devil energy brimming inside that devilish black chi even made him feel fearful. Watching those frightening devilish black chi waves closing in on him, Huang Xiaolong suddenly opened his dragon jaws wide, releasing a roar. Great demonic sound. This demonic yin sound was a technique that Huang Xiaolong obtained from a poison saint sect elder in the past. A technique he rarely used. The dragon roar reverberated, multiplying akin to tens of thousands of demonic dragons roaring at the same time, colliding again and again with the frightening devilish black chi. Seemingly never-ending blasts rang high in the sky. From place to place, space fissures appeared and enlarged. Then, golden rings of light began to spread from Huang Xiaolong's dragon body, expanding in size. To Yelu Chufei's shock, the devilish black chi in those golden rings' path was completely purified. This is light element god force? Yelu Chufei stammered. Your godhead even has light element god force? Huang Xiaolong's dragon mouth opened again, sucking in all the devilish black chi that had been purified. His dragon body then swayed again, putting Huang Xiaolong right in front of Yelu Chufei, his dragon claw clutching down. Yelu Chufei was astounded. The long knife in his hand slashed down. Dang dang! Yelu Chufei felt a sharp pain in his arms as he was thrown into the air, the long knife flying from his grip. Meanwhile, in the outer space, the Azure Dragon Institute Principal Qin Yi led a large group of Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elders to enter the barrier surrounding Martial Spirit World. The moment they entered, they immediately sensed Martial Spirit World's amazing spiritual energy. Master, it seems like the Yelu family masters have arrived at the Huang clan manor. Sang Chu snickered. The Huang clan manor is probably flowing with blood right now. Qin Yi laughed. If we head there now, we'll arrive at just the right time to give Huang Xiaolong those 100 giant redwood coffins we made for him. Let's hope he doesn't die before seeing our gift. With that said, Qin Yi and the Azure Dragon Institute group sped off toward the Huang clan manor. Huang clan manor. After sending Yelu Chufei flying, Huang Xiaolong did not continue to attack him, and targeted another group of Yelu family masters instead. In the shortest time, close to 20 Yelu family cultivators were knocked down, heavily injured. Huang Xiaolong had a good measure of the amount force he used, merely inflicting heavy injuries that robbed away the opponent's resistance while leaving their lives hanging by a thread. When Yelu Chufei managed to steady himself and saw what Huang Xiaolong did, his eyes bulged with fury. Quickly looking around, he spotted the Huang family members in the air above the back mountain, followed by a shout. Huang Xiaolong, if you dare to kill one more member of my Yelu family, I'll kill your entire Huang family. With one greater space teleportation, he reached the Huang clan manor's back mountain where Huang Xiaolong's family was located. Yelu Chufei wouldn't be able to stop Huang Xiaolong if he insisted on targeting his Yelu family grand elders and elders. Therefore, his only option was to use the Huang family to threaten him. The Black Devil demonic knife was now back in Yelu Chufei's hand. Just as he was about to slash down on the defensive barrier, Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth and spat out a tiny mountain that shot out at Yelu Chufei. As it flew toward him, the tiny mountain expanded in the blink of an eye, turning into an ancient divine heavenly mountain. The heavenly mountain. Yelu Chufei first saw a shadow loom over his head, then felt a whelming wind force striking him on the back, causing him look over his shoulder. What he saw was a great mountain, its peak hidden in the sky, with a width larger than the eyes could see. Incredulity rose to Yelu Chufei's face, no longer having the luxury of dealing with the Huang family. The Black Devil demonic knife in his hand slashed at the heavenly mountain with all his strength in an attempt to block it. But, when the Black Devil demonic knife's devilish chi hit the heavenly mountain's body, the mountain merely quivered a little in the air. Apart from that, there was no other effect as it continued on its way. Yelu Chufei panicked, quickly executing greater space teleportation in order to dodge the heavenly mountain. Less than a second after he vanished, the heavenly mountain arrived at his former location. Yelu Chufei that had just hid into a space pocket when he felt an indescribable force spreading through the air. A violent quake ran through the earth following a thunderous boom. When the dust settled, a great pit appeared in the ground, with spiderweb-wide fissures stretching deep into the earth. Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw pointed at the air, circulating his god force into the heavenly mountain's central formation. The formation lit up in a glimmering light as a powerful but gentle suction force flowed out. Shi Xiaofei, the Ascending Moon Old Man, Dragon Emperor Aotai, Fengyang, and the others merely saw the scene in front of them change, and they were already inside a strange hall they had never seen before. After making sure his family and the others were safe, Huang Xiaolong no longer had scruples about going all out. With a turn, his dragon claw slashed toward another group of Yelu family elders and grand elders. Screams of pain and angry shouts rang in the air. Several Yili family masters were even fleeing in fear. A deep rumbling snicker sounded from the giant blue divine dragon. With a light sway of his body, Huang Xiaolong's dragon form was already blocking these fleeing Yelu family masters' path. Huang Xiaolong, don't kill us, one of the Yelu family elders stammered, but he was sent flying with a swipe of Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw before he could finish the words, his chest exploding from the force. When Yelu Chufei flew out from the deep great pit and saw Huang Xiaolong one-sidedly tearing through his elders and grand elders, hatred and rage exploded in his eyes, followed by killing intent madly surging in heart. But there was also the stirring of regret. He regretted underestimating Huang Xiaolong, regretted standing against him, and his biggest regret was that he did not exert all of his strength in killing Huang Xiaolong on the Aeon Square. He looked around at the Yelu family masters who were weeping and wailing in pain, or those barely breathing, then back at the heavenly mountain in the sky. Yelu Chufei's gaze was extremely chilling. It was clear now it was already impossible for him to kill Huang Xiaolong. But there was an intense unwillingness in him to leave things as they were. Huang Xiaolong, I'll let you live a few more days. I won't forget this matter, nor will I let it end just like this, Yelu Chufei inwardly thought. Despite the unwillingness in his heart, he decided to retreat for now. He needed to hurry to the City of Devils and find their Yelu family ancestor. With their ancestor here, Huang Xiaolong's death was certain. Yelu Chufei's figure blurred, disappearing in a flicker. However, just as he was about to get away with a greater space teleportation, a dragon claw reached out, forcefully stopping his movement. Yelu Chufei fell out from the void. His widened eyes stared at Huang Xiaolong, confounded. Huang Xiaolong sneered. You want to run? Yelu Chufei, you think you can run? Although he had been targeting the Yelu family masters, he had also been keeping an eye on Yelu Chufei, hence, the instant he tried to use greater space teleportation, Huang Xiaolong immediately saw through it. Yelu Chufei retorted sarcastically, Huang Xiaolong, I admit you're stronger than me right now. I'm no match for you, but you're far from being able to kill me. I can leave as I want. Your days are numbered when I find my family's ancestor. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong's snicker sounded like low rumbling thunder. The humor did not reach his eyes. Too bad you won't have this chance. You said that I can't kill you, then I will have you die right now. All three of Huang Xiaolong's supreme godheads rotated simultaneously. Splendid radiance burst out from his huge dragon body. The sudden explosion of pressure from Huang Xiaolong's body made Yelu Chufei stagger back unconsciously. His face deathly pale as a thought occurred to him. Huang Xiaolong was holding back his power earlier. No. How is this possible? He clearly remembered that Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was only mid-fourth order high god realm. How could a mid-fourth order high god realm exude such a powerful aura? However, there was no time for him to think any further. Yelu Chufei pulled every strand of god force he could from his body, flying upward akin to a great pang spreading its wings, traversing several 100,000 li in the blink of an eye. This great pang movement technique was one of the most powerful movement skills that Yelu Chufei cultivated, a technique he hadn't used in several thousand years. Even so, he executed the technique with ease. Although he was fast, Huang Xiaolong was even faster. In a flash, Huang Xiaolong was right behind him. His infinite Buddha supreme godhead rotated at full force, causing Buddhism god force to rush out as his earthen Buddha palm struck onto Yelu Chufei. After taking the full force of Huang Xiaolong's earthen Buddha palm, Yelu Chufei shot downward diagonally. Far in the distance, the Azure Dragon Institute principal Qin Yi and his group of Azure Dragon Institute masters were hurrying toward the Huang clan manor when they saw a figure flying at them from the front, startling them. This is Qin Yi, Sang Chu, and the rest finally saw the face of the person who was crashing toward them, filling them with shock. Their mouths were agape. Yelu Chufei? Qin Yi Tsang Chu, and the others exclaimed out loud. They watched as Yelu Chufei spurted more than a few mouthfuls of blood in a breath's time, then crashed into a mountain cliff, shattering a large chunk of it. Then, Qin Yi, Tsang Chu, and the others saw a primordial divine dragon flying over at high speed. Because no one from the Azure Dragon Institute ever saw Huang Xiaolong transforming into a divine dragon, they weren't aware that this dragon in front of them was actually him. When they realized that a primordial divine dragon was hounding Yelu Chufei, all of them stiffened in place, not daring to even breathe. But there was the same confusion in everyone's minds. Since when was there such a terrifying primordial divine dragon here in the martial spirit world? Huang Xiaolong had already spotted the Azure Dragon Institute's group. The cold gaze of his scarlet dragon eyes swept over them, but he decided to deal with Yelu Chufei first. In a flicker, he arrived right above the mountain peak where Yelu Chufei crashed down earlier. He would deal with Qin Yi and the rest later, as their group wasn't an immediate issue. Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw reached out, slamming down again on Yelu Chufei's body that was now half buried into the cliff. Rumble! The entire mountain cliff shattered, rocks and gravel rolled down, burying Yelu Chufei underneath. In the distance, Qin Yi's group watched this scene with ashen faces. Their hearts raced as if they would jump out from their chests at any time. Master! That divine dragon is too scary. Tsang Chu whispered in a low voice, sounding hoarse due to his dry throat. What do we do now? Qin Yi inhaled deeply to calm the turbulent shock in his heart, appearing as calm as he could. If we leave now, we might anger this senior divine dragon. Let's hope it isn't related to Huang Xiaolong. Tsang Chu and the rest were trying to sneak away silently, but hearing Qin Yi's words, they quickly nipped the thought, standing there without daring to move a muscle. They could only pray that senior divine dragon had no relationship with Huang Xiaolong. Otherwise, Qin Yi dared not think of the consequences. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw was already attacking Yelu Chufei again. The gravel and rocks that previously fell on top of Yelu Chufei were reduced to dust, scattered in all directions, revealing Yelu Chufei. His body was already injured to the point of being unrecognizable, embedded deep into the ground. Huang Xiaolong snorted. His three supreme godheads rotated at the same time as his dragon claw came down on Yelu Chufei once more. The land quaked, sending violent tremors through the surrounding several 100,000 li. As the land trembled, Qin Yi, Tsang Chu, and the others' hearts jumped, boundless fear apparent in their eyes. The scene in front of them was too brutal. They could no longer distinguish which part was Yelu Chufei's face and which part was his ass. His entire body completely sunk into the ground like a flat cake, blood and flesh mingling together. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw struck the void. Screams pierced the air as a large number of figures fell from the air. These were the remaining Yelu family grand elders and elders who were hoping to sneak away undetected. A powerful suction force gushed out from Huang Xiaolong's dragon palm, peeling the flattened Yelu Chufei from the pit below. At this point, he had long lost consciousness, fainted into oblivion. A violet soul symbol flew out from Huang Xiaolong's pupils, entering Yelu Chufei's soul through his forehead. Yelu Chufei previously mentioned the Yelu family's ancestor, therefore, before killing him, he had to find out the location of that ancestor and whatever else Yelu Chufei knew about him. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong's soul scouring ended. Initially, he planned on torturing these Yelu family masters, but he already sensed that the Beitang family patriarch and his group had already entered martial spirit world's atmosphere and were rushing toward the Huang clan manor at this very moment. Hence, he could only kill Yelu Chufei first. The devouring ability of his archdevil supreme godhead circulated at full speed. In a few breaths' time, all of Yelu Chufei's blood essence and god force rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body. Right before the Azure Dragon Institute masters' petrified faces, Yelu Chufei shrunk into a dried corpse at rapid speed. With a simple tap of Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw, Yelu Chufei's dried body burst into dust like a soap bubble. Patriarch! Several Yelu family masters shouted in despair. Huang Xiaolong! I'll take you down even at the cost of my life. A fifth-order High God Realm Yellow Family Grand Elder roared, pouncing on Huang Xiaolong in blind fury. God force surged violently out of his body. Want to blow up? Huang Xiaolong inwardly sneered. His palm struck through the air with the God-binding palm, striking that Grand Elder and freezing his entire body's God force. In the next second, the he was pulled by an invisible force to Huang Xiaolong's front, where the Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power enveloped him. In just a few breaths' time, that Yellow Family Grand Elder's blood essence and God force were sucked dry by Huang Xiaolong, just like what happened to Yellow Chufei. Watching this scene, the remaining Yellow family masters fell to the bottom of despair, filled with fear, panic, and sorrow. Some of them were kneeling and begging due to the fear they felt. One of them shouted, "Senior," another shouted, "Lord." There were even some who called Huang Xiaolong ancestor. Huang Xiaolong didn't know whether to laugh or cry hearing these Yellow family's masters calling him ancestor. However, from the beginning, he had never planned to show mercy to them. In Huang Xiaolong's eyes, they were dead people from the very beginning. Thus, no matter how these Yellow family masters begged and pleaded, their death was certain. Huang Xiaolong's enormous mouth opened, causing an overwhelming suction force to come from it, dragging all the Yellow family masters right before his mouth. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape Huang Xiaolong's control. When these Yellow family masters were within 3 li from Huang Xiaolong, they immediately felt a frightening devouring power sucking out their blood essence and God force. Qin Yi and his group watched as those Yellow family cultivators' blood essences and God force rushed out from their bodies, forming blood whirlpools several meters thick that flowed into Huang Xiaolong's body. There were more than 600 blood whirlpools, exuding glimmering God force of various elements. This scene in front of them shocked Qin Yi and the others speechless. These were all High God Realm Masters. There were more than 600 High God Realm Masters, yet none of them had any power to resist, being turned into dried corpses. The fear they were feeling deepened looking at that blue divine dragon, if it was possible. What horrifying existence was this primordial divine dragon? The weakest Yellow family masters of 2nd and 3rd order High God Realm had already turned into dried corpses, followed by those of 4th order, 5th order. In the end, even 6th order High God Realm masters weren't able to escape. After devouring more than 600 High God Realm masters' blood essence and God force, Huang Xiaolong felt an obvious difference in his strength. With a shake of his body, he shattered those dried corpses into dust before turning toward Qin Yi's group. With just one look, Qin Yi, Sang Chu, and everyone else started quivering uncontrollably. "Senior, we were not related to the Yellow family." Qin Yi's tongue was twisted into a knot. We're just passing by martial spirit world. "Senior, please have mercy and let us go." Hearing Qin Yi claiming he was just passing by martial spirit world, Huang Xiaolong laughed out loud for a good moment before stopping. Qin Yi, you say you're passing by martial spirit world? Didn't you prepare 100 giant redwood coffins for my wedding? You don't plan to take them out. Qin Yi flinched. In a flash, Huang Xiaolong reverted to his human form. "Who Huang? Huang? You're Huang Xiaolong, you." Qin Yi's mind buzzed. His body temperature plunged, his 4 limbs freezing.